Chapter 531. AI. The elder brother AI Guancher came forward to check on the situation of the Dragon King, and then blew a whistle to announce the result of the battle. Good, so strong. Xiao Chun was stunned. The move just now was a triple combo that combined Rain Prayer, Storm, and Thunder. Rain Prayer can greatly increase the hit rate of Thunder, and Storm can create an extreme battle environment to interfere with the opponent. The combination of different moves, which complement each other, can actually produce such a huge power. This is simply incredible. If a trainer who has never received targeted special training faces this situation, he will probably be completely defeated in one encounter, and in more serious cases, he will be killed instantly. Is this the true strength of the hidden boss in the Padilla region? Xiao Chun suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard from other trainers on the way to collect gem badges. It is said that there is a hidden boss in the town of Zichin in the Padilla region. His usual identity is a rancher, but his true strength has reached the terrifying champion level. Even the cow Pokemon raised in the ranch can beat the trainers who challenge them. At that time, Xiuqun became very interested in this rumor. She investigated it, and found that the hidden boss of Padilla was her target. Xiaoqun could even feel that the true strength of Senior Naoki in front of her was far beyond her cousin Yulongdu. There is a gap between champions. After sighing in her heart, Xiaoqun's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It was worth their while to have a Pokemon battle with such a powerful champion. Come on, Senior Naoki, for the last battle, I will send out my strongest Pokemon. Please do the same as me, and send out the strongest Pokemon around you. Xiuqun invited. As she spoke, she cast her eyes on Golden next to her. As a dragon attribute expert, she could clearly feel that the dragon aura on that Pokemon was the strongest. Let's have a strong duel. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. He glanced at Golden beside him, then smiled and said, Golden's strength is much higher than other Pokemon. This is the reason why I came to visit you today. Xiuqun said seriously. Okay. Naoki nodded, then replaced Dragonite, handed it a bottle of goat milk to help it recover its strength, and let it go to the side to rest first. Aww. Dragonite happily agreed and replaced Golden. The Dragonite, that was standing next to Xiaoqun, also stepped forward and walked onto the battlefield. The third match of the Dragon Showdown, Golden vs. Dragonite. With a crisp whistle, the battle officially began. Dragonite, Tornado. Xiaoqun took the lead in launching the attack. The Dragonite on the field suddenly opened its mouth. Its cheeks bulged high, and the purple dragon energy quickly gathered in it, turning into a purple tornado that swept towards Golden on the opposite side. Golden stood there quietly, looking at the Dragonite opposite with his golden eyes. When the tornado approached, Golden raised his right hand suddenly, and instantly transformed into a huge dragon claw and waved it forward. The roaring tornado was torn apart in an instant. After witnessing this scene, Xiaoqun's eyes condensed. The tornado's attack was ineffective against that Pokemon. What happened to the Pokemon named Golden? No, that's not right. That Golden was going to launch a counterattack. Dragonite, get out of the way. Xiaoqun read the intention of Gultron in advance and immediately reminded her Pokemon. Sure enough, she heard Naoki's voice the next second. Gultron, Dragon Claw. The Gultrons on the field responded almost at the same time. For a moment, Xiaoqun was a little dazed. The tacit understanding between Naoki and the Gultron was so high. As soon as he gave the order, Gultron responded almost synchronously, almost reaching the point of telepathy. However, the scene in front of him brought Xiaoqun back to his senses. The Golden flew out with its huge dragon claws. Dragonite realized the danger and immediately flapped its wings to fly high into the sky. But the next second, something unexpected happened to Xiaoqun and Dragonite. After seeing Dragonite take off, the Golden also flew high. No, it was not flying. Instead, it used its developed leg muscles to bounce high. The huge dragon claws swung out fiercely, catching Dragonite off guard, causing Dragonite's body to fly backwards and fall heavily to the ground. On its round and fat belly, 3 hideous claw marks appeared clearly. Dragonite! Xiuqun shouted loudly. Ouch! Dragonite gritted its teeth and stood up from the ground. Golden stood not far away and watched it. The terrifying figure made Dragonite feel afraid, and it let out a low roar from its throat. Ouch! Dragonite, hold on! Xiuqun spoke in time and called Dragonite back from fear. Seeing the Dragonite had recovered, Xiaoqun nodded and said, in that case, let's use the final blow. Dragonite, use the reverse scale. If you don't succeed, you will die. Ouch! Dragonite roared to the sky, and all the dragon attribute energy in its body gathered madly at the position of the reverse scale, causing it to fall into a state of confusion. Its eyes also turned blood red, and it rushed towards the direction of Gulden as if it had lost its mind. Reverse scale. Seochin is going to go all out, Naoki thought. The move of reverse scale is very special. It is very powerful. When used, it will make the Pokemon fall into a frenzy, but it will make the Pokemon lose its mind, and even not obey the trainer's command. In short, it will ignore the injuries on the body, increase strength and speed, but the rationality will drop significantly. Under normal circumstances, unless it is a critical moment, the trainer will never let his dragon Pokemon use this move. In a blink of an eye, Dragonite rushed to Gulden, raised its claws high and swung them violently. Close combat, Naoki said. Facing Dragonite's attack, Gulden stretched out his right hand, tightly grasped Dragonite's wrist, and blocked its attack. His left hand clenched into a fist, and he elbowed Dragonite with his strong arm. The huge force directly knocked Dragonite out, and it fell on the grass, and its eyes rolled up, and it lost its ability to fight. The elder brother AI Guancher came forward to check Dragonite's injuries, and then announced the result of the battle. Ah! Dragonite lost its ability to fight, and Gulden won the battle. I lost after all? Seochin took a deep breath, took out the Pokeball, and took Dragonite back. Thank you for your hard work, Dragonite. Take a good rest from now on. As expected of you, Senior Naoki. Seochin raised her head and looked at the young man opposite. With this kind of strength, I feel that even my cousin would not be your opponent. Naoki raised his eyebrows. Cousin? Is it Shido? His name is Yulong-du, and like me, he is from the Yulong family. He is a very serious and responsible person. Seochin said with a smile. I think you should know him, Senior Naoki. A few years ago, you had a competition in the Unova region. Naoki was a little surprised. Did he tell you everything? Seochin nodded. He is also very interested in you, but he has been busy with work and has no time to come here. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. Du's job should refer to the Pokemon investigator of the Kanto League. Pokemon investigators are people who investigate the improper use of Pokemon in various places. They are a bit like Interpol and will bring criminals to justice. Unlike other investigators, the non-transitional investigators often work undercover and sneak into the bases of dark organizations such as the Rocket Team to conduct investigations. Thinking of this, Naoki couldn't help but want to complain. Wouldn't the champion be recognized as an undercover? If Naoki remembers correctly, at the end of the anime Shiaji, the Rocket Team still exists, and Sakaki even sent the Rocket Team trio to explore the Padilla area. But because the two places are too far apart, Team Rocket still failed to reach Padilla. In the short term, Du will not come here to visit him. What are your plans for the future? Naoki asked. Seochin thought carefully and replied, I think I should return to Yinma City, stay there for a while, and then go to other places to take a look. Naoki nodded. Then I wish you a smooth journey. When we meet next time, come and fight with me again, let me see what you have gained. Okay. Seochin agreed seriously. When they meet next time, she will definitely impress Naoki Sr. Seochin left Naoki Ranch. This trip ended successfully. She has collected 8 badges in the Padilla region, passed the champion assessment, and got to know Naoki Sr. There is no need to stay in the Padilla region anymore, so Seochin plans to go back to Johto directly. While waiting for the plane at the airport, she took out her Rotom phone and contacted Watari. Soon, the call was connected. When Du saw that it was Seochin, he guessed that she might have fought with the trainer. How was it? Du asked. Like you, I lost. Seochin sighed helplessly. Du, he is really strong. Seochin said, but compared to this, there is another thing I care about. Du was slightly stunned. What? There are really many dragon attribute Pokemon in Naoki's family. I roughly counted them. There are dozens of Dragonite alone. In addition to Dragonite, there are many other dragon Pokemon. In comparison, I feel that his family is the real dragon family. Seochin said. Du, Hearing this, the two people from the dragon family fell silent. Du recalled the Pokemon in his own dragon sanctuary, and became even more silent. And at this moment, Seochin suddenly thought of something that she didn't care much about. Do you know? There are already many netizens complaining that you are the Flying King. Because before becoming the champion, Du always called himself the Dragon King. However, his Pokemon are all Pokemon without dragon attributes, such as Gyarados, Charizard and Pteranodon. In order to fill the dragon team, Du even stuffed 3 Dragonites into the team. Du, Silence is another bridge. Looking at Seochin opposite, Du said, You are not the same as me. Suddenly Seochin also fell silent. The cousins looked at each other, and tacitly changed the topic. However, the two made the same decision in their hearts. When the work is done, they will set off to other areas to capture new dragon attribute Pokemon, like Tyrannosaurus, Red-Faced Dragon, Garchomp, and Double Axe War Dragon and Three-Headed Dragon. April 15, 2001, early summer. The rumors about Motor Mask that shrouded the Alola region gradually dissipated, and everything seemed to have returned to the original state. Naoki was ready to wait until tomorrow, and then he would officially set off to the Alola region to start his own island tour, collecting Z bracelets and Z moves that his Pokemon could use. But before that, he still had one thing to do, which was to go to Brewing Light City to see the strange tree. It was quite embarrassing to say that since they confirmed their relationship, it was always Chishu who went back and forth between the two places, and he had never been to Brewing Light City to visit Chishu. But that was not Naoki's original intention, it was just because he was too busy some time ago. He went back and forth between Alola and Paideia, and also had to take care of the Pokemon in the ranch, so he really didn't have much time. It was too much to let a girl run back and forth all the time. So today, Naoki planned to secretly go to Brewing Light City to get Chishu a surprise. Early in the morning, after finishing his work at the ranch, Naoki rode on Gulton and set off for Nyangwang City. After half an hour of flight, Gulton arrived in Nyangwang City smoothly and landed on the bridge in Nyangwang City. It was now 9:30 in the morning. At this time, Chishu should be receiving challengers in the Nyangwang gym. In this case, he and Gulton went directly to the Nyangwang gym to find someone. "Let's go, Gulton." "Ah, ga." Gulton carried Naoki and followed the navigation on the map through the streets and alleys, and soon arrived in front of a tall skyscraper. This is the Brewing Light Gym. Naoki walked forward with Gulton, and the sensor door of the building automatically opened when it sensed someone approaching, full of technology. The first floor is the reception hall. As soon as Naoki entered, a receptionist came up and said, "Hello, please come here to register your trainer information to challenge the Brewing Light Gym." "Is your gym leader here?" Naoki asked. The receptionist was a little surprised, thinking that it was the trainer who had gone to the gym yesterday for a break, so he replied, "Our gym leader is waiting for trainers to challenge her in the gym. If you want to see her, you need to register your trainer information first." Naoki, I didn't expect it to be so troublesome to meet the gym leader in the Paideia region. Forget it, he was not in a hurry anyway, so he might as well pretend to be a trainer who came to challenge and give Chishu a surprise. Naoki immediately submitted his trainer information to the front desk. Since he had no experience in challenging the Paideia gym, the front desk naturally regarded him as a trainer from other regions. After completing the registration, the girl said, "Go straight ahead from here, and you can go to the battle site." "Okay." Naoki responded, and then left the Brewing Light Gym under the guidance of the staff, and went to the open-air venue in the city center. That was also where he first met Chishu. However, when Naoki arrived there, he was shocked to find that he had forgotten one thing. The gym battles at the Brewing Light Gym are different from those at other gyms. The gym battles here will be broadcast live on Piku TV. At this moment, the huge central square was full of trainers watching the battle. People cheered and shouted, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. And Chishu was standing on the battlefield in the center of the square. She held a microphone in her hand, and her tone was full of energy. "Are you all ready? It's time for Chishu's live broadcast again. Today's challenger is..." Looking at the name on the challenger information sent by the gym's front desk, Chishu was stunned. "Naoki? No way? Could it be the same name? It's just in front. Go through this passage, and you reach the battlefield. Go ahead." "Congratulations, trainer." The receptionist who was responsible for guiding Naoki here stopped and motioned Naoki to go forward. Naoki was a little overwhelmed. He didn't know there would be so many spectators watching the game here. Would his appearance cause trouble to Chishu? He turned around and hinted to Chishu with his eyes. They just pretended not to know each other and put on a show. Thinking of this, Chishu walked towards the entrance channel with his head held high. Looking at the name, Chishu was stunned and forgot to continue talking for a moment. At this moment, a tall figure appeared on the opposite contestant channel. When Chishu saw the man clearly, his eyes widened immediately. A beam of surprise suddenly burst out from those eyes that were as lively as a little deer. "Naoki is coming. Is he here to see her?" A sense of surprise surged in her heart, and the next second, Chishu made an unexpected move. She ran to the opposite side, with a happy face in the eyes of countless audiences, and hugged the man in public. The audience was shocked. Seeing Chishu's move, Naoki was stunned for a moment, his body stiffened, and then whispered a reminder, "Hey, your fans are still watching." Chapter 532. The central square of Nyangwang City, which should have been very lively, fell into a strange silence at this moment. The audience, who originally came to watch the gym battle, were all stunned and looked at the battle platform in front of them with shock. What's the matter with that guy? Damn it, I don't want to watch this, refund the ticket. It seems that there is no need for tickets here. If I remember correctly, the battles in Yangguang Gym have always been free to watch. The male audience became very excited, while the female audience's eyes lit up, as if they saw the watermelon, and excitedly cast their eyes on the man in front of Chishu. Who is he? Is he Chishu's boyfriend? Wow, this is really explosive news. The live broadcaster of Dian actually has a boyfriend. But then again, that person looks so reliable. If you do this, you will probably lose a lot of fans. Naoki looked at Chishu in front of him helplessly. He knew that Chishu had spent a lot of effort to make the live broadcast what it is now. If he lost those fans because of this, wouldn't it be a waste of all his efforts? However, Chishu just laughed and said, "Are you worried about me? That's your dream after all," Naoki said helplessly. Hearing this, Chishu seemed very happy. She smiled and said, "Hee, it doesn't matter. Although I cared about those things before, now I have more things to care about." Naoki understood what Chishu meant, and his face suddenly turned red. The two separated, and Chishu grinned at him, revealing a clever and lively smile on her face, and blinked her eyes. Then she gently returned to her position, like a clever four-seasoned deer. She picked up the microphone, and although she was talking to the audience, her eyes were staring at the opposite direction. "Capture your eyes with an eye-catching net. Who is Chishu? It's me, Chishu. Good morning, noon, and night. Hello, Chishu live broadcast time is up. Who is today's challenger? Naoki is so powerful that he can even shoot down a flying petrel. Yay! Naoki?" The audience watching the game outside were confused when they heard this name. Some people have never heard of this name, but some people think this name is very familiar. Naoki Ranch Shop. Could it be the owner of Naoki Ranch? Who is he? Is he famous? The audience on the side was confused. The man nodded seriously, looking at the battlefield below with excitement. Of course, that's the only store in the world that uses Dragonite. A reporter once went to that ranch for an interview, and the owner's real identity is a very powerful trainer. Wow, I didn't expect to see him here today. I believe everyone is curious about who Naoki is now. In the central square, Chishu changed the subject and continued, "Chishu Naoki, isn't the name very suitable? That's right, he is my boyfriend, Chishu." The audience was in uproar. Naoki on the opposite side was also slightly stunned. Chishu was announcing his existence to the world. Although Naoki was a little touched, Chishu was exaggerating. As a well-known up-master, exposing her love affair at the rising stage of her career would undoubtedly bring a big blow to her live broadcast career. But looking at Chishu's appearance, Naoki thought, forget it. No matter what, as long as she is happy, it doesn't matter even if all the fans are gone. At most, he can farm and support her for the rest of her life. Chishu didn't drag on this matter for too long. After introducing the identity of the challenger, she returned to the gym challenge. Okay, that's about it. Next, who wants to see Chishu fight? Hearing this, some of the audience were stunned. Is Chishu going to have a Pokemon battle with her boyfriend? But then again, isn't that man a farmer who runs a ranch? However, another group of fun-loving audiences were very excited. Chishu is going to fight with her boyfriend? It looks so exciting. Oh! They made a burst of excited monkey calls, as if hundreds of monkey monsters were howling loudly. Chishu heard the sound and laughed. Everyone said they can't wait. Ah, Adian, thank you. Okay, it's almost time to start the battle. I'm curious about the strength of the challenger. Chishu cast his eyes on Naoki, and Gulden on the opposite side. Naoki, Guliden, Agas. Naoki was helpless. He came here lightly this time, with only Guliden, a Pokemon. The eyes of the man and the Pokemon met in midair. With just one glance, Guliden understood Naoki's meaning. Naoki said to it with his eyes, "Put on a show, Guliden." Guliden was quite helpless. Agas. Then, I ask you to bring an exciting battle that can entertain the audience. Go, Frog. After that, a red and white ball was thrown from Chishu's hand. With a flash of white light, a cute electric frog appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the electric frog appeared, it saw the big red monster on the opposite side. Its face suddenly showed a dull expression, and it blinked its yellow eyes. What? Isn't that Pokemon a partner? Why are they fighting? Aw, gasped. Gillerton whispered to the electric frog not to be afraid. It will not use its full strength. Electric frog, go ahead, use discharge. Chishu pointed. The electric frog on the field was confused, but after hearing the trainer's command, it quickly began to gather the electricity on its body. Soon, a strong and dazzling electric light burst out from the body of the electric frog, engulfing the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. However, this powerful electric shock was not painful at all for Golden. It looked left and right in panic, then pretended to be hit hard, and let out a scream. Fell to the ground. After a moment, the lightning disappeared. Gillerton pretended to be in pain and staggered to his feet. The audience stared at the scene in amazement. What happened? When did the power of the electric attack of the electric frog become so strong? And that Pokemon looked so powerful. Why was it so vulnerable? Could it be that its weakness was the electric attribute attack? However, some people saw the doorway. That red Pokemon was definitely intentional. That man was deliberately giving in to Chishu, a woman who came to Nyangwang City with her husband to travel and watch a local gym challenge, couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, "That man is so romantic." Man, On the battlefield, Chishu also saw Naoki's intention. Huh? Pokemon battles must be taken seriously. Naoki, Gulton used jet flame. Aw gosh. Gulton opened his mouth, and the hot flames quickly condensed in it. Seeing this, Chishu said, that's right. In that case, electric frog, let's do it too, use 100,000 volts. The next second, a beam of flame gushed out of Golden's mouth and collided with the current that burst out of the electric frog in midair. The two completely different energies kept interweaving, and for a while they were even at a stalemate, and in the end, they directly caused a terrible explosion. In an instant, dust and smoke rose on the battlefield. The audience's attention was all attracted by this scene. After a while, when the smoke and dust all dispersed, only the electric frog was left standing on the huge field. Not far away from it, Golden was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, covered in dust and motionless. Golden, ? A big question mark appeared on the small head of the electric frog. What happened? Who is it? Where is it? When did it become so powerful? The referee stepped forward to check Golden's injuries, and then blew the whistle hanging around his neck and announced, Golden has lost his ability to fight, and this battle is won by the gym leader Chishu. The audience, This is too obvious, isn't it? Naoki seriously went forward to check on Golden's injuries. Golden quietly opened his eyes a little and whispered, Ah gah. It performed well, didn't it? Naoki twitched his mouth. Okay, get up. I take you to eat delicious food later. Golden immediately became excited, and couldn't help licking Naoki's face with his tongue. Ah gah. Naoki, whose face was covered with saliva, Meanwhile, Chishu's show was coming to an end. She said goodbye to the audience with a microphone in her hand. Hello, today's Chishu live broadcast is coming to an end. Everyone, see you next time. After that, Chishu turned off the live broadcast and trotted to Chishu. When she got close, she slowed down and said with a smile, The show is over, let's go. Chishu raised his eyebrows and asked, Don't we have to receive challengers next? Gym leaders can also have their own rest time. Okay, let's go. Naoki stood up, and Golden, who pretended to be unconscious, also stood up. Chishu reached out and touched its head. Long time no see, Golden. Today's weather was a bit cloudy, and the two took Golden to walk on the streets of Nyangwang City. Chishu was very happy to share with Naoki what she had encountered in the past few days. Ah, it's been really busy recently. Padia has welcomed many trainers from other regions. Did you know? Even gym leaders from other regions have come over here. Naoki raised his eyebrows. Who is it? It's the gym leader from the Johto region. It seems to be the gym leader of the Yinma City Gym, a trainer who specializes in dragon attribute Pokemon. Chishu complained. Her Pokemon made Frog and the others suffer a lot. Hearing this, Naoki immediately understood who it was. He couldn't help but smile and comforted. It's okay, I've helped you win it back. Chishu was stunned. Naoki explained, that person's name is Xiaochun, right? The reason why she came to the Padilla region was to have a Pokemon battle with me, but the chief issued a rule before. Trainers from other places need to collect 8 gym badges in the Padilla region to be qualified to fight with me, so she came to challenge the gym and collect badges. What was the result? Chishu was very curious. Of course I won. Naoki nodded and said, although we encountered some dangers, she didn't defeat any Pokemon. I fought back for you, right? Hee hee. Chishu giggled, but by the way, why did you suddenly come to Brewing Light City today? Are you surprised? Naoki asked instead of answering. Hee hee. Chishu grinned, his eyes full of bright surprise. Oh, by the way, last time you came to Brewing Light City, you only had a meal and left. This time, let me take you and Golden to visit the city. Okay. Naoki readily agreed. Under the guidance of Chishu, he visited the million-volt night view, climbed the lighthouse of Myeongdong City, and stood on it to look at the blue sea. It was almost noon, and Naoki wanted to find a restaurant outside for dinner, but he never thought that Chishu invited him. Come to my place. I have been learning to cook recently, and today I will let you try my cooking skills. Chishu's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Hearing this, Naoki was very surprised. I remember when we first met, you didn't know how to cook. Chishu said with a smile. People always grow up. Okay, let's go. Chishu's home is on the 12th floor of a building in the center of Ningguang. When he was about to go upstairs, Chishu suddenly noticed a flower shop not far away. He asked Chishu to wait here, and he hurried to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of flowers. Chishu hid the flowers behind him, and when the two of them got on the elevator, he took the flowers out. Seeing the bouquet of flowers, Chishu's eyes lit up. Chishu smiled and said, I was in a hurry when I came here, and I didn't bring any gifts. I just saw the flowers in front of the flower shop over there were beautiful, so I went to buy a bouquet for you. Hee hee, uncle, you are quite romantic. Chishu happily took the flowers. Naoki, Ding! The elevator arrived at the 12th floor. Chishu went to open the door, and just as Naoki entered the door, he heard a thunder outside the window. Summer thunderstorms come very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. The sky outside the window darkened, and heavy rain fell into the city with thunder. It's raining? Chishu put the flowers in place and said thankfully, Fortunately, we didn't stay outside for too long. You and Golden sit for a while. I go prepare lunch. You really don't need my help. Naoki looked back. Just wait there. Chishu poked his head out of the kitchen. Golden, there are snacks for Pokemon in the refrigerator over there. You can treat this place as your own home and eat whatever you want. Ah, gush. Golden didn't bother to be polite with Chishu at all and ran to open the refrigerator to get snacks. And Naoki saw the two little Magnemite hair accessories that Chishu used before next to the TV. They were floating next to the TV, sleeping soundly while listening to the thunderstorm outside the window. Naoki smiled slightly as he recalled the time when Chishu wore the Magnemite hair accessory. However, there were more important things to do now. Naoki took out his Rotom phone, opened Piku TV, clicked on his follow list, and then clicked on Chishu's personal homepage. As expected, Chishu began to lose fans. No, becoming an internet celebrity who spreads dreams has always been Chishu's dream, and he had to find a way to do it. But in this situation, what can be done to help Chishu? However, at this moment, Chishu suddenly saw that the number of Chishu's fans increased by hundreds. Chishu? ? What's going on? He was stunned for a moment, then clicked on Chishu's latest video, and soon found the reason in the comment section. My Maizy. Wow, the anchor actually has a boyfriend. So sad. Pipichu. For those who don't know, the man, Chishu's boyfriend, is called Jishu. Yes, he is the Jishu who opened the Jishu Ranch store online and used Dragonite to deliver goods. In addition, he has another well-known title, that is, the hidden boss of the Padilla region. I believe that the students of Padilla College are not unfamiliar with him. Naoki's strength is extremely strong, and it is said that he has surpassed our chief champion. This comment was directly liked by netizens and ranked second in the hot comments. And in the first place, there is a strange comment. Naoki looked closely and saw that the comment was written like this. Abubu, anchor, look at your husband. Chapter 533. Naoki, What kind of weird comments are these? Looking through the comments, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. His arrival didn't seem to cause Chishu to lose too many fans, but instead increase some? No, to be precise, the number of fans that increased and the number of fans that decreased were almost the same, which made it seem that Chishu's number of fans didn't change much. It seems that his identity as the hidden boss of Padilla is still quite popular. The rain outside the window gradually got heavier. Guillerton stood in front of the French window, looking at the entire city landscape with a curious look on his face. For this scene, Chishu's Pokemon were not surprised. Rainy days are the best weather to stay at home and sleep in. Electric Frog yawned lazily, then leaned back in his nest and fell asleep. Rankin Cat lay lazily and elegantly on the carpet, like a resting tiger, looking at the heavy rain outside the window board. Naughty Thunder Bomb turned into a power bank and helped Chishu's Rotom phone charge. Naoki had nothing to do, so he made a video call to the ranch. Soon, the call was connected, and the face of the King of the Crown appeared on the screen. Is it raining at home? Naoki asked. The King of the Crown shook his head gently. The weather outside is very good, "It is not raining." As he said that, the king of the crown suddenly realized that it seemed that it had not rained on the ranch for a long time. Although it would rain occasionally, it would only be a drizzle, and there would not be an extreme heavy rain. He told Naoki about this. Naoki could guess the reason. It should be the power of Dragonite and Dragonite, right? As far as he knew, Dragonite Pokemon could emit a mysterious aura and store huge energy in their bodies. Dragonites would concentrate their power on the crystal beads on their necks and tails to manipulate the weather and change it to what they like. That's why the pasture has been blessed with good weather in the past 2 years. If it were in some backward places, the Haxorus would probably be worshipped by the farmers there as gods, who control the weather, and they would continuously throw offerings into the lake where they live. The World Tree is located above the pasture. When the aura released by the Haxorus affects the weather, the pasture below will also be affected. After a brief chat, Naoki ended the communication with the Bud Crown King. At this time, the aroma of food wafted out of the kitchen. Soon, Chishu came out with a dish. "Come and try it. I learned to make shredded pork with green peppers and mapo tofu from a food show on TV, and wild jellyfish and cucumber with vinegar." Naoki went to the kitchen to help bring out the remaining 2 dishes. Chishu followed behind, and served 2 bowls of rice, and prepared some Pokemon dishes for the Pokemons. After everything was ready, the 2 sat at the dining table, with steaming dishes in front of them. The distinct colors, fragrant and spicy green pepper shredded pork, the green vinegar with wild jellyfish cucumbers that are refreshing just by looking at them, and the red mapo tofu. The aroma of tofu mixed with the spicy aroma floated out domineeringly, and the pungent taste made Naoki swallow his saliva. Naoki was a little unbelievable. "You made all these? So amazing." "Yes." Chishu smiled. "Amazing, right?" Because according to her observation, Naoki seemed to like Chinese food very much, so she specially found a food program that made Chinese food to learn from. "How long did it take you to learn?" Naoki asked. "Judging from the appearance of these dishes, it's not something that can be learned in a few days." Chishu was a little embarrassed. "Not long. Okay, try it." Naoki picked up a piece of shredded meat with chopsticks. The rich meaty aroma mixed with the spicy smell of green peppers tasted very satisfying. "Delicious," Naoki exclaimed. Chishu was very happy. "Then eat more, Golden. Do you want to try it?" Golden moved his nose, and immediately smelled a spicy smell. The pungent smell made it sneeze uncontrollably. Golden shook its head repeatedly, called out "Ah gah," and then lowered its head to eat the sandwich. "Golden doesn't really like spicy food," Naoki said with a smile. "To be precise, except for Flareon, the other Pokemon in his ranch can't eat spicy food." "Is that so?" Chishu wanted to say something else, but at this moment, her Rotom phone suddenly rang. Chishu went forward to answer the call, and then a worried voice came out. "Something big has happened. After you exposed your relationship, your fans started to drop rapidly." Chishu comforted, "Don't worry, I'm ready. Besides, I don't rely on my appearance to attract fans." At this point, Chishu grinned and asked, "Do you remember how we met?" The voice on the other end of the phone paused, and then replied, "Of course I remember." At that time, she was already a fan of Chishu. When watching Chishu's live broadcast, she wrote her troubles as a comment under Chishu's video with the username stuck in the room. Chishu turned over that comment. Yin Yin still remembers her troubles clearly. Chishu answered her like this: "I have also had the trouble of encountering bottlenecks, but even if I sit and wait, the bottleneck will not disappear, so I have to take action. If I want to do live broadcasts, I wish my studio could grow wings and fly to all places. So, I live stream to spread my dream," said Chishu. "I understand." The voice on the other end rang. "Okay, let's put it this way." Chishu simply said goodbye to the other party, and hung up the phone. "Who is she?" Naoki was a little surprised. Chishu replied, "Her name is Gurumi. She used to be my #1 fan. Recently, she also started live streaming like me." Gurumi. Naoki felt very unfamiliar with this name. It didn't appear in the game, so he didn't care. After lunch, the rain outside had not stopped. Chishu was not in a hurry to go to the gym, so the 2 of them sat on the sofa with a group of Pokemon and watched TV. Chishu looked at Chishu, raised his eyebrows at her, and then stretched out his arms. Seeing this, Chishu showed a rare embarrassed expression on his face. "What are you doing?" "Hold for a while," Chishu said softly. Chishu blushed and leaned over. It was raining heavily outside the window, and thunder would occasionally sound in the sky. The TV in front of them was playing an exciting Pokemon battle, but neither of them was paying attention to it. Holding the girl in his arms, Naoki recalled every detail of this period of time. The girl who ran from the easternmost to the westernmost part of Padia to see him, the girl who took the initiative to confess to him at the summer fireworks festival, the girl who gave him flowers for the first time, the girl who learned to cook Chinese food for him. He said softly, "Actually, I should say that sentence." "What?" Chishu was slightly stunned. Chishu smiled and continued, "When I first saw you, I thought you were so cute and beautiful. But I didn't have any plans to fall in love at that time. Then you suddenly broke into my life and came to the ranch to chat with me every once in a while. I think it was probably at that time that I developed some feelings for you. My sister Ai Guancher said that you liked me, but I didn't believe it at all. Then, you suddenly confessed to me, but I was not ready at that time. What about now?" Chishu suddenly interrupted Jishu and asked. Chishu blushed. "It's embarrassing to say that." His expression became serious. "But speaking of it, you are the first person to send me flowers. I never thought that I would receive flowers from a girl in this life. It's also the first time that someone has learned to make Chinese food just for me." Naoki looked at the stunned girl beside him, and made his first confession in his life with a blushing face. "So I want to say that I like you very much and want to be with you forever." Chishu also blushed. "Are you proposing?" Naoki was stunned. "Isn't it too early to say this now?" "Then you just don't want to live with me," Chishu said sadly. Naoki quickly saw what Chishu meant, and he smiled and asked, "Do you want to marry me?" Chishu blushed immediately, then nodded and said, "Then I can see you every day." "Naoki, I don't mean that I don't want to live with you. I'm just worried that you will feel that it's too sudden and a little early for you." "Huh, very early?" Chishu recalled. "But we have known each other for several years." Naoki, almost forgot that the situation in the Pokemon world is different from that in his previous life. People here will even get married immediately after falling in love at first sight. Just like the former champion of Galar, Moss Hid, and his wife Mai. The two met and had an encounter while traveling around the world, and then they fell in love at first sight, got married in a flash, bought an isolated island, and opened a martial arts school on it. Not only that, the two also gave birth to a child named Hyde. Naoki felt that he should follow the local customs, but the question was, if you get married in this world, do you need to pay a gift to the woman's family? As a visitor from another world, Naoki suddenly found that he knew nothing about this. It's really a headache. However, Naoki's silence made Chishu feel that Naoki didn't want to marry her yet. Chishu suddenly felt very sad. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to get married right away." Naoki, He immediately knew that Chishu had misunderstood. Naoki said helplessly, "I really didn't mean that. I was just thinking that if I wanted to propose to you, I would need to prepare something. You know, my parents left this world very early, and I don't know anything about these things. Besides, I also want to live with you. We can run the ranch together and take care of the Pokemon. In the morning, Dragonite will take you to work, and in the evening, Dragonite will pick you up after get off work. I will run the ranch at home and wait for you to come back with everyone. I have already thought about it. When the time comes, we will change the name of the ranch together. You will be called Chishu, and I will be called Jishu. In the future, the ranch can be called Treehouse, which is our home and the Pokemon's home." Chishu listened carefully, and unknowingly, she was also brought into that fantasy by Chishu. "I feel so happy." However, knowing Naoki's concerns, Chishu was no longer sad, and said with a smile, "Leave that matter to me." "What are you going to do?" Naoki asked. "Hey, of course I asked my parents." Chishu replied, "You haven't met them yet. Do you want to go home with me for dinner tonight?" Naoki was inexplicably nervous about suddenly meeting his father-in-law. How could he just go there empty-handed? That would be too rude, right? Naoki shook his head and said what he was worried about. "No, it's too abrupt. Give me some time, and I will visit them with gifts." "That's right." Chishu also thought of this, and she comforted him. "It's okay, my parents are very good people, they will definitely like you." "Yeah." Naoki nodded. But he still has an important matter to deal with next. The matter of visiting Chishu's parents may have to wait until he finishes dealing with the incident of Arceus awakening. At that time, he will put on the vest of motorbike mask again. Giratina, Budley, and then ask the group of Pokemon on the World Tree to gather for a team fight. Mewtwo, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Groudon, Kyogre, plus the fixed foreign aid NPCs Dialga and Palkia. Budley, Mewtwo, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre are the main attackers. Giratina, Palkia, Dialga are responsible for harassment, and Ho-Oh is responsible for healing with Holy Flame and Holy Ash. This all-star lineup may really be able to fight Arceus. But the problem is that they can't beat Arceus to death. In order to solve the problem perfectly, Dialga has to send Xiaoji and his friends back to the past, change the history of Arceus being deceived, and then let the modern Arceus wake up. But it's not time for Arceus to wake up yet. Before that, there are 2 more copies of the movie to happen. One is that due to the influence of Arceus's upcoming awakening, Dialga and Palkia's domains intersect, and then a battle begins. The power of these 2 gods affected the town of Poplar in the real world, causing it to fall into a space crack. Darkrai, who was guarding the town, fought a battle with the god of time and the god of space to protect the town. The other happened after this incident. The battle between Dialga and Palkia affected the reverse world of Giratina, causing Dialga to be retaliated by Giratina. Arceus is very powerful. If Naoki remembered correctly, even if he was missing a few origin tablets, he could still beat Dialga, Palkia and Giratina without any chance to fight back. So before that, he had to be fully prepared. April 16, 2001, League Calendar, early summer. Naoki entrusted the affairs of the ranch to the Aegis brothers and sisters, and then took Golden and the others to the Alola region, officially starting his own island tour. Chapter 534. Alola region, Melemele Island, Lily Town. This is a small town located in the vast tropical rainforest. The town is small, with a few scattered households. Country roads connect these buildings, and palm trees are planted on both sides of the road for landscape. In the center of the town, there is a stage paved with wooden boards, with white totem-like patterns full of primitive atmosphere printed on the stage. Next to the stage stands a large bonfire rack, on which is burning a dancing flame. If it weren't for the people around him wearing modern clothes, Naoki felt like he had come to a primitive tribe. Is this the town of Lily? Naoki walked with Golden in the town. There were many trainers with Pokemon around, including Lycanroc, Flower Bird, Good and Bad Star, and even a staff armor scale-tailed dragon. Because of this, he and Golden were not very conspicuous in the crowd. It was dusk now. Logically, at this time, the tired people should have returned home and started cooking dinner. But according to Naoki's observation, the residents of Lily Town and those people dressed as trainers are now all gathering towards the center of the town. What are they going to do? Golden, let's go and see. Ah, gah. One person and one Pokemon mixed into the crowd and soon arrived at the bottom of the stage. Gradually, more and more people gathered around. When dust spread over the earth, several people wearing strange masks, primitive costumes, and tooth necklaces around their necks suddenly stepped onto the stage and danced a strange and intense dance in the dusk and the light of the bonfire. At first, Naoki didn't understand what was going on. But when he saw the patterns on the masks on those people's faces, a name immediately came to his mind. Tapu Koko. He knew where this place was. This is the celebration stage of Lily Town, and it is also the stage for worshipping the guardian of Melemele Island. In the game, on certain days, the people of Lily Town will hold a full-scale celebration to worship Tapu Koko on the celebration stage at dusk. In this way, they pray that Tapu Koko will protect the people on the island more and help each other. Soon, the dance ended, and an old woman wearing traditional ethnic costumes, with white hair and a cane slowly walked onto the celebration stage. She began to hum an ancient and melodious ballad, and then officially began the sacrificial ceremony. Guardian of the island, please continue to protect the humans living in this place as before. Please accept the gift we have prepared for you, Guardian. Please come and see the Pokemon battle we present to you. As soon as the voice fell, 2 trainers boarded the stage and commanded their Pokemon to fight fiercely with each other. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Naoki watched the event of worshipping Tapu Koko with great interest. I wonder if Tapu Koko is watching here now, Naoki thought. He turned around and looked around, trying to find Tapu Koko in some hidden places, but unfortunately he saw nothing. Compared with other regions, the Alola region has many legendary Pokemon. In addition to Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma, there is the Tapu family that rules the 4 islands. Tapu Chirp of Melemele Island, Tapu Butterfly of Akala Island, Tapu Mu of Ulula Island, and Tapu Finfin of Pony Island. The Tapu family is very different from other legendary Pokemon in some aspects. For example, they have always lived on the island with humans, and will actively appear in front of some people and choose them. In the Alola region, humans chosen by the Guardian will become the local island king or island queen. And the chosen person cannot refuse, otherwise the Guardian will be angry. And Naoki's destination is the island king of Melemele Island, Hala. Because only the island king has the qualifications to start the island tour, and only after completing the test given by them can he obtain the Z bracelet and Z pure crystal. At this time, the battle on the celebration stage has come to an end. With one of the Pokemon falling to the ground, this fierce battle officially ended. A white-haired, dark-skinned, slightly fat uncle walked onto the stage with a smile. What a wonderful battle! I think the guardian angel will be very happy. Hala clapped his hands and praised the two trainers in front of him. The two young trainers touched their heads shyly, but their faces looked very excited. The sky gradually darkened, and the night gradually enveloped the entire Alola region. Hala took the two trainers and said to the many townspeople, "Well, today's celebration has ended successfully. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest first." Tapu Kokoro never showed up. Although the onlookers looked disappointed, they had no choice but to disperse. Horace smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. Just as he turned around and prepared to go home to rest, he suddenly heard someone calling him. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Hara." Hara turned around and saw a young man who was much taller than him walking towards him. The young man was followed by a Pokemon he had never seen before. Hara was stunned. "Who are you?" "I'm Naoki." Naoki said, "I want to ask you to help me start the island tour." 5 minutes later, in Hara's mansion, the Island King Hara was holding a cup of tea and squinting at the young man in front of him. "You mean, you want to participate in our Alola region's island tour?" "Yes, this is my island tour certificate." Naoki put the certificate he had obtained in the royal dome on the wooden coffee table in front of him. Hara reached out and took the certificate and took a closer look, and found that it was indeed a genuine island tour certificate. Generally speaking, this certificate is issued to outsiders, and there are many ways to obtain certificates in the Alola region. For example, if a trainer is recognized by a certain island king or queen, the other party will give him a certificate for the island tour and start the island tour. Or it can be awarded to those who have made great contributions to the Alola region. As for the local trainers, they have the qualifications to participate in the island tour since they were born. "I see. It seems that this is another talented young man." Hara laughed cheerfully. He continued, "Formally introduce myself, I am Hara, the king of Melemele Island. Since you choose to start the challenge for Melemele Island, then next, I will announce the content of the test for you. But it's too late today, so let's do this. Come here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will announce the content of the test for you." "Okay." Naoki nodded politely, thanked Hara, and then left. He did not return to Padilla tonight, but rested for a night at the ranch on Akala Island. The next morning, when the sun rose high above the sea level, Naoki arrived at Lily Town on time. And Hala had been waiting there in advance. After a night's rest, Hala was full of energy. He smiled and said to Naoki, "You came at the right time. Something happened on Melemele Island. The location is in the forest near Holloway City, where there is a forest Pokemon Cafe. According to the feedback from nearby Pokemon and residents, the cafe has recently had some problems, and has temporarily stopped operating, which has caused a lot of trouble for everyone. I hope you can investigate and help solve the problem. This is the test I have arranged for you. Forest Pokemon Cafe. Isn't that a place in the anime? Although it is a cafe, the owner is a Pokemon named Chinchilla. Chinchilla is very smart. It will provide drinks to customers who come to the store, and when customers complain, it will listen to their complaints and help them solve their problems. By the way, the Pokemon taverns in the ranch and on the World Tree were built by him with inspiration from the Pokemon Cafe in the forest. It's closed there? Did something happen to Chihuixing?" After a brief contemplation, Naoki nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go over and take a look." Hala squinted and smiled, "Then I'll leave it to you." The distance between Holloway City and Lily Town is not far. Naoki rode on Guillerton and arrived at the forest in less than 5 minutes, with the navigation of Rotom's mobile phone. Naoki originally thought that he would spend a lot of time looking for the Forest Cafe, but he was surprised to find that the Forest Pokemon Cafe actually had a special landmark on the map app. Just press go there, and the Rotom phone will automatically help you navigate. Naoki was very surprised. He clicked on the landmark, and saw a line of text introduction pop up on the screen. Forest Pokemon Cafe. A Pokemon run cafe, the signature is delicious pear juice, a great place to relieve your sorrow. It should be noted that the staff and most of the customers there are Pokemon. Naoki, is this the power of the internet? Would his Naoki ranch also have a special landmark? Naoki quickly switched to the Padilla area and selected the Jichin town area. Sure enough, he saw the landmark of his ranch on the map. Naoki Ranch. A ranch where many Pokemon are raised. It is rich in rock salt and 2 kinds of fresh milk. In addition, there are many special Pokemon trials there. However, The ranch owner is very strong. If you want to challenge it, you must be prepared to fail. Sure enough, Naoki glanced at the town of Jichin again, and he found that the description of Jichin town was as follows. Jichin town, the birthplace of the culture of abundance, originally just an ordinary town, and later gradually prospered with the arrival of the Bud Crown King. The Shrine of Abundance on the back mountain is highly recommended for visiting. The head of the frozen village will definitely cry when he sees this. After a moment of silence, Naoki asked Golden to continue to move forward according to the navigation. Passing through the jungle, moving deeper, after jumping down a steep hillside, a tree house with a very unique shape appeared in the dense forest ahead. The house was built on a sturdy tree, and a wooden staircase connected the house to the ground. This is the deepest part of the forest, surrounded by very tall and deep trees, with vines hanging from the branches, looking like a secret place. Forest Pokemon Cafe, here we are. Naoki got off Gillerton, walked to the tree house on the wooden stairs, and knocked on the door with his hand. Is anyone there? Knock knock. However, as soon as he knocked twice, the wooden door opened automatically, and Naoki could see the environment inside the room clearly. Under the dim light, there was a wooden bar and several tables and chairs, and a chinchilla was standing behind the bar. On the table next to it, a lampshade night mushroom and 2 sleep mushrooms were using their body light to provide lighting for the store. Near the inside was a coal turtle, which was using its own flame to cook a pot of soup. However, except for Chinchilla, these Pokemon all had sad expressions. When they saw someone push open the door, they all turned their heads and looked towards the door. Zywixing said, "Ah yes. The store has temporarily stopped business." Naoki sensed Zywixing's meaning through the power of Chompan. He was slightly stunned, then shook his head and explained, "No, I didn't come here to drink juice. I accepted the test of Mr. Hara, the king of the island, and came here to investigate the reason why the Forest Pokemon Cafe was temporarily closed and help you solve the problem." Hearing this, all the Pokemon in the cafe raised their heads. Lampshade Night Mushroom was full of surprise, Sleepy Mushroom was very expectant, and Coal Turtle also poked his head out. Zywixing was slightly stunned, and it looked up and down at the human in front of it with its eyes full of wisdom. You? Can you understand Pokemon's words?" Naoki smiled and nodded. "Yes, not only that, I can also help Pokemon heal their wounds." Golden nodded repeatedly. "Agahi." That's right, Zywixing is very smart. It looked at the human and the Pokemon in front of it, and combined with what the other party just said, it quickly guessed that he came to complete the test of the island tour. Zywixing was not unfamiliar with this matter, because the island's guardian god would visit its cafe from time to time. Yeah. In that case, then you can follow me to take a look." Zywixing walked out of the bar, and led the way. Naoki and Gillerton followed it out of the treehouse, walked along a forest path, and soon came to a clearing. The clearing was artificially opened up into fields, and fruit trees were planted in them, but the trees were now empty, looking like they had been robbed by robbers. This is... Just when Naoki was confused, a snoring sound suddenly came from the other end of the open space. He looked up and saw a huge Snorlax lying on its back on the grass, revealing its round belly, with its big paws on its belly, sleeping soundly. Looking at this scene, Naoki instantly understood what happened here. He looked at Zywixing and asked, "Did that Snorlax eat all the fruits in the orchard?" Zywixing nodded, Yeah. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little confused. If you remember correctly, from the performance in the anime, this chimp was very powerful. It could use superpowers or other tricks to drive away this wild Snorlax. Chimp noticed the gaze of this human, and with just one glance, it guessed the other's thoughts. Chimp fanned the fan in his hand and explained, "Ah! If it is driven to other places, it will eat up all the other food in the forest, and then other Pokemon living in this place will starve. And this orchard was planted by it. Even if it is eaten, it will not affect the forest and other Pokemon. The only thing affected is the supply of ingredients in the cafe. Without the fruit, it will not be able to make juice." Chapter 535. "But if this happens, your cafe won't be able to continue operating," Naoki said. Cheek flapped his feather fan, looking helpless. "Ah. This is better than the other Pokemon in the forest going hungry, Naoki. Okay, so, he just needs to help Cheek solve the troubles caused by Snorlax, and keep this forest Pokemon Cafe open, and he can complete the test given to him by Hala." Naoki looked at Chihuixing, and Chihuixing also looked at him. "Ah. Do you have any good ideas?" Chihuixing asked. "Let me think about it." Naoki fell into deep thought. It is still several years before the main storyline of the anime Sun and Moon begins. When Xiaoji came here to travel, this cafe has resumed normal business. This means that Chihuixing has found a good way to deal with this glutton Snorlax during this period of time. But according to the current plan of the gorilla, driving away Snorlax is not in its plan. Otherwise the Pokemon Cafe would not have been closed. Naoki carefully recalled the plot in the anime. As the owner of the Forest Pokemon Cafe, this gorilla is undoubtedly a Pokemon with a very high IQ. Not only can it mix juice, hire coal turtle to help cook, but it can also cultivate land specifically for growing tree fruits. This IQ has even surpassed many humans. Humans. Naoki suddenly thought of the commonality between this gorilla and humans. Got it. Since the gorilla can make cocktails and phoenix juice like humans, it must be able to make special energy cubes like humans. And he has the formula for energy cubes specifically for Snorlax. 1 cube can make Snorlax full. Then, he only needs to teach the gorilla how to make this special energy cube for Snorlax. And this test can be completed, right? Yeah. It seems you have thought of a solution. Xiwixing looked at the human's expression and suddenly spoke. Naoki nodded. Yes, I have a formula for energy cubes specifically for Pokemon like Snorlax. Only 1 cube is enough to make it full. In this way, it will not eat the fruits here anymore. Xiwixing, yeah? Energy cubes? It's a special snack. The raw materials are ordinary fruits. It can be made with just one machine, Naoki said. As he said that, he suddenly realized that it might be difficult for Xiwixing to make a fruit mixing machine. So after a brief thought, Naoki continued, leave the machine to me. He turned around and rode on Gulton, said goodbye to Xiwixing, and then flew to Hole City, preparing to buy a machine for making energy cubes there for Xiwixing. Xiwixing on the ground raised his head and looked at the figure of the human and the Pokemon going away, with a helpless expression on his face. After taking a look at Snorlax, Xiwixing turned around and walked towards the Forest Pokemon Cafe. When it reached the door, it saw that several Pokemon had gathered there. Green Caterpillar, Ultrasonic Larva, Butterfly, Toucan, Heracross. Xiwixing knew them. They were all customers of the store in the past. Seeing Xiwixing, these Pokemon all looked over. Hey! One of them, Heracross, asked. Xiwixing shook his head and replied, yeah. There is no juice available in the cafe at the moment. Butterfly Mo asked quickly, Mo, what about the delicious sweet? Xiwixing continued to shake his head, yeah. No, without the fruit, the bear in the suit won't exchange the sweet with me for juice. I think the bear in the suit will only come to exchange with me when the fruit orchard is restored, right? Mo. Butterfly Mo looked very disappointed. Without juice and sweetness, they felt that their lives were meaningless. The other Pokemon around them also lowered their heads, feeling very depressed. Just as Xiwixing was about to say something, he heard a voice coming from the sky. We are back. Xiwixing and the Pokemon around him raised their heads, and saw that the human and the Pokemon landed on the grass with a strange machine. This is the machine I just told you about. Naoki put the fruit mixer on the grass with a clang. Xiwixing looked down at the strange machine. 5 minutes later, a group of Pokemon followed the human into the Forest Pokemon Cafe. Naoki poured out a pile of fruits from his space backpack. The round fruits rolled around on the table, and the caterpillars, butterfly flies, and toucans looked at them with sparkling eyes. In this case, can the Forest Pokemon Cafe continue to operate? Can they drink delicious tree juice? These are the tree fruits needed to make energy blocks. Naoki said to Xiwixing, next, I will teach you the recipe of the energy block for Snorlax. Just follow the above process, and you can make energy blocks that can fill Snorlax's stomach. In addition, I also brought you more kinds of tree fruit seeds. As he said, Naoki took out a bunch of seeds from his bag. If you plant them, you can unlock more menus in your cafe. Hearing this, Xiwixing was slightly stunned. As far as it knows, it takes a long time for a fruit tree to grow from such a small seed. Are you worried that they grow too slowly and can't be used now? Naoki asked. Xiwixing nodded truthfully. However, the next second, it saw the human in front of it grinning with a mysterious expression on his face. Don't worry about this, I will help you solve this matter, and I guarantee that you won't have to wait that long, Naoki said. Then, he told Xiwixing the formula of the special energy cube for Snorlax, as well as the operation and process of making the energy cube. Xiwixing waved the feather fan in his hand, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Naoki's words just now appeared in his mind, and then he took out the corresponding tree fruit from the package and began to learn to make energy cubes. In order to more conveniently and accurately observe the situation of the tree fruit, Xiwixing released a gentle superpower to wrap the tree fruit mixer. Time passed by minute, and I didn't know how long it had passed. With a ding, the fruit mixer in front of me stopped working. The box below automatically popped open, and with a rustling sound, crystal clear blue energy cubes fell out. Those candy-like energy cubes exuded a strange smell. The Pokémon in the Pokémon Cafe moved their noses, and some Pokémon looked embarrassed and quickly covered their mouths and noses with their hands, looking like they hated the smell. Some Pokémon kept sniffing the smell in the air and swallowed their saliva. Aww! Is this the energy cube? It looks so magical. Xiwixing picked up an energy cube with his big hand and observed it with a little curiosity. When Naoki saw that Xiwixing succeeded in making it in one go, he was shocked. Xiwixing made a perfect energy cube in the first time. Isn't this too amazing? At this time, Xiwixing turned his head to look at Shishu and asked, "Aww! Can such a small energy block really feed such a big Snorlax?" Shishu came back to his senses and nodded. "Of course, let's try it." "Ah." Xiwixing nodded and agreed. So the two returned to the orchard again. The Snorlax, who was originally asleep, suddenly smelled an alluring fragrance. The next second, it opened its eyes and ran over with its strong and powerful legs. Xiwixing handed one of the energy cubes to Snorlax. Snorlax took it with a heroic hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, it felt a warm power spreading in its body. This pleasant satisfaction and comfort made Snorlax burp uncontrollably, then sat down on the ground and began to sleep soundly. Xiwixing looked at this scene with astonishment on his face. It actually worked. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. Yeah. Great, in this way, the Forest Pokemon Cafe can continue to operate. Then we just need to wait until night, when the berries eaten by Snorlax will grow again, and then we can make juice for the guests, Xiwixing thought happily. But at this moment, it suddenly saw Naoki and the Pokemon named Gul'dan burying the berry seeds in the empty land. Xiwixing was slightly stunned. Then, it saw the human took out a Pokeball and shouted, "Mount Goat, come out!" With a flash of white light, a goat with a sturdy figure and a determined look appeared in the orchard. "Goat, I leave these tree fruit seeds to you." Naoki reached out and touched the goat's head. This was the Pokemon Center in Hau'oli City that he had just borrowed from the Pokeball teleporter there. "Me?" The goat nodded and then turned around. In the shocked eyes of Chihuahua, Toucan and other Pokemon, a strong and vibrant green light burst out from the goat's body. The energy was filled with extremely rich natural energy, like a green wave, and in the blink of an eye it enveloped Ji Huixing's orchard. Stars of light flickered in it, and then gathered on the fruit seeds that had just been planted, and the fruit trees that Ji Huixing had planted. The branches that had been empty immediately began to produce large and round fruits at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the fruit seeds that had just been planted also began to grow rapidly, and produced many fruits. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fruit trees appeared in the orchard. Looking at the brand new orchard in front of him, Xiwixing opened his eyes in disbelief. The scene in front of him was far beyond his expectations and cognition. Xiwixing subconsciously looked at the Pokemon named Mount Goat. It actually possessed that kind of magical power. Okay. Naoki looked at this scene with a smile. There will be no problem in this case. The fruiting cycle of the fruit tree is very short. After the fruit is picked, it will generally grow again after more than 10 hours. There are also ordinary fruits in the Pokemon world, but unlike tree fruits, the growth cycle of ordinary fruits is very long, and sometimes it is normal for them to ripen once or twice a year. In comparison, tree fruits can be regarded as super high-yield fruit trees. This also makes tree fruits very worthless, and one can only be sold for 20 Alliance coins. Although some tree fruits and ordinary fruits have very similar names and appearances, their tastes are completely different. For example, ordinary cherries and cherry fruits that have the effect of curing paralysis. Cherries taste sweet, but sakura berries are spicy. Thinking of this, Naoki turned his attention to the Pokemon guests who followed him. He asked Xiwixing, "Can the cafe resume business now?" Xiwixing came back to his senses from the shock. It retracted its gaze from its Mount Goat, and then nodded, yeah. Hearing this, Pokemon such as Toucan, Heracross, Caterpillar, and Butterfly burst into cheers. In this way, Naoki solved the problem of the Forest Pokemon Cafe, and the place resumed business. As the saying goes, after a long drought, a good rain comes. After the cafe resumed business, it welcomed many Pokemon guests. Domineering Panda and Naughty Panda, the Melamil Emerald team composed of 6 throwing monkeys, 5 toucans. For a while, the Xiwixing who was responsible for mixing cocktails, and the Coal Turtle, who was responsible for cooking were all a little too busy. Looking at so many hungry Pokemon guests in front of him, Zywixing was very embarrassed. "Aww. What should I do?" Naoki sat around a wooden table with Gulton and his goat. They tasted the store's signature pear juice, while observing the Pokemon customers around them with interest. Perhaps because Pokemon has its own information circle, the news spreads quickly, so now everyone knows that the Forest Pokemon Cafe is back in business, and they all came over. At this time, Naoki suddenly noticed the overworked gorilla. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and then walked forward with the idea of playing with these Pokemon, and took the initiative to say to Zywixing, "Let me help work together." Yeah. Zywixing was stunned. "To be honest, I also have a Pokemon tavern at home, and I have helped there before," Naoki said. Zywixing was quite surprised to hear this, but still made way and accepted Naoki's help. For these tasks, Naoki did very well. Send the crisp and refreshing bamboo and bamboo shoots to the table of the overbearing panda and the naughty panda, and watch them eat with satisfaction. Then, put a straw in the drink filled with tree juice and nectar, and send it to the 3 butterfly flies. The 3 butterfly flies happily flew forward and drank it with big gulps through the straws. Split the golden pillow fruit in half from the middle, revealing the sweet and sour flesh inside, and then send it to the 5 toucans respectively. Finally, send a glass of coconut juice to the table in front of the Heracross couple, and the 2 Heracrosses drank it with satisfaction through the spiral straws. With Naoki's help, all the needs of the Pokemon customers were met. Zywixing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the bustling cafe happily. Naoki stood beside it and took a Rotom phone to take pictures, trying to record this lovely scene. At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly rushed in from outside the cafe at lightning speed and stopped in front of the bar. When Naoki saw the figure clearly, he was stunned. It was a Pokemon. It had a black body, orange hair and legs, and half a shell on each of its arms. The shell was printed with mysterious patterns, resembling a golden bird's head. That was Tapu Chirp? Chapter 536. Tapu Kokoro's favorability increased by 1. Tapu Kokoro also comes to this Forest Pokemon Cafe. The gorilla behind the bar has long been accustomed to this situation. It fumbled in the pile of sundries under the bar with its hands. Naoki observed the leader of the Tapu family. He recalled carefully and found that Tapu Kokoro did come here to patronize in the anime. At this time, the gorilla behind the bar seemed to have finally found what it was looking for. Zywixing stopped groping and took out a slightly old white bracelet. Yeah. Zywixing handed the white bracelet over. Seeing its action, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "What is this?" Yeah. "This is my thank you gift to you." After saying that, Zywixing turned his eyes to the Mount Goat and Gulton over there, and continued, Yeah. "From your looks, you are also a trainer, right? This bracelet can bring you some help. Please accept it." "Really?" Naoki couldn't help asking, because he had already recognized that thing, one of the necessary conditions for officially using Z moves, the Z bracelet. Zywixing nodded gently. Yeah. The help you have given us is much more precious than this bracelet." Hearing this, Naoki did not continue to refuse, but solemnly took the Z bracelet from Zywixing and put it on his wrist. Although it is old, it does not seem to affect its use. Next, the only thing missing is the corresponding Z pure crystal. The current stone tablet of Arceus is not complete, and the 5 stone tablets that make up the life gem are still lost all over the world. If Naoki remembers correctly, the 5 missing stone tablets of Arceus are electric, grass, water, ground and dragon. And the dragon attribute cannot cause damage to Arceus, who has the fairy origin stone tablet. In the movie version, Dialga, Palkia and Giratina, the 3 dragon Pokemon, have personally verified this. The Flying Slate is also immune to ground-type moves. This means that currently only moves of the 3 attributes of electric, grass, and water can threaten Arceus. In the ranch, the Pokemon of the corresponding attributes are grass-type Badora, electric-type Zapdos, and water-type Kyogre. Let's not talk about Zapdos for now, because its strength is much worse than the other 2. Therefore, Naoki needs to find the Z pure crystal of the corresponding attribute. But there is another thing that he is more concerned about. According to Naoki's understanding, Z moves are the natural force of the trainer, Z power, which enhances the Pokemon's moves into powerful special moves. This move is much more powerful than the original Pokemon's moves. However, using this move will put a great burden on the trainer and Pokemon, so that they cannot be used continuously in a short period of time. This means that they only have one chance to use the big move. Thousands of people believe in the Bud Crown, and Kyogre returns to his peak state. Who should use that finishing move? After thinking for a while, Naoki decided to go back and talk about it. After all, using Z moves is not just his business, it also depends on the Pokemon itself. Naoki took Gulton back to the table. The chimp behind the bar began to prepare pear juice for Tapu Kokoro. However, Tapu Kokoro was obviously absent-minded. It turned its head and stared at Naoki, Gulton, and its mount goat without blinking. Tapu Kokoro was very surprised, because it felt a strong natural force from that human and the goat on which it rode. Are they trainers from the Alola region? Tapu Kokoro didn't think so, because it had never met such a trainer in the Alola region, at least not in Melamil Island. At this time, a cup of sweet and delicious juice with the fragrance of phoenix fruit was pushed in front of Tapu Kokoro. "Ah," Weixing said. However, just as it finished speaking, it saw Tapu Kokoro's body beside it turned into a yellow afterimage and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to Naoki and his Pokemon, staring at them closely. "Huh?" Weixing was confused. Naoki was also stunned by Tapu Kokoro's sudden action, and he subconsciously tilted his head back. "Caw?" Tapu Kokoro made a low cry. Naoki was stunned for a moment, and he tentatively greeted, "Hello?" Tapu Kokoro took 2 steps back and continued to observe them from a distance. Naoki, what is Tapu Kokoro doing? Soon, a possibility came to Naoki's mind. Could it be that Tapu Kokoro wanted to give him the Z Pure Crystal, just like it took the initiative to give Xiaoji the Z bracelet inlaid with Electric Z in the anime? Ka! Tapu Kokoro narrowed his eyes, and then as if he had made a decision, he didn't even drink the pear juice prepared by Weixing for him, and turned around and walked towards the door. It took 2 steps, and seeing that the human and the Pokemon were not following, it suddenly stopped, turned its head and called out, "Caw!" Naoki now understood what Tapu Kokoro meant. "Are you asking me to follow you?" Naoki asked incredulously. "Caw!" Tapu Kokoro nodded. "What is this?" Naoki looked at this legendary Pokemon native to the Alola region, with a surprised expression on his face. After a brief thought, he stood up and prepared to go and check the situation. Seeing the human following him, Tapu Kokoro turned around and continued to move forward. Naoki put his mount goat back into the Pokeball, and followed with Golden. The few of them left the Forest Pokemon Cafe, and Tapu Kokoro, floating in front, finally stopped in a relatively open space. Then, its aura suddenly changed, and it looked over with its sharp eyes. A flash of lightning flashed across Tapu Kokoro's body, and the shells on its hands suddenly opened, and a strong electric power burst out from it. Tapu Kokoro made an inviting gesture, as if he wanted to compete with the human in front of him, and Naoki quickly saw what Tapu Kokoro meant. Want to have a Pokemon battle with him? Tapu Kokoro is exactly the same as he remembered. Although Tapu Kokoro is called a guardian angel, it does not mean that it will often help humans. Tapu Kokoro's temperament is very changeable, and sometimes he will play pranks or punish humans. Of course, it will also give a mysterious gift to the human it likes very rarely, just like giving a Z bracelet to Xiaoji in the anime. At the same time, Tapu Kokoro is very curious, and is very interested in people and other Pokemon. It will appear in front of people from time to play and fight together. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately decided to compete with Tapu Kokoro, because according to the process, as long as he can defeat Tapu Kokoro, he can get the other party's recognition and have the opportunity to get Z Pure Crystal from it. As the guardian of the island, Tapu Kokoro has a lot of Z crystals, Electric Z for Xiaoji and Pikachu, Grass Z for Mao. Gulton! Naoki suddenly stretched out his hand to Tapu Kokoro. Gulton beside him received the command and immediately took a step forward, stepped in front of Naoki, and let out an ancient roar towards Tapu Kokoro opposite. Tapu Kokoro stared at Gulton, and the next second, its body was shining with electricity, and a yellow electric current spread rapidly to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the grass turned into an electric field filled with electricity. "Have you activated your Electric Maker feature?" Naoki commanded. "Gulton, don't use Dragon Attribute moves." "Aw, gosh." As soon as they finished speaking, Tapu Kokoro on the opposite side turned into an afterimage covered with electricity, and disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind Gulton in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but exclaimed, worthy of being the guardian Pokemon in the anime that can come and go without a trace. Tapu Kokoro raised his hand, and a strong electric current was released from it. However, the next second, something unexpected happened. The Pokemon in front of him suddenly turned around and grabbed the wrist that released the electric current at a faster speed. Seeing this, Tapu Kokoro's pupil shrank. This Pokemon's speed was even faster than it. As expected, Naoki raised his mouth, thinking that as long as Tapu Kokoro didn't use fairy attribute moves, everything would be fine. Gulton, close combat. The moment Golden moved, Naoki gave the order. Golden grabbed Tapu Kokoro's dragon claws and exerted force. The next second, Tapu Kokoro, floating in the air, was thrown out by Golden's shoulder throw, and landed on the ground in a very embarrassing manner, creating a large pit. For a moment, dust and smoke rose all around. Caw 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 caw. Tapu Kokoro coughed rapidly, as if it had not expected this situation at all. However, at this moment, it suddenly heard the human voice. Gulton, full speed ramming. The white light above its head was suddenly completely blocked by a black shadow. Kapu Mingming looked closely, and saw a terrifying black shadow rushing towards its position with a very ancient aura. Kapu Mingming opened his eyes wide instantly, and a current rushed out quickly. It dodged at an extremely fast speed. The next second after he stood up, Kapu Mingming heard a huge boom. The sound was as if the ground was shaking. The noise here startled a large number of bird Pokemon living in this forest. They flapped their wings in panic and flew away as if they were running for their lives. Tapu Kokoro turned around and saw that a deep pit had been knocked out of the place where he had just been lying. Tapu Kokoro, shock, that Pokemon is so powerful. Realizing that the other party was a strong enemy, Tapu Kokoro put away his playful thoughts, and a strong electric current burst out from his body. Almost in the blink of an eye, the dazzling electric light enveloped the entire open space. Discharge. Naoki was blinded by the electric light, so he used his right hand to block his eyes, and looked for Golden's trace in front of him. However, unexpectedly, he did not see Golden on the field. What was going on? Tapu Mingming on the field also noticed this scene. While releasing electricity, it quickly scanned the ground and the pit with its eyes. However, he was shocked to find that the Pokemon was gone. Where did it go? Tapu Kokoro immediately became alert. But at this moment, there was a sudden movement on the ground below. Tapu Kokoro subconsciously looked down. The next second, Golden emerged from the ground and launched a sudden attack on Tapu Kokoro. The sudden attack directly interrupted Tapu Kokoro's lightning, and the huge impact force directly caused its body to fly backwards and fall heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. The battle is over. Naoki stared at the scene blankly. The move that Golden used just now was a ground attribute digging move? What happened? When did Golden learn this move? Why didn't he know it? Seeing that Kapu Kokoko had lost his ability to fight, Naoki stepped forward and looked at Golden. Dig a hole. Golden's face immediately showed a guilty expression. Ah, gah. You already know this move? Naoki narrowed his eyes. Golden immediately shook his head. Agas. However, his guilty expression betrayed him. Naoki, why didn't you tell me when I counted the moves you mastered? Agas. Okay, Golden compromised. It learned the move of digging holes later. When it first went to that time and space, it was not familiar with everything there, and was chased and injured by those ancient Pokemon at the beginning. In order to avoid and get enough rest, it was forced to comprehend the move of digging holes. Every night it would hide in the cave underground to rest, until it gradually became familiar with that world. As for why it didn't tell Naoki, it was because Golden felt that it was embarrassing to hide here and there, and using this move would make it feel embarrassed. Of course, Golden didn't say these reasons, it just opened its eyes, and acted innocent. Ah gah. It forgot. Naoki, Kapu Kokoko, who lost his ability to fight, floated up in a dusty state. Naoki did not continue to ask, but cast his eyes on Tapu Kokoro. The eyes of the man and the Pokemon met in midair. Then, Naoki took out a bottle of life goat milk from his backpack and handed it to Tapu Kokoro. I'm very sorry, drink it, and your injury will heal. Tapu Kokoro stared at the bottle of fresh milk. It did not blame the human for being too much and beating it like this, but reached out and took the bottle of fresh milk with great curiosity. After opening the lid, Kapu Mingming sniffed it first, and then he smelled a strong milky fragrance, with a hint of grass fragrance, which was not unpleasant, but very unique. Then, Kapu Mingming raised his head and drank the bottle of goat milk. A magical scene happened. After it drank the whole bottle of goat milk, all its injuries were healed. Kapu Mingming opened his eyes wide in surprise. It looked at the human in front of it in disbelief. Naoki grinned at it. Okay, that's fine. Tapu Kokoro suddenly had a little more favorable impression on this human. It blinked and looked at the Z bracelet on the other's hand, only to see that it was empty, as if something was missing. Seeing this, Tapu Kokoro looked at the Pokemon next to it that had just defeated it. Then, its hand took out a brown diamond crystal from somewhere and handed it over. Naoki looked down, and through the shape and color of the crystal, he recognized it at a glance as a product unique to the Alola region, Z Pure Crystal. Looking at the color of this Z Pure Crystal, it seems to be Fighting Z. Chapter 537. Fighting Z, a Z Power Crystal that can upgrade the fighting moves of Pokemon into powerful Z moves. If it is used on Golden, it can use the Z move, Full Power Muse Fierce Punch. But this Fighting Z Pure Crystal is useless to them at the moment. Naoki looked at Tapu Kokoro in front of him, with a face full of hesitation. If he asked Tapu Kokoro to change a Z Pure Crystal, would he be criticized for asking too much? However, Tapu Kokoro did not think too much. It watched the human named Naoki embed the Z Pure Crystal into the Z bracelet, and then flew back, with one arm raised in front of it. Caw caw caw. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked, "Are you asking me to follow you?" Caw caw. Tapu Kokoro nodded. Seeing this, Naoki immediately understood Tapu Kokoro's intention. The other party was teaching how to use Z moves. Yeah, I understand. Naoki nodded, and then began to imitate Tapu Kokoro's movements. Seeing that Naoki was ready, Tapu Koko nodded and continued his movements. He crossed his hands in an X shape, then made a sumo squat, and then punched forward with both hands continuously and rapidly. At this point, Tapu Koko stopped and signaled Naoki to do the same with his eyes. Naoki, For some reason, it was quite embarrassing for an adult to do such a second-year move. Whatever. Anyway, no one saw it here. Naoki made up his mind and followed the local customs, throwing away his shame and doing what Tapu Mingming did. He squatted down with his legs and punched forward with both hands one after another. At this moment, the Z Pure Crystal embedded in the Z bracelet seemed to resonate with his emotions and burst out with a dazzling light. The blazing light was like a blazing fire, and it enveloped Naoki's whole body in an instant. The blazing flames were beating fiercely, and Naoki felt that his whole body was filled with powerful power. This power. Is it the Z power? Naoki was slightly surprised. The power was burning in his body, and he was eager to find an outlet. Next, even without Tapu Kokoro's guidance, Naoki knew what to do. "Galton!" he shouted. "Ga!" Galton responded immediately. The next second, waves of blazing energy burst out from Naoki's body, turning into dozens of energy beams that poured into Galton's body. I don't know if it was because of the Z power or because of the tacit understanding between him and Golden. At this moment, both Naoki and Golden clearly resonated with each other. Naoki closed his eyes and felt carefully, and Golden standing in front of him also closed his eyes coldly. The passionate emotions rushed through his body, as if a volcano was about to erupt, and he urgently needed an outlet. At this moment, Naoki suddenly understood why the trainers in the anime made such intense movements and shouted out the names of the moves when using Z moves. Because they are using this method to release all the energy in their bodies. Realizing this, Naoki no longer hesitated. He suddenly opened his eyes, and Golden in front of him also opened his eyelids instantly, revealing his captivating golden pupils. Full power unparalleled fierce punch. Naoki punched forward fiercely, shouting at the same time. Schwa! Golden in front of him suddenly erupted with a blazing fighting fire, and the energy flame condensed by the Z power burned fiercely. Driven by instinct, Golden pushed forward with both palms at a very fast speed. The pure fighting fire instantly turned into huge palms, like a fierce tsunami and landslide, blasting towards Tapu Kokoro in front. Tapu Kokoro's figure flashed quickly in it, leaving several afterimages in the air, and then it flew straight into the air, looking down at Golden and Naoki below. The huge fighting fists all slammed into the ground, and the terrifying energy instantly blasted huge holes on the ground. This force caused a strong impact, and the ground seemed to tremble. In the distant forest, there was a sound of bird Pokemon flying away. After a long time, this move of full-strength fierce punch ended. Naoki and Golden both felt a strong sense of fatigue, as if they had run 5,000 meters in one breath. Naoki was panting heavily. As expected, he remembered correctly that Z moves would bring great burdens to trainers and Pokemon. In a short period of time, he and Golden had no way to use full-strength fierce punch again. Ah gah! Seeing that Naoki was exhausted, Golden turned back to him and wanted to help him. Naoki smiled at Golden, indicating that he was fine, and then looked up at Tapu Koko in the air. Thank you, Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko nodded to them. Caw caw. Then, Tapu Koko was about to turn around and leave. Seeing its intention, Naoki quickly shouted, Wait a minute. Caw caw. Tapu Kokoro stopped and turned around in confusion. Naoki looked at the fighting Z in his hand, and then asked, Tapu Kokoro, can I use this fighting Z to exchange with you for other attribute Z moves? Because I have an important thing to do, I need the power of Z moves to do it. Now I really need Grass Z and Water Z. If you have them, I can use this fighting Z and some gifts to exchange with you. In fact, Naoki wanted to kidnap Tapu Kokoro, but Tapu Kokoro might not agree to let him leave here because it is the guardian of this island. Caw. Tapu Koko was a little confused. It looked at Golden standing next to Naoki, indicating that the Pokemon was a fighting type. If other Z crystals were replaced, this Pokemon would not be usable. It doesn't matter. Naoki shook his head, indicating that if it can't be used, it can't be used. After all, they have been staying in the ranch all the time and rarely go out. Not to mention Z moves, even the Thai crystallization in the Padilla region is almost never used. So in comparison, other Z crystals are more important. Hearing this, Tapu Koko stared at Naoki for a while, then nodded, caw. Then he turned around and motioned Naoki to follow. Seeing this, Naoki quickly rode on Gulton and flew behind Tapu Koko towards the dense forest in the distance. Soon, they came to the deepest part of the forest. Tapu Koko stopped, flew to a towering tree, touched it with his hand, and then flew back to Naoki. Tapu Koko opened his hand, and 3 Z pure crystals lay on his palm. One is a fiery red fire Z with a flame pattern on it. One is a green grass Z with a grass pattern on it. Another is a light pink mysterious Z with a strange pattern on it. Naoki was slightly stunned when he saw this Z pure crystal. Tapu Mingming followed his gaze, and saw the pink Z pure crystal. It explained to Naoki, caw. Naoki was stunned. Did you pick this up in an ancient ruins? Tapu Koko nodded, caw. Hiss. Naoki was quite surprised. Because if he was not mistaken, this light pink Z pure crystal was very likely to be Mew's exclusive Z. With this thing, Mew can use its exclusive Z move, the Origin Supernova Explosion. Caw? Tapu Koko looked at Naoki, and asked him which one he wanted to change. Naoki hesitated a little, but still chose the Grass Z that he could use. Tapu Kokoro noticed the human's appearance. It looked down at the several Z crystals in its palm, then picked up the pink unknown Z crystal with its right hand, and handed it to Naoki. Naoki was stunned. Give this to me too? Caw. Tapu Kokoro nodded happily, and put away the Fighting Z and Fire Z that Naoki sent back, and then turned around and flew away. It was very fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naoki, never mind, he couldn't take advantage of this for nothing. After a brief thought, Naoki took out a few bottles of Life Goat milk and energy cubes from his backpack, and then put them in the tree hole where Tapu Kokoro had just taken the Z pure crystal. If this is where Tapu Kokoro puts things, then it will definitely come back here later. When it sees the Life Goat milk inside, it will surely know what's going on. After doing this, Naoki turned around and left with Golden. The matter of the Forest Pokemon Cafe was resolved, and he had completed the test given by Hala. Next, he should return to Lily Town to report the situation to Hala. However, Naoki did not go to Lily Town immediately. Instead, he took Golden and the others to a seaside restaurant in Mele City for lunch, and waited until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before going to Lily Town to report the mission. Lily Town, in Hala's mansion. Hala looked at the trainer in front of him with admiration, and laughed. I have received a notice from Miss June Shaw, and the Forest Pokemon Cafe has resumed business. That's where everyone rests, not only humans, but also Pokemon. It's great to be able to resume business now. You did a great job. As a reward, this is my gift to you. After saying that, Hala picked up a yellow-brown Z crystal, and a brand new Z bracelet from the table. This is a Z bracelet and Z crystal unique to the Alola region. With them, you can use powerful Z moves. As he was talking, Hala suddenly noticed the Z bracelet on Naoki's wrist. He looked surprised. Huh? You already have a Z bracelet and a Z crystal? Naoki nodded. This Z bracelet is a thank you gift from the owner of the Forest Pokemon Cafe, Chihuixing, and the Z crystal on it is a gift from Tapu Kokoro. Hearing this, Hara's face suddenly showed a shocked expression. You saw the guardian angel? Naoki nodded. Perhaps Tapu Kokoro came here because he heard that the Forest Pokemon Cafe was back in business. Hara understood what he said. From this point of view, Tapu Kokoro must have learned from Chihuixing that it was this human who restored the cafe to business, so he gave him the Z crystal? Then you can't use this Z bracelet. In this case, I will give you this Fighting Z. With it, you can let Pokemon use powerful Z moves, The full power Musafir's punch, Hara said. Naoki reached out to take it, looking at the fighting Z, feeling a little complicated. I didn't expect that the fighting Z he gave to Tapu Kokoro would return to him in this way. But then again, after the test is completed, shouldn't we have to fight the king of the island before we can complete the big test? But looking at Hala, it seems that he doesn't intend to fight with him for Pokemon. But all tests depend on the king of the island. The Pokemon League has not yet been established in the Alola region. Here, the king of the island has the final say. It just so happens that we don't have to go through so much trouble, Naoki thought. Oh, there's one more thing, Hala suddenly said. What? Xiwixing asked Miss Junsha to tell you that after you left, a trainer visited the Forest Pokemon Cafe, and the Snorlax that affected the business of the cafe has been captured by the trainer, Hala said. Naoki was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, okay, I understand. In fact, he really wanted to invite Xiwixing to run the cafe of the Expedition Team Guild on the World Tree. But judging from the way Chimp gets along with the Pokemon in the forest, I'm afraid it won't agree to this at all. Forget it, Naoki sighed with regret, said goodbye to Hala, and then rode Gulton to leave Lily Town. Fighting Z, Grass Z, and Dream Z, 3 Z pure crystals were obtained in one day. The next one is Water Z. And if you want to get Water Z, the best place to go is Pony Island. It is the island guarded by Tapu Finfin. As a Pokemon with water and fairy attributes, Tapu Finfin may have Water Z there. However, at this time, it seems that the king and queen of the island have not yet been born on Pony Island. After a little thought, Naoki decided to go to Pony Island to investigate the situation, and see if he could find Tapu Finfin. If he couldn't find it, he would go to the local dominant Pokemon and try to find Water Z from those dominant Pokemon. Thinking of this, Naoki rode on Gulton and started to head to Pony Island. At the same time, outside all the universes, Arceus, the god of creation, was silently watching everything that happened in that time and space. He saw that the human named Naoki seemed to be planning to go to Pony Island to find the Pokemon named Tapu Finfin. Tapu Finfin. As an omniscient and omnipotent god, Arceus knew everything about Tapu Finfin with just a thought. Is it a guardian Pokemon that can create an illusion through the release mist, allowing people to see deceased people or Pokemon, so that unfulfilled wishes can be passed on? Interesting. An idea suddenly came to Arceus' mind. His eyes penetrated countless time and space, and looked at Naoki. According to the original plan, Arceus intended to give an important task to that human and the Great Hero Expedition team he created after his clone awakened. Correspondingly, they would receive very generous rewards after completing the task. But humans are complex and changeable. Arceus was a little worried that if this human got such great power, would he use it to do evil things? For example, hurting Pokemon, exploiting Pokemon, using Pokemon to do something for their own benefit, etc. Based on what he has seen so far, Arceus cannot guarantee whether such a thing will happen. Therefore, he intends to take this opportunity to give him a final test to see if he really loves Pokemon in his heart, and the bond with those Pokemon partners. Only those with strong wishes and intentions can pass his test. Chapter 538. Pony Island, Village of the Sea Dwellers, 3 p.m. In order to find Tapu Finfin, Naoki and Gulton arrived at this coastal town in the southwest of Pony Island. Looking around, this town is really full of Alola characteristics. It is different from the conventional towns. The Village of the Sea Dwellers is actually a huge wooden ship. In the center of the wooden ship, there grows a big green tree. The trunk and the building are almost integrated, and the green canopy covers a small part of the hull. There are many ports extending outwards on both sides of the wooden boat, and at the end there are several strange-shaped ships. Steel Snake Ship, Whale King Ship, Carp King Ship, Grouper Hunting Ship. It was afternoon, and the local residents were leisurely resting in the town, and some children about 4 or 5 years old were chasing and playing with each other. The sky was blue, and the water was clear. The warm sunshine fell on the earth. With the cry of long-winged gulls coming from afar, waves gathered on the sparkling sea, gently hitting the shore. The air was filled with a leisurely and tranquil atmosphere, as if they had come to a paradise. This place is so beautiful. Naoki couldn't help but sigh. At this time, in addition to Melemele Island, there are still many places in the Alola region that have not been developed and still maintain the past living habits. Naoki and Gulton walked into the town and looked at the townspeople and Pokemon, who greeted each other with Alola, and immediately felt a strong local customs. The town is not big, and most of the people living here know each other. Because they suddenly saw a stranger coming, they all cast curious eyes in this direction. Some bold and enthusiastic people took the initiative to greet Naoki. Alola, are you from outside? Naoki looked at the girl who was talking. The girl was wearing traditional Alola clothes. Her skin was tanned by the sun, but her big eyes were bright, and she was looking at this side curiously. He smiled and nodded. Alola, that's right. The girl was even more surprised to hear the man say Alola. Facing her expression, Naoki raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the greeting used in the Alola region? Yes. The girl nodded. You learned it too, Alola. Alola. Naoki repeated it again. He knew that this sentence meant hello in the Alola region. Golden on the side also imitated and said, Ah ga. Seeing this scene, the girl was amused and giggled. She immediately had a better impression of this man and that Pokemon, so she warmly invited, Is this your first time to our Ocean Dwellers village? If possible, let me show you around this place. Is it possible? Naoki was a little surprised. The people here are so welcoming. Of course. The girl introduced herself. My name is Kirari, and I am an expert in Fairy EV. Come on, come on. Sorry to bother you. Naoki smiled. It happened that he was unfamiliar with this place, and it would be much easier to have a local to show him around. Then, he followed Kirari to visit the village. Kirari pointed to the big ship in the shape of King Whale in the northwest and introduced, That's the restaurant in the town. You can take your Pokemon there at night. The seafood noodles in the restaurant are very delicious. The big Steelix ship next to it is where trainers gather. The hull is as hard as steel, so many trainers often gather there to fight Pokemon. Naoki listened with interest. At this time, he saw the Magikarp ship on the other side and asked, The ship over there? Kirari looked in that direction and replied, That's the boat station in the village. The Magikarp boat on the east side can go to Hura City, Kanai City, and Ether Paradise, and the boat on the west side goes to Coconut Tree Island. I recommend you to go to Coconut Tree Island. It is an undeveloped island in the sea of Pony Island and a special protection area of Alola. There are many cute eggs and Alola coconut trees living on the island. Alola Coconut Tree. That is a Pokemon with the attributes of grass and dragon. Perfect for a trip, Naoki thought. The village was small, so it didn't take long for Kirari to introduce the more famous places and facilities. She turned her head and asked innocently, But what are you doing here, big brother? Me? Naoki smiled and said, Actually, I'm here to participate in the island tour, but there doesn't seem to be an island king on Pony Island, so I plan to find the guardian god here, Kapu Finfin, and receive the test content from it. Hearing this, Kirari covered her mouth in surprise. Island tour? Big brother is so awesome. Naoki was puzzled. What's so awesome about this? He remembered that all children in the Alola region could participate. Kirari replied with admiration, because only very powerful trainers can challenge the island tour. Fight with the dominant Pokemon, get Z bracelets and Z moves, and get the recognition of the king of the island. Hearing this, Naoki thought about it carefully, and found that it seemed to be true. Just like challenging gyms to collect badges, not everyone can fight in gyms. However, as long as you work hard, even if you can't beat the dominant Pokemon, your spirit will definitely be recognized by them. Naoki said. Yeah. Kirari nodded happily, and then volunteered to say, Big brother, do you want to find the guardian god Tapu Finfin? In that case, let me help. Let's go to the elders. The elders must know where Tapu Finfin lies. As she said that, Kirari dragged Naoki to a wooden house in the center of the village. She stood on tiptoe and knocked on the door. Elder Hyzen, a guest is here to visit. After a while, the door opened and a bald old man walked out with a thick white beard under his nose. What's the matter, little Kirari? Kirari, the big brother here is a trainer who came to participate in the island tour. He wants to find our guardian god Tapu Finfin and complete the guardian god's test. What? Island tour? The old man was shocked and looked at the man next to him. Naoki showed him his island tour certificate. This is my certificate for participating in the island tour. I have completed the test of Melemele Island. The old man took the certificate and looked at it for a few seconds, and then said with embarrassment, But there is no island king on Pony Island anymore, and the guardian god hasn't appeared for a long time. The island king is selected by the guardian god, but since the death of the previous island king, Tapu Finfin has never appeared in the town again. Ah, what should I do? Kirali was very worried. The old man thought about it carefully, and then gave a place where Tapu Finfin might be. However, there is a ruin of the other shore in the southeast corner of Pony Island, which is used to worship the guardian god. People in the past called it the place where life ends. You can go there and take a look. A few days ago, a tourist witnessed the guardian god nearby. Maybe the guardian god will feel your intentions and show up. Ruins of the other shore. After getting the clue of Tapu Finfin, Naoki nodded immediately, and then expressed his gratitude to Kirari and the old man. Thank you very much, Elder Hizen, and Kirari. Thank you for showing me around the village. This is a specialty of my hometown. Just consider it as a thank you gift. As he said, Naoki took out a few bottles of life goat milk and energy cubes from his backpack and gave them out. Goodbye. Kirari stared blankly at the gifts in her arms. Before she could come to her senses, she saw the other party leaving here with Pokemon. Pony Island, east of Pony Gulong Rock. Following the navigation of the map app, Naoki successfully arrived at the ancient ruins used to worship Tapu Finfin. He looked around calmly, but did not find any trace of Tapu Finfin. Naoki carefully recalled the contents related to Tapu Finfin. As far as he knew, Tapu Finfin was different from Tapu Chirp. Tapu Finfin did not like Pokemon battles. It loved the land of Pony Island very much. When it saw anyone doing activities that would destroy the land, it would immediately punish them. In the anime, it was because of a Pokemon battle between Ash and Kaki at the ruins of the other shore that Tapu Fin was enraged. The Pokemon's moves destroyed the land, making Tapu Fin very angry. So he appeared here and trapped Ash and Kaki with thick fog. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately had an idea in his mind. Got it. Since Pokemon battles can attract Tapu Fin's attention, he will use this method to lure out Tapu Fin. Naoki immediately took out a Pokeball from his pocket. A white light flashed, and the figure of Babu Tubo appeared in the ruins. It looked at the surrounding environment in confusion. Bammo? This time, Naoki only brought 4 Pokemon with him: Gulton, Babu Tubo, Dragonite, and Mount Goat. The other Pokemon stayed in the pasture to bask in the sun. Babu Tubo, come and fight Gulton, Naoki said. Hearing this, Babu Tubo and Gulton were both shocked. Bammo? August? Of course, I don't really want you to fight. I'm just putting on a show to lure out that Pokemon named Tapu Finfin. Naoki whispered, pay attention, try to use small power moves, and don't destroy the land here. The 2 Pokemon immediately understood Naoki's plan. Bammo. Babutubo breathed a sigh of relief. Golden also looked surprised. Then, let's get started, Naoki said. Bammo. Agassi. Babu Tubo and Gulton immediately started a Pokemon battle. Babu Tubo swung his hammer and rushed forward. Gulton also looked serious and clenched his right paw to meet him. The 2 Pokemon collided with each other, making a boom sound. Gulton and Babu Tubo hinted at each other with their eyes. The next second, a yellow electric current was released from Babu Tubo and enveloped Gulton's body. Ah, gah! Gulton immediately cried out in pain. However, the thunder was loud, but the rain was small. The electric current released by Babu Tubo was only 10 volts, which would not cause any harm to Gulton. Seeing Gulton's appearance, Babu Tubo could not help but be speechless and whispered, Bammo. Gulton roared, turned around and used close combat on Babu Tubo, throwing Babu Tubo out. Gulton used very little strength, and Babu Tubo stabilized his body as soon as he was thrown out, but he thought of Naoki's instructions, so he fell backwards very cooperatively, showing a painful expression on his face, and made a painful sound in his mouth. Bammo. Gulton, ah gah. What are you talking about? Naoki glanced at the 2 Pokemon acting, and then began to pay attention to the surroundings. At first, it was fine. But as the battle between Gulton and Babu Tubo became more and more intense, gradually, a faint mist began to appear around the ruins. Tapu Finfin was attracted. Very good, Naoki was very satisfied, and said to the 2 Pokemon at the same time, keep going. In a hidden corner, Tapu Finfin angrily stared at the 2 Pokemon that destroyed its beloved land. This behavior should be punished. Finfin. Tap Finfin made an angry cry. Instantly more fog appeared in the air. The fog continued to spread, and soon enveloped the entire ruins. Gulton, Babu Tubo. In almost the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene turned completely white. Naoki immediately called out to Gulton and Babu Tubo, asking them to come to his side. However, a strange thing happened. At a distance of only 4 or 5 meters, Naoki did not receive any response from the 2 Pokemon. His heart sank, and he immediately ran towards the direction of Gulton and Babu Tubo. However, after running for 3 minutes, he still couldn't find Babu Tubo and Gulton. Instead, a door emitting a faint light appeared in front of him. Naoki? ? At the same time, Tapu Finfin, who was controlling the thick fog, suddenly felt a terrifying breath. The fog released by it was out of control, Tapu Finfin showed a surprised expression on his face, and he clearly felt that an unknown force had intervened. Finfin. Tapu Finfin looked at his hands in disbelief. At this moment, a magnificent and sacred voice of unknown gender sounded in his ears. Don't be nervous, leave this to me. Finfin? Tapu Finfin turned his head quickly and looked around, but he saw nothing. I'm here. The voice sounded again. Tapu Finfin turned his head and looked to the right, and then he saw a tall figure emitting holy light. Infinite power emerged from his body, and the light was so sacred that it would make people want to worship him from the bottom of their hearts. At this glance, Tapu Finfin felt as if he had seen the Pokemon called the God of Radiance by humans thousands of years ago, the ultimate Necrozma, but the aura emanating from the other party was very different from that of the God of Radiance. At this moment, Tapu Finfin couldn't help but ask, Finfin? Who are you? Arceus didn't turn his head, but his voice rang out of thin air. My name is Arceus, the creator of this world. Chapter 539. White mist surged around. Even the ground was covered with a layer of mist, and it submerged Naoki's calves. Everything around disappeared, and there was only a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth. Naoki stood there with a frown, thinking calmly. First of all, it must be the power of Tapu Finfin that created the mist. Its mist can create illusions and confuse intruders. But the problem is that Tapu Finfin's performance in the anime is not that exaggerated. Or did Tapu Fin in the anime hide its true strength? Or is its power far more than that, especially the light gate in front? Is that also Tapu Fin's power? Naoki frowned and thought, the scene in front of him seemed to have exceeded his expectations. So where are the others? Thinking of this, Naoki subconsciously reached out and touched the pocket on his waist. There were originally the Pokeballs of the Mount Goat and Dragonite, but at this moment, the pocket was empty. Both Dragonite and the Mount Goat were gone. Naoki's heart tightened, and Dragonite and his Mount Goat also disappeared. What on earth was going on? Is this the illusion that Tapu Finfin created for me? Is that door the place of punishment for Tapu Finfin? What's inside it? Several questions emerged in Naoki's mind. After thinking for a moment, Naoki turned around and ran in the opposite direction, trying to find the end of the fog. However, after running for more than 10 minutes, everything around him was still the same, without any change, as if he had returned to the starting point. Trapped in a maze, Naoki panted and looked forward. The strange light still stood in the surging white fog, as if waiting for him to enter. I'm trapped. Naoki frowned slightly, took out the Rotom phone, and tried to contact the outside world, but found that even the Rotom phone was gone. It seems that Tapu Finfin is determined to let him enter the door. Forget it, there is no other way now. Let's go in and take a look. If Naoki remembered correctly, in the anime, Tapu Fin was also angry because of Kaki's destruction of the land. But it did not hurt Kaki, but gave Kaki a test. After Kaki completed it, he successfully calmed Tapu Fin's anger and rescued Xiaoji and the others. Is this also a test from Tapu Fin? After completing it, he can rescue the trapped Gurdon and the others, right? Thinking of this, Naoki made up his mind and stepped into the light gate. In a modern city with flashing neon lights, in a towering office building, Naoki suddenly woke up from his sleep. Did you fall asleep by accident? He looked at the time and found that it was already 10:30 in the evening. Naoki rubbed his sore eyes, and thought that he really shouldn't work overtime in the company until late at night for that little overtime pay. He was the only one left in the huge office building. His colleagues were really stupid. They didn't even call him when they went home. Forget it, he should pack up and go back. Naoki got up, packed his things, took his phone, went downstairs, and took the last subway back to his rental house. There were not many people on the subway late at night. It was pitch black outside the window, and a tired face was reflected on the window. Naoki stared at himself in the glass in a daze. Suddenly, a feeling emerged in his heart. He seemed to have forgotten something very important. I can't remember it. Naoki shook his head. Is he too tired recently? The company recently developed a new game project. The name of the game is Cooking Master, which is a garbage game that uses the name of food to cheat Krypton. This project happened to be in charge of by him. Thinking of his job, Naoki's mind instinctively emerged with the setting of this game. Cooking Master is a development-type game, in which the setting is that the players have magical abilities. The dishes they make can provide various attributes and gains to the characters in it, as well as other strange and magical abilities. The magnitude and quality of the gain are related to the level of the dishes made by the players. Like most garbage games, the levels of the dishes there range from F- to SSS. The level of the dish is closely related to the rarity, and quality of the ingredients, as well as the cooking skills of the player. Of course, most of the rare ingredients and recipes are obtained through lottery. I must be too tired recently. I am still thinking about work after get off work. Naoki shook his head, and threw these messy thoughts out of his head. It happened that the subway arrived at the station at this time. Naoki got off the train and returned to the rental house. After washing up, he lay on the bed and played his favorite Pokemon Ju on the Switch. Looking at the cute and handsome Pokemon on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but smile. How nice it would be if there were Pokemon in this world. Naoki sighed, turned on the camping function, started to bathe his Gulton and other Pokemon, and then made sandwiches together. Only after all the Pokemon were washed did Naoki prepare to do his business today. The main storyline has ended. He just captured a bear apprentice not long ago. Now he has to go to Jichin Town to buy props for the bear apprentice's evolution at the auction in Jichin Market. However, when he teleported to Jichin Town and rode Golden all the way into the Jichin Market, the feeling of forgetting something suddenly became stronger. Naoki was stunned. Was it an illusion? In Jichin Town, Golden, who was only 2 months old, opened his eyes from his sleep. Its mother, the loving motorcycle lizard, was looking at it gently. Golden looked at his mother blankly, as if he had not woken up yet. The mother motorcycle lizard looked at her child in confusion. Gayo? Oh, the child must have had a nightmare. The mother motorcycle lizard suddenly realized, and gently rubbed the child's head to comfort it. Gillerton leaned in his mother's arms, and said to her, Gayo, I had a very long dream. In the dream, there was a ranch and a person. He was given to the human by his mother's partner, the human named Mayor Thomas, and lived with him on the ranch and met many partners. They lived a happy life together. Gayo? However, the mother motorcycle lizard could not understand what her child was saying. It knew nothing and thought that the little motorcycle lizard must have had a terrible nightmare and had not woken up yet. The mother motorcycle lizard stretched out her claws and gently stroked the child's head to comfort it. Gillerton couldn't help thinking, maybe it was just a dream. The young Gillerton closed his eyes, leaned in his mother's arms at ease, and prepared to take a nap. Time flies, and Golden is 1 year old. A lot of things happened this year, such as a new town hall was built in the town, the neighbor next door gave birth to 2 cute babies, and so on. But all of that had nothing to do with Golden. It stayed with its mother, lived and played with other Pokemon adopted by Mayor Thomas, and was very happy every day. During this period, Golden heard Mayor Thomas talk about the ranch in its dreams. It was deserted all year round. There were no big trees in its dream, nor so many companions. Later, it was bought by a wealthy tycoon, who planned to build a luxurious villa full of pastoral scenery. Gulton secretly went there to see it. It saw the luxurious villa, and the people in the villa, who were dressed very high class. It thought that it was just a dream, right? When Gulton was 1.5 years old, Mayor Thomas gave it to a young trainer as a companion. The reason was that Mayor Thomas, who was investigating in the wild, was unfortunately attacked by wild Pokemon, and a passing Pokemon trainer saved him. Mayor Thomas invited the other party to his home. After learning that the other party was from another region and wanted to capture a Pokemon unique to the Padia region, Mayor Thomas happily gave Golden to the trainer. Golden was very happy about this because it could also have a trainer. Thinking of what his mother said, that it would meet its own trainer in the future and live with the other party for the rest of its life, Golden was very much looking forward to it. It walked to the human with bright eyes and shouted happily to the other party, Gayo. The human also leaned down and stretched out his hand to it with a smile. Motor Lizard, please take care of me in the future. Looking at the familiar smile on the other person's face, Golden was suddenly stunned, and a horrified thought emerged in his heart. No, it shouldn't be like this. It seems to have forgotten a very important person. It wants to find that person and return to that person. There is a very tall and big tree growing in the forest. This tree is much taller than other trees. Many Pokemon like to come here to play on weekdays. Bubo is one of them. His favorite thing is to sleep in this place. He can take a nap while basking in the sun. The sun can warm his fur, so that he can stay warm all night long when he goes to bed at night. Thinking of this, Bubo squinted his eyes leisurely, and soon fell asleep. Bubo had a dream. In the dream, he was locked in a cave. When he finally escaped from the cave, he suddenly began to fall rapidly downwards. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Bubo subconsciously open his eyes, and then he was horrified to find that he was thrown down with a stone by a stone bird. Bammo! Bubo let out a terrified cry, and he closed his eyes in fear, waiting for death to come. However, the imagined pain did not come, and with a splash, Bubo fell into a small river. Realizing that he did not fall to death, Bubo was very fortunate in his heart. He hurriedly climbed to the shore, and his fur kept dripping water. Bubo looked at the blue sky and felt that he had lost all his strength. After recovering a little, Bubo found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. This seemed to be a place where humans once lived, but for some reason it had been abandoned, with weeds growing everywhere. A wild Pokemon passed by, and Bubo hid carefully. It hid until late at night, and Bubo felt hungry after not eating for a long time. It took a lot of effort to find a few grain seeds in an abandoned barn. After barely filling his stomach, Bubo was exhausted and fell asleep in a corner with dirty fur. This kind of life lasted for a long time. Bubo, who was timid by nature, only dared to go out at night to find food. Although he gradually became familiar with the deserted pasture, there was no food in the deserted pasture, so Bubo did not dare to go out. He once went to a forest to find fruit, but was bullied and driven away by the wild Pokemon guarding the fruit tree. Since then, Bubo never dared to leave the pasture to go to other places, and could only rely on some wild fruits and wild crops growing in the pasture for food. Bullied by wild Pokemon, and having no time to take care of his fur in order to find food. In the end, the whole Pokemon Bubba became thin and small, and had no spirit. Bubba often climbed to the roof of the dilapidated wooden house, and overlooked the entire ranch. Sometimes it would miss home, its parents, and the life of sleeping in the sun in the past. Sometimes it couldn't help but wonder what this ranch looked like before. Would it be full of various crops, and the orchard would be full of big and plump fruits? Sometimes, Bubo would focus on the bird Pokemon flying overhead. It thought, if only it could fly, then it could fly back home to find its parents. In this way, time passed slowly. Suddenly one day, a group of people came to the ranch. They drove a large machine to flatten the ranch. Bubo wanted to stop them, but it was too weak, and could only watch those people raising the ranch to the ground. Bubo was very sad, because if it did that, it would lose its home again, and it would have to wander somewhere else. However, at this time, a passing human trainer found it. The human sent it to the Pokemon Center, and after being treated by Miss Joy, the weak Bubble recovered. The girl couldn't bear to see it so thin and small, so she volunteered to tell Miss Joy that she could send this little Bubble to a place suitable for it. Bubble was sent back to the ecological park of a doctor's research institute by the human, where there was endless food and lived a peaceful life like other Pokemon in the institute. But in the middle of the night, Bubo always dreamed of the ranch. It saw the prosperity of the ranch, the lush crops growing in the fields, the flourishing orchards, and a figure beside the farmland smiling and waving at it. In his sleep, Bubo shed tears. Outside the foggy world, Arceus quietly observed the development of the human and the Pokemon in a world without each other. Tapu Finfin, who was standing next to him, also focused on those illusions after being frightened at the beginning. Suddenly, it heard the Pokemon who called himself the god of creation speak. Arceus looked at the illusion experienced by the Pokemon named Golden, with a hint of astonishment and amazement in his tone. Even if I block the relevant memories, do you still remember the other party? That Pokemon's obsession is so deep, it's really incredible. Finfin. Tapu Finfin made a weak sound, indicating that it was also surprised. Arceus did not respond. He cast his eyes on the remaining two Pokemon and continued to observe their illusions. Chapter 540. Dragonite has a problem recently. It has fallen in love with a Dragonite on the island, but it is a famous stupid Dragonite on the island and cannot compare with other Dragonites that have many moves. Although its companions did not laugh at it, Dragonite still felt sad about it. So much so that it could not sleep peacefully every night. Dragonite looked up at the moon hanging in the sky, ready to follow the direction of the moon to find a place where no one would disturb it and be alone. It flew along the sea, and finally flew to a large piece of land, found a high cliff, and sat there to look at the moon. The moon in the sky was crescent, just like its incomplete life. Looking at the moon, Dragonite was very sad. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Gradually, a year passed. Time did not change anything, but aggravated Dragonite's sadness. When it returned to Dragonite Island, seeing that its companions were getting stronger and stronger, Dragonite became depressed. It no longer had the desire to pursue love, and stayed on Dragon Island all day, depressed and living a dull life. But even so, Dragon would still leave Dragon Island at nightfall every day, and go to the cliff to watch the moon. Day after day, year after year, Dragon never stopped. Even it didn't know why it did this. But Dragon had a feeling in its heart that it must go there, on the side of the Big Pot Lake. The Mount Lamb and its two companions were eating grass and basking in the sun here leisurely as usual. But for some reason, the little lamb always felt that the grass in his mouth didn't taste the same as usual. The little lamb raised his head and looked around. The sky was still as blue, the lake was still as clear, and the sun was still as bright. Maybe it was an illusion? The little lamb put that thought behind him and started thinking about a question. Where should I go to find fresh and lush grass to eat today? All the grass in this place has been eaten by them. Let's go to a farther place to take a look. The lamb on the mount looked at the other side of the cauldron lake, where there was a patch of lush green grass and several fruit trees. There were so many fruits on the fruit trees, and they looked delicious. Me? The lamb on the mount made a decision. It wanted to go there and take a look. Hey Naoki, you haven't been in good shape recently. It will be a disaster if the boss finds out. Be careful. In the office, the colleague at the next table looked at Naoki, who was in a daze at the table, and reminded him quietly. Naoki came back to his senses and said, "Oh." The man was curious when he saw him. What's wrong? Stay up late playing games again? Naoki fell into deep thought, and suddenly asked, "Do you think our current life is real?" The man was slightly stunned, and then his eyes widened. "You are stupid. What do you mean by real life now? We have always been like this." Naoki, he thought, "I always feel like I am dreaming now, but at night, I will dream of another world, where I become a rancher, raise a large group of Pokemon, and live there with them." Man, Poker started dreaming again. It's not night yet. The man was speechless. Naoki didn't think so. Was it really a dream? But why did he remember every detail of the dream so clearly? There was no overtime today. After get off work, Naoki returned to the rental house, turned on the switch, and stared at the golden on it. When he went to bed at night, Naoki had that dream again. Everything in the dream was so real. He knew the name and living habits of each Pokemon clearly, as well as what they liked. The next morning, when Naoki woke up again, the familiar feeling in his mind became stronger. He really lived with those Pokemon, and the moment this thought came up, everything around him changed instantly. Those tall buildings disappeared like a dream bubble, and a familiar thick fog appeared in front of Naoki's eyes. Arceus stared at the scene in a daze. I didn't expect that the relationship between them was so deep that they still remembered each other even if their memories were sealed. How much does Naoki like Pokemon? At this moment, Tapu Finfin suddenly exclaimed again. Finfin! Arceus followed its gaze, and saw new changes in the illusions of several other Pokemon. No, it shouldn't be like this. Looking at the trainer in front of him, Golden was extremely frightened. His trainer was not this human. Thinking of this, Golden retreated again and again. Amid the stunned expressions of Mayor Thomas and others, Golden turned around and ran away. It ran aimlessly on the road, trying to find a person who was very important to it. The sun rose and set, and the snow fell and melted. In the past year, Golden went to many places, trying to find that person, but he never found anything. It couldn't find that person. Golden looked at the setting sun in despair, and let out a long howl full of sorrow. It was like a dog that couldn't find the direction of home, with its tail between its legs, walking in the sunset in a daze. The next year, Golden returned to Jichin Town. It did not return to Mayor Thomas's house, but went to the ranch that appeared in its dream. The originally deserted ranch has now become a luxurious manor. Golden did not disturb the humans living there, but stayed here day after day, waiting for that person to come back. Time passed slowly, Golden gradually aged, and on a rainy day, it closed its eyes forever. In the Padilla region, Glass Bottle City, a well-known Pokemon research institute. Since being sent here by the kind human girl last time, Bubble has become like other Pokemon in the institute, waiting for the doctor to feed him every day, or hoping to meet a good trainer. Gradually, several other Pokemon in the institute that were more familiar with Bubble were taken by the new trainers, who were 10 years old, and became their starting Pokemon. The doctor of the institute originally wanted to give this little Bubble to the new trainers, as their starting Pokemon to travel with them. But according to his investigation, Bubo suffered too much damage to his body due to his previous experience, and his talent was too poor. He even needed several minutes to release a weak electric current. This kind of thing is undoubtedly fatal to an electric Pokemon, and for this reason, no one is willing to choose him. Bubo also wants to become stronger. He often recalls his life in the deserted ranch. At that time, he often climbed to the roof to watch bird Pokemon flying over his head. Bubo also wants to fly into the sky like those bird Pokemon, but he has no way. No trainer was willing to choose it, so Bubba could only live in this ecological park. In the blink of an eye, decades passed. The old Bubba died in depression in this ecological park where he had lived all his life, and he never saw his parents again. Dragonite would go to that cliff every day for the rest of his life. Dragonite Pokemon have a very long lifespan, so much so that in the end, even Dragonite himself forgot why he came to this place. During the long years, Dragonite met many humans. Those humans wanted to capture it, and some of them were very powerful trainers. Dragonite didn't want to be captured by them, but those humans' Pokemon were very powerful. After defeating it, they captured it with a Pokeball. But when Dragonite woke up, it left and ran away with great resistance. Even Dragonite didn't know why it did this. The trainer chased it, and after learning that it didn't want to be a human Pokemon, he took out the Pokeball and released it. The rumors of Dragonite in Dogwa Lake attracted more and more people. But Dragonite remained unmoved. It immersed itself in its own world, and came here every day following the footsteps of the moon. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. Dragonite's life came to an end. With questions that it had never figured out in its life, it closed its eyes forever, and slept on the cliff. West side of Dogwa Lake. In order to find lush green grass and delicious and juicy tree fruits, the Mount Lamb bravely came here. However, when it was about to pick a fruit from the tree, it was suddenly attacked by a wild Pokemon. The wild Pokemon was very powerful, and the lamb it rode was no match for it, so it could only flee in embarrassment. It hid in a cave with serious injuries, and eventually lost its life because of the serious injuries and the lack of timely treatment. All the illusions ended, and Arceus fell into silence for the first time, just staring at the figures in the mist. Is this the bond between humans and Pokemon? At this moment, Arceus clearly saw the power called bond flowing through that human and those Pokemon. The life of the lamb was too short. If it hadn't met that human, it would have ended its life very early. Arceus was not surprised, because such things often happen in the wild. What surprised him most was the other 3 Pokemon of that human. Even though its memory was sealed, the Dragonite still followed its instinct, and went to the cliff every day to wait. Maybe even it didn't know what it was waiting for, and that Babudu, the once timid Babu, has grown into a brave and reliable Pokemon after meeting that human. The encounter between humans and Pokemon is really amazing. Of course, the Pokemon that surprised Arceus the most was the Pokemon named Gulton. No, to be more precise, it should be called Motor Lizard. Arceus could see that it had the deepest feelings for Naoki, so deep that it had become an obsession, so that even if its memory was sealed, it could still remember everything. Is it the body's instinct? Their emotions have transcended all time and space. When hearing the Pokemon's cry because it couldn't find a human, even as a god, it couldn't help but be moved. Not to mention Tapu Fini next to him. At this moment, the guardian of Pony Island was crying. Fini. It's great that they can meet. Thinking of what the creator god next to him said before, Tapu Fini couldn't help asking, Fini? God, have they passed the test? Arceus came back to his senses, and nodded gently. Yes, they have passed my test. Fini. Great. Hearing Arceus' words, Tapu Fini cheered. Arceus quietly looked at Naoki and several Pokemon, who slowly opened their eyes in the mist. He thought, in this case, he can safely hand over the task to him. However, the right time has not come yet. After a brief thought, Arceus' mind moved slightly, and then several shining Z-Pure crystals slowly landed in front of Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini was slightly stunned, and looked over in confusion. Fini. They need these things. Arceus said, you will give them to them on my behalf. Tapu Fini was slightly stunned, and then asked, Fini? Don't you want to see them? Arceus shook his head gently. It's not the time yet. I'm about to leave, and this place will be returned to you. In addition, please don't tell them about my existence. Fini. Tapu Fini was startled for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Arceus glanced at it, and then disappeared in a burst of sacred light. The mist covering the ruins of the other shore gradually dissipated. Naoki rubbed his head and opened his eyes, realizing the current situation, and quickly turned around to look around. When he saw the figures of Gulden, and the others not far away, he was relieved. It was indeed an illusion created by the mist. At this time, Gulden, Dragonite, Babu Tubo, and the goat also woke up. When they saw Naoki not far away, their eyes suddenly turned red. Big tears flowed in their eyes, and several Pokemon rushed over with fear and grievance, surrounding Naoki. Dragonite whined, tears filled its big eyes, and stretched out its dragon claws to hug Naoki. Woo! It waited for Naoki for a long time, but Naoki didn't come to find it, and Dragonite was very aggrieved. However, before it could hold him for a while longer, the usually fierce Gulton also showed a pitiful expression, and snatched Naoki from its arms. Gulton hung its head, like a pitiful big dog, and fearfully buried its head in Naoki's arms. "Ah!" Gulton's muffled voice came. Babu Tubo and the goat on which he rode also had tears on their faces at this moment. Bammo! Gulton occupied Naoki's belly, and Babu Tubo threw himself into Naoki's arms, crying like a child. Looking at the appearance of several Pokemon, Naoki opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He just hugged them gently, and wiped their tears with his hands. Although he didn't know what Gulton and the others had experienced, it was certain that they had encountered the same thing as him. Just as Gulton and the others missed him, he also missed them. After a long time, the emotions of several Pokemon gradually calmed down. Naoki stood up and looked up at the Pokemon that appeared in front of them at some point. Tapu Finfin looked at the human named Naoki with gentle and loving eyes. The next second, it stretched out its hand, and several Z-pure crystals emitting a faint light slowly floated from its hand to Naoki. Chapter 541. Is it really the test of Tapu Finfin? Naoki cast his eyes on the Z crystals in his hand. One is blue, with a water drop mark in the middle, and looks as clear and deep as a sapphire. That is exactly the purpose of Naoki's trip, which can upgrade the water-attributed Pokemon moves to Water Z of Super Water Flow Whirlpool. In addition, there are 2 more Z crystals. One is almost the same color as the fur on Eevee, and the other has a lightning-shaped mark on it. This is Eevee's exclusive Z and Electric Z. Add to that the Fighting Z, Grass Z and Dream Z that he got from Tapu Chirp, and Naoki has accomplished all of his goals for coming to Alola. Tapu Chirp is really generous, but then again, how did it know that he needed these Z crystals? Did it sense his wish to come here through the illusion? Naoki looked at Tapu Chirp doubtfully, and after a little thought, he asked, "Was it you who created the illusion just now?" Tapu Fin thought of the adult's instructions, and then nodded gently. "Fin!" Tapu Fin's mist actually has this kind of power. This is somewhat beyond his expectations. Thinking of the things in the illusion, Naoki's mood was very complicated for a while. He originally wanted to observe Tapu Fin carefully, but now he no longer has that mood. Forget it, since the purpose of this trip has been achieved, they no longer need to stay in the Alola region. Thinking of this, Naoki touched the heads of the Pokemon around him, then put them back into the Pokeball, looked up and said to Tapu Finfin, "Although I don't really like that kind of test, I still want to thank you." "Finfin?" Tapu Finfin blinked, a little puzzled. Naoki smiled softly. "Thank you for letting me understand how important they are." Tapu Finfin was slightly startled. "Finfin, thank you for providing these Z-pure crystals. I think they will definitely come in handy in the near future." "We are going back," Naoki said. After that, Naoki turned around and took Gulton away from the ruins of the other shore. Tapu Finfin looked at their backs until he could no longer see them, and then disappeared from the spot. After leaving Pony Island, Naoki rode Gulton directly to Akala Island and returned to the ranch through the reverse world entrance there. It was afternoon in the Alola region, but early morning in the Padia region. Naoki adjusted the time on Rotom's phone to the Padia time zone, and found that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The Pokemon in the ranch were sleeping, and didn't notice Naoki coming back. After returning to the ranch, Naoki didn't go into the house immediately, but stood on the grass, blowing the familiar evening breeze, looking up at the deep night sky. There was no cloud there, the stars and the bright moon were clearly visible, and the bright moonlight fell on the earth, giving people a dreamlike and unreal feeling. "Uh-huh?" Seeing Naoki standing there motionless, Gulton turned his big head in confusion. Naoki retracted his gaze, looked at the place where he had lived for several years, and said to Gulton, "It's okay, it just feels good to be home." Gulton blinked, as if it understood something, turned its head and looked forward, and responded in agreement, "Ah gah." Naoki took a deep breath, then took out the Pokeballs of the goats and released them. With a few flashes of white light, the figures of Babu Tubo and others appeared in the pasture. Naoki opened the door and entered the living room, and the motorcycle lizard sleeping in front of the fireplace was immediately awakened. "Gah?" Seeing that it was Naoki, it rubbed its eyes sleepily. "Go back to sleep." Naoki smiled slightly, then tiptoed to the kitchen and prepared some food for the Pokemon who hadn't had dinner yet. After they had finished eating, Naoki lay down on the bed and took a nap. In order to adjust his schedule, Naoki only slept for 5 hours. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside, and the warm sunlight shone into the house through the window. The chirping of wild bird Pokemon came from outside the window. Before Naoki could sit up, an Eevee that saw him wake up immediately rushed over excitedly, pressed his chest with 2 small paw pads, and asked excitedly, "Eevee, Eevee?" "Fairy Eevee, Ice Eevee, and Flare Eevee also jumped onto the bed and surrounded Naoki in a circle. As early as when they woke up in the morning, the Eevees heard the good news from Babu Tubo that Naoki had successfully returned with the treasure. Before Naoki set off, every Eevee knew that Naoki would help them find the treasure that would turn them into powerful Eevees. Therefore, when Naoki came back, all the Eevees were very excited. But in the morning, the Sister AI butler came and said that Naoki came back too late yesterday and didn't rest well, so he shouldn't be disturbed. So the Eevees stayed at home honestly today, and didn't even go to their favorite world tree. Naoki, who just woke up, was a little confused, but looking at his partner Eevee in front of him, he quickly came to his senses. The partner Eevee wanted to use its exclusive Z move, the 9-color sublimation gathered together. Naoki took his partner Eevee off his body and said helplessly, "Can I have a drink of water first?" Eevee. The partner Eevee nodded. The fairy Eevee on the bed jumped off the bed and ran to the living room. After a while, she ran in with a glass of water on a ribbon and said, "Eevee, drink it, it's here, Naoki, If you are too kind to others, you are either a traitor or a thief." But he knew what the Eevees were thinking, so after drinking the glass of water, Naoki got off the bed and brought the Eevees to the ranch. "Are you ready?" Naoki installed Eevee's exclusive Z on the Z bracelet. "Eevee." The Eevees nodded their heads with high morale. "Very good, let's get started." Naoki concentrated and gently touched the Z pure crystal on the bracelet. The next second, a dazzling colorful light emerged from Naoki's body, and then all poured into the Eevee in front of him. Feeling the sudden extra power in his body, his partner Eevee opened his eyes wide, and immediately let out a cry towards the sky. "Pew!" A circle of invisible ripples spread rapidly in all directions with it as the center. The other Eevees touched by the ripples were stunned, because they also felt the power emerging from their bodies. Then, a magical scene happened. A burst of green light burst out from Leafian's body, until the whole body turned into a ball of green light, and then slowly rose into the air. Flame Eevee, Glacian, Sylveon, Luna Eevee, Sun Eevee, and Jolteon all lit up with the light corresponding to their body colors. Colorful light poured from their bodies into the body of partner Ibrahimovich, and partner Ibrahimovich's whole body instantly burned with a dazzling flame, like a rainbow. Partner Ibrahimovich, who was in the middle of it, looked down at his body in disbelief. "Boo-boo-ee! Good, such a powerful force. It now feels a flame burning in its body, as if it has endless power. Boo-ee!" Partner Ibrahimovich, who is familiar with this power, turned around and looked at Naoki behind him. "It is ready to fight, Naoki, There is no challenger here?" Boo-ee. Eevee showed a distressed expression on his face. It felt so uncomfortable that it had so much strength, but no place to use it. Seeing this, Naoki thought for a moment and called Gul'dan to help carry the big rock from the other side of the river. Gul'dan did as he was told, and quickly moved the rock to Eevee. Naoki said, "Use all your strength to attack this big rock now." "Pew!" Partner Eevee yelled, and then with rainbow flames, he suddenly used the impact on the big rock. Boom! After a loud bang, the big rock was smashed to pieces by Eevee. "Pew!" Partner Eevee was extremely excited, turned around and shouted at Naoki, "Pew pew! Did you see it? It has become so strong now that it can smash such a big rock into pieces in one go, Naoki, Although breaking stones is very easy for Pokemon of the level of Gul'dan and Dragonite, it is already very powerful for Eevee, who has not received much training. Especially as Eevee is not an ordinary Eevee. Just imagine, how can Eevee, who drinks life goat milk and bathes in natural energy every day, be an ordinary Eevee? Their physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary Eevee. Naoki had seen a video posted by a trainer on the internet before, showing him training Eevee. The opponent had also used a stone as an imaginary enemy of Eevee. But the difference was that Eevee not only failed to break the stone, but also hit a bump on its head. At this time, the colorful light on Eevee disappeared, which meant that the duration of the Z-Move 9-color sublimation gathering top had ended. Eevee, who was originally very excited, immediately felt very tired. Eevee. It looked at its body in confusion. "Don't worry, this is just a side effect of using the Z-Move. Go drink a glass of goat milk and go play with everyone," Naoki comforted. Although the other Eevees were the ones who borrowed the power, they were not as tired as their partner Eevee. However, a few Eevees were not very happy, because they could not use such powerful moves. Seeing this scene, Naoki wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Ice Eevee say to everyone, "Bew bew," because that was the compensation for Eevee's lack of evolution. The other Eevees looked at it. Ice Eevee continued, "Bew bew." Luren ate Naoki's sacred bun and gained a powerful flame. Jolteon ate the lightning bun and gained a powerful electricity. Leafeon ate the grass on the world tree every day and gained a strong grass attribute energy. And there were also Sun Eevee and Luna Eevee who could absorb moonlight and sunlight as energy. Glacian looked at his partner Eevee again and continued, "Bwee. Only Eevee didn't gain anything, so this is a compensation for it." After hearing what Glacian said, everyone thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed the case. This was originally a small matter, and the Eevees were soon relieved. Their partner Eevee got a very powerful move, and now they can go to the world tree to play. The Eevees said goodbye to Naoki and ran away happily. And Naoki gave Ice Eevee a look. It is worthy of being the Eevee that he has been with the longest. It is so reliable. Eevee. Ice Eevee exhaled lightly. After all, it watched these Eevees hatch from eggs and grow up, and it didn't want to see conflicts between them. This feeling is probably the same as when Dragonite's parents look at Dratini, Glacian thought. No, it's still different. Glacian thought of how Dragonite's parents threw Dratini's egg to Naoki and ignored it, and decisively denied his previous idea. On the way to the world tree, the other Eevees suddenly found that Glacian didn't follow, so they stopped and called it. Glacian then chased after it. Looking at the backs of a group of Eevees, Naoki shook his head helplessly. He returned to the living room and put away the Z crystals that were not needed for the time being, including the Dream Z, Electric Z, and Fighting Z. He only kept the Grass Z for Bud Crown, and the Water Z for Kyogre. Now that everything that needed to be done had been done, the next thing was to slowly wait for Arceus to wake up in the ranch, and for the plot to come. However, when storing the Z crystals, Naoki suddenly saw the Taijingzu in the drawer. It was given to him by Dr. Oren when he went to the Zero Area Research Institute a few years ago. Naoki suddenly thought of something. Can a Pokemon use Z moves when it is crystallized? Crystallization can increase the power of Pokemon's moves, and Z moves also have this effect. In this way, the attack power of Bud Crown or Kyogre can be maximized. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately found Babuto and tried it with Electric Z. The answer is feasible. In this way, their chances of winning can be increased. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The next step is to slowly wait for Arceus to wake up. May 20th, 2001, League Calendar, Summer. Since the last trip to Alola, Naoki's life has returned to its former tranquility. This day is the day when Chandler returns from his studies. After several months of study at the Pokemon Center, it has completely mastered the knowledge of identifying Pokemon injuries and tree fruits. Early in the morning, it waved goodbye to Naoki, and with a heart that wanted to help injured Pokemon, it went to the Expedition Guild, where it began its career as a Pokemon doctor. After sending the egg to the World Tree, Naoki returned to the ranch. Summer is here, the weather is getting hotter, and he has to start working again. After all, his main job is still a rancher. The fields are planted with crops suitable for summer planting, and Dragonite stands by to summon rain clouds to help water the fields. Looking at the thriving fields in front of him, Naoki feels very at ease. This is the right life. 3 Diglett, you've worked hard. Naoki looked at the 3 Diglett who was helping to plow the fields, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to eat anything? You can order now. I make it for you right now." Squeak squeak. Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 hamsters lit up. It wanted 3 super large sandwiches, so that each head could eat. "Okay, I make it for you right now." Naoki smiled and returned to the living room. As soon as he opened the door, the video phone at home suddenly rang. Huh? Naoki was a little surprised. After all, since the advent of the internet age, the video phone at home has not been used much. Although he regarded that number as the official number of Naoki Ranch, few people would call it on weekdays. Because everyone in the town is familiar with the ranch, and has always maintained the habit of ordering from the ranch. Naoki went up to answer the call, and soon Professor Oak's voice came out. "Hello, is this Naoki? Professor Oak?" Naoki was stunned. "Why would you call this number?" "Haha, my rotary phone is lost, and now I can only find your old number," Professor Oak explained. Naoki, Okay, what's the matter with the call today?" Naoki asked. Professor Oak grinned and said, "It's like this, I'm planning to hold a summer camp recently, but the location of the summer camp has not been chosen yet. I think there are many Pokemon living in your ranch, so I want to ask if you have time and space there. I want to take these children there." Chapter 542. Professor Oak's summer camp? Hearing this, Naoki immediately thought of the summer camp that Satoshi and Serena attended in the anime. But if you think about it carefully, Satoshi has already gone to the Sinnoh region to travel, and that plot has long passed. From what Professor Oak said, he is planning to hold a new summer camp activity at his ranch. Seeing Naoki in a daze, Professor Oak continued, "Of course, we will bring our own tents and food, and we will also pay you for the venue fee." Naoki came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's not necessary. It's just a summer camp activity. You are welcome to come at any time. I just thought that the Kanto region and the Padia region are so far away, it would take a lot of time to come here." Professor Oak smiled immediately. "Well, sorry to bother you. I will take the children on a plane, and I believe it won't take long." In fact, he wanted to take this opportunity to go to Naoki Ranch to observe those rare Pokemon. Not long ago, Professor Oak saw a photo posted by Naoki in his circle of friends. The photo showed 4 mysterious Pokemon that he had never seen or heard of, and which were not even recorded in the Pokemon Encyclopedia. As a Pokemon researcher, nothing is more attractive than unknown Pokemon. "Okay, then when are you going to come?" Naoki asked with a smile. Professor Oak replied, "In a week." "A week later? Isn't that May 27th? "Okay, I prepare in advance." Naoki agreed. After the two made an agreement, they hung up the phone and went to prepare for the next summer camp. In order not to reveal his identity, Naoki found the onion duck grinding onions in the onion garden and asked it to replace the super onion with an ordinary onion, so as to disguise itself as an ordinary onion duck. Then, Naoki decided to temporarily close the entrance to the reverse world in the ranch, and went to the world tree to find the Dragonites, asking them to temporarily travel between the ranch and the Dragon Country through the sky route. Finally, Naoki found the EVs again, and asked them whether they would stay at home or play on the world tree for 3 days from May 27th to May 30th. Hearing this, the EVs asked what happened. So Naoki told the EVs that many human children would come to the ranch to visit Pokemon. Hearing this, his partner EV immediately became excited. "Bui bui? With so many humans coming to the ranch, are they the same as the trainers who came to challenge the trial before? So excited, can it fight against those humans then? It will use the 9 colors sublimation that it has just learned, and beat all those people like the goat it rides to those challengers." Just thinking about it, partner EV is already excited. Naoki, He touched the little head of his partner EV helplessly, and said to it, "Those people are still children, they have not become official Pokemon trainers, and they don't have their own Pokemon partners, so there is no way to fight you." "Bu." Partner EV suddenly felt very disappointed. "However, next time there is a chance, I will open an exclusive trial for EV at the ranch, and then there will be trainers to challenge, and then you can compete with them," Naoki said again. Hearing this, partner EV's ears, which had drooped due to disappointment, immediately stood up again. "Bu?" At the same time, in Professor Oak's laboratory. After hanging up the phone, Professor Oak went to the living room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room was a handsome boy who was about 13 or 14 years old and exuded a calm temperament. "Xiao Mao, do you want to go to the summer camp with me this time?" Dr. Oak looked at the boy and asked with a smile. "It just so happens that you can stay with me for a few more days." Xiao Mao glanced at Dr. Oak, shook his head and declined. "Although I really want to stay at home for a few more days, Dr. Yamanashi still needs my help." Since the end of the trip to the Johto region, Xiao Mao stopped his training as a trainer and transformed himself into a Pokemon researcher. He went to the research institute of Dr. Yamanashi in the Sinnoh region to help with research. This time, he came back because he wanted to see the Pokemon he raised in the research institute. Now that he has seen them, Xiao Mao plans to return to the Sinnoh region to continue his training as a researcher. Hearing his grandson's words, Dr. Oak immediately showed regret. "What a pity. Do you know where our destination for this summer camp is? It's a dream place where many rare Pokemon live." Xiao Mao, Grandpa started to coax him again. Don't think he doesn't know that the previous summer camps were held in the forest near Pallet Town. The wild Pokemon there, no matter how rare, would only be a Farfetch or Scyther. However, Professor Oak continued to talk without asking. "It's a dragon town where dozens of Dragonite live." Xiao Mao raised his eyelids slightly. "Dozens of Dragonites live there? Isn't this too exaggerated? Is Grandpa going to hold a summer camp in the Dragon Sanctuary of the Yulong family?" Professor Oak continued. "Not only that, there are also very rare legendary Pokemon and mysterious fantasy Pokemon living there." A question mark popped up in Xiao Mao's head. Professor Oak looked at him and asked with a smile, "How about it? Do you want to go and take a look together?" On May 27th, 2001 of the Alliance calendar, the summer camp team led by Professor Oak officially arrived in the Padilla region. After a series of tedious transfers, they finally arrived at the ranch at 2 p.m. on the 27th. Naoki stood in the ranch with Pokemon such as Gulton and Motor Lizard to welcome the arrival of Professor Oak. From a distance, he saw Professor Oak walking towards here with 7 or 8 children around 5 or 6 years old behind him. When Naoki saw the figure next to Professor Oak clearly, he was stunned. That's Xiao Mao. While he was in a daze, Professor Oak had already walked in front of Naoki. He smiled and stretched out his hand to Naoki. "Long time no see, Naoki." Naoki came back to his senses and responded, "Long time no see, Professor Oak. How are you doing recently?" "Except for being a little busy, everything else is fine," Dr. Oak said. While the two were talking, Xiao Mao beside him was also observing the place full of rare Pokemon that Professor Oak mentioned. But when he saw the surrounding scene clearly, the whole person also froze in place. Neatly organized farmland, towering barns, large orchards, groups of large milk cans on the grass. The place that Grandpa was talking about was actually a ranch. Xiao Mao's eyes were subconsciously attracted by the Pokemon around the young man named Naoki. One was a scarlet, muscular, mysterious Pokemon with a motorcycle tire airbag on its chest. One was a dark green Pokemon that looked like a lizard and also had a tire airbag on its chest. Both of them were Pokemon that he had never seen before. Xiao Mao was very surprised. At this time, Naoki finished his greeting with Professor Oak. Professor Oak stepped aside and introduced the 7 boys and girls behind him, who were wearing shorts and short-sleeved shirts and sun hats. "Everyone, Naoki Ranch is our destination. We will hold a 3-day summer camp here. This is Mr. Naoki, the owner of this ranch." Hearing this, the curious boys and girls immediately looked at Naoki. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Naoki," a shy girl said. "Wow, Mr. Naoki, there are so many Pokemon living here. You are so awesome. Are they all Pokemon you have captured? They look so cool." A lively boy stared at Gulton excitedly. Naoki smiled and touched Gulton's head, nodded and said, "Yes, they are Gulton and Motor Lizard. Follow me. Everyone remember to keep up. Don't fall behind," Professor Oak urged. "Yes." The voices of the children were full of expectation and excitement. It was so exciting to see so many mysterious Pokemon. Led by the ranch owner, the children looked around the ranch. Xiao Mao also calmed down and began to observe the Pokemon that he had never seen before. At this moment, Xiao Mao was very glad that he agreed to participate in this summer camp with his grandfather. At this time, several Dragonites suddenly appeared in the sky. A child living in the Kanto region recognized those Pokemon at once. "Wow! It's Dragonite." Hearing this, Xiao Mao looked up, and the next second, he saw a sky full of Dragonites flying over his head, and then slowly landed in the pasture. "Xiao Mao, good, so many Dragonites." Professor Oak smiled and glanced at his grandson, and that expression seemed to say to him, "See, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Soon, another child saw the bag on Dragonite's back. "Dragonite seems to be carrying something," a boy exclaimed. Naoki took a look and introduced with a smile, "Those Dragonites are delivery men in the ranch. The packages they carry are filled with fresh milk and crops ordered by customers." "Huh? What?" 2 voices came at the same time. One was the children's incredible voice, and the other came from Xiao Mao's mouth. Naoki turned his gaze to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao then realized his mistake and couldn't help asking, "Are all those Dragonites delivery men?" "Yes, they are currently delivering goods at the ranch." Naoki nodded. "But..." Xiao Mao was speechless for a moment. "It's too extravagant to use a rare and powerful Pokemon like Dragonite to deliver goods, isn't it?" In Xiao Mao's opinion, Dragonites are very talented and powerful, and are good at Pokemon battles. Naoki naturally saw what Xiao Mao meant. He remembered that Xiao Mao was the type who would capture any Pokemon he encountered, and he would capture many of the same Pokemon, because he believed that the same Pokemon could be strong or weak. In the anime, Xiao Mao captured more than 200 Pokemon in less than a year. Thinking of this, Naoki smiled and said to Xiao Mao, "Rattata is a Pokemon, Dragonite is also a Pokemon. As long as they like it, what difference does it make who does the job?" Xiao Mao was slightly startled. This reminded him of the argument he had had with Xiaoji. At that time, he thought that the number of Pokemon captured was more important, while Xiaoji thought that the relationship with Pokemon was the most important. So much so that later he wanted to capture all the Pokemon in the world, while Xiaoji wanted to be friends with all Pokemon, regardless of their strength, rarity or not. Grandpa said that they were both right, because everyone has their own way of treating Pokemon. Thinking of this, Xiao Mao, who had become more and more calm, nodded gently, "I understand." Seeing this, Professor Oak cast a look of approval at him. However, The next second, out of the corner of his eye, Professor Oak suddenly noticed the group of ancient Jian snail, ancient ding deer, ancient jade fish, and ancient sword leopard passing slowly. His eyes were instantly attracted by the 4 Pokemon. Oh! Who are those Pokemon? Wow! Such beautiful Pokemon! The children next to him were also attracted by the ancient sword leopard. What about them? Naoki introduced. They are legendary Pokemon handed down from ancient times in the Padilla region. Legendary Pokemon? Everyone was shocked. Xiao Mao was also stunned. Legendary Pokemon are much more rare and powerful than ordinary Pokemon. One is fine, but there are so many in this ranch at the same time. You know, some trainers may never encounter a legendary Pokemon in their lifetime. That's right. Naoki smiled and nodded. Speaking of their legend, it's a bit complicated. Then, he told Professor Oak and the children the legend of the Treasure of Disaster in detail. The ancient kingdom of Padilla went downhill because of this. The king was afraid of their power, so he asked a Pokemon messenger to seal them up. Later, thanks to an archaeologist, they were able to reappear in this world. Hearing that the power of the disaster treasure almost destroyed a kingdom, the children's faces showed horrified expressions. One girl frowned and was very worried. Are they dangerous? Yes. If they stay on the ranch, will they destroy the ranch one day? The other boy asked fearfully. Professor Oak and Xiao Mao also looked at Naoki, waiting for his answer. Under the gaze of everyone, Naoki shook his head gently. No, they are not evil Pokemon in nature, but because they are tainted by the king's greed, their minds are affected. Now the treasures of disaster, no, they should be called the 4 auspicious treasures. Perhaps they are affected by my desire to run a good ranch, and their power has also changed. The ancient snail can prevent pests from appearing in farmland and ensure a good harvest. The ancient tripod deer can bless the fertile soil. The ancient jade fish can bring good luck to people through fire. And the ancient sword leopard can protect people and Pokemon in the snow. Naoki said slowly. Hearing this, Professor Oak showed an interested expression on his face. Are there legendary Pokemon that change according to the trainer's heart? There are actually such Pokemon in this world. And Xiao Mao thought, if these 4 Pokemon are captured by a trainer who likes to fight, wouldn't they become Pokemon that are extremely good at fighting? Chapter 543. You can observe them closely. Looking at the curious children, Naoki said to them, if they approve, you may be allowed to touch them. The children have no greed in their hearts, only pure love and innocence for Pokemon. Let the ancient sword leopard and the ancient tripod deer have more contact with this kind of emotion, which may be good for them. Just like when it was a treasure of disaster, it could absorb negative emotions such as greed and evil thoughts. And now the treasure of auspiciousness may also absorb positive emotions to turn into its own strength. In short, it is absolutely harmless. Hearing Naoki's words, the children following Professor Oak immediately opened their eyes wide. Huh? Is it really okay? Of course. Naoki nodded. And Gu Dinglu and the others also noticed the movement here at this moment. Gu Jinhua looked unconcerned and found a shaded place by himself, closed his eyes, and soon began to snore. Gu Dinglu's big cauldron contained the ancient jade fish, and Gu Jianbao stood beside Gu Dinglu with aloofness. The 3 Pokemon looked at the children, who were slowly approaching. Wow, so awesome! A boy looked up at the tall Gu Dinglu, his eyes shining. Hello, Gu Dinglu. My name is Xiaoong. Nice to meet you. Gu Dinglu looked down at him, but only felt a pure love and joy from the boy's clear eyes. This made Gu Dinglu slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Wow, these children look great. Feeling their emotions, Gu Dinglu lowered his big head very friendly, as if inviting the children in front of him to touch it. The boy was stunned, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Is it okay? Then, the boy slowly stretched out his hand towards Gu Dinglu. However, the next second, something unexpected happened. Gu Dinglu suddenly raised his head, and the child was like an egg in a pan, first being lifted into the air, and then falling into Gu Dinglu's big cauldron. The frightened boy was bathed in the envious eyes of his companions. He quickly calmed down, held Gu Dinglu's big cauldron with his hand, and looked around excitedly. As for the ancient jade fish, it had already swam down silently a long time ago. I don't know how the ancient jade fish did it, but it could swim in the air just like swimming in the water. On the other side, groups of children surrounded the ancient sword leopard. Compared to the other 3 Pokemon, the ancient sword leopard looked very cute, especially its snow-white fur, which reflected a golden color in the sun. So cute. Hello, ancient sword leopard. A bold girl said, and stretched out her hand to the ancient sword leopard. However, the ancient sword leopard nimbly jumped to the side, standing alone on a patch of grass, licking the fur on its paw pads with its pink tongue. There were also several children surrounding the napping ancient sword snail and observing it. Seeing this, Professor Oak and Xiao Mao also looked eager. Xiao Mao had already skillfully taken out the Rotom phone, opened the Pokemon encyclopedia, and tried to look up the information of these Pokemon. No information. It is a Pokemon that has not been discovered yet. As expected, the 4 auspicious Pokemon are still undiscovered. Then, Xiao Mao pointed the camera at the red Pokemon next to Naoki that he had never seen before. But the next second, the emotionless electronic sound of Rotom's mobile phone rang again. No information. It is a Pokemon that has not been discovered yet. What? Xiao Mao was slightly stunned. He put away the Rotom mobile phone and asked in surprise, "Is Golden a Pokemon that has not been discovered yet?" You know, even the information and legends of Pokemon such as Lugia, Groudon, and Kyogre have been registered in the Pokemon encyclopedia. Hearing this, Professor Oak also turned his attention to Gul'dan next to Naoki. To be honest, he had been curious about this Pokemon for a long time. But Naoki never revealed or introduced any relevant information to him from beginning to end. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Gul'dan made a puzzled cry, "Aga!" Naoki reached out and touched its head, and Golden immediately rubbed Naoki's palm with great enjoyment. Yes, Golden is a Pokemon that has not been discovered yet, but its situation is a bit special. It is confidential information of the Paidia Alliance. I'm sorry, I can't reveal its information to the outside world yet. Golden is closely related to the 2 doctors, who are studying time machines and paradoxical Pokemon at the Zero Zone Research Institute. Although Dr. Olin has discovered Golden, he has not yet revealed its existence to the outside world. Moreover, the origin and background of Golden are inseparable from the time machine. If we want to introduce its specific information, we have to mention the secret research of the 2 doctors. Is that so? Dr. Oak was thoughtful. Seeing Naoki's expression, he could roughly guess a little. The 2 doctors in the Paidia region, who have never shown their faces so far, are rumored to be doing secret research in a secret place. Could this Pokemon named Golden be related to that secret research? Did Naoki also make a confidentiality agreement with the Paidia Alliance, or did the 2 doctors make a confidentiality agreement? Dr. Oak couldn't help but speculate. Since this is the secret of the Paidia region, it's not good for them to continue to explore. But then again, the appearance of Golden is somewhat similar to that of Motor Lizard. Maybe there is some connection between them. Not only Dr. Oak, Xiao Mao also had a vague premonition in his heart, because he felt a mysterious and terrifying breath from this Pokemon. This feeling is exactly the same as the mysterious armored Pokemon he encountered in the gym challenge at the Tokiwa gym. At sunset, Professor Oak led the children to take out tents from the space backpack and set up a temporary campsite in an open space in the ranch. The children were a little tired after playing with Pokemon in the ranch for a day. Looking back on today's activities, it was like a dream. Enjoy the afternoon with the legendary Pokemon, deliver goods with the Deliverman Dragonite, play on the belly of Snorlax, help the woolen sheep shave wool, receive guests with the rich man in the Pokemon Tavern, and play hide-and-seek with Eruption. When the moon rises in the sky, the night covers the earth, and the brilliant stars sway, the tired children fall asleep early after a day. Professor Oak and Xiao Mao helped a boy cover the blanket, and before leaving the tent, they heard the boy mumbling in his sleep. "It's great to have Pokemon here." Professor Oak was slightly stunned, then smiled at Xiao Mao, and then quietly left the tent. Not far away, Naoki was sitting by the river with his Pokemon, folding a boat with paper and putting it into the river reflecting fireflies. And on the surface of the river, there was a Pokemon that looked like a star floating. That was the legendary Pokemon that can only wake up once every 1,000 years, Jirachi. Professor Oak and Xiao Mao walked forward in surprise, looking at the Jirachi with incredible faces. But soon, Professor Oak seemed to have thought of something and asked in shock, "Is this Jirachi the one that Xiaoji met before?" Professor Oak clearly remembered that Xiaoji met a Jirachi when he was traveling in the Hoenn region last year. Later, Xiaoji contacted him through the video phone and told him that Mr. Naoki helped Jirachi so that Jirachi would not have to sleep for another 1,000 years. That's right. Naoki nodded and continued to put the boats into the river. The boats drifted away along the flow of the river. But, thinking back to the ecological habits of Pokemon like Jirachi, Professor Oak asked incredulously, "How did you do it? Don't Pokemon like Jirachi sleep for 1,000 years before waking up once?" There have been Jirachi sightings before, but it is well known that they often fall into a 1,000-year sleep again 7 days after waking up. Professor Oak's first reaction was that the legend was wrong. After all, no human could live for 1,000 years. What do you mean? Naoki looked at his hands and said to Professor Oak, maybe it's the incredible power in me. Is it the power of cooking? Dr. Oak had heard Naoki mention this before. It is said that as long as Naoki injects the energy and mind in his body into the food when cooking, the food will have some magical effects. Just like the magical powers of Tokiwa power, dragon power, and wave power. Naoki nodded. Yes, at that time I thought it would be great if Jirachi could stop sleeping. Maybe my thoughts resonated with the power of cooking, and the food I made could really stop Jirachi from sleeping for 1,000 years. Dr. Oak was completely shocked. Xiao Mao beside him also murmured, doesn't that mean that if Mr. Naoki were here, all Jirachi in the world would stop sleeping? No, that's not the case. Naoki shook his head, making magical food depends not only on my power, but also on my mood, thoughts, and wishes at the time. Only when these emotions are all strong, the food produced will have that magical effect. On the contrary, if there is no right time, place and people, then only ordinary food will be made. I have tried it since then, but I have never made a second dish. Hearing this, Dr. Oak couldn't help but murmured, that doesn't seem to be the power of food, but more like the power of your heart. The power of the heart? Xiao Mao looked at Professor Oak in confusion. Naoki was also a little surprised. Yes, the power of the heart. Professor Oak nodded. The heart, emotions, and thoughts can all become a kind of energy. Some specific Pokemon can even materialize them and use them as moves. I have done some research, but humans obviously can't do this. But now Naoki, your description is very similar to that power. Maybe you are the one in a million who can materialize your own power of the heart. Professor Oak said seriously. Naoki, He didn't expect that a word he made up would lead Professor Oak to deduce this conclusion. But when he thought about it carefully, maybe Professor Oak was right. After all, in this idealistic Pokemon world, everything can become power. Bond, emotion. Didn't Xiaoxi's Greninja evolve into that special form because of the bond between them? I never thought that such a thing existed in this world. Professor Oak muttered. Once a doctor proposed a theory that humans are also a kind of Pokemon. Maybe Naoki is that special. Pokemon? Xiao Mao looked at the boats floating in the river and couldn't help asking, what is Mr. Naoki doing? Before Naoki could answer, Jirachi in front of him said happily, Jirachi and Naoki are praying. Praying? Xiao Mao was slightly stunned. Jirachi nodded gently. That's right. Naoki said that there was a terrible fire in this place, and many Pokemon lost their lives in it. So Jirachi and Naoki, who loved to take care of them, made a lot of small boats and wrote what we wanted to say on them. Maybe this way we can float to those Pokemon and pray for them, so that they can become happy Pokemon in the next life. Naoki looked helpless. In fact, these are what Jirachi heard from the King of Phoenix on the World Tree. The King of Phoenix runs around the world, and has seen and heard many things. When the King of Phoenix stops to rest on the branches of the World Tree, Jirachi likes to go to it, and listen to it talk about the rumors it has seen around the world. As for where the traditional culture of putting paper boats in the river came from, Naoki was not really sure. Hearing this, and adding what he saw and heard today, Xiao Mao gradually understood Xiaoxi's idea of wanting to be friends with all the Pokemon in the world. Thinking of this, Xiao Mao walked forward gently, picked up a piece of paper from Naoki, and folded a rough paper boat. In that case, let me pray for those Pokemon with you. Jirachi smiled. Okay. Professor Oak stood by with a smile of emotion on his face. Thinking back to a few years ago, Xiao Mao was a completely different person. After traveling for a few years, he has slowly grown up. At the same time, in a mysterious latitude full of dead silence. Arceus, who had his eyes closed, suddenly moved his eyelids. A huge and terrifying energy spread from his body to the surroundings. The energy was so strong that the entire latitude was shaking violently. For this god, this is undoubtedly a sign of awakening. The huge energy shock continued to spread to farther latitudes. Soon, a blue latitude and a lavender latitude were affected by it, and then a fierce collision occurred. In an instant, the existences living in these two latitudes opened their eyes. Along with the collision of two different latitudes, the two existences that should not have met also launched a fierce collision in a mysterious latitude. In an instant, time seemed to be frozen and space was solidified. Sinnoh region, Baiyang town. The tops of two towers with gorgeous appearances and shapes like musical instruments. A dream and a baby bear are curiously overlooking this prosperous town built on a cliff. Chapter 544. This is Poplar Town, meow. On the streets of Poplar Town, the Rocket Trio who followed in the footsteps of Xiaoxi and his group hid in a corner, and secretly observed Xiaoji and Pikachu, who were fighting with others not far away. Okay, the rocket trio started to act. Musashi stood up excitedly and said, "The Pikachu capture plan has officially begun. Now, meow!" With a swish, dozens of sharp claws flashing with cold light stretched out from Meow's claws. "Catch Pikachu, give it to the boss, and then you can get the boss's praise, meow." "Go!" Meowth, Musashi, and Kojiro threw a smoke bomb towards the battlefield ahead. With a bang, large patches of white mist spread around. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of Xiaoji, Xiaoguang, Xiaojiang, and some other trainers. What happened? At this moment, 3 figures of different heights suddenly appeared in the mist. A vigilant Pika. The cry came from the mist. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a trainer used the wind ball move. With the gusts of air coming out of the mouth of the wind ball, the smoke that filled the surroundings was quickly blown away. And everyone immediately saw the 3 figures standing next to Pikachu. A man, a woman, and a meow. They had already locked Pikachu in a cage. Pikachu! Pikachu grabbed the bars of the cage with both hands, and released the electricity on his body with force, trying to open the cage and escape in this way. Looking at this scene, Kojiro couldn't help laughing. It's useless. This is a special cage made of materials that can block electric attribute moves. Their appearance is very much like an evil Pokemon hunter. Seeing this, a trainer frowned and asked loudly, "Who are you?" "Huh?" Hearing this, as if triggering some keywords, the 3 members of Team Rocket cast their eyes over here. "Since you ask sincerely, then I will be merciful and tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. To implement love and true evil. A cute and charming villain. Team Rocket." Ash frowned. "You 3 again. Hey, damn little brat. We haven't finished our lines yet, meow." Meow was very dissatisfied. "Let go of Pikachu." Ash had already taken out a Pokeball in his right hand. "It's too late," Kojiro said confidently. "Meow Meow Balloon number 3, officially debut." As he pressed the button in his hand, a Meow Meow balloon quickly descended from the sky. The trio took Pikachu and grabbed the rope on the balloon and began to float quickly into the air. Xiaoji threw the Pokeball in his hand with force. A white light flashed, and a mucker appeared in the air. "Mucker, use your wings to attack," Xiaoji quickly ordered. Kagagugu. Mklee's eyes locked onto the hot air balloon in midair. A white light emerged from its wings, and then it quickly rushed towards the hot air balloon. The rocket trio wanted to send out their Pokemon to block it, but because the hot air balloon had not yet completely taken off, they had not had time to take out the Pokeball before the Mklee successfully hit their hot air balloon. Mklee's wings wrapped in energy instantly pierced the hot air balloon. Poochie Poochie. The hot air balloon lost its balance and flew away immediately. The cage containing Pikachu fell to the ground and broke, and Pikachu ran out of it. The 3 members of Team Rocket in the air were so scared that they hugged each other tightly. Their figures disappeared with the hot air balloon, leaving only a terrified voice. "What a disgusting feeling, meow." Sonus. In the sky, the 3 members were scattered because of the strong impact. Meow drew a parabola in the air, and then landed accurately on the top of the Tower of Time and Space. Meow Meow was so scared that he closed his eyes. However, the pain he imagined did not come. Its body seemed to be controlled by a Pokemon with superpowers, and it slowly stopped falling. Meow Meow, who sensed something was wrong, opened his eyes. The next second, he saw 2 familiar figures. A bear cub and a dream. Seeing its appearance, the dream came closer to observe curiously. "Meow? Meow Meow, eh? It's the Great Hero Expedition Team Meow. With the presence of the Great Hero Expedition Team, it means that it is no longer in danger." Meowth heaved a sigh of relief, and was controlled by Mew to land on the top of the tower. "It's you, Meow." Meow thanked the 2 Pokemon. "Thanks for your help, Meow, but by the way, how did you 2 come to this place, Meow?" Baby Bear replied, "Meow, meow." Meowth was stunned. "What? You mean there is a mysterious Pokemon that can give people nightmares living in this place? Do you want to come and see it, Meow?" "May." The baby bear nodded his little head. "Meow, eh?" It slowly exhaled and couldn't help saying, "You guys are really leisurely, Meow." "Then why don't you go over there, Meow?" The baby bear blinked, then raised the camera on his neck, aimed at the Meow beside him, and took a picture of the Tower of Time and Space behind him. With a click, the picture froze. Looking at the photo that popped up automatically from the camera, the baby bear was very satisfied. "May. In this way, this beautiful town can be shared with Naoki." Hearing the words of the baby bear, Meow Meow immediately remembered the terrifying rancher who used a large group of Dragonite to deliver goods. The guy who could use so many Dragonite to deliver goods must be a big shot. Fortunately, they didn't go to provoke him at that time. Meow Meow still remembered how he, Musashi, and Kojiro reported the information to Boss Sakaki at that time. At that time, Boss Sakaki, who only showed his back on the other side of the screen, said in a light tone, "I know, don't provoke that person for the time being." The trio were all very confused at the time. From the boss tone, did they seem to know that person? They couldn't help but ask, but unfortunately, Boss Sakaki didn't answer, just told them to do their own thing. Meow Meow sighed slowly, looking at Baby Bear and Dream who were enjoying the beautiful scenery around him. He felt a little sad for no reason. But he couldn't do anything now, so he just enjoyed the scenery of the town with Baby Bear and Dream. Time passed by, and during this time, Meow Meow saw that there seemed to be some kind of riot in the town. Many Pokemon suddenly fell to the ground, their souls separated from their bodies, and wandered around the town in the form of magical spirits. Their bodies were sent to the Pokemon Center. Meow Meow stared at the scene blankly. What happened, Meow? Meow and Baby Bear also noticed the situation below. It seemed that something bad happened in this town. At this moment, Baby Bear suddenly noticed that the surrounding space began to change dramatically. I saw that large patches of thick fog had emerged around the town at some point, surrounding the entire town. Me. Baby Bear looked up and saw that the originally clear sky was now covered by thick fog. No, not fog. Dream and Meow Meow looked into the distance. There was a dark and mysterious dimension. In the distance, in the thick fog composed of space energy, disordered ball lightning flashed. The whole town was now pulled into the crack of this space. Seeing this scene, Meow Meow was completely stunned. What on earth happened, Meow? Dream suddenly seemed to realize something. It looked up in confusion, and a powerful superpower spread from its body to the surroundings, and began to explore the situation in that place. However, the next second, Dream saw a mysterious figure hiding and sleeping right above the Tower of Time and Space. It was a mysterious Pokemon with a pale purple body, a pair of animal feet, and dark purple stripes all over its body. Meow. Noticing that something was wrong with Dream, Meow and Bear Baby beside him also raised their heads and looked in the direction of his gaze. Then, they also saw the mysterious Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon is that, Meow? Meow asked in a low voice. The Bear Baby shook his head. Is it? He thought that maybe Naoki would know the name of this Pokemon, so he took out his Rotom phone and took the photo of the Pokemon that was emitting purple light. However, after the photo was taken, they received a notification from the Rotom phone. Signal interrupted, network interrupted, message sending failed, Rotom. What? Baby Bear was slightly stunned. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the bottom of the space-time tower. Get out! Dream, Baby Bear and Meowth looked down and saw a dark ray flying up from the bottom of the tower angrily, aiming at the purple Pokemon and launching a fierce attack. The next second, the scarlet eyes suddenly opened, as if they were very dissatisfied with Darkray's behavior of disturbing themselves. The Pokemon raised his hand angrily, condensed a huge dragon claw, and rushed towards Darkray. Darkray did not retreat. He frowned and angrily warned, "Get out." Boom! The huge dragon claw passed by Darkray, and Darkray raised his hand to condense a dark purple shadow ball, and threw it at the Pokemon. However, a purple light appeared on the opponent's body, completely blocking the shadow ball outside. Is that the legendary Pokemon that controls space, Palkia? In front of the Tower of Time and Space, Xiaoji and his group frowned and looked up at the fierce battle in the air. In the crowd, a man wearing glasses was typing on the keyboard quickly. The current appearance of the entire town appeared on the computer screen. Palkia has locked this town in a different space, so the nightmare effect caused by Darkray has also been fixed, and the nightmare has materialized in this unstable space. The man quickly described the current situation. However, before he finished speaking, there was a sudden change in the sky. Huge meteorites suddenly fell from the sky, drowning Palkia and Darkray, who were fighting fiercely. Xiaoji recognized the move at a glance, because his land shark had used that move before. That was Dragon Star Group. At the end of the Dragon Star Group, a huge blue figure suddenly flew out from the edge of the gap in this space, and inserted into the battle between Darkray and Palkia. That is the legendary Pokemon that controls time, Dialga. The man with glasses frowned. Sure enough, it's just as Giratina said. I understand what happened. Dialga and Palkia fought in the gap between dimensions. The injured Palkia fled to this town, and locked it in another space to prevent Dialga from finding it. The two who should not have met in the cracks of time and space. Time and space were distorted, anger enveloped the town, and then everything began to collapse. The man's heavy voice slowly sounded. Xiaoji and others were stunned. Everywhere they looked, they saw purple lights on the buildings there. The battle between Palkia and Dialga was destroying the entire town. At the same time, in the reverse world, Giratina was lying on the Flower Sky Island as usual, basking in the sun, eating plump and juicy apples, and surfing the internet with Rotom's mobile phone. Suddenly, a huge vibration sounded in the distance. Then, thick fog began to rise in the void. Hearing the noise, Giratina looked up and saw that the Flower Sky Islands that Naoki had built for it began to collapse. What happened? Giratina was shocked. It frowned and felt carefully, and soon found the culprit who caused this. In the picture reflected in the reverse world, Dialga and Palkia were fighting an extremely fierce battle. Those two damn guys. The anger burned Giratina's reason in an instant. It's a new day in the Padia region. Today is the second day of Professor Oak's summer camp. Naoki, Professor Oak, and Xiao Mao took the children to the back mountain and visited the abundance shrine built by the local people for the Bud Crown King. Hey, this is the shrine where people worship the Bud Crown King. Professor Oak introduced with a smile. So, everyone here, has anyone heard of the legend of the Bud Crown King? I know. A girl in the crowd raised her right hand high and answered. Budcrest is a Pokemon that can bring abundance to farmers. Not only that, it can also surf the internet. That's absolutely correct. Professor Oak smiled and nodded. Budcrest, it is a great Pokemon. Not only Budcrest, there are many magical Pokemon living in this world. They have various powers, and are waiting for us to discover. Xiao Mao had a smile on his face, calmly watching his grandfather introducing Pokemon to the children. At this moment, a call from a Rotom phone suddenly sounded. Xiao Mao turned around and saw Naoki taking out a Rotom phone. The two looked at each other, and Naoki gestured to Xiao Mao, signaling them to continue while he went to the side to answer a call. Xiao Mao nodded. Naoki walked away alone, and after making sure that there was no one around, he answered the video call. The next second, Giratina's face appeared on the screen. It seemed to be moving at high speed in a certain direction. Naoki? ? Giratina's angry voice came through the Rotom phone. Those two damn guys fought and destroyed my territory. Naoki, help me keep an eye on the house. I'm going to settle accounts with them now. Chapter 545. After hearing what Giratina said, Naoki was stunned and could not react for a moment. Those two guys? Which two guys? Seeing Giratina so angry, Naoki quickly realized the reason. The plot of the movie Battle of the Tower of Time and Space begins. Because Arceus is about to wake up, the space where Dialga and Palkia are located collided. They mistakenly thought that each other had invaded their territory and fought each other. In the end, Palkia was severely injured by Dialga, and it fled to Poplar Town and hid in a dimensional gap. Then, Dialga found the place, and the two Pokemon in charge of time and space immediately started a fierce battle in Poplar Town. But according to the plot, when Giratina arrived there, the battle between Dialga and Palkia was probably over. Next is the plot of the movie Giratina and the Bouquet of Ice Sky. If it goes on, Arceus will wake up from his deep sleep. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. He will soon meet the creator of this world. Giratina on the other side of the screen is flying at a very fast speed. Although Naoki really wants to see the Battle of Gods in Poplar Town with his own eyes, he knows very well that Giratina did not make it this time because he is familiar with the plot. When it arrived, Poplar Town had been sent back to its original place by Palkia from the gap between dimensions. The two legendary Pokemon have also gone back to their respective homes. Of course, the particularly vengeful Giratina will definitely not let it go. It will continue to track Dialga, who has not yet returned to the time dimension, and then take revenge. It seems that I have to make some preparations in advance. Naoki thought to himself. Professor Oak and the others are still here, and Naoki cannot leave. However, there is Darkrai and Xiaoji and his group in Baiyang Town, who can compete with the two gods, so even if he is not there, nothing big will happen. Thinking of this, Naoki hung up the call with Giratina and opened a private chat with Kyogre. Wing King, are you there? Kyogre, I have something I want to ask you for. On the World Tree, deep in the vast sea where the dragon's hometown is located. The mobile phone Rotom floating in a bubble was reading the content sent by Naoki to the god of the sea in front of him with its mechanical electronic sound. The god of creation, a Pokemon named Arceus, lost his mind and planned to take revenge on humans. Kyogre looked forward and saw a small bear Pokemon sitting upright in the deep-sea vortex formed by a giant water dragon, with its eyes closed, as if it was sensing something. "How should we respond to Naoki Lodo?" asked Rotomobile. Kyogre pondered for a moment, and then a deep voice, like the sea, sounded in Rotomobile's heart. "Tell him I am willing." The god of the sea was very confident in his current strength. During the time he lived on the World Tree, his strength not only returned to its peak, but also enabled him to transform into his original form. He also broke through to a new stage with the help of the rich natural power. All this is because Naoki promised them to settle on this tree. What's wrong with being a god? After all, it's just a Pokemon, and it's happy to help Naoki. Maybe it can also increase Naoki's favorability, and make Naoki return to send it the kind of human food with magical effects to improve its strength. Received Lodo. The mobile Rotom quickly set Kyogre's words to Naoki. At this moment, the giant water dragon in front suddenly let out a loud roar. Kyogre immediately looked in that direction. The bear apprentice who was sitting there suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying water energy swept out from his body, as majestic and deep as the sea. Then, the bear apprentice stood up and began to wave his small fist. As he waved his fist, a strong wave of water immediately swept away, and the gurgling water flowed around his arms. The bear apprentice's movements did not stop. His punches were sometimes slow and firm, but if you feel it carefully, you can feel the terrifying energy that is converging. Sometimes it was as fierce and swift as a tsunami, with a devastating force, as if it could swallow up everything in the world. The secret of the sea, it was achieved. The next second, a dazzling white light burst out from the bear apprentice. The appearance of the bear apprentice was changing rapidly. Its body grew taller and became particularly burly, and its originally beige fur turned gray and black. A moment later, when the light faded, a martial arts bear master with calm eyes and unfathomable aura appeared in Kyogre's sight. The martial arts bear master nodded to Kyogre, indicating that he had completely comprehended the mysteries of the sea. Seeing this, Kyogre's eyes immediately showed a satisfied look. He looked at his beloved disciple lovingly and said to him, "In this way, you can go with me to help Naoki, just in time to test the results of your practice." Hearing Naoki's name, the martial arts bear master was slightly stunned, and he immediately wanted to leave here and return to the ranch to find Naoki. Naoki needs help? Kyogre, yes, he told me that he met a very powerful enemy and needed our help to fight him. Hearing this, Master Wudo Bear looked calm and nodded calmly. I know. Next, he planned to go to Master Groudon, and then go back to the ranch to find Naoki. Master Wudo Bear said goodbye to Kyogre, and then took the World Tree elevator to the Earth Village on the next floor. Soon, Master Wudo Bear met his Master Groudon. Groudon was very surprised to see Master Wudo Bear, but when his eyes met Master Wudo Bear, both sides simultaneously took a fighting stance. A fierce battle immediately began. For a moment, the earth cracked, and the cliff sword rose into the sky. Master Wudo Bear's burly body did not feel heavy, but seemed very agile. It quickly shuttled through Groudon's cliff sword, and at the same time clenched its fists, and a majestic water energy emerged around its body. The martial arts bear master punched out fiercely, and a fist transformed from water flow hit the cliff sword. Boom! The violent explosion sounded throughout the world. The sound startled the flame bird in the volcano, not far away. As soon as it flew out, it saw a series of explosions on the ground in the distance. A moment later, the figure of the martial arts bear master broke through Groudon's cliff sword and came in front of it. The violently surging water flow wrapped around the martial arts bear master's fist. Groudon narrowed his eyes slightly, with golden light emanating from his pupils. He swung his claws and violently collided with the water-shaped fist of the martial arts bear master. The terrifying energy intertwined and collided, and a violent explosion sounded. The shock wave caused by this energy shocked the martial arts bear master back dozens of meters. But Groudon still stood firmly in place, looking at his beloved disciple with satisfaction. Well done, great progress. The martial arts bear master immediately withdrew his offensive, walked in front of Groudon, and said to it, "Whoa! I'm leading the World Tree. I can't come here to practice anymore." Groudon asked, "What's the matter?" Bear Master replied, Naoki encountered something. He just asked Master Kyogre for help. Master Kyogre and I will go to help together. Groudon, ? Seeing this, Bear Master was slightly startled, then asked in confusion, Didn't you receive the invitation? Kyogre agreed. Next is Ho-Oh. After closing the chat interface with Kyogre, Naoki opened the chat bar of Ho-Oh again. Although Ho-Oh's fire attack is ineffective against Arceus, with Ho-Oh and its Holy Ash, the injured Pokemon can recover infinitely. Thinking of this, Naoki sent a message to Ho-Oh. Wing King, are you in the World Tree now? Ho-Oh, I just came back not long ago, what's wrong? Naoki. Wing King, this is what I want to ask you for help. Naoki needs help. The Ho-Oh, who was telling Jirachi what he had seen on the World Tree, was slightly stunned. He and Jirachi listened to the content read out by Rotom on the phone. Arceus, the Pokemon called God, will wake up soon. He intends to destroy humans and the world. In order to stop him, human hands are needed. Hearing this, the Ho-Oh narrowed his eyes. Having lived with humans for a period of time, it does not want to see humans perish. Compared to that kind of thing, it wants to see humans and Pokemon live together and get along harmoniously. In addition, Naoki is the human he likes, the Rainbow Warrior he admires, so the King of Ho agreed to the request for help without hesitation. Compared to the King of Ho, Jirachi noticed something else. Naoki needs help, and he needs a lot of help. He wants to tell everyone about this, and then everyone will help Naoki together. Jirachi flew to the Expedition Team Guild, and during that time he met Milotic. Milotic asked him what happened, and why he was so anxious. So Jirachi told it what he had just heard on the phone. This message spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Melodica told Tropical Dragon, Naoki needs a lot of Pokemon to help. Tropical Dragon turned around and told Charizard, Naoki is going to fight with other humans, and we need everyone to help. Charizard said to Meowth and Pikachu, it's bad. Naoki is going to fight with other humans, and we need a lot of Pokemon. Soon, all the Pokemon on the World Tree knew that Naoki was going to fight with other humans. Some Pokemon that are good at fighting geared up and began to train intensively, so that they could go out to help when Naoki summoned them. Other Pokemon that are not good at fighting went to ask the great sage Slowking on the stone what they could do for Naoki in this matter. Slowking's eyes were full of wisdom. It looked up at the sky and thought. After a long time, it gave an answer. War not only requires the power of Pokemon, but also consumes a lot of resources, such as fruit that restores physical strength and medicine that removes abnormal conditions. If these are prepared in sufficient quantities, they will definitely provide great help to the Pokemon fighting on the front line. Hearing this, the Pokemon who were not good at fighting and engaged in production suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on their faces. So that's it, they understood. Since they can't help Naoki fight, let's help Naoki prepare the things he needs for the battle. Soon, all the Pokemon of the Expedition Team Guild entered a state of preparation for war. They sent people to pick fruits from the orchard and harvest crops from the farmland. Millalong Sushi Restaurant made a lot of sushi, Tropical Dragon contributed its banana fruits, and even the cream fairies in the dessert shop produced a lot of sweet cream. These tree fruits, sushi, and banana fruits were transported back to the granary by the Unicorn Rhino and stored, ready to be given to Naoki to help him provide supplies. For a time, the entire Expedition Team Guild was completely in a state of preparation for war. Seeing this scene, Mewtwo was very confused. As far as it knew, Naoki didn't seem to be the kind of human who would start a war casually, right? So Mewtwo found the King of Phoenix, and only then did he learn the truth from it. Recalling the rumors in the Expedition Team Guild that other humans had started a war against Naoki, Mewtwo was silent. At the same time, Naoki, who didn't know the truth, received a video call from Groudon. However, at this moment, Professor Oak from the Shrine of Plenty saw that he had not returned for a long time, so he came to find him. Naoki quickly hung up Groudon's call and turned his phone to vibrate mode. Are you here? Professor Oak saw Naoki's action and said with a smile, Are you chatting with your girlfriend? Naoki made up an excuse. No, there are customers in the ranch store asking about delivery, and I am replying to them. So that's how it is, no wonder. Dr. Oak's face was full of realization. The two walked back together, and Dr. Oak thought of Naoki's shop and suddenly felt very curious. But then again, your shop is really popular. I saw people in many areas asking you to open delivery routes there. Naoki thought about it and said with a smile, Maybe it's because everyone has seen a Dragonite Deliverman for the first time. That's right, after all, Dragonite is a very rare Pokemon in the wild. Dr. Oak nodded. The two chatted and laughed and returned to the main group. During the whole process, Naoki's Rotom phone in his pocket kept vibrating. Chapter 546. Pokemon are so cute. After visiting the Shrine of Plenty, the group prepared to return to the ranch. On the way, the group of children were like a group of angry parrots at a party, chirping non-stop. Ah, I want to be 10 years old soon, and then get my own initial Pokemon to travel. A blonde boy said with longing. Yeah, that's right. I want to capture all the Pokemon in the world, and those rare and powerful Pokemon, and become the most powerful trainer. A boy clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Hearing this, Professor Oak turned around in surprise, his eyes swept over the children, and asked with a smile, "Does everyone think this way?" "No." A girl raised her hand. "I want to be good friends with all the Pokemon in the world." "You can't become a powerful trainer if you do that." The boy next to him couldn't help but say, "Even the same kind of Pokemon have strong and weak points. If the Pokemon you capture is too weak, then you will be left behind by other trainers. This is what my brother told me." "That's not right." The girl frowned. "If you capture too many Pokemon, the trainer will not be able to take care of them, and the relationship with the Pokemon will deteriorate, which will affect the strength of the Pokemon." Okay. Professor Oak looked at this familiar scene, and couldn't help but smile, and said, "You are all right, because everyone has their own way of treating Pokemon. Some people like to take care of Pokemon and get along with Pokemon, so they will become a Pokemon breeder, while some people like Pokemon battles, so they will do special training with Pokemon to enhance their strength. But the most important thing is your heart. Let the Pokemon see your heart and feel your thoughts. If you get their approval, then you will become the best partner in the world." The children listened blankly, and everyone was thinking about this matter, and the reason why they liked Pokemon. Just like Naoki. Professor Oak's words immediately drew the children's attention to Naoki. "Me?" Naoki was a little surprised. Professor Oak nodded gently. "No matter which way you treat Pokemon, there will be no conflict between them. For example, Naoki, there are many Pokemon living in his ranch. Although some Pokemon sometimes have some small conflicts, every Pokemon there likes him very much." The children listened to this blankly, and then carefully recalled the scenes they had seen in the past 2 days. Gillerton and Motor Lizard would help Mr. Naoki with farm work, the Ibutai brothers and sisters would prepare water and towels for Naoki when he was tired, and Babu Tudger would also help Mr. Naoki share the work and help him take care of the hens in the ranch. Mr. Naoki has a good relationship with each of them, and all of these Pokemon are very powerful. Looking at Naoki in front of them, at this moment, the children have a general understanding of their future goals. They want to become Pokemon trainers as powerful as Mr. Naoki. Seeing the determined eyes of these children, Dr. Oak smiled and said, "It seems that everyone has understood. Yes, this is the way and future of human beings and Pokemon. This is the world we live in." At the same time, on the World Tree, the land of the Earth, Master Woodell Bear sat cross-legged on the ground, but a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. He looked at Master Groudon opposite him with embarrassment. "Woo! Has Naoki not replied yet?" Master Woodell Bear couldn't help but ask. Groudon's face darkened, and it slapped the ground with its big tail in a restless manner, revealing a look of unwillingness to admit defeat in its eyes. "Tell me, why did he ask for help from that guy Kyogre instead of me? Is he looking down on me? Do you think I am not as good as that guy?" Mr. Woodell Bear. "Ugh. That's not true, Master. Naoki treats all Pokemon the same." "The same?" Groudon didn't sense it. It immediately asked, "Why doesn't Naoki answer my call now?" Mr. Woodell Bear had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Naoki should be busy with something," Groudon snorted coldly. Mr. Woodell Bear thought carefully, and then seriously corrected a mistake he had just made. "AAA. And Master, you are different from us. You are not Naoki's Pokemon. You just live on the World Tree. Pokemon like them, who have their own Pokeballs, are Naoki's Pokemon. So there is still a big difference between them. Grow, then he must look down on me, otherwise he wouldn't only look for Kyogre and not me. He must have done it on purpose." Grow, who has always been strong, is always very stubborn when it comes to competing with Kyogre. The martial arts bear master didn't know what to say for a moment. It could only shut its mouth silently. At this time, a reminder sound came from Groudon's mobile phone. "Rotom. Report," Naoki called Rotom. Hearing this, the two Pokemon present turned their heads almost at the same time, and cast their eyes on the Rotom mobile phone floating in the air. Rotom helped to connect the call, and the next second, Naoki's face appeared on the screen. Naoki had returned to the ranch at this time. He found an excuse, and went to a deserted place to call Groudon. "What's wrong? Is there something you want to talk about, Groudon?" However, as he was talking, Naoki's eyes suddenly caught the handsome bear Pokemon next to him. Naoki's eyes widened immediately. "Martial Arts Bear Master? You evolved?" Martial Arts Bear Master scratched his head. A simple smile appeared on his face, and nodded, "Wuh." Seeing that Naoki ignored him, Groudon's face became even darker. "Ola Ula Ula." Groudon let out a series of angry roars. The anger of the god of earth instantly caused the surrounding volcanoes to erupt. The earth began to tremble, and boiling hot water gushed out from the surface. Naoki and Master Wu Daoxiong then turned their eyes to Groudon. Groudon's angry voice was automatically translated by the mobile phone modem and conveyed through the mechanical sound. Why did you only look for Kyogre and not me? Do you look down on me? How is that guy better than me? I am obviously the strongest Pokemon. How can it help you? I can help more. Naoki, Martial Arts Bear Master, Naoki was shocked. Groudon and Kyogre would also fight over such a thing. However, seeing that he didn't say anything, Groudon became even angrier. Suddenly, the volcano erupted higher, and the sky seemed to be raining lava. Naoki saw that Moltres in the distance was frightened and flew out of the cave in panic. Seeing this scene, Naoki hurriedly explained to Groudon, "It's not what you think. This time, I went to find Kyogre because I'm about to face a strong enemy. Ground attribute moves can't hurt him. Only Kyogre's water attribute attacks and Budcrest's grass attribute attacks are effective against him." Groudon, ? What powerful enemy? Only Kyogre can fight it. Groudon is a little skeptical. Why can Kyogre do it but it can't? Groudon snorted coldly. You really think I'm not as good as that guy? Naoki, In that case, I tell you everything. Groudon put on an expression that said, "You tell me, I listen to what you can come up with." Naoki sighed, and then carefully introduced to Groudon the powerful enemy they were going to face next. He is Arceus, the creator of this world. Just one sentence made Groudon frown. What creator? Why has it never heard of it? Legend has it that a long, long time ago, this world was still a void. At this point, Naoki paused. He thought that Groudon, an illiterate man, might not know what the void meant, so he explained, "The void means that there is nothing in the world, no flowers, no trees, no humans, and no Pokemon. Arceus is in this void. Maybe he felt lonely, or maybe he had some other ideas, so he created the world we live in. It is said that in the beginning, the world was barren, with only vast oceans and land, and then dreams began to be born. After creating the world, Arceus fell into a deep sleep. This world was created by him, so everything is under his control. The original power that created the world turned into stone slabs one after another. As long as the stone slabs are there, we cannot harm him." Hearing this, Groudon questioned, "Then why can Kyogre hurt him?" That's because Arceus has lost several origin tablets, and the water tablet corresponding to Kyogre happens to be one of them. In the past, Arceus was deceived by some evil-minded humans, causing him to be seriously injured and fall into a deep sleep. And now, he is about to wake up. The angry Arceus has lost his mind, and will impose sanctions on humans. So, I will seek the help of Kyogre and Ho to stop Arceus from punishing humans and let him wake up. Groudon noticed another thing. Why can Ho go too? Naoki, because Hoa's power is very special. Its holy ash can heal any injury in the world. Hearing this, Groudon probably understood what happened. Reason is reason, but when he thought that Kyogre could go, but it couldn't, Groudon was not rational. It didn't accept it. What god of creation? Since Kyogre can go, it must be able to do it too. I want to go too, I can help. Groudon's tone was unyielding. Naoki and Master Wudokuma, It's not impossible. In that case, let Groudon go over and act as a meat shield. It can then attract Arceus' hatred and attacks in front, creating a favorable output environment for Kyogre and Buttcrown. Okay. Naoki agreed. In that case, then please lend us a hand. Groudon was satisfied. Wait, it will definitely not lose to Kyogre. After finishing the conversation with Groudon, Naoki took the opportunity to talk to the evolved Bear Master. Bear Master, when did you evolve? Bear Master answered honestly. Woo. Just now, Master Kyogre said that I can go with him to help you. Is that so? Looking at the Bear Master opposite, Naoki was very happy. As he expected, the Bear Apprentice could evolve into a Bear Master of the combo style by understanding the mysteries of the sea. I just don't know what the difference is between a martial arts Bear Master who has evolved like this and a normal martial arts Bear Master who has a combo flow. Naoki was very curious. He thought for a moment, and then said, when you finish your training today, come back to the ranch. I come and see the results of your training. The martial arts Bear Master had this plan, so he nodded and said yes. Okay, we talk about everything when you come back. After hanging up the phone, Naoki was about to go outside to find Professor Oak, but before he got up, he received another message from Mutuo. Mutuo, I can help if you need me. Naoki was slightly stunned. As for Mutuo, This special existence can actually play a big role in that level of battle. In fact, Mutuo is very good at human brain memory. It can not only erase human memory, but also read human thoughts. If this power is improved, can Mutuo connect everyone's thoughts? But before that, there is another question. After thinking for a while, Naoki replied to Mutuo's message. Tsubasa, I am glad that you are willing to help, but doing so will expose you to the human vision. The power of the internet is very strong now. Once you show up, it is very likely to spread all over the world in just a few days. For Mutuo, this goes against its original wish to live in seclusion and peace of mind, right? What's more, Team Rocket in this world has not disbanded yet, and Sakaki will definitely notice Mutuo by then. Mutuo naturally had this concern. But it changed its mind and thought that it had already erased Sakaki and the other humans' memories of it at Clear Cliff last time. Even if it showed up, it would probably be regarded as an ordinary Pokemon by other humans. Thinking back to the peaceful and beautiful life on the World Tree over the years, without being disturbed by humans, Mutuo couldn't help but smile on his usually expressionless face. It could see that the copied people lived freely here like ordinary Pokemon, doing what they liked, and planting and picking fruits and vegetables with their own hands. In the evening, everyone would gather together to watch the sunset, until the stars and the moon filled the sky, and then at night, everyone would snuggle together and fall asleep peacefully. Even when they fell asleep, everyone's faces were still filled with happy smiles. And they could have such a life, all thanks to Naoki's help. The human gene in the body made Mutuo eager to do something for Naoki. Therefore, it gave its own reply. Mutuo, I will no longer escape. Whether it is human or Pokemon, we are all part of this world. Seeing this message, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he smiled and replied. Wing King, great. Groudon, Kyogre, Budcrest, Ho-Oh, and now with a Mutuo. This lineup is really super luxurious, but there is another problem. Carrying so many Pokeballs at the same time is really troublesome. Naoki felt very sorry. It was a pity that Hoopa was not here. Otherwise, he would not have to go through the trouble of carrying so many Pokeballs. When the time comes, just wave your hand, and Hoopa can summon all the legendary Pokemon on the World Tree through the halo. Just like the superheroes fighting Thanos in the Avengers movies. However, at this moment, Rotom received 2 more messages on his phone. Mutuo, one more thing, the Pokemon on the World Tree mistakenly thought you were going to wage war on other humans. So now, they are all collecting fruit together and training to help you fight. Giratina, damn it, I went to that place, and those 2 guys ran away, damn it, they deserve to die. After a while, Naoki received another message from Giratina. Giratina, no, they made my territory look like that, I will never let them go. I have found the location of that guy Dialga. Naoki, you help me keep an eye on the house. I will go and teach it a lesson. Chapter 547. Seeing the news about Giratina, Naoki was slightly stunned. The plot of the decisive battle in the Tower of Time and Space ended so quickly. If so, then Poplar Town should also return to the real world from the cracks in the dimension. Naoki opened the Pokemon Forum and searched for Poplar Town, Dialga, Palkia and other content, and soon saw related news on it. Netizens from all over the world were shocked by the appearance and fight between the God of Time and the God of Space, but many still regretted that they were not there and could not witness the style of the legendary Pokemon with their own eyes, and envied the good fortune of the people of Poplar Town. In response, the group of netizens in Bayong Town, who were almost annihilated in the gap between dimensions, said, "This blessing is given to you. Do you want it?" After a few simple glances, Naoki returned to the chat interface. The Bayong Town incident has ended, so the next upcoming is the story related to Giratina, and the Bouquet of Ice Sky. Although it has been many years since watching this movie, Naoki can still remember the general plot. The villain wants to take the reverse world for himself and become the king of the reverse world, so he developed a high-tech device to attack Giratina, captured Giratina, and wanted to copy its power. But the price is to sacrifice Giratina's life. Although it is incredible that humans can capture Pokemon of Giratina's level through technology, this incident did happen in the movie. This means that Giratina is now in great danger. Its and Dialga's every move is completely in the villain's sight. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately made a video call to Giratina. Soon, the call was connected. Giratina on the other side of the screen was flying in a certain direction at high speed. "Don't go there, it's dangerous. There are humans waiting for you to fall into their trap. You will be caught? They have made machines to restrain you," Naoki advised. However, Giratina snorted coldly at this. "Just them? Don't underestimate humans. Arceus fell into a deep sleep because of humans. Naoki warned. I won't make that mistake. In Giratina's eyes, those weak humans are no match for it. I'm about to track down that damn guy Dialga. I won't say anymore. I'm going to die first. Hey, wait! Naoki wanted to say something else, but it was too late. Giratina hung up his phone unilaterally. Naoki, Giratina is still so arrogant. This is difficult. Naoki is in a headache. Professor Oak and the others are still at the ranch, and he can't leave at all. If he can't go there for the time being, what about the Pokemon in the ranch? Naoki remembered that the villain's device in this plot was developed for Giratina, and is only effective against one Pokemon. There is a way. Naoki immediately opened the chat interface with Rayquaza. He planned to let Rayquaza go first. He would find an excuse to go out to deliver goods in the afternoon, and then go to see the situation. Wing King, do me a favor. In the Sinnoh region, outside the Gracitia flower field, next to a large blue lake with fresh air and beautiful environment, a petite Pokemon jumped out from the deep and dark tall grass behind. Seeing the clear lake in front of him, Shamey's eyes were full of surprise. Drink a sip of water, and then continue to move forward. As long as it can reach the Gracitia flower field, it can transform into a sky form and fly high. Shamey lowered his head with expectation, and licked the water surface with his tongue. Suddenly, a circle of blue light suddenly appeared on an open space across the lake. In the light, a huge mysterious Pokemon, with a dark blue body slowly landed on the lakeside. It lowered its head, and began to drink the water in front of it. Looking at this scene, Shamey blinked. At this moment, it suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something in the lake. Just as Siame was stunned, a circle of ripples spread out, and then the lake surface became like a mirror. The next second, another Pokemon with a terrifying aura broke out of the water. Its huge tail tightly wrapped around the Pokemon that was drinking water, as if it wanted to drag it down. Meow! Siame was shocked. The Pokemon struggled angrily, and the fight between the two Pokemon caused a strong gust of wind in the forest. The strong wind directly swept up Shemmy's small body and flew into the air. In panic, Shemmy felt as if he had hit something. He quickly closed his eyes in fear and grabbed that place tightly with his hands to prevent himself from being blown away by the terrible wind. However, when Shemmy opened his eyes again, he suddenly found that he had come to an upside-down world. What's more terrifying is that it is now on the blue Pokemon. Meow! A terrified cry instantly resounded throughout the inverted world. However, the fighting Dialga and Giratina did not notice Shemmy at all. Looking at Dialga trying to escape, Giratina snorted coldly, flew forward and shouted, "Look at what you have done to my territory. I will make you pay the price today." However, Dialga did not want to pay attention to this madman at all. Being in the opponent's territory made it feel uncomfortable. Dialga was eager to escape from the reverse world, but every time he was caught by Giratina. Dialga, who was not fighting at home, soon fell into a tough battle. Meow! Finally finding the right opportunity to escape, Shemmy swung his four short legs quickly in this gravity-unbalanced space, trying to escape from here. While running away, he turned back in fear to see if the two Pokemon were chasing him. However, Shemmy accidentally ran into a ball of purple mist. The next second, the ball of mist was absorbed into his body. A strong stimulation made Shemmy sneeze uncontrollably, and a huge amount of energy surged wildly in Shemmy's body. "It's coming out! It's about to come out!" Shemmy opened his eyes suddenly and let out a long cry, "Meow!" A dazzling light burst out from Shemmy's body, and the powerful energy actually opened the entrance to the real world directly. Seeing this scene, Dialga, who was in a bitter battle, brightened his eyes, and then turned around and rushed into the passage. A gust of wind swept over, and Shemmy was swept away with him. Madman! What a madman! Dialga felt that Giratina had gone mad. In order to prevent it from running back to the real world and harming people, before leaving, Dialga mobilized the power of time in his body and blocked the reverse world, trapping Giratina in a time loop and making it unable to leave here and go to the real world. Seeing that Dialga was about to escape, Giratina immediately wanted to chase him, but when it was about to pass through the entrance to the real world, a strange scene happened. The surrounding space suddenly began to retreat, and the opened entrance returned to its original state. What happened? Giratina wanted to rush out in one breath, but the passage it opened began to go back again. After trying dozens of times in a row, Giratina finally realized that the damn Dialga had blocked it here. Roar! Damn it! After the angry roar, Giratina suddenly remembered the image of the little Pokemon using its power to open the entrance to the real world. Giratina calmed down and locked his eyes on Shaman, who was leaving. There is a way, as long as we find it, and let it use that move again, it can use it to open the restrictions set by Dialga. Thinking of this, Giratina immediately twisted its huge body and chased in the direction where Shamey flew away. Ash and his friends, who aim to become Pokemon Masters, are continuing their journey in the Sinnoh region. On this day, they met a Pokemon named Shamey. After learning about Shamey's plan to go to the Gracitia flower field, the enthusiastic Ash immediately said that they could help Shamey find that place. So, the group prepared to leave the town, set out on a journey to Gracitia flower field. However, when passing a park, Shamey suddenly became very nervous. It broke free from Xiaoguang's body and said to Xiaoji and others in a panic with telepathy, "Meow. It's catching up." Xiaoguang was stunned. "What?" Shamey turned around nervously and looked around. "Meow. That guy is coming." However, the next second, Shamey suddenly felt that his body was grabbed by something. The flustered Shamey kept flapping his short legs. When Xiaoji looked up, he saw 3 lingering guys. Team Rocket. Xiaoji clenched his fists. Hee Shamey, I take it." Kojiro grinned. Musashi standing next to him also smiled and said, "We let you go after we get it today." "Thank you, Meow." After that, the trio turned around and ran. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A tornado suddenly burst out from the mirror-like facilities on both sides of the road. The 3 members of Team Rocket, who were running, only felt a strong pulling force pulling their bodies violently. Before they could figure out what was happening, they were sucked in, and Xiaoji and Xiaoguang, who were following behind, were also unable to escape. Almost in the blink of an eye, they came to a strange space. The 3 members of Team Rocket had disappeared, and Xiaoguang quickly picked up Shamey. Shamey, who was in her arms, was still very nervous. "I hate to talk here, take Mimi and run away." Suddenly, a strong wind came from behind, and the huge force pushed Xiaoji and Xiaoguang to another sky island. As soon as they stabilized their bodies, they saw a huge and terrifying figure appearing on them. Seeing this scene, Xiaoguang was slightly stunned. That Pokemon is Giratina. Xiaoji recognized the other party at a glance. He knew that the other party liked to surf the internet, and he also paid attention to this Pokemon. Xiaomi in Xiaoguang's arms saw Giratina and became more nervous. Its body began to tremble constantly, and it said in horror, "It plans to eat Mimi." Hearing this, Xiaoji frowned. He looked at the ferocious Giratina rushing towards him with a bloody mouth. After a slight hesitation, he ordered, "Pikachu, use 100,000 volts." "Pikachu!" A yellow electric current shot out from Pikachu's face and shot at Giratina. However, Giratina twisted its body and easily dodged it. Just as Xiaoji was about to continue attacking, a thin man suddenly jumped down from the sky island below and stopped him loudly. "Stop, you guys, don't anger Giratina." Xiaoji was stunned. The man looked at Giratina, who turned his head and then ran this way. Xiaoji and Xiaoguang hurriedly followed, and a few of them successfully escaped Giratina's pursuit with the help of the special terrain here. "Are you not injured?" The man turned around and asked. Shamey survived the disaster and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay as long as I don't get eaten." "Huh?" The man noticed Shamey and suddenly thought of the scene he saw before. "Are you Shamey at that time?" Who are you talking about?" Shamey looked over in surprise. The man introduced himself. "My name is Muxian Grassilando, and I'm studying this reversed world. Although this is just my self-proclaimed claim, I'm a genius scholar that few people know about." "Xiaoji, you said you're a genius scholar yourself." Xiaoguang couldn't help but whisper, "How can you say such a thing?" "It's a weirdo," Shamey commented. Hey, this shouldn't be the attitude you use towards your lifesaver." Muxian felt very sad. Seeing this, Xiaoguang finally reacted and bowed quickly. "Thank you for saving us. I am Xiaoguang." "I am Xiaoji. But speaking of this, Mr. Muxian, what is going on?" Xiaoji asked. "Well, this is a long story." Muxian thought for a while and asked, "You should all know where this is?" "The reverse world where Giratina lives." Xiaoji said that this matter is recorded on Giratina's personal homepage. "That's right." Muxian nodded. "I have been working hard in this world for 5 years, and I have discovered a lot of things here." "What is it?" Xiaoji asked hurriedly. "The reverse world is another world closely connected to the real world. Some places are distorted, and some places are deformed by gravity. If you want to say it, it is the broken world that violates the norm. The 2 worlds are closely connected, but never intersect. However, only Giratina has the ability to travel between the real world and the reverse world, and there is only one Pokemon living here. It can be said that Giratina is the master of the reverse world." Mu Xian's tone was very excited. However, Xiemi acted very scared. I hate that guy, he said he would eat the rice. Huh? Mu Xian was a little surprised, and then fell into deep thought. Why? But soon, he realized that now was not the time to talk about this. By the way, do you want to leave here and return to the original world? Mu Xian asked. Before Xiaoji and Xiaoguang could speak, Xiemi nodded and said, We want to go to the flower garden. Is that so? Mu Xian took out his phone and checked the time. Then there's no time to relax anymore. Huh? Xiaoji was slightly stunned. Mu Xian turned around and ran. Anyway, let's go. The two hurriedly followed. After passing through several twisted buildings, Xiaoji suddenly noticed that there was a lot of dark purple-black fog on the road ahead. That thing is? Xiaoji couldn't help but stretch out his hand. Seeing this scene, Mu Xian stopped him loudly. Don't touch it. Ah? Xiaoji was startled and quickly retracted his hand. That thing is poisonous. If you inhale too much, it will endanger your life. Mu Xian warned. Hearing this, Pikachu beside Xiaoji quickly used his tail to blow away the black mist. Pikachu! What's going on? Mr. Mu Xian? Xiaoguang asked. Mu Xian then explained. When the real world is distorted, the world where Giratina lives will take the initiative to take on the task of adjustment in order to maintain the balance of time and space. At this time, black fog will appear in this world. Not long ago, time and space, two dimensions that could never meet, collided and merged. Dialga and Palkia both felt that their territories were invaded and started fighting. Hearing this, Xiaoji immediately remembered something. He looked at Xiaoguang beside him. That was. And Xiaoguang also understood what he meant, Poplar Town. Mu Xian continued, at that time, time and space were strongly distorted, and a large number of those things appeared in the reverse world. Giratina was very angry at Dialga and Palkia for polluting his world, and then successfully captured Dialga, who appeared in the real world. However, Dialga escaped because of Xiemi's seed flash, and used the power of time to block the reverse world. Hearing this, Xiaoguang understood everything. So Giratina is. Giratina must be very angry. Xiaoji said. Xiemi complained. You can only say it when you are angry. Mu Xian nodded and said, plus, Giratina cannot enter the real world because of Dialga's ability, so. Xiemi said angrily, because he was too angry, he was punished by God. Mu Xian touched his head, and continued to lead the way. Actually, this place is as big as the real world we live in. Giratina used to be active around here, but for some reason in recent years, it left here and only came back recently. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Rocket Trio was investigating the surroundings. We've come to a strange place, Musashi said. It seems there's no one in this town. Kojiro jumped down from the twisted building. Meowth walked on the wall like Spider-Man. Up is down, down is up. Meow, what's going on, Meow? The trio, who couldn't figure out the situation and had lost Imp and Pikachu, sighed in unison. What a disgusting feeling, Meow. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared behind them. Meow felt his hair stand on end. He turned his head alertly, and saw a huge Pokemon with a pair of blood-red eyes. Ah, it's the legendary Pokemon Giratina, Meow. The trio immediately got furious and hugged each other tightly. Giratina stared at the three people with its violent eyes. The trio began to sweat. At this moment, Meow Meow suddenly thought of something. She whispered to Musashi and Kojiro, It is said on the internet that if you see Giratina and say you are its fan, Giratina will not hurt you, Meow. Why didn't you say that earlier? Musashi was very angry. But the next second, she changed her expression, and she and Kojiro smiled at Giratina and said to it, That great Giratina? It's great to meet you, we are your loyal fans. Yes, we have been following you for a long time, and give you likes every day. Kojiro also nodded repeatedly. That's right, Meow. Hearing these words, Giratina looked at these people steadily. Just when the trio thought their lives were about to be exposed, they saw Giratina give up attacking them, and twist its huge body to fly away. Huh? Chapter 548. The three members of Team Rocket breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Giratina is not as scary as the legend says, Meow. Meow looked at Giratina's receding back, and couldn't help but speak. But then again, since Giratina is here, does that mean this is Giratina's reverse world? Kojiro asked. That's probably it. Musashi said, The last thing now is to think about how we should leave this damn place. However, Meowth ignored her, and suddenly thought of something else. Giratina is such a strong Pokemon, will the boss want to capture it, Meow? It asked. Probably not. And if I remember correctly, Giratina is the Pokemon of Motor Mask, and his strength is probably not just that. Kojiro thought calmly and continued, based on my understanding of the boss, he probably won't make enemies with the other party, but will find an opportunity to make friends with the other party. That's right, Meow. Meow Meow nodded. After all, he was a powerful figure who stopped the battle between Groudon and Kyogre. If he angered him, he would retaliate. Musashi behind him heard the veins on his forehead jump. She held Meow Meow's neck with one hand and Kojiro's collar with the other hand, and gritted her teeth and said, "Hey, you two. Hurry up and think of a way to leave this damn place." Naoki Ranch, 1 p.m. After returning from the rich shrine on the back mountain, Professor Oak took the children to Naoki's braided sheep ranch to observe the ecology of the braided sheep living there. Naoki stayed in the living room, trying to find out what was going on with Giratina through its Rotom phone. Wing King, Rotom, what's going on? Rotom, hiding in the gap of Giratina's shell, was trembling nervously. Seeing the message from Naoki, it immediately replied using Giratina's account. Giratina is not looking at its phone Lodo. Wing King, what is it doing now? Giratina, I don't know, but Giratina seems unable to get out Lodo. Giratina, I saw it flying around, as if looking for something Lodo. Seeing these messages, Naoki quickly realized the current situation. It must be Shaman. Shaman Seed Flash can break the power limit of Dialga and open the entrance from the reverse world to the real world. The Shaman in the anime is very special. Not only can it use telepathy to communicate directly with humans, but its personality is also a bit arrogant and tsundere. Especially, it likes to order people around. Xiaoji couldn't help but complain a few times at the time, and that Shaman remembered it. It likes to ride on Xiaoji's head very much, and in this way, Xiaoji thinks it is troublesome. But all this is just the appearance of Shaman. Naoki clearly remembers that at the end of the movie, Shaman admitted to Satoshi that it never really hated Satoshi, and was very grateful for everything Satoshi and his friends had done for it. Oh, Satoshi. Just contact Satoshi and tell him that Giratina has no ill intentions, and just wants to break the seal of Dialga with the help of Shaman Seed Flash. However, he doesn't seem to have Satoshi's mobile phone number. The last time Naoki and Satoshi met was a year ago. At that time, Jirachi had just woken up from his deep sleep, and Xiaoji and his team brought Jirachi to the ranch under the guidance of the Great Hero Expedition team. Although Xiaoji called Jirachi once later to inquire about his condition, it was a call made using the video phone at the Pokemon Center. Xiaoji didn't seem to have the habit of carrying a Rotom phone. His Rotom phone was given to him by Professor Sakuragi during the trip. Coincidentally, Xiaomao walked in from outside. He planned to borrow some Pokemon medicine from Mr. Naoki to use on the Pokemon injured in the battle. After hearing Xiaomao's intention, Shishu stood up and brought him a few bottles of life-giving goat milk, saying, "The specialties of the ranch are better than medicine. Take it and use it." Moo Moo milk? The fresh milk produced by the big milk tank can really help Pokemon recover their strength, Xiaomao thought. He thanked him, and was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly noticed the frowning and thoughtful expression on Jishu's face. Xiaomao stopped and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Jishu, have you encountered any problems?" "No." Naoki looked at Xiaomao, and suddenly realized that he might be able to get Xiaoji's phone number from Xiaomao. "By the way, Xiaomao, you are also a trainer from Pallet Town, right?" Xiaomao nodded. "Yes, but by the way, why do you say also, Mr. Naoki?" "That's because I met a trainer from Pallet Town before." Naoki smiled and said, "His name is Xiaoji, you should know him, right?" Xiaoji turned out to be that guy. Xiaomao nodded. "Of course, he and I both traveled together from Pallet Town a few years ago." "Haha, what are you talking about?" At this time, Professor Oak came in from outside. He was going to see why Xiaomao hadn't come back yet, but he heard the name Xiaoji. Naoki was about to answer, but the next second, Professor Oak's Rotom phone suddenly rang. "Huh? Wait a minute, I have a call." Professor Oak took out the Rotom phone and pressed the answer button. Then, Xiaoji appeared on the screen. Seeing Xiaoji, Professor Oak seemed very happy. "It's Xiaoji? Have you arrived at the nearby Pokemon Center?" "Yes, Professor Oak, I have something to report to you." Xiaoji nodded. He was just reporting to Professor Oak about thanking Pokemon Shiema, when he suddenly noticed Xiaomao and Naoki behind him. Xiaoji was stunned and said in disbelief, "Xiaomao? And Mr. Naoki? How come you are here?" "Ha ha." Dr. Oak said with a smile, "We are currently in the Padilla region, led by Xiaomao and me, attending a summer camp at Naoki's ranch." "Naoki, eh? What a coincidence." "I see." Xiaoji suddenly realized, and he continued, by the way, Dr. Oak, I encountered something today. Xiaoji turned his head to look to the side, and then Xiaoguang held Shamey, and came to the video phone. Professor Oak was very surprised to see that Pokemon. Is that Pokemon thanking Pokemon Shaman? Yes. Xiaoji hummed, and then slowly told Professor Oak what happened today. Including meeting Shaman, being sucked into the reverse world by Giratina, and meeting a man named Mu Xian, with whose help he escaped from the reverse world and returned to reality. Yes, Mimi was almost eaten. Shaman, who was in Xiaoguang's arms, was full of fear. Hearing this, Professor Oak could not help but frown. Giratina is going to eat Shaman? Is there some unknown food chain between these two Pokemon? But it shouldn't be. As far as he knows, legendary Pokemon of Giratina's level don't need to eat on weekdays, and won't hurt other Pokemon. In the past 100 years, there has never been a sighting of Giratina hunting Shaman. By the way, Mr. Mu Xian also told us a story. Xiaoji added, he said that the previous battle between Dialga and Palkia in Poplar Town affected Giratina, and Giratina was very angry. So he was tracking Dialga and wanted to drag it into the reverse world. But it was interfered by Shaman, causing Dialga to escape from the reverse world, and then Giratina began to chase Shaman. Naoki, God damn, he chased Shaman. Although Giratina's temper is a bit bad, he shouldn't chase a weak Pokemon like this, right? Naoki thought about the first time he met Giratina, and was bombarded by it for more than half an hour, and felt that this was not impossible. Is the reverse world also affected by Dialga and Palkia? Professor Oak murmured, the relationship between the two worlds is really interesting. And Naoki took the opportunity to say, by the way, Xiaoji, you just said that Dialga activated his power, and Giratina could not leave the reverse world? That's right. Xiaoji nodded. I think I know why Giratina is chasing Shamey. Naoki revealed the truth of the matter at the right time. Xiaoji on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. What is it? You just said that Dialga escaped from the reverse world because of Shamey, and when it left, it used its power to block the reverse world, making it impossible for Giratina to leave. Naoki said. Yes, it is indeed like this. Xiaoji nodded. Then is there a possibility that Shaman has a channel from the inside of the reverse world to the power of the real world, and Giratina saw Shaman open the channel, and let Dialga escape, so it wanted to find Shaman, and let Shaman use some moves to let it escape from Dialga's blockade? Naoki said. Hearing this possibility, everyone present was slightly stunned. Xiaoji, Xiaoguang, and Xiaojiang looked down at Shaman. And Shaman also fell into memories. After a long while, it finally spoke. Me was too scared at that time, so she used Seed Flash. Yes, that's it, Naoki said. Shamey realized it belatedly. So, as long as me uses Seed Flash again, Giratina will not eat me? Naoki, Giratina probably won't eat Shamey. It's probably thinking about finding Dialga and Palkia to get revenge. So that's how it is. I suddenly realized, and she said that Giratina had the opportunity to attack them before, but she didn't do it. In that case, let's go find Giratina, and use Seed Flash to help it unseal it. Satoshi made a decision immediately. Well, if Giratina is released, it may continue to look for Dialga and Palkia. Professor Oak pondered. However, the two legendary Pokemon may have returned to their respective latitudes, so it doesn't matter even if the blockade of the reverse world is lifted. Just do it, Satoshi. Yes. After finding out the truth about Giratina chasing Shamey, Xiaoji, and the others were very happy. After answering, he hung up the phone and prepared to take Shamey to find Giratina, and help it remove the restrictions set by Dialga. Seeing this scene, Naoki thought that it should be fine if it was this way. After taking the goat milk, Xiaomao and Professor Oak returned to the children. And Naoki continued to wait in the room for a while, and after 10 minutes, he went out with a motor lizard mask and several Pokemon. He pretended to be going out to deliver goods, then said goodbye to Professor Oak and drove the pickup truck away from the ranch. After parking the pickup truck at a parking lot in the town of Jichin, Naoki rode the Gulton to the sky, preparing to enter the reverse world through the passage left by Latina on the world tree. However, as soon as Naoki landed, he saw Mutuo using teleportation to appear in front of him. Is it about to start? The low voice of Mutuo sounded in Naoki's heart. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he understood what Mutuo meant. He shook his head and said, No, there is still some time. Now I have to go save Giratina. Hearing this, a question mark appeared in Mutuo's mind. Giratina? What happened to it? At the same time, in the Sinnoh region, in a town located between the mountains and forests. Xiaoji and others were walking on the street with Shamey. They were thinking about how to see Giratina. As a result, the next second, a purple channel appeared on the mirror next to them, and a tornado flew out of it, rolling their bodies into that special area. It's that familiar feeling again. Giratina appears. This thought came to Xiaoji's mind. As soon as they landed, they saw Giratina's huge body floating in the void, staring at them with a pair of blood-red eyes. Mi said, a little scared. Shamey began to tremble. Don't worry. Xiaoguang comforted Shamey. And Xiaoji stood up, bravely looked at Giratina, and said loudly, Giratina, we know you are trapped here. We are here to help you remove the restrictions set by Dialga. Giratina, who thought these people would continue to run away, was slightly stunned. Seeing that Giratina did not attack him, Xiaoji and others secretly said in their hearts, as expected, Shaman, I leave it to you next. Xiaoji turned to look at Shaman beside him. You see flash. Shaman looked at Giratina in fear, and seeing that the ferocious Pokemon really didn't seem to have the intention to eat him, he mustered up the courage and said, Mi is here to help. Xiaoguang couldn't help laughing at Xiami's appearance. She gently touched Xiami's head and said, Go. Xiami jumped down from her arms, and then his body tensed up and tried to exert strength. Soon, a force surged out of Xiami's body, turning into a dazzling light that burst out in all directions. At the same time, in the sky of the real world, a huge spaceship was slowly floating in the clouds. On the spaceship, a white-haired man was squinting at the picture displayed on the observation instrument in front of him. Interesting that Shaman actually started to actively help Giratina remove the restrictions set by Dialga? Looking at the force field fluctuations that appeared on the reverse world observation map on the screen, Zero knew in his heart that Giratina was about to enter the real world. Just right, it can save me some time. Zero smiled, and then ordered confidently, Infi, prepare to start the capture plan. The next second, a girl-shaped intelligent program automatically emerged and replied, Understood, the device is preparing. Ready, it will start capturing Giratina when it comes to the real world. Zero's mouth corners rose. The reverse world will soon become my own thing, and I will become the king of the reverse world. In the reverse world, under the influence of Shaman's full-strength seed flash, a vortex leading to the real world suddenly opened. Chapter 549. Humph! Finally solved it. Giratina stared at the entrance to the real world. Damn Dialga! How dare it trap it here? Just wait, it will not give up. Giratina turned his head and looked at the humans, and the Pokemon named Shaman in front of him with a proud look. Thank you so much for this time. Giratina's arrogant and rude voice sounded in the hearts of Xiaoji and others. After a short moment of shock, Xiaoji quickly reacted. Like Shaman, this was also telepathy. Mr. Naoki is right indeed, Xiaoji thought, scratching his head, and said embarrassedly, It's okay, as long as you are fine. It's okay as long as you don't eat me. Shamey also said quickly. Giratina didn't say anything else. It turned its head to look at the vortex, and then twisted its huge body, flew in that direction, broke through the vortex in one fell swoop, and landed in the real world again. Gravity gradually changed, and Giratina's body changed immediately. 6 thick legs extended from its body, and the pointed wings on its back gathered into 2 pairs of black wings, like a vampire count. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, Giratina slowly landed on the ground beside a lake. Finally arrived in this world, Giratina felt relieved, and it moved its body to adapt to the gravity environment of this place. High in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, a huge spaceship pushed away the clouds at a very fast speed, revealing a mechanical device similar to a whale harpoon at the front of the spaceship. The device flashed a strange red light, which gave people a breathtaking feeling. The next second, the device was ejected from the spaceship at an extremely fast speed, and a burst of dense air-breaking sounds rang out in the air. Giratina on the ground seemed to sense something, and it raised its head sharply, but the device had already arrived in front of it. The moment it approached, the mechanical arm on the device automatically opened and shot out beams of red light, which formed a huge cage and trapped Giratina in it. What happened? Giratina was shocked and angry, and it roared and tried to use its strength to break free. Xiaoji and his group followed closely, and saw the horrible scene as soon as they came out. That's it. Xiaoguang frowned. Giratina is trapped. Xiaoji was also stunned. What on earth is going on? I won't let you escape. On the spaceship, Zero showed a determined smile on his face. I have waited for this day for a long time. This spaceship, this device, are all specially prepared for Giratina. As long as Giratina can enter the device, the program set for Giratina will automatically start. At that time, even if Giratina has supernatural powers, it will become like a green caterpillar on the roadside and be slaughtered by others. Infuyi, start copying Giratina's abilities. Zero ordered. Got it. The program named Infuyi responded softly. It input the prepared settings into the computer. If everything goes well, then the device will instantly release countless energy beams and start to fully extract the energy from Giratina until the life of this Pokemon is drained. Jello stared at the struggling Giratina on the screen with a look of watching a good show. The program is starting. 1%, 26%, 67%, 89%, 100%. The program is successfully started. Infi's voice sounded at the side, and on the screen, countless red lights were released from the device. At first glance, it seemed that they covered the sky and the sun. It's almost there. It's almost there. He will soon become the master of the reversed world. Jello's eyes showed an excited and fanatical expression. However, the next second, Infui's voice suddenly sounded again. Alarm. Alarm. An unknown creature is approaching at a speed of Mach 15. Infui immediately called up the picture for Jello. On the screen, a green straight line pierced through the clouds and the sky, like a god descending, and landed here with a bang. Jello didn't even see what the creature was, and saw the green light hit the device he had worked so hard to develop. With a loud bang, the mechanical arm of the device was instantly split into two and broken in the middle. The red light in the cage seemed to be running out of energy. It flashed twice, and then disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. The cage, which had lost its power source, was instantly torn into pieces by the furious Giratina. But Jiro no longer had the mind to pay attention to such things. At this moment, Infuyi automatically turned the direction of the camera on the spacecraft and fed the captured image to the screen in the main control room. After seeing the appearance of the unknown creature clearly, Jello's eyes widened instantly, with an expression of disbelief on his face, staring blankly at the scene. A huge, black mysterious flying dragon Pokemon was hovering over the huge forest. Its body was covered with golden ancient patterns, and its golden pupils emitted a fascinating light. Its huge body could even be compared to the spaceship they were riding. That is, Jello murmured. It's the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza. In the ancient legends of the Hoenn region, it is also called the God of the Sky. Infi reported the information about the Pokemon to her master without any joy or sadness. Zoom in on Rayquaza's head. Jello suddenly noticed a small black dot on the screen. Got it. Infi immediately zoomed in. The next second, Jello saw the creature on Rayquaza's head clearly. It was a human, a tall human with a Pokemon mask on his face and a red cloak on his body. Next to him stood a mysterious Pokemon with pink fur and a big tail, which looked like a human. Infuyi automatically scanned the information of the mysterious man and the Pokemon, and reported, the human is called Motor Mask, and he once helped Fengyuan area solve the disaster caused by the legendary Pokemon. The information of the Pokemon standing next to him is unknown, and it seems to be a Pokemon that has not been discovered yet. Humph! After the shock, Zero suddenly noticed the escaped Giratina. A wave of anger instantly surged into his heart. Damn it! How dare you! How dare you destroy my plan and destroy the device I worked so hard to develop? Unforgivable! Magnemite Core! Attack! No matter what kind of sky god he is just a Pokemon after all. Zero's eyes were red, and he looked like he had lost his mind. He angrily pressed a red button on the main console. The next second, the side of the spaceship opened automatically, and magnetrons and magnemites, emitting cold metallic light, flew out. The dense magnemites and magnetrons flew towards Rayquaza in front like a dark cloud. On the ground, Xiaoji and his companions were stunned when they saw this scene. That group of magnemites are going to clash with Rayquaza. Xiaojiang looked at the sky nervously. What on earth is going on? Xiaoguang's eyes were full of worry. A lot of things happened today, Shaman, Reverse World, Giratina, and now even Rayquaza is here. Ash also clenched his fists and looked up at the sky with concentration. However, to everyone's surprise, even in the face of such a large army of Magneto, the Rayquaza never made a move. Just when everyone was confused, they suddenly saw a human figure flying out from the top of Rayquaza's head. The figure was surrounded by a faint blue light, and it stood alone in front of the Magnemite army, looking calmly at the dark army of Magneto in front of it. There was a legend like this in the city. The power of a single Magneto is still weak, but if there are enough of them and they gather together, as long as they discharge electricity at the same time, the power can even destroy a city in an instant. High in the sky, a huge current has emerged from the Magnetos. The current gathered together and turned into an extremely thick beam of light, which shot out with a bang. Who is that Pokemon? Xiaoji noticed the familiar figure, and suddenly remembered what he encountered at Clear Cliff a few years ago. A name emerged in his mind. Mutuo, yes, it was Mutuo. In just a moment, the beam devoured Mutuo's body. What a terrifying power! Xiaoguang covered his mouth in fear. However, the next second, an invisible huge force burst out in the sky, and the electric current disappeared in an instant, and then hit the Magnemite army heavily. The Magnemite group, which was attacked like this, panicked instantly. They realized the strength of the enemy, and they all screamed in fear and flew away in all directions in a panic. Good, so strong. Dawn murmured. Yeah, that's right, Mutuo has always been like this. When he saw Mutuo appear, Ash knew everything was fine. Huh? Dawn was very surprised to hear Ash's tone. Ash, do you know that Pokemon? Ash nodded gently. Yes, it's called Mutuo, and it's a very special Pokemon. In the spaceship, after witnessing the spaceship being broken apart by the unknown Pokemon, Zero couldn't help but show a shocked expression on his face. What's going on? What's the situation with that Pokemon? Why is it so strong? However, at this moment, Infi's voice sounded again. Alarm, alarm. Giratina is about to attack the spaceship. Oh no! All attention was focused on the Rayquaza and the human, and I forgot that there was another Giratina that escaped. Zero was horrified. Sure enough, the figure of Giratina appeared on the screen the next second. Its huge body blocked all the cameras, and it launched an angry attack on the spaceship. With a loud bang, the spaceship lost its balance instantly, and its engine was destroyed by Giratina. The entire spaceship fell downward like a kite with a broken string. Giratina's raging anger had not yet been vented. It looked down at the spaceship, opened its mouth wide, and launched a wave of evil at it. The majestic energy submerged the spaceship in the blink of an eye. As the spaceship fell, a huge explosion sounded in the forest, startling countless Pokemon living there. The spaceship began to burn, and the fire set the forest on fire. Oh no! The forest is on fire! Xiaoguang frowned, and she immediately released Pokemon from the Pokeball, wanting to let Pokemon use a water gun to put out the fire. However, the next second, she saw the Pokemon named Mutuo move. Its figure disappeared from the spot, and appeared above the forest. A light blue energy rippled in all directions, like a wave. Then, the water in the lake rushed towards the fire as if being pulled. In an instant, the raging fire was put out, and a large amount of white smoke rose. Great! A smile appeared on Xiaoji's face. Pikapi! Pikachu also nodded repeatedly. In midair, Mutuo slowly returned to Naoki's side, and Naoki nodded at it, and then together with Mutuo and Rayquaza, they cast their eyes on Giratina, who had arrived late. Giratina, who had always been doing evil in the chat group, was immediately ashamed and angry when he saw that his embarrassing behavior today was watched by the group members. It wanted to yell, and see what it was looking for, but then it thought that if Naoki hadn't arrived in time today, it would probably have been plotted against by that hateful human. Naoki, I've already told you not to come over, be careful. Giratina was ashamed, and it was also blinded by anger. All this was caused by those two damn guys Dialga and Palkia. Giratina hated Dialga and Palkia even more. Arrogant, rude, and willful. Naoki read out the words one by one. Giratina immediately realized that Naoki was talking about himself. It suddenly felt a little scared. Yes, this is it. Will Naoki dislike it, and stop being friends with it because of this? Giratina felt sad when she thought of this possibility. Its original life was boring and dull, but everything became colorful because of Naoki's arrival. Chat with it, help it plant fruit trees, flowers, and sun, massage it with the power of the dragon, teach it how to use the Rotom phone to relieve its boredom, and send it food and drink from time to time. In the past, Giratina had long been accustomed to life with Naoki. It couldn't imagine the days without Naoki. Giratina was heartbroken. At this moment, it completely forgot about Dialga and Palkia. Thinking that Naoki might break up with it and never talk to it again, Giratina was a little lost. But it was afraid of showing it and being seen by Rayquaza and Mutuo, so it could only pretend to be indifferent. At first glance, it looked the same as usual. Mutuo and Rayquaza stare. Giratina couldn't stay any longer. It twisted its huge body and prepared to return to the reverse world and never come out again. Seeing Giratina's sudden action, Naoki was stunned and interrupted what he was about to say. Where are you going? Giratina replied gruffly. Back home. Naoki. Then let's go together. Giratina's action suddenly stopped and looked back in confusion. Seeing its expression, Naoki quickly understood what Giratina meant. It misunderstood the meaning of what he just said. I haven't finished what I just said. Naoki continued helplessly. Although these sound bad, maybe this is what Giratina is like. Giratina didn't understand. It's okay, I'm just sighing. Naoki took a deep breath, looked down, and saw Xiaoji and his group. However, he didn't go down to contact them, but said to Giratina, "Okay, it's over, it's time to go back." Although Giratina didn't quite understand what Naoki meant, it could feel that Naoki didn't want to break up with him or get angry. The sunflower monster in Giratina's heart instantly blossomed, and it immediately opened its mouth and spit out a tornado into the sky, opening the passage to the reverse world. Rayquaza, thank you very much for today. Naoki jumped onto Giratina's back and said to Rayquaza. Rayquaza, who had been a DD driver for a while, called out, saying that it was all a small matter. Seeing that Naoki was fine, it twisted its huge body and rushed into the sky to find snacks in the ozone layer. Naoki took Mutuo and Giratina into the reverse world and returned to the ranch. At 4 o'clock in the evening, the sun was about to set. When Naoki drove a pickup truck with Giratina back to the ranch, he heard Professor Oak's exclamation. What? Giratina was captured? Moto Mask brought Rayquaza and a Pokemon named Mutuo to save it. Doctor, what happened? Naoki walked into the house. What a great discovery! Xiaoji and his friends said today that they saw the legendary Pokemon Giratina, Rayquaza, and an unknown Pokemon called Mutuo. Oh my god, this is incredible. That Motor Mask can capture so many legendary Pokemon. Professor Oak couldn't help but look longing. It would be great if I could see that Motor Mask in person. Hearing this, Naoki and Golden looked at each other tacitly. Golden, aga. Naoki smiled and said, maybe I can see him in the future. Chapter 550. On the afternoon of May 29th, 201, the 3-day summer camp finally came to an end. Professor Oak and Xiao Mao took the children on the road back home. Naoki waved goodbye to them and watched them go away. Only when he could no longer see them did Naoki turn around and go back to the ranch to pack up his things. The incident with Giratina was over, and everything returned to normal. It did not chase Dialga and Palkia anymore, but stayed in the reverse world all day without moving. It seems that Giratina has made a fool of himself in front of Mutuo and Rayquaza, and now he rarely speaks in the chat group of legendary beasts. In fact, Giratina is very worried that the two of them will tell everyone about his embarrassing story. For this reason, he secretly observed for several days. Whenever he saw the news of Mutuo or Rayquaza pop up in the group, Giratina would involuntarily become nervous. Naoki didn't know all this. The plots of the Battle of Time and Space Tower and Giratina, and the Bouquet of Ice Sky have ended, so what is coming is the awakening of Arceus, the ultimate boss of this world. Now they have made sufficient preparations. Looking at the trump cards in his hand, Naoki feels that they have the strength to fight even Arceus. Of course, this is limited to the clones in this world. As far as Naoki knows, Arceus's real body is outside the multiverse, silently observing the development of Pokemon and humans. So far, there is only one case of eyewitness intelligence about him in the entire Pokemon series, that is in the game Pokemon, Arceus. Naoki, It's quite embarrassing to let Arceus watch them fight his clone. But it's probably still some time before that happens. Naoki is not in a hurry, and there's no point in being in a hurry. Anyway, Giratina can feel Arceus awakening, and they can go together when the time comes. As for now, he has something more important to do. Naoki turned around and looked at the martial arts bear master and Golden, who were following behind him. After several months, the petite bear apprentice has now grown tall and strong, and his spirit is very different from before. If the bear apprentice is lovable in his determination, then the martial arts bear master gives people a feeling of a calm and reliable strongman. I wonder what this martial arts bear master, who was specially trained by Kyogre and Groudon, will look like. Thinking so in his heart, Naoki nodded to the martial arts bear master and said, "Come on." "What?" The martial arts bear master responded calmly. Golden, who was standing aside, looked at the martial arts bear master, then looked at Naoki, who was full of admiration, and suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. However, Naoki had already gone out with Master Widow Bear, and didn't notice it at all. "Ah, gah." Golden shook his head, and then followed him out. The group came to the ranch, and Naoki found an open space, and said to Master Widow Bear, "Let me see the results of your practice." "Woo." Master Widow Bear nodded slightly in response, and then adjusted his body, and took a fighting stance. As Master Wudao Bear stretched out his fist, a deep and majestic aura, like the sea, surged out of his body. Hua la la. It was as if the sound of flowing seawater came from the martial arts bear master's body. Looking again, he saw that his fists were actually wrapped with dragon-like water currents. The expression on the martial arts bear master's face did not change at all. He looked forward calmly, and swung his fists there. One punch, two punches, sweeping legs. At first glance, these movements seemed as ordinary as a calm sea, but they contained a tremendous force, like a landslide and tsunami. The force turned into a visible fist wind and rushed forward. After more than 20 meters, it hit a fruit tree. With a click, the trunk of the fruit tree burst open with a bang. This is just the first punch. Naoki knew very well that Master Wudao Bear's water flow would attack 3 times in a row. Sure enough, just as Naoki expected, Master Wudao Bear used the second punch. Its attack was like flowing clouds in water, and it was continuous and revealed a sense of hardness and swiftness. However, seeing that he had destroyed something in the ranch, the martial arts bear master quickly changed direction, used the remaining 2 punches on an empty space, and restrained the force, so as not to cause new damage. The martial arts bear master was very embarrassed about destroying the fruit tree. It scratched its head and looked at Naoki. Woo! It's okay, don't worry, as long as the seeds are there. Even if the fruit tree falls, new ones will grow soon. Naoki comforted excitedly, because he had already seen the difference of this martial arts bear master. Unlike other martial arts bear masters, this martial arts bear master's water stream hits continuously, and has the same momentum as the one-hit martial arts bear master, 3 attacks, each critical hit. It is worthy of being a Pokemon taught by Groudon and Kyogre. Naoki murmured in his heart. By understanding the secrets of the Sea of Kyogre, and constantly fighting against beings of Groudon's level. Perhaps it is for this reason that the martial arts bear master has both the deep and majestic aura of Kyogre, and the hard and swift momentum of Groudon. In addition, the natural atmosphere in the world tree is rich, and the life goat milk that can strengthen the body and restore physical strength provides the material basis for the martial arts bear master. This makes him progress rapidly. True holy Esh Bibimbap. Just thinking about everything behind this, Naoki couldn't help but exclaim that it was so terrifying. This kind of opportunity, there is probably no other Pokemon in the world that can get it. Good. Naoki applauded the performance of the martial arts bear master. Woo! The martial arts bear master touched his head rather embarrassedly. It knew in its heart that it could achieve what it has today thanks to Naoki. Wha? The bear master was very touched. Well, please take care of me in the future. Naoki grinned, then reached out and touched the bear master's head. Because it became very tall after evolution, the bear master was afraid that it would be difficult for Naoki to touch it, so he lowered his head slightly to make it easier for Naoki to touch it. Ah, his! Gulton on the side narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. It knew that this Pokemon was a nuisance. 2 streams of white smoke came out of Gulton's big nostrils, and he swore that he would ignore Naoki for half an hour. As for why it was half an hour, it was because Gulton could only hold on for half an hour. Naoki, who was absorbed in observing the martial arts bear master, did not notice Gulton's appearance. The sky gradually darkened, the haze covered the mountaintops, and thousands of lights were lit up in the distant Zichin town. Today is a great day. Although it is not a festival, as long as Naoki is in a good mood, he will think that today is a good day. Even when cooking, Naoki is humming a little song. In order to celebrate the evolution of his bear apprentice into a martial arts bear master, Naoki specially prepared a sumptuous dinner. Fried steaks that Gillerton likes to eat, steamed sea bass that Dragonite likes to eat, grass dumplings for his mount goat, and carrot sugar cubes that the 2 horses like to eat, etc. A large table was filled with various dishes, and there was even no room on the table, so they had to be placed on the floor. The scale was comparable to a large dinner party. Perhaps influenced by Naoki's mood, the Pokemon in the ranch were also very happy today. They ran and made noises in the living room, squeezed on the sofa to watch TV, ran upstairs to play hide and seek, and sneak into the kitchen to scare Naoki from behind. During dinner, Naoki sat in the middle of a large group of Pokemon, looked at Master Wudao and asked, "Are you going to sleep at home tonight?" Master Wudao hadn't slept at home for a long time. During the time of training on the World Tree, in order not to waste a minute of special training time, it either slept on the seabed of Master Kyogre or on Master Groudon's cliff sword. Now hearing what Naoki said, Master Wudao suddenly missed its soft nest. Therefore, Master Wudao Bear nodded and agreed. After dinner, Naoki took some Pokemon food that he had prepared and prepared to go to the reverse world to chat with Giratina. Master Woodowl Bear went to the bedroom and prepared to take a look at the place where he used to sleep. However, when he saw that the nest could no longer accommodate him, he immediately showed an embarrassed expression on his face. Master Woodowl Bear sat cross-legged on the floor, put his hand into the nest to compare, and found that the nest could only accommodate his head. What? The martial arts bear master was very confused. Golden, who was originally jealous, stopped being jealous immediately after seeing this scene. It deliberately jumped onto Naoki's bed, and lay there deliberately making noises to show off to the martial arts bear master. Ah, it's so comfortable. Look, it can sleep with Naoki. The martial arts bear master noticed Golden not far away, but he didn't understand what Golden meant. He only took a glance and then retracted his gaze, and continued to fiddle with the small nest where he had slept before. Gillerton, Suddenly I felt so bored. Naoki followed the path in the ranch under the moonlight and walked to the end. He crossed the lake and arrived at Giratina's reversed world. On the Flower Sky Island, Giratina was lying in a large flower bush, scrolling through his phone out of boredom. Because he was in a bad mood recently, Giratina even stopped posting on the forum, so that his fans thought he had quit the internet and asked him what happened recently. Rotom on the mobile phone was reading fans' comments to Giratina. Giratina closed his eyes and listened incoherently. At this time, the mobile Rotom noticed Naoki walking towards them not far away, and it notified, "Naoki is coming, Rotom." Giratina suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the person coming. Naoki jumped to the Sky Island where Giratina was, put the Pokemon food in his hand in front of it, and said, "Eat some." Giratina said in a muffled voice, "Got it." Naoki was a little amused. "Are you still thinking about the previous thing? Don't worry, Mewtwo and Rayquaza won't tell anyone about that. They're not that kind of Pokemon. If it was Ho-Oh, it would still be possible. Because Ho-Oh would tell Jirachi about what he saw and heard, and Jirachi would tell other Pokemon when playing in the Expedition Guild. In this way, all the Pokemon on the World Tree would know about it." Hearing this, Giratina immediately became excited. "Is it true?" Naoki nodded. "Of course. Haven't you seen that Mewtwo and Rayquaza don't talk much in the group? Mewtwo is a personality problem. Rayquaza has to go to the ozone layer and space to find meteorites to eat every day. He is very busy. Besides, you are not the only Pokemon that has encountered this kind of thing." Hearing this, Giratina immediately became interested. It asked in a gruff voice, "Any other Pokemon? Tell me quickly, who else? Let it find a sense of belonging." Naoki, Is he really going to say it? Wouldn't it be a bit bad for those Pokemon? Well, I let you down to comfort Giratina's wounded heart. "Do you know Ho-Oh?" Naoki asked. Giratina nodded. It knew Ho-Oh, but it wasn't familiar with him. Ho-Oh has a Ho-Oh guard consisting of 4 Pokemon. There's a Pokemon named Suicune among them. It was once caught by humans with a fishing net, Naoki said. Giratina's face suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. "Is it true?" "Of course it's true." Naoki nodded. "It's just that happened in another world. In that world, Kyogre was even caught by a little human girl with a fishing rod. Not only that, there was also Lugia caught by humans, and Groudon that can't fly. Compared to that, you are already very good, and those humans have studied you specifically, and the weapons they made are also specially restrained against you, not to mention that they launched a sneak attack from behind. Why is that? Because he is afraid of you. He dare not confront you head-on, so he can only resort to such dirty means," Naoki said. After Naoki's trick, Giratina suddenly felt that what happened to him didn't seem so difficult to accept. That's right, Naoki was right. The great Giratina was attacked by a villain. If they fought head-on, they would not be its opponent at all. Thinking of this, Giratina's confidence increased greatly, and finally returned to its usual state. Naoki couldn't help but laugh. Although it's a legendary Pokemon that has existed for many years, its personality is still that of a child. After chatting, Naoki started talking about business. "Arceus is about to wake up," he said. Hearing this, Giratina immediately looked over. It thought of the agreement it had made with Naoki, that it would help Naoki lift the World Tree into the air, and Naoki would help it teach Arceus a lesson. But Naoki didn't know that Giratina knew very well how powerful Arceus was. He created this world. Even Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia were all created by him. It is not easy to teach the god who created this world a lesson. Even Arceus can only do some small things behind the scenes. It would be terrible if he retaliated afterwards. After a moment of silence, Giratina said, "That incident can be ignored. Arceus created this world. I am afraid we are not his opponents. What if he holds a grudge against us?" Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he understood what Giratina meant. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I have made all the preparations, and I must do what I promised you. Super health recovery, even the nurse Ho-Oh who can revive the dead, the faith of the Bud Crown, the peak original return of Kyogre. Plus the special background of the movie, even if they attack Arceus, Arceus will not bear a grudge, because in Arceus's view, they are also preventing him from punishing humans. At that time, the place and the people are alright, so there is no need to worry about Arceus' revenge." Chapter 551. The next morning, Naoki received another message from Mutuo. "Mutuo, everyone is asking me if you are really going to fight other humans." Naoki slapped his head and remembered this. Yesterday, he was in a hurry and flew to the Sinnoh region to find Giratina on Rayquaza before he could explain the situation to those Pokémon. Now that he has some free time, Naoki feels that he should go to the World Tree to explain the situation to everyone. Therefore, after finishing his work at the ranch, Naoki set off for the World Tree. As soon as he arrived at the Expedition Team Guild, he was warmly welcomed by everyone. The Pokémon that came with Mutuo, the Pokémon that Naoki rescued, and the Pokémon that were invited by the Hero Expedition team all gathered around him. Before Naoki could speak, he heard the group of Pokémon talking at once. The three Millilongs jumped around on the grass, and promised in a firm tone, "Meow. Naoki, don't worry and fight. We will prepare lots of delicious sushi for you." Boshich continued, "Chafu. Yes, we also picked a lot of fruit and put them in the warehouse." The owner of the prop store, Tyrannosaurus, also took out a large bag of holy ash from her body like a magic trick. "Dafu. I have saved all the holy ash of Lord Ho-Oh." Some Pokémon who are good at fighting began to show their strength to Naoki. Charizard blew out a beam of hot flames, Bulbasaur stretched out its vine whip and danced in the air, Blastoise beat its chest vigorously, and the two barrels on its back began to accumulate intense water energy. Naoki, Seeing this scene, Naoki suddenly felt that these Pokémon were very interesting. He did not rush to tell them that he was not going to fight, but smiled and asked, "Have you learned to divide the work and cooperate?" "Pikachu." Pikachu nodded repeatedly, and under its leadership, Naoki saw that the large group of Pokémon in front of him was divided into two groups. The group on the left are Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Nidoking, Flamehorn, Milotic, Sandslash, Pikachu, Troll, Curly, and the goat guided by the goats. The group on the right are Carcharodon, Milliron, Meowth, Oliva, Golduck, Ninetales, Pufferfish, Gucci, Meowth, Gucci. Seeing this scene, Naoki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Pikachu said with high morale, "Pika Pika. We are the Pokémon responsible for helping you, Naoki, fight. We have been working hard on special training during this period." Naoki turned his attention to the group of Pokémon on the right. The Jigglypuff among them said happily, "Lucky, we are the Pokémon responsible for logistics. Although we are not good at fighting, we can help you, Naoki, make food, pick berries, and treat injuries. Battle group and logistics group? What a detailed division of labor." Naoki was even more surprised. "I didn't expect that in just over a year, the Pokémon on the World Tree have evolved into this." Seeing Naoki's expression, Jigglypuff invited again, "Lucky. Let's go to the warehouse together." Naoki raised his eyebrows, and was very curious about how these Pokémon stored supplies. "Okay. Lucky." Led by a group of Pokémon, Naoki passed through the Slowpoke Park of the Expedition Team Guild, and soon arrived at the warehouse used by the Expedition Team Guild to store food. The larger Charizard and Blastoise came forward to open the door, and then a pile of tree fruits, like a small mountain, rolled out from inside. "Oh no, it's too full." Seeing this, the rhinoceros and geckos who were responsible for carrying the tree fruits showed regret on their faces. They should have packed them in two batches. However, Jigglypuff was very happy. It walked forward to show Naoki, "Lucky. These tree fruits should be enough for everyone who fought hard to eat for a long time." Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but feel touched. These Pokémon on the World Tree are all thinking about him. "The enemy we are about to face this time is very strong," Naoki said. Hearing this, a group of Pokémon immediately said that they were not afraid, as long as everyone works together, no matter what difficulties can be overcome. Naoki continued, "That is the god who created this world. People call him Arceus, the god of creation." The god who created this world? The group of Pokémon in front of him widened their eyes. They had never heard of such a thing, and could not imagine the horror for a moment. But from what Naoki said, it seemed that it was a very powerful Pokémon. Charizard, a wuh? Will Mutuo be its opponent? Naoki shook his head. With the power of Mutuo alone, I'm afraid there is no chance of winning. Woo! What about Rayquaza? Mincheo asked again. In its mind, Rayquaza was the strongest Pokemon on this tree. If even it can't do it, then can they still be the opponent of the Creator God? Naoki still shook his head. No. Seeing this, a group of Pokemon immediately frowned. The Creator God. Sounds so scary. Never mind. It would be terrible if Naoki was eaten by that Pokemon. Thinking of this, one of the Milan said, Me. I'm not afraid. If everyone works together, we can definitely win. With Milan taking the lead, the other Pokemon also said, Never mind, let's do it. Let's go together. Seeing this scene, Naoki suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I appreciate your help, but with Bud Crown and Mewtwo here, there will be no problem. Then, Naoki explained the reason in detail to the Pokemon. Actually, we are not going to fight Arceus, but Arceus has lost his mind for some reason, and he intends to punish humans, so we are going to stop him together. Don't worry, it's okay. Pikachu murmured. So they were wrong. Everyone looked at Jirachi, who spread the news. Jirachi immediately panicked. I didn't say Naoki was going to war. It only said that Naoki needed help, and needed a lot of Pokemon to help. Jirachi looked at Tropical Dragon, and it remembered that it had only told Tropical Dragon about this. Tropical Dragon recalled carefully, and realized that it was wrong. It thought Naoki needed a lot of Pokemon to help because Naoki was going to start a war with other humans. Seeing this scene, Naoki immediately understood what was going on. Forget it, it's good to have the misunderstanding resolved. However, this logistics team and combat team are quite interesting. The Pokemon in the logistics team are responsible for picking tree fruits, preparing food, and treating injuries. The Pokemon in the combat team are responsible for fighting and protecting the world tree. It's a pity that there are no incredible mazes in this world, otherwise everyone can really form a rescue team, explore the maze together, and collect precious treasures. And those Pokemon in charge of logistics only need to stay at the headquarters of the Expedition Team Guild to handle daily affairs and issue commissions. June 7, 2001, Alliance Calendar, Summer. The weather is getting hotter. This summer is particularly hot, with daytime temperatures as high as 35 degrees. Most of the Pokemon in the ranch stay at home and are unwilling to go out. Only a small number of Pokemon, who are not afraid of the heat, are still running happily in the ranch as usual. The sky is cloudless, and the sun is scorching the earth. Only in the evening will the weather gradually cool down. And at this time, the Pokemon will leave the air-conditioned room and run to the ranch to enjoy the cool breeze. Taking advantage of the cool weather, Naoki went to the fields and commanded Dragonite to help water the fields with prayers for rain. Dragonite readily agreed. As it exerted its strength, a small dark cloud soon condensed above the farmland, and suddenly, a drizzle of rain fell, moistening the fields that had been exposed to the sun for a day. Naoki checked the growth of crops beside the farmland, preparing to pick a few watermelons to bring back for the Pokemon to eat to cool down. This year's crops are growing particularly well. In recent years, the weather in Zichin town has been good, and there has been a bumper harvest almost every year. The people in the town thought that this was the work of the Bud Crown, but Naoki knew in his heart that it was all the work of the group of Dragonite and Dragonite living on the World Tree. In the evening, the Pokemon underground also came out to enjoy the breeze. The three moles poked their heads out and stayed beside the farmland, watching the dark clouds and rain in the sky. The Saltstone Giants were huddled under a big tree, back to back, and the Frost Milk Fairy sat on their shoulders, gently shaking her head, looking leisurely and comfortable. Pokemon can be seen everywhere in the ranch. As long as Naoki looked up, he could see a Pokemon passing by. Everyone lived a happy life here, making friends, basking in the sun, and playing together. Just watching this scene, Naoki felt very happy. Summer is a good season for eating melons. It happened that the watermelons just ripened yesterday, so he picked a few watermelons for everyone to eat. After Dragonite finished watering, Naoki walked into the melon field. Guillerton followed behind him, and prepared to help, but his eyes were cast on the grass not far away. The martial arts bear master was doing his daily training there, continuing to improve his boxing skills. Ah, gah! It is really a hard-working Pokemon. At this moment, Guillerton suddenly heard Naoki's soft eh. It immediately turned its head, and saw Naoki picking up a large ice-blue watermelon from the melon field. Is this a mutated watermelon? The information about this watermelon immediately emerged in Naoki's mind. Frozen watermelon, a special crop, mutated from an ordinary watermelon, may have some magical effects after being made into a dish. Frozen watermelon. Looking at the name of this special crop, Naoki was very surprised. In fact, there haven't been any useful mutant crops in the ranch for a long time. Although they have appeared before, most of them are insignificant special crops. For example, peas that can hit people, potatoes that can explode, and corn that can glow. Forget it, I just happen to have nothing to do now, so let's take a look at the effect of this watermelon. Naoki gave the watermelon to Gulton, and picked a few larger watermelons to take home and cut into pieces. Then, Naoki shouted outside, and soon a large group of Pokemon came running. Naoki handed the cut watermelon to them, and the Pokemon sat under the eaves and ate the watermelon happily. Seeing this, Naoki smiled slightly, then returned to the kitchen and began to process the frozen watermelon. Use a knife to remove the skin, then put it into the juicer, and in a short while, a small cup of blue watermelon juice was ready. Naoki took a look, and the detailed information of the cup of watermelon juice emerged from his mind. Frozen watermelon juice, B+ special cuisine, a drink made from frozen watermelon juice. The energy contained in it may have some magical effects. Cuisine effect, Dragon Nemesis, special attack on Dragon attribute Pokemon, Dragon attribute, Ice attribute, Fairy attribute Pokemon. When facing Dragon attribute Pokemon, the power of the restraining moves used will be increased to a certain extent. Evaluation, use it to deal with difficult Dragon attribute Pokemon. It is said to be the favorite of a certain Ice King. Naoki, Dragon Nemesis. Isn't this the ability of the Battle Greymon in the Digimon next door? Naoki was slightly stunned after seeing the description of Dragon Nemesis. He originally thought that this dish would only work after being used by Ice Pokemon. Can it work even with Fairy and Dragon Pokemon? It seems that as long as there is a restraint on Dragon Pokemon, it can be used. Naoki muttered. The Ice attribute Pokemon in the ranch include Glacian, Snowbringer, and Budcrest riding Snowbringer. The Fairy attribute Pokemon include Sylveon, Frostmilk, and Fluttershy. There are many Dragon attribute Pokemon, including Gultron, Dragonite, and Moto. Such a big watermelon, but only 2 cups of watermelon juice were squeezed out. This is not enough to share. After a little thought, Naoki changed to a few smaller cups and poured the watermelon juice into each one. He looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This way, there would be enough to share. The color just looks a bit scary. 5 minutes later. Sylveon, Flutterbear, Glacian, Glowton, Motor Lizard, Budcrest, Dragonite, and Frostmilk gathered around the table, looking at the glasses of strangely colored watermelon juice on it. Sylveon murmured, "Bye? If you drink this glass of watermelon juice, can you become a hero who defeats the dragon?" Naoki was slightly stunned. What dragon hero? Sylveon immediately looked at him. "Bye. The story Naoki told me before. It still remembers it clearly. It chose to evolve into what it is now, because it admired the Sylveon that defeated the dragon and saved the town in the story. As if it was afraid that Naoki would forget, Sylveon told the story in its memory again. B. Naoki, Of course I remember it, but I just didn't react to your meaning at the first time. But, this should be similar to the Sylveon Brave, right? After drinking this glass of watermelon juice, your moves will become more powerful when facing dragon-type Pokemon. After all, it is the nemesis of dragons. Hearing this, Sylveon's eyes lit up. B. Chapter 552. Fairy Eevee wrapped a ribbon around the cup and brought it to her mouth, her beautiful blue eyes full of anticipation. Flutterhair picked up the cup with her winged claws, looking particularly solemn, because in her memory, this kind of weird-colored thing cannot be drunk. But Naoki said it was okay, so it should be okay, right? Glacian squatted on the floor. She didn't have any idea about the blue watermelon juice. She just thought the color was really beautiful. Frostmilk Fairy was very happy about the atmosphere of drinking juice with everyone. She tried to hold up the cup as tall as herself with her little hands, and cheered happily. Dragonite is not picky about food. If Naoki says it can drink, it will drink. Without a second of hesitation, it directly picked up the cup with its big claws, and poured it into its mouth. Motor Lizard looked left and right, as if waiting to drink with everyone. But Crown King picked up the cup with his hand, and smelled the taste inside. He thought it would taste bad, but unexpectedly it was good. And Gurdon picked up the cup carelessly. Okay, let's drink together. With Naoki's order, a group of Pokemon in front of him held up the cup and drank it. Naoki was observing the appearance of these Pokemon. Compared with other dishes, this cup of frozen watermelon juice did not have any glowing special effects, and there was no obvious change after the Pokemon drank it. It seems that the improvement is hidden, Naoki thought to himself. At this time, Fairy Eevee looked down at its body and asked expectantly, "Bew Bew? Can I become a hero who defeats the dragon?" Naoki, That's just a fairy tale circulating in the Galar region, and there are no dragons near us, he said helplessly to Sylvian. Hearing this, Sylvian subconsciously cast his eyes on Gultrin, Motorcycle, and Dragonite. Dragonite immediately spoke up to defend himself. "Awoo! I'm not a dragon Pokemon." Motorcycle looked silly. "Geo? Is it a dragon?" Sylvian was speechless. "Agahi." "Bye." Sylvian thought carefully, and found that everyone seemed not to be a dragon. Naoki's mood at the moment was exactly the same as Gultrin. He recalled a little and then said, "Maybe that kind of thing happened a long time ago?" "Boy?" Sylvian immediately looked up. Naoki continued, "A long time ago, humans and Pokemon were not as harmonious as they are now. At that time, humans called Pokemon magic beasts and thought they were scary beings. They always avoided them, and Pokemon were mostly wary of humans. So when humans come into contact with dragon Pokemon, they will be attacked by them. Maybe it's for this reason that humans call them evil dragons?" "Boy?" Fairy Eevee asked hurriedly, "Are there no dragon Pokemon that attack humans now?" "I don't know. At least the dragon Pokemon I've seen are all very docile, like Gultun, Motor Lizard, and Dragonite," Naoki said. "Moreover, in modern times, humans and Pokemon have already integrated into each other's lives, and even engraved some things into their brains and genes. For example, many wild Pokemon know Pokeballs and human trainers." Hearing this, Fairy Eevee felt very disappointed. It still wanted to use its own power to defeat the evil dragon, save humans, and become a hero. Naoki was also very helpless about this. "Then there may be no way," Naoki said. At least he had never seen it. "There may be some, such as some dragon Pokemon with ferocious nature, like the three-headed dragon, but they can't be found in the Padilla region." "Boy!" Fairy Eevee left disappointed. It played with other Eevees in the ranch for a while, and then went to the World Tree. Jirachi, who lived on the World Tree, liked these Eevees in Naoki Ranch very much. Seeing that the Eevees came to the Expedition Team Guild to play again, it took the initiative to fly down and join them. The enthusiastic Flareon, the elegant Sun and Moon Eevee, the gentle Leafeon, the irritable Jolteon. Everyone was having fun as usual. At this moment, Jirachi suddenly noticed Sylvian. Sylvian was lying on the grass, with the ribbons hanging weakly beside her, looking very lost. Jirachi floated to Sylvian, flew around it, and asked Sylvian, "What's wrong with you?" "Bye." Sylvian sighed. "Huh? Dragon Pokemon?" Jirachi blinked and asked innocently, "Do you want to defeat the dragon Pokemon and become a hero?" "Bye." Sylvian nodded with fighting spirit, but soon it lay down again and said sadly, "Bye." But Naoki said that there are no dragon Pokemon in this world anymore. Dragon Pokemon. Seeing this, Jirachi thought about it carefully, and soon thought of something, and said happily to Sylvian, "That's not necessarily true. Let's go ask Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh has been to many places, and it knows a lot of things." "Bui?" Sylvian was surprised. So, Sylvian left the Eevee group and, led by Jirachi, came to the top of the World Tree. On a thick branch with clusters of huge leaves, Sylvian saw the Pokemon named Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh was grabbing the branch below with its two powerful claws, with its eyes closed, and the two circles of black eyeliner looked like dark circles caused by not waking up. As if sensing someone's arrival, the Phoenix King suddenly opened his eyes, and looked over here. "What are you two doing here?" the Phoenix King asked. It had just returned to the World Tree from outside not long ago, intending to take a good rest here, and by the way, do a favor for Naoki, who had the qualifications to become the Rainbow Hero. When everything is over, it will start a new journey again, looking for suitable humans, who can become the Rainbow Hero, and give them the rainbow feathers on its body. "We have something to ask you, Ho-Oh," Jirachi answered happily. "Oh." Ho-Oh looked at Jirachi, then at the Pokemon squatting on the branch. "It's about the dragon Pokemon." Jirachi explained in detail. "Sylvian wants to defeat the dragon and become a great hero, but Naoki said there are no dragon Pokemon in the world anymore, so we want to ask you for advice." Hearing this, Ho-Oh was slightly startled. "Dragon Pokemon?" "Yes." Jirachi nodded repeatedly. "Boy." Sylvian looked up at the sacred Pokemon in front of him, hesitated for a moment and nodded. The Ho-Oh looked as if he had seen through everything. After a little thought, he began to carefully recall his experiences when traveling. Sylvian and Jirachi waited quietly by the side. After a long while, the Ho-Oh spoke again. "I have indeed heard of it." Hearing this, Jirachi and Sylvian's eyes lit up. Ho-Oh continued, "It is a dragon Pokemon that lives in the mountains. It is said that it will come with a blizzard and eat the children in the town. Not only that, It can also control ice and freeze nearby humans and Pokemon into ice sculptures, so that no humans or Pokemon dare to approach its residence. Bui. The majestic voice of the Ho-Oh gradually outlined a terrifying picture in Sylvian's mind. In the town at night, a huge dragon with red eyes descended with a blizzard. Fear enveloped the entire town, and the people living in the town fled in all directions. A child unfortunately slipped on the ice and snow and was separated from his parents. The dragon took the opportunity to swallow the human child into his stomach. Bui! So scary. Fairy Eevee shuddered. When Naoki told it the story before, it was just a one-sentence story, which was not scary at all. Now the Phoenix King told it in such detail, as if it had experienced it personally. Even so, do you still want to challenge it? The Phoenix King cast his eyes on Sylvian. After hesitating for a while, Sylvian finally nodded. Boo, boo. Yes, that's right. It wants to defeat it and save those frozen humans, just like in the story, and become a great hero. Even so, Sylvian still feels very scared in its heart. Saying it out loud and doing it in person are two completely different feelings. Can it really defeat the dragon? If it fails, will it be eaten by the dragon and never return home and see Naoki and everyone again? However, the Ho-Oh seemed to have seen through its heart and did not continue the topic, but said, "You still have concerns in your heart, so come back after you have firmed your faith." Bui. Sylvian left the Ho-Oh residence worriedly and returned to the expedition guild below. Jirachi hurriedly followed, flying around Sylvian, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you want to defeat the dragon and become a hero?" Sylvian hesitated for a moment, and then told Jirachi what he was thinking. Bui. To be honest, it was a little scared. It had lived in Naoki Ranch since it was a child, and had never left Naoki and the ranch. From what the King of Phoenix said, we can know that the dragon must be a powerful dragon Pokemon. If it was so easy to deal with, there must be many heroes in this world. Its current strength can't even beat Glacian, let alone the dragon in the blizzard. Jirachi stopped and asked again, "Then you won't challenge the dragon?" "Bye. It's okay if you don't challenge it." Jirachi comforted her cheerfully. Naoki said that everyone can do whatever they want. If you don't want to be a hero, you can join the expedition team and explore the world tree. There are still many undeveloped lands on this world tree. Sometimes people will form an expedition team and head to the area below to explore the environment and the fruits that grow there, and record them. Some Pokemon have taken a fancy to those places and are even preparing to move there. Sylvian thought about it carefully and then answered, "Bui." It planned to ask Naoki. Naoki was like their parents, and he would definitely give it a good suggestion. Sylvian immediately decided to return to the ranch. At the same time, Naoki was bathing several big Pokemon at home. Gulton, Motor Lizard, and Dragonite stood in a row on the grass, and Naoki held the garden spray gun and washed their scales. Several Pokemon stood obediently, allowing Naoki to bathe them with a water gun. After getting their bodies wet, the next step was to apply shower gel on them. Naoki took out the Pokemon-specific shower gel he bought from the department store, squeezed some on his hands, and then rubbed it on Gillerton's body. Gillerton was itchy all over and couldn't help but giggle. Ah gah! After a while, its body was covered with white foam. Naoki used to use shower gels that didn't produce much foam, and this was the first time he used a shower gel that produced a lot of foam. At first glance, the Pokemon looked like it was wearing a cotton suit, even its tail was covered with foam, and Golden only showed a pair of golden pupils and some red scales. Motorcycle Lizard and Dragonite watched curiously. They just thought Golden looked so funny now. Naoki said with a smile, "It will be your turn soon." Motorcycle Lizard and Dragonite immediately opened their eyes wide, very resistant, and even wanted to turn around and run away. However, Golden would not let them run away. Before Naoki could speak, he suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumped over their heads, and blocked the front of Dragonite and Motorcycle Lizard. Bubbles flew all over the sky, and white snow fell all over the ground. Naoki, really, is it that scary? Yesterday, Babu and Yuriko were very happy when they took a bath. He said. Yuriko even took the initiative to play with the foam on his body. Golden picked up Dragonite and Motor Lizard one by one with his claws. The two Pokemon looked hopeless, and could only let Naoki smear foam on their bodies. Ga. Aw gosh. Sister AI Guancher stood by holding a few towels, and couldn't help laughing at the scene. Sister AI Guancher and Brother AI Guancher both take baths by themselves. Look at you, you are covered in dust all day long outside. When it rained a few days ago, you went into the house with mud on your feet. Naoki pointed at their noses and said. Motor Lizard and Dragonite looked pitiful. Only Golden proudly puffed up his chest. Aw, gosh. Anyway, I'm not talking about it, because it's the only one that will run to the river to wash itself clean before going home. Seeing Golden's appearance, Motor Lizard and Dragonite couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Damn, no wonder they saw this guy running to the river to wash his feet a few days ago. It turned out to be waiting here. Bad dragon. Don't tell them yet. Naoki smiled and looked at the interaction of these Pokemon. The Pokemon in his family are getting more and more harmonious. Okay, I help you wash yourself clean, and then go play. As he said that, Naoki used the faucet to help the 3 Pokemon wash off the foam on their bodies, and then took the towel from his sister AI Guancher and dried their bodies. At this time, Fairy Eevee ran back from the World Tree alone. It found Naoki and told him about what it had encountered on the World Tree before, and the rumor about the Ice Dragon that the King of Phoenix told it. Booey! After listening, Naoki was slightly stunned. The Ice Dragon that would break into human towns on a snowstorm night and eat children. Why does this description sound so familiar? Chapter 553. Isn't that Kyurem? Kyurem, with the attributes of Dragon and Ice, is one of the 3 dragons of Tao and a legendary Pokemon in the Unova region. Although there are rumors in Kagome Town that a ferocious and terrifying beast will appear in the town at night, accompanied by cold winds, and snatch human children and eat them, but the real Kyurem doesn't seem to eat children, right? In Naoki's impression, Kyurem is the kind of Pokemon that is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. As the saying goes, no matter how cold a Pokemon looks, it also has a warm heart. Kyurem proved this statement with his actual actions. In the anime, it also helped Keldeo, one of the Holy Swordsmen, awaken the Holy Sword. Thinking of this, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked at Sylvian and asked, "Who told you about this?" Sylvian, "Booey! It's Ho-Oh, Naoki, I didn't expect that the rumor that Kyurem eats children is not only widely circulated in the human world, but now even among Pokemon. Do they know about it?" What surprised Naoki even more was that the legends of the Unova region had spread to the Padilla region. But when he thought about it being Ho-Oh, Naoki felt that this made sense. After all, Ho-Oh was a famous photographer in the Pokemon world. It was normal to hear some local rumors while wandering around. So, you don't want to defeat that evil dragon, do you? Looking at the appearance of Sylvian, and thinking of what it said before about wanting to be a hero, Naoki couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Oh my god, his Pokemon actually wants to kill Kyurem. Bew. Sylvian looked embarrassed, then looked up at Naoki, with a look of longing and said, "Bew bew? Naoki will help me become stronger, right? It is too weak now, and is not a match for that Pokemon. But as long as Naoki is around, it will be a match for that Pokemon one day." It has heard the story of Naoki raising Babu, Mount Goat and Dragonite into powerful Pokemon. Hearing Sylvian's words, Naoki was very surprised. "Do you also want to become a powerful Pokemon?" "Boy!" Sylvian nodded. "Of course, it's possible, but it might be very hard." Naoki began to give Sylvian a shot of prevention. Although other trainers mainly focus on exercise and supplement with diet, he mainly focuses on diet and supplement with exercise. In addition to his own special training and practicing moves, Pokemon usually depends more on his luck and inspiration. If the right food is made, the strength of the Pokemon will be greatly improved. And the existence that can greatly improve the strength of Sylvian. The first thing that Naoki thought of was Xerneas, who also has fairy attributes. Xerneas, a legendary Pokemon in the Kalos region, is also known as the God of Life. He has a lot of life force in his body and a fairy aura around him. It is said that Xerneas can share eternal life. Maybe Xerneas can help Sylvian achieve its transformation. Naoki thought. Of course, this doesn't mean to hunt Xerneas and use it to make food. According to Naoki's speculation and the nature of the game he developed in his previous life, the plants or vegetables near the place where Xerneas usually lives must be more or less contaminated with some of its fairy aura and transformed into special crops. Just like the water in the reverse world, the plants will be full of reverse power. At that time, I will find an opportunity to pick some vegetables and fruits around Xerneas and make them into food to feed Sylvian. Maybe I can greatly strengthen Sylvian's fairy attributes and let it develop in the direction of a dragon slayer. After a short meditation, Naoki had a rough idea in his mind. But it is not perfect yet, because he has not come into contact with Xerneas so far. After thinking about it, Naoki said to Sylvian, "I know, I will find a way to help you become stronger, but that requires going out, which may not be possible in the next few months." Sylvian was very happy to hear that Naoki promised to help it become stronger, but when it heard that it couldn't do it now, it asked in confusion. Bui. Naoki replied, because the creator god is about to wake up, he has lost his mind and will punish humans. Recently, everyone is preparing for this matter. After it is over, we will have nothing else to do. Then I can slowly help you become stronger until you become a powerful Sylvian. In addition, I have also heard of the dragon Pokemon you mentioned. I will take you to challenge it then. Fairy Ibrahimovic blinked her beautiful blue eyes and said, bye. 1,000 years ago, Midna. Red light enveloped the sky, and a huge meteorite fell from the sky with a destructive force. It passed through the atmosphere, and due to friction, a blazing tail flame burned at the tail. Damos stood on this barren land, looking up at this spectacular and gorgeous doomsday scene. The tribe had received the news in advance and evacuated here. As a member born and raised on this land, Damos could not leave the place where he was born and raised. The terrifying air pressure swept over, and the surging air flow blew the corners of Damos' clothes. His eyes followed the meteorite in the sky closely, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. But at this moment, a dazzling and sacred light suddenly flashed from the horizon, and Damos was immediately attracted by the white light. He turned his head, and saw a creature he had never seen before that crossed the space, and came to the real world, heading straight for the huge meteorite that covered the sky. Dozens of slates gleaming with brilliant light surrounded the being. In a few breaths, the being collided with the meteorite. For a moment, the sky and earth changed color, all sounds disappeared, and a huge shockwave swept up the dust on the ground, and spread rapidly in all directions. Damos quickly used his arms to block the dust, and looked up at the sky in shock. With a violent explosion, the huge meteorite was annihilated directly, and the sacred figure also fell from the sky as if it had lost its strength. Countless rays of light exploded from his body, turning into meteors, shooting in all directions. What on earth is going on? Damos murmured. A moment later, he rushed towards the direction where the being fell. When he arrived, he saw that the other party had closed his eyes, and fell to the ground motionless, without any breath, and even the color of his body became dull. Damos looked at the existence that saved Midna, and he thought of the rays of light that had just separated from his body, thinking that maybe if he sent those things back, this existence could regain its strength. Damos immediately took action. He searched for the huge stone slabs, and took great pains to move them to the side of the being. With the arrival of the first stone slab, the being regained some strength. Then, the other stone slabs flew from all directions, as if they were controlled and poured into the body of the being. A moment later, a Pokemon emitting holy light floated in front of Damos. Human, if you help me, I will fulfill one of your wishes. Wish? Damos realized the extraordinary existence in front of him, and he pleaded, if possible, I want to make my hometown rich. Arceus stared at this human, and after a moment, 5 stone tablets separated from his body, and formed a gem full of vitality. Then, the scene changed. Midina, the day of the lunar eclipse is coming. Today is the day that Arceus and Damos agreed to return the Gem of Life. Arceus left his latitude and came to the human world. He landed in front of the temple built by humans for him as usual, and then, under the guidance of the guards, he went to meet Damos in the temple in front. Soon, Arceus met Damos, the human who helped him, in an empty and open hall. You should return the life gem to me, Arceus said. But the next second, Damos on the opposite side actually stretched out his hand towards him and ordered, attack. Suddenly, countless rays of light came towards Arceus from all directions. In an instant, Arceus realized what had happened. These greedy humans, who had violated their agreement, actually wanted to monopolize his life gem. Rage burned from the bottom of Arceus' heart, his eyes turned blood red, and regardless of his body, not yet fully recovered, he mobilized the huge power in his body. Almost in an instant, everything around him turned into ashes, and Damos also lost his life. Damos, human, you deserve to be punished. In the mysterious latitude, Arceus, who was disturbed by dreams, suddenly opened his eyes. His sacred and majestic voice resounded throughout the space. Arceus looked into the distance, and the next second, he flew in that direction. July 5th, 201, Alliance Calendar Summer. A large piece of dark cloud suddenly gathered in the clear sky of Midna. The dark clouds covered the sky, even the sun was blocked behind, and for a moment, the whole world seemed to be dark. It was dark. The farmers and Pokemon who were working in the fields looked up at the sky in confusion when they saw this incredible scene. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning. Why did it suddenly get dark? Just as people were puzzled, a transparent ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. The ripple gradually spread until it turned into a circular space channel, and countless entangled colorful lights poured out from it. Then, A Pokemon with bloodshot eyes flew out of the space channel. Ah, what is that? The people on the ground opened their eyes wide when they saw that scene. Arceus stood quietly in the sky, overlooking the entire Midna, with his angry eyes infected with red light. The next second, the Qianzhou wrist on his body lit up with golden light, and a light ball containing terrifying energy quickly condensed in front of Arceus' forehead. The time of punishment is coming. Arceus raised his head slightly, and threw the energy ball out fiercely. The energy ball flew into the sky at a very fast speed. In a huge explosion, a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. The dark sky was dyed red by the terrifying light. The next second, countless light bullets burst out from the energy ball, like meteors, and fell on the land. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded from the ground. The light bullets fell into the farmland, the town, the field, and the roof of the house. The house collapsed, and a raging fire burned in the town. The screams and cries of humans and Pokemon were drowned out by the huge explosion. The townspeople who didn't know what was going on ran out of their houses with their Pokemon. Suddenly, the radio in the town that had not been destroyed sounded. Dear townspeople, Arceus has awakened, and the god of creation is punishing humans. Please take refuge in the emergency shelter behind the Pokemon Center as soon as possible. Dear townspeople. The broadcast was repeated 3 times in a row, and the townspeople who heard it ran towards the Pokemon Center. Soon, the newly built underground shelter was filled with humans and Pokemon. In the shelter, Miss Junsa and Growlithe were urgently evacuating the crowd and maintaining order, while Miss Joy and Chanel were providing emergency treatment and bandaging for the injured townspeople and Pokemon. Some townspeople who were not injured were very grateful. Giratina was right. Arceus really woke up. Fortunately, everyone listened to Giratina's advice and built a shelter in the town in advance. At this point, everyone's faces were filled with fear. If they hadn't made preparations when Giratina gave the warning, the consequences would have been disastrous. Boom! In the town, a Garchomp swung its claws and smashed the broken beam in front of it. Behind it stood a young woman in a black windbreaker with long golden hair. Under the beam, several weak Pokemon that were pressed down were originally trembling in the darkness and surrounded by flames. Suddenly, they saw the light again, and they couldn't help but look up and look outside. Sirena frowned, glanced at Arceus in the sky, and then said to the Pokemon, "Can you still move? Quickly leave here and go to the shelter with everyone." The Pokemon were stunned. Sirena and Garchomp took them out and checked their physical condition. Seeing that they could still move, they put them on the ground. The Pokemon reacted quickly, looked at the humans and the powerful Pokemon in front of them with gratitude, and then ran towards the shelter with the main force. Sirena breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes worriedly looking at the sacred figure standing high in the sky, and murmured, "Is that the god who created the world?" "What?" On the top of a big tree, the baby bear frowned and looked at the distant sky. The dream beside it also felt a terrible breath, and a solemn expression appeared on its face. Meow. The 2 members of the Great Hero Expedition team watched the terrible Pokemon destroying everything around it like crazy. Even the knowledgeable Dream was stunned when he saw this scene. Many Pokemon on the ground were affected, and everyone was running away. Mew and Bear helped the Pokemon in the forest escape, while looking back at the scary Pokemon. With such a scary power, can the 2 of them be a match for that Pokemon? What should they do? At the same time, in Naoki's ranch, Naoki, who was playing with Pokemon at home, suddenly received a message from Giratina. "Giratina, Naoki, Arceus has awakened. We have to hurry over there." Seeing this message, Naoki stood up in a flash, changed his clothes, and put on his mask, while speaking quickly to Rotom on his phone. "Rotom, help me contact Kyogre, Groudon, Mewtwo, Ho-Oh, Rayquaza, and Bud Crown, and have everyone gather at the reverse world. We are leaving." Chapter 554. The fire of punishment burned on the earth. The originally fertile and beautiful Midna turned into another appearance in just a few breaths. Thick smoke billowed, the town was reduced to ruins. The fire burned all the crops planted by farmers in the fields, and the forest outside the town was full of fallen trees and large pits left by the attack. Arceus had no expression on his face, and looked down at everything below with coldness and ruthlessness. All this is what humans deserve. This is the price of deceiving God. Humans should be punished. Arceus raised his head suddenly, and cast his eyes on the temple built on the cliff. That was the temple built for him by humans. Thousands of years ago, those humans also launched a sneak attack on him there. Then it was that place's turn. Arceus flew forward and looked at the exit below the temple. He clearly remembered that Deimos came out from there to greet him. In a trance, Arceus seemed to see Deimos again. But when he looked carefully, he found that it was not Deimos, but a young human girl. Arceus, please stop. Hina ran forward quickly with the life gem in her hand, and Xiaoji and his group followed her nervously. Who are you? Arceus was puzzled. Hina explained, I am the descendant of Deimos. I apologize to you for what my ancestor did to you. This is the life gem. I will give it back to you. Arceus narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression, which had been slightly relieved, suddenly burned with rage. When the human girl placed the life gem on the stone, he rushed forward and stepped heavily on it with his golden forelimbs. With a bang, the item called the life gem turned into pieces. While Xiaoji and others were shocked, Arceus' furious voice resounded through the sky. You said this is the life gem? The life gem is my clone. It will never break so easily. These humans actually deceived him again. Arceus snorted inwardly, and a huge red energy ball condensed on his forehead. A beam of hot fire gushed out from it, and swept towards the position of those humans. In just a moment, the entire temple was split in half from the middle, just like a laser cutting a cake. I won't be deceived by humans again, Arceus said angrily. Xena came back to her senses in a daze. Seeing that Arceus wanted to attack again, she hurried forward and shouted, Arceus, please listen to my explanation. The constant of time and space is overcome here. Xena closed her eyes, and tried to communicate with Arceus through the power of overcoming. But when she connected to Arceus' heart, she saw a red field. Before she could see more, the connection was interrupted in the next second, and Xena was ejected. At the same time, the Qianzhou wrist on Arceus' body lit up with golden light again, and a huge energy ball condensed in front of his forehead, and then rose straight into the sky. Boom! The gorgeous scene bloomed in the sky like fireworks, but the falling dust carried a deadly threat. The light was reflected in the eyes of Xiaoji and others. If that thing fell, the entire temple would be destroyed in an instant, and they would all be finished. At this critical moment, two time and space vortices, one blue and one purple, suddenly appeared in front of the temple. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, Dialga and Palkia descended at the same time, blocking the temple and blocking Arceus' attack for Xiaoji and others. Are you going to help humans too? Arceus' tone was full of anger. Dialga and Palkia shouted at Arceus to dissuade him. However, Arceus snorted coldly, and a huge pillar of fire condensed from his body, turning into an extremely thick fire tornado, sweeping towards Dialga and Palkia. Before the two dragons could dodge, they were hit by the jet of fire. The huge force caused Palkia to crash heavily into the mountain, and Dialga fell on the ruins of the temple, breaking several stone pillars. In the distance, a Rotom mobile phone was quietly filming this scene. It was a Rotom mobile phone set by a young man, which was broadcasting the outside scene to the big screen of the underground shelter in real time, so that everyone could see clearly what was happening outside. That's the legendary Pokemon Dialga, who controls time, and the legendary Pokemon Palkia, who controls space. Someone in the crowd quickly recognized the figures of the two Pokemon. Seeing the scene of them being attacked by Arceus, someone couldn't help but murmur, will they be the opponent of the god of creation? No one knew the answer to this question, and all the townspeople and Pokemon looked at the screen nervously. On the screen, Palkia had already flown out of the mountain, raised his hand, and condensed a wave missile, and threw it towards Arceus. However, when the wave missile hit Arceus, it disappeared like a drop in the ocean. Palkia's attack was ineffective against Arceus. Seeing this, Dialga in the ruins of the temple also raised his head, condensed the destructive death light in his mouth, and shot it towards Arceus. But the scene that just happened to Palkia was repeated on Dialga. Its moves are still ineffective against Arceus. Even if it is a Pokemon, I will never show mercy if it wants to help humans. Arceus' eyes were cold, even for these two Pokemon created by him. Since they are disobedient, they will be punished together with humans. The huge dragon energy turned into a terrifying storm, and swept towards Dialga and Palkia. Feeling the terrifying energy in it, Dialga and Palkia were extremely nervous. In front of the god who created them, their powers seemed so insignificant and weak. At this moment, Dialga and Palkia even felt like ordinary Pokemon in the world, and subconsciously closed their eyes when facing an attack that they could not cope with. But the pain they imagined did not come. Amid the violent explosion, Dialga opened his eyes. Then, he saw a huge and ferocious dragon-shaped figure blocking him, blocking the attack for him. It's Giratina. No, not just Giratina. Dialga's eyes subconsciously looked behind Giratina. There, the whirlpools connecting the real world and the reverse world were slowly opening. When those whirlpools were fully opened, several strange Pokemon slowly flew out of them. A huge body, blue in color, with golden ancient patterns all over his body, the god of the sea as vast as the sea, Kyogre has returned to his original form. Mewtwo, a humanoid Pokemon with a body size similar to that of a human, with light pink fur and a large tail. A brilliant rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a crisp cry, a bird Pokemon emitting a warm flame-like light flew out of the passage. It was Ho-Oh. A loud dragon roar suddenly appeared in the sky, and a black dragon Pokemon rushed out like an arrow. Its huge body hovered in the sky, and its golden pupils stared at Arceus in front of it, the god of the sky, Rayquaza, and a Pokemon that was wrapped in blue light, had a huge head, a majestic look, and exuded the aura of a king, the king of plenty, the Bud Crown. Just when Dialga thought it was all over, a huge sound suddenly came from behind it. Boom! Dialga turned his head subconsciously, and saw a huge Pokemon, with a body as big as a mountain, almost parallel to the temple, slowly walking out from behind. The heat was surging between its red shells, and the golden lines around it were like magma flowing. That's Grow! On the ground, Ash recognized the Pokemon at a glance. Brock was so shocked that he was completely speechless. Giratina is here, Groudon is here, Kyogre is here, and even Rayquaza is here. What on earth is going on? However, at this moment, Hina, who had very sharp eyes, suddenly saw a tall figure above the head of Giratina. She quickly pointed at that place and shouted, "Look there!" Xiaoji and the others looked over, and saw a human figure, wearing a cloak, and a mask on his face above Giratina's head. "That's," Xiaoguang murmured, "the legendary motorcycle mask." Xiaoji looked at motorcycle mask, and then at the flower crown in midair. Suddenly, an idea that could shock the world popped up in his mind. Could that motorcycle mask be? Coincidentally, Xiaojiang beside him also thought of this, and he looked at Xiaoji tacitly. Both of them recalled their experience at Naoki Ranch last year. At that time, they went to the Padilla region under the leadership of the Great Hero Expedition team to help Jirachi, where they received help from Mr. Naoki and Budcrest, and Pikachu was fortunate enough to have a Pokemon battle with Budcrest. In that case, Mr. Naoki is... Xiaoji suddenly became excited. He looked up at so many legendary Pokemon. Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, Mewtwo, Giratina, Ho-Oh, are all these Pokemon captured by Mr. Naoki in the underground shelter. When the townspeople of Medina witnessed the gathering of the gods, they were all shocked and opened their eyes wide. Those Pokemon. Could it be that they are here to help us? I know them. Groudon, the god of the earth, Kyogre, the god of the sea, and Rayquaza, the god of the sky. There's also the king of plenty, Budcrest. Wait a minute. Look at Giratina. There's a human over there. Oh my god, that's Motor Mask. Did he bring so many Pokemon here to help? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have a terrible guess in their mind. Those legendary Pokemon were all captured by Motor Mask. This time, Motor Mask brought them to help them. Just like the disaster that happened in the Hoenn region last year. Fuck. Someone couldn't help but swear, to have captured so many legendary Pokemon, how strong is that person? The king? No, the champion? No, no champion looks like him. It's a big scene. No, I want to broadcast this picture to the internet. Soon, a special live broadcast room appeared on the internet. Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, Mewtwo, and Bud Crown floated behind Naoki and Giratina, and cast their eyes on Arceus across from them. Arceus also looked back, and he glanced at those Pokemon, and finally stopped at Giratina and the human on its head, and said coldly, "You actually found so many helpers to stop me? Unforgivable." At this moment, Arceus felt an unprecedented anger. What a Giratina, he actually united so many Pokemon to help humans. You deserve God's punishment. The wrath of God dyed the entire sky red, and endless hellfire burned fiercely, sweeping towards the location of the temple. Seeing this scene, a blue light emerged from Mewtwo's calm eyes, and a huge superpower surged out of its body, turning into a huge physical barrier, blocking the front. The next second, Arceus's flames connected with the barrier, and the blazing flames instantly spread along the arc of the barrier. The moment of contact, Mewtwo felt a huge force, so strong that it almost crushed its superpowers. Is this the god who created this world? Crack, crack, crack. Several cracks appeared on the barrier, and Mewtwo felt a little bit of effort. In the temple, Xiaoji and others became nervous when they saw the scene. It's terrible. Even Mewtwo can't stop Arceus' attack. Gon frowned. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind them. Hey, you guys, it's dangerous here. G and the others turned around and saw a familiar figure running towards them. Miss Sirona. Dawn recognized the person. Sharona nodded gently, her beautiful eyes revealing an unprecedented solemnity. She raised her head and looked at the powerful Pokemon in the sky and the figure fighting against the god of creation. Who is that person? Don't know how to live or die. Seeing his attack blocked by the unknown Pokemon, Arceus became even more furious. He immediately increased his strength, and the flames became even hotter. Mewtwo frowned, and the cracks on the barrier spread rapidly like a spider web. It was about to collapse. Dialga in the ruins of the temple looked up at this scene. It quickly thought of a countermeasure in its heart. This won't work. Even if they defeat Arceus, they cannot eliminate Arceus' hatred for humans. Someone must go back to the past to stop that from happening. Dialga turned around and cast his eyes on the two people with superpowers and their companions. The power of time was activated, like a tide, carrying Xiaoji, Sharona, and Kabine upstream along the long river of time, sending them back to the past. The moment their figures disappeared from the original place, Mewtwo's power reached its limit, its superpower barrier was shattered, and a huge beam of fire swept towards the gods. At the same time, Naoki's voice rang out in their minds. Everyone, get ready, the battle is about to begin. Chapter 555. All of you accept God's punishment together. Accompanied by Arceus' furious roar, the sky suddenly changed, and the terrifying black clouds covered the sky. Countless punishment grapples illuminated the entire sky like meteors, and fell to the earth. Boom! Mewtwo looked calmly at the sky. Even though the opponent was the god of creation, it did not panic at all. Instead, it mobilized the extremely huge superpower in its body, and created a super huge energy shield to try to block those light bullets. Rayquaza let out a dragon roar, and its dark body moved as fast as lightning. Green light surged from its body, turning into a green straight line, falling straight from the sky. Humph, you don't know your own limits. Arceus snorted coldly, and with a flash of light, the flying source stone tablet on his body burst out with a powerful energy. When Rayquaza's forehead was about to touch Arceus, its movement suddenly stopped. The air in front of him seemed to have an invisible barrier, rippling in circles around. Rayquaza? Humph. Arceus snorted coldly, and a dazzling pink light flashed all over his body. The magic flash with terrifying power directly blasted Rayquaza's body away, and it fell under the cliff with a huge noise. However, at this moment, Kyogre, the original return, had already arrived behind Arceus. Its golden pupils locked onto the god of creation in front of it, and countless circular halos appeared around it out of thin air. With a whoosh, countless blue-white rays interlaced and shot towards Arceus. The dazzling light instantly submerged Arceus in it. What? Arceus was shocked to feel injured. But what followed was even more intense anger. Unforgivable. Accompanied by a furious roar, a thick beam of light instantly shot out from the hole in Arceus' forehead, knocking Kyogre to the ground. The flower-crowned king floated quietly on the other side, and a huge energy ball formed by the power of millions of faiths slowly emerged in front of him. At the moment Arceus attacked Kyogre, the energy ball flew towards Arceus at a very fast speed. The terrifying energy in it instantly hit Arceus, causing the body of the creator god to stagger. Arceus turned his head, and saw a Pokemon with a huge head looking at this side elegantly. The nameless fire rose, and the blazing flames roared and attacked the opposite side of the Bud Crown. However, the Bud Crown flashed and appeared on the other side. In midair, Ho flapped his wings, sending down colorful light, restoring the strength of Rayquaza and Kyogre. The two Pokemon flew forward together, and surrounded Arceus with the other gods. Budora, Mewtwo, Ho, Kyogre, Rayquaza. Arceus looked around with cold eyes, looking at the Pokemon who were trying to do something bad to him. Naoki flew forward on Giratina, observing the god of creation calmly. And the next second, Arceus' eyes met his in midair. Arceus, stop! Naoki said. Damos was manipulated by others to order the attack on you. Damos. Hearing this name, Arceus' voice was extremely cold. Even so, it can't prove that he is innocent. Humans are greedy. In order to occupy my life treasure, they actually launched a sneak attack on me. Such a race should be punished. Naoki, Sure enough, the obsession that has been dormant for 1,000 years is not so easy to change. It seems that only when Xiaoji and the others change what happened in the past can Arceus wake up now. In this case, he will not say much. Naoki looked at Arceus in front of him seriously, and in his heart, through the thought connection channel created by Mewtwo with his superpowers, he quickly briefed the next combat instructions to all the Pokemon. Mutuo, pay attention to protecting the town below. Ho-Oh, the treatment is left to you. Rayquaza, you are responsible for assisting Kyogre and Budcrest. The two of you, it's up to you to take action next. Currently, only electric, grass, and water attribute moves are effective against Arceus. Everyone, please go all out next time. Many Pokemon responded. At this moment, Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space, who had been attacked by Arceus before, flew up from the ground. Facing Arceus, they actually chose to join in, and together with Giratina and the others, they stopped Arceus's punishment. Dozens of legendary Pokemon surrounded Arceus, encircling him in the middle. Arceus was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good, I didn't expect that you, who I created, would choose to help the evil. His tone suddenly changed, and infinite majesty was revealed. If that's the case, then there is no need for you to exist. The power of creation exploded, and colorful light rhythmically spread from Arceus' body to all directions. The scene was like a supernova explosion. The news that the god of creation appeared and Motor Mask led many legendary Pokemon to fight spread throughout the entire internet within just a dozen minutes. At this moment, the trainers who were eating at the Pokemon Center, the office workers who were working in the company building, the ladies who were taking their Pokemon to the beauty salon, and the gym leaders who were welcoming the challengers in the gym all stopped, took out their Rotom phones, turned on the live broadcast, and watched the unprecedented battle. On the top floor of a company in the Kanto region, a man in a suit, with a neat short hair and a pair of sharp eyes, like an eagle leaned on a soft leather sofa. A cat boss lay gracefully beside the man's legs. The man's right hand gently stroked the cat boss's head, and his eyes were cast on the virtual projection screen in front of him that was flashing blue light. On the screen, there were countless legendary Pokemon besieging the god of creation. Looking at those powerful legendary Pokemon, Sakaki's eyes were very hot. If so many legendary Pokemon all belonged to Team Rocket, then their great plan to rule the world could be realized in a very short time. Unfortunately, looking at the tall figure on the screen commanding many legendary Pokemon, Sakaki was forced to calm down. Who is that person? He actually has such strength. Sakaki was shocked. He originally thought that the other party just happened to be recognized by the legendary Pokemon and was able to travel with the legendary Pokemon, but now it seems that there is another possibility. He relied on his powerful strength to conquer those legendary Pokemon. Who could this person be? It is impossible for such a powerful person to be unknown. Is he the king of other regions? Or the champion? Thinking of this, Sakaki called his secretary Manitorai and ordered, "Notify everyone and send someone to help me investigate Motorcycle Mask." Hearing the boss's words, Manitorai showed a surprised expression on her face, and she nodded quickly, "Yes." Just when Manitorai was about to turn around and leave, she heard Sakaki calling her. "Wait a minute. What's wrong, boss?" Mana turned around. Sakaki's right hand tapped the table lightly, making a tap-tap-tap sound, and he looked like he was thinking. After a while, Mana heard him say, "Also, don't alarm the other party. No matter who the other party is, don't make enemies with him. It's best to make friends with him." Mana was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." Johto region, Inja City. The monks of the Bell Tower, and the Bell Tower were also watching the Battle of Gods. Just because they heard that their Ho-Oh was also there, the monks immediately stopped chanting and came to the big screen to watch Lord Ho-Oh. Is that the god who created the world? Was that human chosen by Lord Feng Wang? A complex feeling suddenly rose in the hearts of the monks. It seems that their Lord Feng Wang was actually conquered by that human, and at this moment, the god of creation on the screen attacked the Lord Feng Wang. Oh no! Lord Feng Wang was attacked. The monks who believed in the Lord Feng Wang became nervous in an instant, and they did not care to think about who actually conquered Lord Feng Wang, but began to chant sutras and pray for Lord Feng Wang, praying that Lord Feng Wang could defeat the enemy. As for the god of creation, his eyes were red, and he looked evil. "Go Lord Ho-Oh, come on! Go Lord Ho-Oh, you must be safe." The sound of prayers and chanting resounded throughout the Bell Tower. There was more than one person who had this idea. In the Sinnoh region, the underground shelter of Medina, the people who came here to take refuge looked at the terrifying Arceus on the screen, and a thought emerged in their minds. The god Arceus who created the world wanted to destroy mankind, but the legendary violent Pokemon Giratina is now protecting mankind. What is going on? Soon, people who didn't know the truth were involved, and they only believed what they saw. Giratina is right, Arceus wants to destroy humanity, and he is an evil Pokemon. A little boy holding a Pokemon doll suddenly stood up from the ground and shouted at the screen, "Giratina, Come on. Giratina, don't lose. Under his leadership, more and more people joined in and began to cheer for Giratina. You, accept the punishment. Accompanied by Arceus's roar, countless punishment pebbles fell from the sky. The melodious cry of Dialga resounded through the sky. It flew forward, the power of time around it surged wildly, and then suddenly launched at the pebbles that were about to fall. The next second, the punishment pebbles in the sky seemed to be painted with a still symbol and stopped in midair. Now, Kyogre, Root Wave, Bud Crown, Solar Beam. Naoki gave the order in a deep voice. Rayquaza's dark body kept circling around Arceus, and Palkia twisted the space to interfere with Arceus's sight. As soon as Naoki's voice was heard, Kyogre and Crest of the Crown launched their ultimate moves on both sides of Arceus. The scorching sunlight quickly gathered in front of Crest of the Crown, and countless light spots appeared around Kyogre. The next second, the sunlight beam and the Root Wave shot out at the same time, attacking Arceus from the left and right. Arceus, distracted by Palkia and Rayquaza, had no time to care, and was hit by the two moves at the same time in an instant. He uttered a muffled groan, and the red light in his eyes intensified. How dare you? Stop it, Arceus! Naoki frowned. But the next second, Arceus suddenly turned his gaze to him. He had seen that it was this human. It was he who teamed up with Giratina to summon so many Pokémon, and even trained him to target him. He knew his weaknesses clearly, and the few stone tablets he lacked. Unforgivable, infinite power suddenly erupted from Arceus' body, and a terrifying shock wave instantly blew away the nearby Rayquaza and Mewtwo. The space distorted by Palkia instantly returned to its original state, and the punishment gravel that was still by Dialga also trembled and continued to fall. The thousand universe arms on Arceus' body lit up with golden light, and then one after another, the stone tablets of creation emitting sacred light emerged from it, and slowly rotated around his waist. Seeing this, Dialga and Palkia were horrified. They looked at the human and let out a series of anxious roars, trying to make him leave quickly. Because Arceus was completely furious. Not good. Giratina also realized that something was wrong, and it moved quickly, trying to avoid Arceus' attack. However, Arceus's eyes seemed to be locked on them, and the original power released from more than a dozen creation stone tablets formed a barrier, completely blocking the attack of Rayquaza and others. Arceus' eyes followed Giratina, and the human on it closely. A magnificent and cold voice sounded from the sky like thunder. Those who stand in my way will not be forgiven. The next second, Arceus's huge body rushed towards Giratina. This scene was just like the moment when the meteorite fell 1,000 years ago. At that time, Arceus activated his own original power and mobilized the 18 original stone plates to collide with the meteorite, which prevented the meteorite from hitting. If he didn't do this at that time, the planet would be destroyed by the meteorite. This move, separated from all moves and attributes, can be said to be Arceus' strongest attack. Giratina tried to open the passage to the reverse world and took Naoki into it to hide. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not open it. This space was completely blocked by Arceus. Can't escape? Naoki frowned. Bud Crown King. Naoki shouted loudly. The next second, the figure of the Bud Crown King flashed to his side in an instant. Use that trick, Naoki said. I'm ready. There was a unique emotion in the voice of the Bud Crown King. Even if he was the god of creation, what could it be? In order to give his little believers a new life, he is not afraid of even God. The expression of the Bud Crown King suddenly became extremely majestic. The former king of Galar appeared again. Naoki did not say much, because he believed that even if he did not need to speak, the Bud Crown King would understand what he meant. It's time for you to appear. Naoki clenched the Taijing pearl in his hand and threw it forward. Accompanied by a bright light flashing, in just a moment, the Bud Crown King completed the crystallization. Huh? Naoki gently touched the Z bracelet on his wrist, and a blazing green flame suddenly burned on his body. The next second, the energy poured into the body of the Bud Crown King. Bud Crown King, use the strongest attack. Naoki's voice rang out from the Bud Crown King's ears. Colorful flowers bloom. The Bud Crown King gently closed his eyes, and he clearly felt a huge amount of energy pouring into his body. Buzz! The terrifying grass energy burst out from his body, turning into a circle of light, spreading rapidly in all directions with the two of them as the center. In just a moment, a beautiful flower field appeared all over the mountains. The colorful light of the Taijing on the body of the Bud Crown King was wrapped in the green flame of the Z power. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the next second, an extremely thick green beam of light shot out and collided with Arceus. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Arceus shouted, and the dozen stone slabs around him suddenly accelerated their rotation speed, and he actually approached step by step against the attack of the Bud Crown King. No! Naoki frowned. Is this the god of creation? Even the Bud Crest, blessed by the power of millions of faiths, is not his opponent? However, at this moment, the legendary Pokemon around saw this scene and flew forward and stood behind Naoki and Bud Crest. Naoki was slightly stunned, but he soon understood what these Pokemon meant. The next second, countless lights burst out from these legendary Pokemon. Growl's Fire Breath, Kyogre's Root Wave, Dialga's Time Roar, Mewtwo's Spirit Break, Palkia's Subspace Slash, and the Holy Flame of the King of Phoenix. Colorful moves merged into the ultimate move of the Flower Crown King from both sides. For a moment, the green light burst into colorful light, which became stronger than before. Arceus's forward steps were finally stopped. He looked at the Pokemon on the opposite side, and his heart had completely lost his mind. More than a dozen soar slabs burst out with more powerful light, covering Arceus in it, looking like a huge glowing meteorite falling from the sky. Accept the punishment. Chapter 556. Boom boom boom. The furious Arceus used his forehead to block the joint moves of the Flower Crown King and many mythical beasts. The golden toe stomped into the void, and he actually took a step forward against the thick colorful beam. The power of creation and the power of faith of the Flower Crown King launched an extremely fierce collision, and circles of energy ripples spread rapidly in all directions with Midna as the center. From the universe, the light kept pulsating, as if the whole planet was breathing. Seeing this, many legendary Pokemon immediately used all their strength without reservation, but even so, they still could not repel Arceus, and could only barely block his progress. The situation fell into a stalemate for a while. Is the power not enough? Naoki frowned. The Z move used by the crystallized Bud Crown, combined with the power of legendary Pokemon such as Mewtwo, Palkia, Dialga, and Primal Kyogre, was barely able to fight Arceus. What is the true strength of Arceus? At the same time, netizens in various regions who were watching this epic battle became nervous. What a terrifying power. A battle of that level is totally beyond the ability of ordinary people like them to handle. People are very worried. Is Motor Mask going to lose? If they fail, will the god of creation destroy the entire world in one fell swoop because of excessive anger? Don't lose. Someone stood up nervously, cheered for the King of the Flower Crown loudly, and typed quickly on the barrage. Come on, King of the Flower Crown. Motor Mask, hold on. King of the Flower Crown, don't lose. Dense barrages of comments floated across the barrage. At this moment, King of the Flower Crown, who was fighting with Arceus, suddenly felt that a new force of faith was rapidly gathering here from all over the planet. This is... King of the Flower Crown was slightly startled. People are supporting them. Since the power is not enough, then Master Widow Bear, it's your turn to come out next. Naoki took out a pokeball from his waist with his right hand. They need someone to break this balance. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the tall figure of Master Widow Bear appeared beside Naoki. Its calm eyes instantly cast on the Pokemon on the opposite side, with terrifying energy surging in its body. Master Widow Bear, use Water Stream to hit him. Naoki's voice sounded. The Bear Master nodded calmly, and the next second, his tall body suddenly jumped over the beam of the Bud Crown King, and launched a surprise attack on Arceus from midair. The Bear Master's eyes were firm. He clenched his fists, and streams of water coiled up along his arms like a flying dragon, hitting Arceus' forehead heavily with a majestic momentum like the sea. Arceus' movements paused slightly, and his attention was instantly attracted by this Pokemon that suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the King of the Flower Crown secretly said in his heart, this is a good opportunity. He immediately quickly transformed the newly added power of faith into energy, and then poured it into the gorgeous and colorful flowers. After completing his mission, the martial arts Bear Master fell down gracefully. With a buzzing sound, the surge of power in the King of the Flower Crown made the beam of light several times larger and thicker, and instantly swallowed up Arceus in the air. Boom! The violent explosion sounded straight into the sky, and the energy aftermath generated by the explosion swept in all directions with a buzzing sound. For a moment, all the sounds in the world disappeared, leaving only a strange humming sound that did not dissipate for a long time. The violent energy fluctuations interfered with the signal of the mobile phone Rotom that was filming in the distance. The Rotom was so strongly impacted that it could not even last a second and fell into a coma. The live broadcast signal was forced to be interrupted, and the live broadcast room instantly fell into darkness. What happened? No, who won? No one knew the answer to this question. Midna, at the peak that no one knows. Arceus raised his forelimbs high, and uttered a painful roar. The original stone slabs that were originally rotating around the Qianzhou wrist seemed to have suffered some kind of heavy blow. They exploded with a bang and turned into more than a dozen meteors that fell to the ground like fireworks. Arceus' holy body dimmed, like a kite with a broken string, falling into the temple built for him by people in the past. However, there was only a ruin left there. The wind was calm, and the waves were still. Arceus lay motionless in the ruins with a dim light. A group of legendary Pokémon floated quietly on both sides of Naoki, watching the scene with him. Dialga and Palkia looked a little anxious. They could not feel the breath of Arceus. Did Arceus lose his life? But how could this happen? The two legendary Pokémon felt a little panicked about the sudden death of Arceus, who created them. Giratina's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. It stared at Arceus, and then slowly landed in front of him. Although it didn't want to admit it, it was created by this great being, just like Dialga and Palkia. But at that time, it was expelled to the desolate reverse world, while Dialga and Palkia could freely participate in the reincarnation of all things in the real world. Logically speaking, Giratina should feel extremely angry. But at this moment, its heart was surprisingly peaceful. Because now it roughly understood the importance of the reverse world to the real world. At that time, it did not understand the truth, but just thought that it was expelled because of its violent character. Arceus sent it there, and he must have placed high hopes on it, right? Naoki jumped off Giratina. Under the gaze of a group of legendary Pokémon, he walked in front of Arceus, and then gently stretched out his hand, and placed his palm on Arceus' forehead. The power of Chompan was activated, and in just a moment, Naoki felt Arceus' anger because he was deceived by humans, and seriously injured by sneak attacks. I'm sorry, Arceus. Naoki conveyed his thoughts through the power of Chompan. Damos was controlled by evil people, and it was not his intention to hurt you. The only ones who should be punished are those greedy people behind the scenes. I think that people other than them should be grateful to you, right? Arceus regained some strength through the treatment of Evergreen's power. For some reason, he suddenly felt calm. And Naoki was hesitating whether to use another ability. That was the Nandong Wenyao power he obtained through cooking a few years ago. By touching the forehead of Pokemon and matching it with specific words, the angry Pokemon can be calmed down. But that would be too embarrassing. Forget it. Naoki stood up suddenly. He looked at Arceus, who opened his eyes in front of him. After seeing the red light in his eyes disappear and return to his original appearance, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Xiaoji and the others also succeeded. Arceus regained consciousness. It seems that the matter here can finally be ended. Naoki and Arceus looked at each other, and then said, I will help you find those stone tablets now. You wait here for a while. After that, Naoki turned around and said to Mutuo, Help me? Mutuo nodded slightly. Soon, the stone tablets scattered in the mountains were sent back to Arceus by Naoki and Mutuo. Arceus silently watched the figure. This scene reminded him of what happened 1,000 years ago. Damos. Arceus murmured softly, Naoki. As the stone tablets returned to their original positions, Arceus' body once again shone with holy light. A dozen creation stone tablets slowly rotated around his waist. Arceus nodded slightly at Naoki. At this moment, on the other side of the temple, the figures of Xiaoji, Sirona, and others quietly emerged in a ray of light. Arceus noticed them, and then slowly floated into the air. Then, a magical scene happened. The destroyed temples were restored to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fire in the town was extinguished, the collapsed buildings were rebuilt, and the broken bridges were automatically repaired. Mew and Bear, who were organizing Pokémon to take refuge in the wilderness, were also stunned when they saw this scene. In the blink of an eye, the entire temple returned to its prosperous period. History is automatically correcting itself. Beside a lake below the temple, the three members of Team Rocket stared blankly at the rising water in front of them. At this moment, Meow suddenly discovered that the green gem in Musashi's hand disappeared in a flash of light, as if it had never existed. The golden light shone through the clouds onto the earth, and 5 stone tablets appeared out of thin air on Arceus, who was bathed in golden light. The past was changed, and the future changed along with it. Naoki looked at the scene thoughtfully. Because Xiaoji and others returned the life gem to Arceus in the past, did Arceus in the future have 5 more stone tablets? He remembered that the life gem in the future was picked up by the Rocket Trio. So was the life gem automatically corrected and erased by history now? Hey, Mr. Motor Mask. Xiaoji's excited voice interrupted Naoki's thoughts. He turned his head and saw Xiaoji, Xiaoguang, Xiaojing, Hina, Koban, and Sirona running towards him. Sharona is here too? Naoki was slightly stunned. The people in front of him all turned their eyes to him. Satoshi and Brock were very excited, and looked like they had something to say, but they seemed to have some concerns, and did not speak immediately. Sharona and Kobin looked at Arceus in the distance, and soon realized that it was the mysterious man in front of them, who stopped Arceus and protected Medina. Their tone was full of gratitude. Thank you very much for your help. Naoki shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. Sharona's eyes were full of interest. She looked at the mysterious man in front of her, and wanted to know who he was. But the etiquette she had cultivated since childhood made it impossible for her to take off someone's mask. So Sharona could only think about it in her heart. And at this moment, Xiaojing suddenly thought of something. Wait, if the life gem is returned, this land should also become a wasteland, right? Arceus, emitting a holy light, flew over from a distance with Dialga and Palkia, and explained, It's not my power, it's your ancestors who worked hard to nurture this land. This land was revived by the joint efforts of humans and Pokemon. Is that so? Gon suddenly realized. Naoki behind him couldn't help but smile at this scene. We should leave too, he said. But Crown nodded slightly. Today, he saw an incredible existence. Now, it's time to go home. After teaching Arceus a lesson, Giratina finally untied its knot and opened the door to the reverse world. Satoshi and others turned around after hearing the noise, and saw Motor Mask riding on Giratina. Are you leaving? Shioji asked hurriedly. Naoki nodded at him, and then flew into the reverse world with a group of Pokemon. Xiaoji and others looked at this scene, and waved goodbye to them vigorously. Goodbye. Under the setting sun, Dialga and Palkia also returned to their respective latitudes. Suddenly, only Xiaoji and his group and Arceus were left here. Arceus stood on the temple, looking at the sunset in the distance. Xiaoji, your world is really good. Xiaoji was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. Yes. Arceus looked back at him, then flew away, bathing in the warm sunset, with infinite emotion in his heart. I finally realized that I am also a part of this world. Just like those ordinary Pokemon, they can participate in it, and fight Pokemon. Speaking of Pokemon battles, Arceus couldn't help but think of the human figure just now. Naoki? I didn't expect you to have the ability to defeat me, Naoki. I will remember you. Okay, I got it. I will definitely take you there next time, okay? In the ranch, Naoki looked at the aggrieved Gulden in front of him, and couldn't help but reach out and touch its big head. The incident of Arceus ended, and his agreement with Giratina was completed. The legendary Pokemon, who came to help, also returned to their homes on the World Tree. And that unprecedented battle naturally caused an uproar on the internet. Those netizens were eager to know the result of the battle, but no one could tell them because no one saw the scene at that time. As for those comments, Naoki looked through them with interest for a while, and then ignored them. Another big incident was solved, and then they could enjoy the leisurely life in the ranch. At this time, the phone at home suddenly rang. Naoki went forward to answer it, and saw Xiaoji's face appear on the screen. Xiaoji on the other side seemed very excited. Mr. Naoki. Huh? Xiaoji? Why did you suddenly call the ranch? Naoki pretended not to understand. Xiaoji asked, Is the Bud Crown still with you? Bud Crown. Naoki shook his head. He said it was too boring to stay at the ranch, so he went out to travel around the world some time ago. I think he should be experiencing life somewhere now. The Bud Crown, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, looked helpless when he heard this. He has never said such a thing. Well, since his little believer does not want to reveal his identity, then he will help to conceal it. After hearing what Naoki said, Xiaoji was stunned. Ah? Could that person not be Mr. Naoki? Naoki raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Did something happen? I thought that the motorcycle mask was you. Xiaoji said truthfully. How is it possible? I have been staying at the ranch, and Padia is so far away from Sinnoh. It will take at least 7 hours to get there, right? Naoki said. Okay. Xiaoji was very disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. Next time I have a chance, I will definitely have a Pokemon battle with Motor Mask. Naoki, It was already dark over there. They were resting at the Pokemon Center in Medina. It was time for dinner. Okay, that's it for now. We are going to have dinner. I will visit you at the ranch next time I have a chance. Goodbye, Mr. Naoki. Xiaoji said. Naoki smiled slightly. Goodbye. It was dark in the Sinnoh region, but it was only noon in the Padia region. Using Z moves consumed a lot of physical strength, making Naoki feel a little sleepy, so after lunch, he took a nap with a few EV. However, in his dream, Naoki suddenly heard a vague and dreamy voice. Naoki, come here. Naoki opened his eyes suddenly, and saw a sacred golden light slowly floating in front of him. Naoki was shocked. What, however, when the ball of light saw him wake up, it began to float towards the door. Naoki was very shocked. Is there such a thing in the Pokemon world, or was he dreaming? Naoki turned his head and looked around. The EVs beside him were still sleeping soundly, but when he looked carefully, he found that they were motionless. Naoki suddenly noticed that it was not only the EVs, but all the sounds seemed to have disappeared, the fallen leaves stagnant in the air, the curtains blown by the wind, the angry parrots still in the sky. Time was stopped. Did the god of time Dialga do it? No. Dialga shouldn't do that kind of thing. Naoki thought for a moment, and decided to go over and check the situation. He got up from the bed, put on his shoes, opened the door, and saw the golden light waiting for him in the living room. Seeing that Naoki had caught up, the golden light began to move. It floated out of the house, floated across the farmland, came to the big lake in the center of the ranch, and then entered the reverse world of Giratina. Naoki followed him, and after some troubles, he found that the destination of the golden light was actually the expedition team guild on the world tree. In the Slowpoke Park in the center of the guild, Naoki stared blankly at the ball of light in front of him that was emitting golden light. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The next second, the ball of light changed. A body full of holy light appeared from it, surrounded by the 1,000 universe arms that Naoki was very familiar with. Isn't this Arceus, who had a battle with him not long ago? No, that's not right. This Arceus doesn't have the creation stone. At this moment, an incredible thought suddenly emerged in Naoki's mind. Could this Arceus be the real body of Arceus? In his doubtful eyes, the Arceus in front of him spoke. You have seen my clone before. My name is Arceus, and I am the creator of this world. Chapter 557. AR. Zeus? Hearing this, Naoki was stunned for a moment. The person in front of him was actually Arceus's real body. You know, compared to Arceus's clones, his real body has never been defeated, and is a true god beyond all worlds and all Pokemon. So far, he has only appeared once in the Washi area hundreds of years ago, and there has been no trace since then. No, that's not right. Shouldn't Arceus be outside all universes? Why did he come to his ranch? Arceus stared at Naoki quietly. As an omniscient and omnipotent god, he quickly understood the thoughts of this human. I came here for one thing. What is it? Naoki couldn't help asking. Arceus cast his eyes towards the expedition guild not far away, revealing a hint of surprise. I have created many worlds, worlds where only humans exist, worlds where only Pokemon exist, and worlds where humans and Pokemon exist at the same time. According to my observation, in a world with only Pokemon, some Pokemon will gather together to form a small civilization circle, which they call the Expedition Guild. But in a world where humans and Pokemon coexist, such a thing has never been born. Most Pokemon here are accustomed to living with humans. They rely on humans for everything from food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. And now, something that should not appear in this world has been born. At this point, Arceus turned back and looked at Naoki. This is the purpose of my coming here. Naoki was stunned and frowned and asked, Are you going to destroy this tree? No. Arceus shook his head gently. A new possibility has appeared between you and these Pokemon, so I want to entrust you with something. Hearing that Arceus did not come to destroy the tree, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. What is it? He asked. Arceus did not give an immediate response. Then, Naoki saw that the scene around him began to change. The World Tree and the Expedition Guild disappeared, replaced by a deep and mysterious latitude. Naoki stared blankly at the vast space in front of him, unable to come back to his senses for a while. The next second, the scene in front of him began to change. A dazzling light flashed, and countless worlds began to be born. And it was at this time that Arceus' voice sounded again. I have created many worlds. As you can see, not all worlds are as peaceful and stable as the world you live in. Many of these worlds are facing the crisis of extinction, and the Pokemon living there will lose their lives. The picture flashed, and Naoki saw a planet with many Pokemon living on it. It was a planet where only Pokemon existed. In one part of the planet, a rescue team composed of Pokemon was carrying out daily exploration, collecting resources, and other activities. And outside the planet, an extremely huge meteorite was flying towards the planet. Seeing this scene, Naoki's heart was instantly filled with blessings. He probably guessed the purpose of Arceus' coming. It was for the hero expedition team, and Arceus seemed to have seen through his thoughts again, and continued, I have observed you for a long time, and even seen you in other parallel worlds, but only you here are special. Only you can cultivate this tree, let's call it the World Tree. You met Pokemon, and such a great thing was born in the fateful encounter. Even I can't help but be amazed by it. Arceus looked at Naoki and said to him, I will help you complete the last step of your wish and officially establish the Great Hero Expedition Team. After that, Arceus' mind moved slightly, and he took Naoki back to the top of the World Tree. The next second, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the Slowpoke fountain originally built at the center of the expedition team disappeared, replaced by a huge spacetime gate. Naoki was completely stunned. What is this? Arceus explained. This is the spacetime gate I created. It connects all the universes. In your words, behind the spacetime gate is the mysterious labyrinth. The Pokemon of the expedition team can enter it to explore, help the Pokemon of other worlds, and save those worlds that are about to be destroyed. Naoki, this is the reason why I came here. I want to ask you to go to other worlds with those kind and upright Pokemon and help the Pokemon there. Is Arceus recruiting him and the Great Hero Expedition team to work for him? This kind of thing. How should I decide on this kind of thing? Naoki frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he always thought that it would be great if there was an incredible maze on the World Tree, Pokemon could enter it and explore freely, collect supplies, etc. But at this point, Naoki couldn't help but start to worry again. Arceus said that this time-space gate connects all universes, which means that in addition to the universes of the Mystery Dungeon series, it also connects to the universes where Red, Green, and Team Rainbow Rocket are located. If it's people like Red and Green, it's okay. If it's Team Rainbow Rocket, that would be terrible. However, Arceus seemed to see through his concerns and patiently explained, Don't worry, the time-space gate created by me can only be passed by people who are kind and upright and love Pokemon, so you don't have to worry. But Naoki still had some concerns. What if Pokemon were in danger in other worlds? Naoki hesitated and asked, Can I refuse? However, Arceus was not panicked at all. He just stared into Naoki's eyes and showed him the scenes of the destruction of those worlds. The meteorite hit the planet, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared on the ground. The terrible fire and earthquake devoured the Pokemon mercilessly. Naoki, Suddenly, he heard the calls of Meowth and Pikachu. Naoki looked back and found that the Pokemon on the World Tree had woken up at some point, and were now all gathered here, looking at the scene presented by Arceus with a moving expression. Pikachu. How pitiful. Me. They died. So scary. Me. This Pokemon just said that if we go there to help them, will they be fine? The Mount Lamb, who was cultivated by the Mount Goat, asked. Hearing this, the Millilongs immediately said, Meow. That should be the case. We can also invite them to live in the guild. Arceus asked, Do you want to help those Pokemon? Naoki. What a shameless alpaca. Hearing this, the Pokemon hesitated. They looked at the Expedition Guild and thought of the purpose of the expedition that Naoki had told them before. It was to help those Pokemon who needed help. Thinking of this, a Pokemon soon made a decision. Awoo! Under its leadership, more and more Pokemon agreed. They all looked at Naoki, and their expressions seemed to say that they would also help those Pokemon in need like Mew and Bear. Naoki, Things had come to this point, and he could no longer stop them. After a moment of silence, Naoki asked, I only have one request. Arceus nodded slightly. No matter what it is, I will agree to it. Naoki, we must ensure everyone's safety. Arceus pondered for a moment, then recalled some devices developed by humans in the world, and nodded. Okay, I will give you some Arceus teleportation bracelets, you just need to wear them. And when you are in danger, you can trigger the power of space in it, and automatically teleport the Pokemon back to the guild. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. Can this kind of thing be done? Isn't it exactly the same as the teleportation function in the game? Arceus nodded slightly. I am the god of creation. To you, I am omniscient and omnipotent. As he spoke, a ball of golden light suddenly flew out from Arceus' body and floated in front of Naoki. Naoki looked closely, and saw a mobile phone that was all white and decorated with 1,000 wrists similar to the one on Arceus. That was an Arceus phone? Naoki recognized this thing at a glance. In Pokemon Legends, Arceus once gave an Arceus phone to Xiao Yao. In addition, Arceus continued, this is the Arceus phone, created by me. You can use it to check the experiences of each Pokemon during the expedition. Once someone is in danger, the Arceus phone will automatically remind you. At that time, you can go to support yourself or send other Pokemon. Naoki, Arceus is quite thoughtful. He reached out to take the Arceus phone, and the moment he turned on the screen, He saw a row of things similar to Pokemon illustrated books on it. Arceus automatically registered the information of every Pokemon on the World Tree, even Mewtwo and Groudon. Naoki clicked on Mewtwo's little avatar, and then saw Mewtwo's detailed information. Mewtwo. Height, 2 meters. Weight, 122 kilograms. Commission, none. Current location, World Tree. Physical condition, healthy. There is also a row of things similar to career resumes below. On July 5, 201, the league calendar, Mewtwo is observing the existence that claims to be Arceus. It seems that you have learned how to use it. Arceus said, go, and help those Pokemon and the world that need help. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Arceus' body. A moment later, Arceus' figure disappeared. He left the World Tree, and this world. Naoki looked at Arceus' phone in his hand, and felt dazed for a moment. And the Pokemon on the World Tree also lowered their heads, and looked at the teleportation bracelet that appeared in their hands. In addition to these, Arceus also gave a lot of bracelets to the side, which formed a small hill, as if they were prepared for new members to join in the future. They also heard what the Pokemon just said, and they knew the function of the bracelet very well. The Woodgecko seemed very happy. Chafu. This way, we don't have to worry about encountering danger. The bracelet will take them directly back to the World Tree. Lucky. Jigglypuff also nodded happily, and then it would use tree fruits, life goat milk and holy ash to help heal the wound according to the injury. The temporary president, Jigglypuff, was also very happy. It would go to those worlds with Charizard to collect commissions, and then bring them back to the World Tree, post the commissions on the guild's bulletin board, and wait for everyone to complete them. Hearing this, the other Pokemon present expressed their ideas. Vampire said that it would run the prop store well and provide everyone with the props they needed for adventure. Bubbles' parents said that they would take good care of the hens and collect eggs to make delicious dishes for everyone. Pikachu and Meowth said that they would work hard to run the Pokemon Tavern and provide delicious fruit wine for the Pokemon returning from the adventure. Tropical Dragon said that it would prepare sweet bananas for everyone. The Geckos said that they would work hard to cultivate fruit trees, plant farmland, and prepare enough supplies for everyone. Naoki, Listening to the heated discussions of these Pokemon, Naoki couldn't help but feel helpless. He roughly understood their feelings, as if the moves they had practiced for a long time could finally come in handy today. Forget it, since Arceus can guarantee their safety, then he can rest assured. But then again, Arceus said that humans from other worlds can also come to this world through this space-time gate. The Rainbow Rocket team is restricted from entering. So what about Red and the others? Naoki's mind flashed with the scene of Red mistakenly entering the World Tree and challenging the legendary Pokemon layer by layer. Forget it, Pokemon may not meet Red by chance. Not to mention that there are so many worlds. If Pokemon don't lead the way, maybe no one will come here at all. After giving instructions to the Pokemon, Naoki turned and left the Expedition Guild. Because he had to tell Mew and Bear Baby about this news, Arceus suddenly came, and he didn't bring his Rotom phone. And Arceus' phone didn't have the function of making calls. With the departure of Arceus, the time of this world was also lifted. When Naoki returned to the ranch, Gulton and Motor Lizard were looking for him everywhere because he had disappeared. Seeing Naoki coming back, a group of Pokemon came up and asked him where he had gone. Naoki touched the head of the Motor Lizard and explained to them helplessly, "Me? I met a very powerful guy. He wanted me and everyone on the World Tree to do something for him, to help Pokemon in other worlds who need help." Golden understood, but Motor Lizard seemed to understand. So Naoki walked into the house, and explained to it in detail what he had just encountered. He is Arceus, but not the Arceus we fought, but his real body. In the reverse world. Arceus did not leave this world immediately. He floated above, quietly looking down at the Giratina lying on the Flower Sky Island playing with the Rotom phone below. Chapter 558. Since returning from teaching a lesson to Arceus, Giratina feels that his mood has improved to a higher level, and the whole Pokemon is not so irritable anymore. It lies leisurely and comfortably in the flowers, and today is the time to listen to fans' comments again. While chewing an apple, Giratina said to Rotom on the phone, "Rotom, help me read those human messages." "Got it, Rotom." Rotom quickly opened Giratina's personal homepage, and began to read the private messages sent to Giratina by humans as usual. A netizen named Black Rose said, "Ah, Giratina, tell me the result of that battle." Flaming Red Lips said, "Who won that battle? You defeated the god of creation, right?" Invincible Charizard said, "I knew it was you who won. Otherwise, Medina would have been destroyed by the god of creation by now." Giratina nodded proudly while listening. Yes, they won. A mere god of creation, nothing more than that. That being said, in fact, even Giratina himself did not expect this result. After all, in the past, it had caused destruction and provoked Arceus many times, but all failed. But now, this time, it succeeded. This made Giratina feel that Arceus was not invincible. Even if he was the creator of the world, he was defeated by the humans and Pokemon born from this world. Rotom checked the popularity of the relevant events, and then exclaimed, "How exaggerated, Lodo. The popularity of our battle with the god of creation has exceeded 100 million. The whole world is discussing Motor Mask and us, Lodo. Wow, your number of fans is growing at a very fast rate, Lodo. In just a few hours, it has increased by 12 million, Lodo." Hearing this, Giratina opened his eyes immediately, and a gleam of light shot out of his blood-red eyes. "Has it surpassed the number of fans of the Crown of Buds?" it asked. Rotom hurriedly checked the number of fans of the Crown of Buds, and then said weakly, "No, the number of fans of the Crown of Buds has increased by 20 million, Lodo." Giratina, never mind, that Pokemon is no match for humans. But Crown was the main force in the fight against Arceus, and those fans are what he deserves. Giratina lost with conviction. However, at this moment, Giratina suddenly felt something was wrong, as if something was targeting him. What? Giratina immediately became alert, and he looked around, but didn't find anything. It must be my illusion, right? Giratina thought. But the next second, he noticed a guy who looked like Arceus floating above him and staring at him. Giratina, shock, what guy who looks like Arceus? That's Arceus. Giratina was horrified, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind at this moment. Could Arceus be here to take revenge on him? Or maybe he wanted to seal him forever in this reversed world? Alas! A long sigh sounded between heaven and earth. Looking at Giratina below, Arceus recalled how he created it with Dialga and Palkia. The world needs the three of them. Dialga makes time flow, Palkia maintains the stability of space, and Giratina is also an indispensable part of it. It and the reverse world are the foundation of the real world, responsible for supporting everything in the real world. Only when the three are united can the real world develop. But what he didn't expect was that Giratina would think that he was expelled into this destroyed world. 300 years ago, Giratina disrupted time and space, and caused a space-time rift in the Washi region. He did not pursue it, but summoned a human from another world to solve the disaster. 300 years later, Giratina once again joined forces with humans to retaliate against his clone. This time, it was time to settle accounts with it. The next second, Arceus showed infinite power. A brilliant and sacred light emerged from his body and spread rapidly to the surroundings. Seeing this, Giratina on the floating island was horrified. It wanted to resist, but the light was like 1,000 pounds, pitting it to the ground. Rotom, who was standing by, was not affected. Seeing Giratina's state, it flew around anxiously, wanting to help but not knowing where to start. Rotom tried to contact Naoki, but found that the signal was blocked and could not send any information at all. "Do you know your mistake?" Arceus's magnificent voice sounded from Giratina's ears. Giratina gritted his teeth. Wrong? What was wrong with it? Wait, could it be that Arceus found out about the bad things it had posted on the internet? This is terrible. Giratina was panicking. Like a child caught for making a mistake, his huge body pressed tightly against the ground. Arceus stared at the scene, and then slowly said, "I thought you would understand everything, but you failed me." Hearing this, Giratina's heart sank. As a Pokemon created by Arceus, Arceus is like a father god to it. Although it always wants to make trouble and take revenge, it still regards Arceus as its father god in its heart. And now, Arceus is disappointed with it. I understand now," Giratina said. Yes, after experiencing the recent events, it has understood the truth of everything. Arceus never expelled it, but sent it to this place like he treated Dialga and Palkia to keep the real world running together. Alas! Arceus sighed again. He stared at Giratina and said, "To me, each of you is important. Without Dialga, time cannot flow normally. Without Palkia, space will be in chaos, causing cracks in space and time. Without you, the real world will lose its support and become chaotic." Giratina listened to these words in a daze. These words, Arceus had never said to them before. "So, don't betray my trust." After saying that, Arceus looked at Giratina steadily, and then his figure disappeared in a dazzling light. This time, he completely left this world. The liberated Giratina did not get up immediately. It thought alone for a long time before flying again. What should we do about Lodo?" Rotom was already scared and asked with a trembling voice. Giratina, help me write a clarification. Rotom was stunned, and his tone was full of confusion. Clarify what, Lodo? Giratina, to clarify, Arceus is not an evil Pokemon. He is the greatest god in the world. On July 20th, 201 of the league calendar, half a month had passed since the Midna incident. The heat of Arceus, who created the world, appeared and fought a battle with a group of legendary Pokemon has not subsided to this day. People are enthusiastically discussing the identities and strengths of those legendary Pokemon, as well as the method of motor mass to capture them. During this period, some people who knew that Raid Crown was at Naoki Ranch came to ask Naoki what was going on, thinking that he was the mysterious motorcycle mask. For example, Mayor Thomas, Klee, and Mailman Ivan, but Naoki covered it up by saying that Raid Crown had had enough of the ranch life and was going to travel around the world. Mayor Thomas felt very sorry that Raid Crown had left, but thinking of the pitiful experience of the Pokemon, Mayor Thomas hoped that he could live a better life. In response to EC's questioning, Naoki still used these words to prevaricate, but ECI still firmly believed that he was Motor Mask, but there was no evidence. In this way, people's eyes moved away from Naoki Ranch. The Arceus incident came to an end, and Naoki began to pay attention to the movements of Pokemon on the World Tree. It is worth mentioning that thanks to the incredible maze brought by Arceus, the Great Hero Expedition Team Guild established on the World Tree has officially started operations. The Pokemon there each have their own duties, divided into the Exploration Team and the Logistics Team. The Pokemon in the Exploration Team are good at fighting, and are responsible for entering the mysterious maze to explore, collect resources, and help Pokemon in need. The Pokemon in the Logistics Team stay at the headquarters of the Expedition Team Guild, where they provide food, accommodation, treatment, and other services for the Pokemon in the exploration. Fat Boy serves as the president of the guild. It can be regarded as half a member of the exploration team, because this president will also go into the maze, personally collect information, organize the Pokemon in need of help into a book, and make it into a commission to distribute to the Pokemon in the ranch. Correspondingly, the Pokemon that completes the commission can get rewards. After hearing that there is experience there, the Farfetch'd on the ranch also moved to the World Tree, and went to the maze to practice and improve his strength. In general, the World Tree is a thriving scene. Naoki once told Mew and Baby Bear about this, and they were very happy, but they also said that they still had a few places to go before they could travel all over the Sinnoh continent, and they wanted to wait until the trip in the Sinnoh region was over before returning to the ranch. Naoki was quite helpless about this. After completing the agreement with Giratina, Naoki had nothing special to do. In addition to busying himself with farm work on the ranch, he stayed at home all day. When Chishu came, he stayed at home with Chishu and watched horror movies with Pokemon. But most of the time, Naoki used the Arceus phone given by Arceus to observe the dynamics of Pokemon on the World Tree. Even when squatting on the toilet, he would bring an Arceus phone with him, often sitting for half an hour, so long that Gillarton would scratch the door outside. But there is no way, because the information displayed on Arceus's phone is very interesting. For example, Farfetch'd moved to the World Tree. Farfetch'd. Height, 1 meter. Weight, 24 kilograms. Commission, none. Current location, Mysterious Labyrinth. Physical condition, slightly injured, and below is what Farfetch'd encountered after entering the labyrinth. At 8 a.m. on July 20th, 201 of the Alliance calendar, Farfetch'd entered the Mysterious Labyrinth and began to explore. Farfetch'd encountered a powerful Beedrill, but defeated it easily. Farfetch'd found orange fruit in the Beedrill forest. Farfetch'd found a mysterious cave, and picked up the cursed amulet in it. Farfetch'd chose to go deeper, and encountered a red-faced dragon living deep in the cave. After a hard fight, he defeated it, and obtained the dragon's fang. Farfetch'd helped an injured Roundland shark in the cave. The Roundland shark was very interested in the guild mentioned by Farfetch'd, and decided to join Farfetch'd's team. Naoki was stunned when he saw the last message. Farfetch'd picked up a land shark. Land shark is a quasi-god Pokemon in the Sinnoh region. Its final evolution, Land Shark, is extremely powerful, and is the trump card of Sinnoh champion Sirona. Wild land sharks are extremely rare, and Farfetch'd encountered a land shark in the maze just a few days ago. Could that land shark want to go back to the World Tree with Farfetch'd? The above Farfetch'd dynamic update ends here, and there is no follow-up for the time being. Naoki was eager to know what happened to Farfetch'd and Land Shark. However, at this moment, a strange sound came from outside the bathroom. Ah, gah! Gulton was scratching the door again. Naoki, Almost, it will be done soon. Gulton stopped outside the door. Farfetch'd's interface had not been updated for a long time, so Naoki casually changed a Pokemon and put it on the Mount Lamb. The Mount Lamb was rescued by Mutuo, and later it was guided by the Mount Goats, and decided to become a Pokemon as powerful as the Mount Goats. Therefore, after the Mystery Dungeon appeared, Mount Lamb began his own training and went to the Mystery Dungeon to save the Pokemon there. If nothing unexpected happens, Mount Lamb is now training in the dungeon. However, when Naoki clicked on the interface of Mount Lamb and saw the information on it, he was stunned. On July 15, 201, at 7:38 a.m., Mount Lamb entered the Arceus World 2357 through the Mystery Dungeon. Mount Lamb met the Holy Swordsman Gopalion, Delakian, and Bylidjian. Mount Lamb's desire to help other Pokemon was recognized by the Holy Swordsman, and he became a member of the Holy Swordsman and began to practice with the 3 Pokemon. The Holy Swordsmen were very interested in the Mount Goat teacher mentioned by Mount Lamb. The Holy Swordsman told Mount Lamb the story of how Kelio challenged Kyurem, and realized the Holy Sword and became a true Holy Swordsman. The Lamb wanted to challenge Kyurem, but was stopped by Bylidjian. Late at night, the Lamb secretly challenged Kyurem, was defeated, triggered the Arceus teleportation bracelet, and teleported back to the World Tree. The Lamb, unwilling to give up, continued to enter the mysterious maze, and decided to try again. The Lamb failed to challenge. The Lamb continued to challenge. The challenge failed, continued to challenge. The following 2 sentences were repeated continuously. Naoki looked down, and after turning 3 pages in a row, he finally saw the ending of this matter. Kyurem couldn't stand it anymore, so he decided to recognize the perseverance of the Lamb and the identity of the Holy Swordsman. After driving the Lamb away, Kyurem immediately blocked the entrance of the cave with ice, prohibiting outsiders from entering. The Lamb returned to the Holy Swordsman. The Holy Swordsman, who heard about its heroic deeds, were stunned. Naoki, He could already imagine the expressions of Kyurem and the Holy Swordsman. However, there was another sentence at the end, which seemed to be Arceus' summary of the Lamb's exploration. The Lamb's perseverance and strength were greatly improved, and he gained the friendship of Gopalion, Bylidjian, and Delakian. Chapter 559. Everyone in the expedition team has their own story and life. From now on, they will meet new Pokemon, make new friends, and encounter new stories. Whether it is the Pokemon rescued by Mutuo or the Pokemon invited back by the Hero Expedition team, everyone lives in the same place. In this way, he doesn't have to worry. Seeing this, Naoki put away Arceus' mobile phone, got up and opened the bathroom door, and saw Golden squatting beside him. Golden stood up immediately when he saw Naoki coming out, wagging his big tail. Naoki grinned at him, reached out, and touched Golden's head, and said to him, "Let's go. We are going to start a new life." So the incident of Arceus was over, and the matter he discussed with Chishu a few months ago should be officially put on the agenda. In the Pokemon world, there are not so many red tapes for 2 people to fall in love. Since he likes Chishu and Chishu likes him, they can register for marriage and move in together. Although Naoki felt that it was a bit too fast, it seemed that everyone in this world was like this, so Naoki chose to follow the local customs. But before that, he had to prepare well and visit Chishu's parents with some gifts. Naoki stood up and walked outside. Golden followed behind, and it recalled carefully. Although the past memories were too long ago, Golden remembered everything about Naoki clearly. It found that it seemed that Naoki and Chishu would hold a wedding this year. If it remembered correctly, their little master would be born soon. By then, Naoki Ranch would be complete, and they would live happily together in the ranch. Thinking of that picture, Golden couldn't help but smile happily. Golden followed Naoki to the living room. Naoki went to the 2nd floor to use the computer to check what gifts to give to his father-in-law and mother-in-law before getting married in the Pokemon world. Golden stayed in the living room and fantasized about his future life. This time, it will participate from a completely different perspective. When Babutubo came back to drink water and saw the silly smile on Golden's face, it couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Bamo? What are you thinking about?" Golden subconsciously answered, "Agassi. Thinking about the little master born by Naoki." "Bamo?" Babutubo was shocked. "Little master? Naoki is going to give birth to a baby. Why didn't it know?" Golden realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and he said perfunctorily, "I guessed." But Babutubo entered his own imagination. Naoki is going to have a baby. So can Naoki's baby come to the ranch and make friends with him, like Anna in Warm Lava Worm House? Bamo! Babutubo was very excited, and he didn't care about Golden, and directly found the lava worm in the fireplace, and told it that Naoki's baby would come to the ranch and make friends with them soon. The lava worm in the fireplace raised its head and looked over with a bit of confusion. Maku? Babtubo imagined his future life. Bamo. Will Naoki's baby be like the cute little Anna, looking for them all over the house, wanting to make friends with them and play with them? Should they hide and play hide-and-seek with the baby? Maku. The lava worm exhaled a puff of white smoke helplessly. It had seen the warm lava worm house with Babtubo before. But if it remembered correctly, Anna in the warm lava worm house was not the baby of the lava worm owner, right? They seemed to be in a granddaughter-grandfather relationship? I can't figure it out. Magma worm was confused. Giving gifts depends on the other person's preferences. If it's a trainer, give a commemorative pokeball or something the trainer likes. Naoki muttered to himself as he read the gift-giving guide on the computer screen. It made sense, but he had never met Chishu's parents before, so he didn't know their preferences or what kind of people they were. So, after a little thought, Naoki called Chishu on his Rotom phone and prepared to discuss it with her. Soon, the call was connected. When Chishu heard the purpose of Chishu's visit, he immediately laughed foolishly. "Are you really coming?" she asked. In Chishu's cognition, meeting the parents of both parties is a very solemn matter. Whenever this time comes, it means that the two will get married soon. Of course. Chishu nodded, but the problem is that I don't know what they like. It would be bad if I gave them an inappropriate gift later. Speaking of business, Chishu also began to think. My dad was also a trainer when he was young. He likes everything related to trainers. I recently saw him watching the game of the Galar region's champion Dante. He seems to like Dante very much. My mom likes to eat the Johto region's specialty, the angry buns. She ate them once when she went on a trip, and she still remembers them. After a while, Chishu laughed. Hee, in fact, as long as it's from you, they will like anything. Naoki, they are not you. Angry buns? It's no problem to go to Kaji Town to buy a pack. After all, with Gulatin speed, he can run back and forth quickly. As for Dan D, it's much easier. Naoki decided to use his connections to ask Dan D for an autograph photo. Chishu is still busy receiving challengers. It's almost August now, and in 2 months, the major leagues will start to hold league competitions one after another. Therefore, recently, those challengers who haven't collected enough gym badges are catching up. After the two agreed on a time to visit, they hung up the phone. Chishu went to meet the challenger, while Chishu went to prepare a gift for the visit. World Tree Expedition Guild. It has been a while since everyone entered the mysterious labyrinth to explore. During this period, everyone brought back various props from the labyrinth and made many Pokemon friends. And today, when everyone came back from the adventure and gathered together to chat, they suddenly talked about Chishu. A Pokemon recalled what Naoki had said. Naoki seemed to say that when he gets old, he will move to the World Tree and live with everyone. Mimi? Naoki is also going to live on the World Tree? Great! Hearing this, the Millalongs jumped up excitedly. The other Pokemon were also very happy. Chafu. But the Bimbo was a little worried. Because there are no houses and beds for humans to live in on the World Tree, will Naoki have to sleep with them on the big tree in the forest? Naoki will fall down if that happens. Lucky. Jiggly didn't know what to do for a moment. At this moment, one of the geckos came up with a good idea. Chafu. In that case, let's help Naoki build a house together. The expedition team has collected a lot of things in the maze recently, and they have also made friends with old builders, who are good at building things. As long as they are there, any house can be built. Hearing this, the other Pokemon all thought it was a good idea. Charizard, a wood. In that case, I go to the maze to help collect wood. Sandshrew happily raised his sharp claws. Kuga. I help dig the foundation of the house. Pikachu raised his tail. Pikapi. I can use Iron Tail to chop wood. As soon as they said it, all the Pokemon took action and began to help Naoki build his home on the World Tree. Not only the house where Naoki lives, but also the place where the Pokemon in the ranch live. In this way, when Naoki and the Pokemon move here in the future, they can live here directly. Naoki didn't know about the plans of the Pokemon on the World Tree because he was busy preparing gifts. In the blink of an eye, time came to September 1st, 201 of the Alliance calendar. Today is the day that Naoki and Chishu agreed to visit Nyongwon City. Early in the morning, the ranch was busy. After knowing Naoki's plan, the AI Guancher brothers and sisters, like caring housekeepers, prepared a decent piece of clothing for Naoki and carefully helped him to tidy up the folds and collar of the clothes. AI. The sister AI Guancher was very happy. In this way, Naoki should have a family soon, and then the ranch will welcome new life. In this way, Naoki will also have a family. Although they and Gul'dan are family members to Naoki, Pokemon family and human family are always different. If Naoki stays with Pokemon all day without talking to humans, he will definitely feel very lonely. Pokemon family and human family are all around Naoki. This is perfect. Sister AI Butler is happy for Naoki. Brother AI Butler is also helping Naoki prepare gifts. In recent years, Brother AI Butler has become more mature and stable. He no longer needs to pretend to be a little adult, but has become a real big Pokemon and a qualified butler. Okay, thank you. Naoki reached out and took the gift from his brother AI Guancher. His brother AI Guancher looked at Naoki calmly and nodded gently. AI. Naoki looked at the other Pokemon around him who were happy, as if everyone was happy for him. Then I'm going to set off, Naoki said. Geo. Bamo. Awa. Bony. A group of Pokemon responded. In their eyes, Naoki rode on Gul'dan with a gift and set off on the road to Brewing Light City. The gift box contained a gift he had prepared specifically for Chishu's parents. It contained a signed photo of Dante, some hard-to-buy champion peripherals, and a bag of freshly baked angry steamed buns. This kind of steamed bun is a specialty of Kaji Town. If it is left for a long time, the taste will be affected, so Naoki ordered it in advance and went to pick it up this morning. It was the first time in my life that I faced this kind of thing. It was impossible to say that I was not nervous. Even when Naoki faced Arceus, he was not nervous. Because he didn't know what kind of people Chishu's parents were, whether they would be kind or sarcastic, and whether they would like his gift. Gul'dan under him noticed Naoki's mood and immediately comforted him. Does. Don't worry, it's okay, everything will go very smoothly. Feeling Gul'dan's thoughts, Naoki was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and asked, how do you know if you haven't experienced this kind of thing? But then again, Gul'dan, I don't think I've asked you yet, will the Pokemon living in the past fall in love with each other and have children? If not, how do those paradoxical Pokemon reproduce? Gul'dan widened his eyes, as if he didn't expect Naoki to ask this question. Gul'dan. Gul'dan stopped talking. After Gul'dan's interruption, Naoki was not as nervous as before. At this time, Brewing Light City arrived. Gul'dan landed at the door of Chishu's residence. From a distance, Naoki saw Chishu waiting there. Autumn is here, and the weather is getting cooler. Chishu changed into a yellow sweater full of electric trainer style, with a cartoon pattern of Magnemite printed on it, looking very cute. Before Naoki landed, he saw Chishu and the electric belly frog standing in front of the building, waving at them vigorously. Here. Gul'dan landed, and Naoki got off it and asked, are we going over now? Hee. Chishu nodded happily. Yes, I have told them in advance, they should be preparing lunch for you now. Naoki, to be honest, I am a little nervous. I wonder if they don't like me. Don't worry. Hello, little Gul'dan. Chishu leaned over and touched Gul'dan's head, smiled and greeted it, and then continued, they will definitely like you, if they don't agree. At this point, Chishu grinned, revealing a pair of cute little tiger teeth, and a sly smile on his face. Then let's elope. Chishu was dumbfounded. Chishu took Chishu's arm, and his tone was full of fighting spirit. Go forward bravely like Mama Il King jumping over the dragon gate. Naoki, Seeing Chishu's quirky appearance, Naoki knew that his future life would not be boring. Let's go! The two of them set off towards Chishu's old house with Gul'dan and Electric Frog. The house where Chishu lived was not far from the house where his parents lived. Even if they walked, they could reach the place in more than 10 minutes. That's it. Chishu pointed to a mansion and said to Naoki. Naoki looked carefully and saw a 2-story house with a courtyard located in the middle of a street. The door of the courtyard was not closed. There was a tree in the middle and a lawn on both sides of the road. Some Pokemon were playing in the yard. Electric Petrel, Motorcycle Lizard, Shuttlecock Flower, Walking Grass, Elegant Cat. Seeing the two people coming in, these Pokemon cast curious eyes in this direction. Chishu greeted them happily. Good morning, everyone. Come here, come here. Inside the house, a man and a woman heard the movement outside and immediately gathered in front of the window to observe the situation outside. They were Chishu's parents, the man and woman who had visited Chishu Ranch before. Looking at the familiar figure, the man's mind once again recalled the experience of being gang raped at that ranch, and his face suddenly turned pale. Brat. Humph. Oh, don't make such a face. Smile quickly, you should be happy today, otherwise, people will misunderstand that we don't welcome him. As a result, The corners of the man's mouth turned down even more. Stingy guy. The woman twisted his waist angrily, and then threatened, "No matter what, remember to behave well later, otherwise I will deal with you tonight. Get ready, I'm going to the kitchen, you should go open the door." Man, At this time, the doorbell rang. The woman quickly turned around and walked into the kitchen, and started cooking, pretending that she didn't see anything. The man sighed helplessly, and went forward to open the door. Jishu was thinking about how to say hello, and the door in front of him was opened. He subconsciously greeted, "Hello, uncle." But the next second, he saw a familiar figure in the door. The two looked at each other, and Naoki was stunned for a moment. The man had a serious expression, and thinking of his wife's instructions, his expression eased a little, but his tone still sounded very serious. "Come in." After saying that, he turned and walked into the house. Seeing Naoki and his father, Jishu on the side was very confused, and she whispered, "Have you seen my father before?" Naoki: "This is a long story. Let's make it short. Anyway, my uncle went to the ranch to challenge me, and I beat him 6 in a row." Hearing this, Jishu immediately opened her eyes wide. She thought of her parents' strange behavior before, and immediately remembered the whole story in her mind. She secretly went to see him, but I beat him 6 in a row. She really couldn't help but burst out laughing. The man who heard the noise turned his head and looked, ? Jishu quickly waved his hands and explained, "It's okay, I just thought of something interesting." Man, That's all. He looked at Jishu and said to him in a rather stiff tone, "Sit down." At this time, the woman came out of the kitchen, pretending to have just discovered the two of them, with a smile on her face. "Are you here?" Seeing the woman's familiar face, Jishu was stunned again. Isn't she the lady who got lost near the ranch and asked him for directions, and gave him a set of handmade poke balls? At this moment, even if he was slow, he guessed what the two meant. They were not going to challenge the trial, nor were they really lost, but to observe him at the ranch. Seeing Naoki's expression, the woman showed a kind smile on her face. "We meet again. Sit down first. Lunch will be ready soon, and we will talk slowly later." "Oh, okay." Naoki responded and sat down on the sofa. But when he faced the man opposite, he didn't know what to say for a moment. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Uncle, I didn't mean it last time. I didn't know it was you." Man, He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but he noticed from the corner of his eye that the woman who came out of the kitchen behind Naoki gave him a warning look. "It's okay. Pokemon battles should be taken seriously," the man said. "This is the way of a trainer." Naoki breathed a sigh of relief and put the gift he brought on the table. "This is the gift I prepared for you." At this time, the woman also prepared lunch. She called Jishu to bring the food to the table. Seeing the gift on the table, she smiled. "This kid is really, he came here, why did he bring a gift? Come and eat. This Pokemon, come here too. This is the food I cooked specially for you." Galton looked over and was immediately attracted by the smell of the food. Ah gah. Seeing Gillerton's appearance, Naoki was not as nervous as before. After he responded, he was invited to sit at the table. The man on the sofa sighed helplessly, then stood up and followed. Soon, the 4 people and the Pokemon sat around the dining table. Naoki was surprised to find that the table in front of him was filled with all kinds of Chinese food. The woman said gently, "I heard from Jishu that you like this kind of food very much, so I prepared these. I don't know if you like it. Come and try it." Hearing this, Naoki was suddenly touched. Just because he likes it, so she prepared a big table? He glanced at Jishu, who grinned at him. Jishu picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, then nodded immediately. Delicious. If it's delicious, eat more." The woman saw Jishu's expression, and she felt more and more pity for this child who had no parents and was running a ranch alone. What a good child. Not only was he kind, but he was also so capable. He managed such a large ranch well by himself. His life must have been very lonely before, right? But it doesn't matter, Jishu and the others will be there in the future. "Are you still busy at the ranch?" the woman asked. "Not busy, winter is coming soon, and the fields can rest for a while," Naoki answered truthfully. "That's good. If you are too busy, remember to tell us. We can also go over to help," the woman said. The atmosphere gradually eased during the chat, and Naoki was not as nervous as at the beginning. During the meal, they talked a lot about the ranch, the online store, the trials at the ranch, and daily life. Naoki told them everything. The man was a trainer when he was young. When he heard that Naoki created the trial to help passing trainers, his expression eased. Yes, that can indeed help many trainers improve their strength. Even the chief is thanking Naoki. Chishu said on the side. The man was very surprised. Chief? Yes, Naoki is very powerful. Chishu nodded repeatedly. Many gym leaders and champions will go to his ranch to challenge the trial and hone their strength. Even if they are strangers, Naoki will receive them seriously. So far, no one has been able to defeat him. The man opened his mouth. He didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. Even the champion-level trainer couldn't be his opponent. No wonder he was defeated by a string of 6. He lost to such a being, he was convinced. It's not that exaggerated, Naoki said modestly. Hearing this, the woman immediately understood how her daughter and Naoki met. She really didn't make a mistake. The woman's eyes became more and more satisfied. She asked with a smile, "So where are you going to get married? You came here for this matter, right? Have you made up your mind?" Chishu looked at Chishu. Chishu was stunned. He didn't expect the topic to be so direct. The woman seemed to see his thoughts and explained, "Actually, as long as two people like each other, everything is not a problem. If you want to live with each other, see each other anytime and anywhere, and stay with each other, you can get married if you have this idea." Hearing this, Chishu looked at Chishu. At this moment, the man who had been silent all the time spoke. Next spring, March is a good sign, when the weather is warm and the flowers are blooming. He had studied it secretly before, and even found a fortune teller at the market to tell his fortune. The fortune teller said that the spring of the 202nd year of the Alliance calendar is a good time to get married. It is said that if you get married in March when the weather is warm and the flowers are blooming, the couple will live happily together until old age. March? That's still 6 months, a long time. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly realized that he was also looking forward to living with Chishu. Maybe this is the customs and practices of the Pokemon world. Okay. He no longer hesitated, nodded immediately and agreed. After that, Naoki looked at Chishu, but found that Chishu was also looking at him. The two smiled at each other, their eyes full of expectations. The woman smiled. In that case, then it's settled. The man's expression eased, and after thinking for a while, he said, "You are alone, without parents to help you. Let us prepare for the marriage." The woman also cast a seeking look at Chishu. "What do you think?" Chishu thought for a while, shook his head and said, "Don't bother you. I have a few elders in Zichin town. They will help me." "Okay, in that case, then it's decided." The woman laughed softly. In the evening, Chishu said goodbye to Chishu and her parents, and returned to Zichin town with Golden. He consulted Mayor Thomas about this matter, and asked what he should do. Hearing this, Mayor Thomas was shocked. Because of this, the news that Naoki was going to get married spread quickly throughout the town of Zichin. Clary, Ivan, Mrs. Dantes, Mr. Alif and others sent their blessings and enthusiastically wanted to help Naoki prepare for the wedding next spring. Naoki was moved by everyone's enthusiasm. "The people here are so nice." The Pokemon in the ranch also learned that Naoki was going to get married. After learning the specific meaning of marriage from AI Butler, the Pokemon also seemed very happy. They were also sincerely happy for Naoki. Late at night, Naoki was so excited that he could hardly fall asleep. Gullerton lay beside him, and closed his eyes peacefully. It was indeed right that it remembered everything was going well. In this way, it will be able to see its little master again soon. Yessie learned that Naoki was going to get married the next day. Early in the morning, Naoki received a message from Yessie. "Yessie, getting married? Congratulations. Can I apply to be your witness?" Chapter 560. In the chief's office, Padilla Alliance headquarters. Yesii sat on a chair, crossed his arms, with a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. "Oh ha ha ha." Exionly, standing next to him, couldn't help but twitch her lips when she saw the scene. Chief stopped smiling. "Exionly, did you see that? They are getting married soon." Yesii began to look forward to the future. It won't be long after marriage, and we will have a child. No, one is not enough, at least 2. Exionly, The chief went crazy. "No, I must prepare a big gift for them when the time comes." Yesii made up her mind. At this time, she also received a reply from Naoki. "Naoki, of course." He agreed. "That's great." Yesii smiled and said to Exionly, "When the time comes, we will go together." Exionly sighed helplessly in her heart. Alas! At the same time, in the ranch, just after Naoki replied to Yes's message, he received a call from Dr. Olin. Dr. Olin in the video was still so heroic. She smiled and said to Naoki, "I have seen your circle of friends. It seems that you have found your other half. Congratulations." Naoki smiled and nodded. The wedding will probably be held in early March next year. Will you and Dr. Fuda have time to attend it? Dr. Olin pondered for a moment, and then smiled and said, I don't know, but if we have time, we will definitely attend your wedding. Okay. Naoki knew that the two doctors were very busy on weekdays, so he nodded and said, Then I will welcome you here in advance. Yes. Dr. Olin seemed to want to say something else, but suddenly there was a shout behind her. Dr. Olin looked back and said, I have something else to do here. We will talk later. Then I will wish you a happy wedding in advance. Okay. Naoki nodded with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Naoki received messages from some people one after another. Professor Oak sent his blessing, and said that he would definitely go to the wedding. After asking about the time, Daigo elegantly said that he would also come to attend the wedding. Sirona also politely said that she would definitely be there on that day. Dante, who was far away in the Galar region, immediately said that he would send a big gift. In addition to these big people, Naoki also received messages from some children, like Xiaoji, Piper and Nemo. Piper also followed with a blessing. Looking at the message, Naoki replied, Dr. Olin may also come to participate. You can come with her. If she is not free, I will ask Gillerton to pick you up. There will be many people of your age here, and it will be very lively. Piper, thank you. Naoki smiled slightly, and then looked at the messages of others. Nemo was shocked by the news that he was suddenly going to get married. She sent several messages in a row, asking Naoki if he could still accept her challenge after getting married. In response to this, Naoki was also a little confused. Why did Nemo ask this question? In response, Nemo's answer was this. Nemo, I see that those adults go to other jobs after getting married. They won't fight other trainers. They will only live with those Pokemon. Looking at this message, Naoki thought for a while, and then replied. Wing King, although I may not have so much time after getting married, if it is Nemo, I think I will still be happy to fight Pokemon with you. He actually likes trainers, like Nemo, who purely love Pokemon battles. Seeing Naoki's reply, Nemo was extremely excited. Yeah, this is really great. She decided that when Naoki gets married, she will challenge him. She wished Naoki a happy wedding through Pokemon battles. Nemo made up her mind. At the same time, in a mansion in the Unova region, ADK looked at the message in the circle of friends in surprise. Naoki is getting married? That kid, isn't this too sudden? At least give him some psychological preparation. After a brief shock, ADK grinned and smiled. It just so happens that I don't know what to do with this egg. In that case, I give it to Naoki as a wedding gift. No. Soon, ADK realized a problem. Naoki already has so many Pokemon around him, and it is very likely that he will not be able to take care of another one. So what should he do? ADK fell into deep thought, and after a long while, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Since Naoki is getting married soon, his child will probably be born in a year at most. When the time comes, can't he just give this egg to the child? It just so happens that the little burning bug in the egg can grow up with the child. Thinking of this, ADK looked at his partner, the Vulcan moth, and said to it, Don't worry, I will definitely help it find a suitable trainer. Do you still remember Naoki? The Vulcan moth in front of him nodded calmly. Of course it remembered that it was that good human who helped it, and saved its life. ADK continued, He is about to get married. I plan to entrust this egg to his child. With Naoki's guidance, the child will definitely become an excellent trainer. The Vulcan moth's face was moved, and it made a series of happy calls. It was very happy to entrust its child to the care of its benefactor's child. ADK knew that the Vulcan moth would agree, and he grinned. Then it's settled. But there is no rush now. After all, the egg was just laid yesterday, and it will take a long time before it hatches. Although the wedding is still 6 months away, holding a wedding is a very troublesome thing. From choosing the venue for the wedding, to arranging the seats for the guests, the positions for the snacks for the Pokemon, and choosing wedding dresses in advance, etc. Naoki has no experience in these things, but fortunately, with the help of everyone in the town and the surrounding farmers, Naoki only took 1 month to complete all the preparations. The staff will help them prepare everything, and they just need to go on time. When he got home after finishing everything, Naoki felt a sense of emotion. It must be said that the culture and customs of the Pokemon world are really very different from the world he lived in his previous life. For example, the male and female relatives do not need to be divided into 2 groups, and parents pay more attention to the male's character and trainer strength than academic qualifications. Thinking about it, Naoki called Chishu and said to her with a smile, It's all done. Hee, you've worked hard. I'm also done here. Chishu on the other end of the phone looked a little listless. Time passes so slowly. There are still 5 months to go. Naoki chuckled. Don't worry, time passes quickly, and it's October now, and there are only 2 months left until 202. You've been busy lately, right? The league tournament is about to be held, and trainers from all over the country are catching up to challenge gyms and collect badges. Not many people have come to the ranch to challenge him during this period. Well, but it's okay. I can have a holiday next month. Chishu began to look forward to this year's holiday. Oh, someone else is coming to challenge the gym. I call you later. Bye. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Naoki was just about to take a break, but suddenly received a text message from Mutuo. Mutuo, come to the World Tree. Naoki was slightly stunned. Did something happen on the World Tree? He quickly asked Mutuo, but Mutuo just told him to go over. Naoki, Okay, mysterious. Naoki stood up and said to Gul'dan beside him, Let's go to the World Tree. Ah, ga. Gul'dan hurriedly followed. One person and one Pokemon passed through the reverse world and soon arrived at the World Tree. However, when Naoki arrived here, he sensed a strange breath. Something is wrong. It's very wrong. The huge expedition team guild headquarters, at this moment, there is not even a Pokemon. Even the busiest Michelin sushi restaurant was empty. What happened here? Naoki narrowed his eyes and looked around. He took out his Rotom phone and tried to contact Mutuo to ask about the situation. But at this moment, a gecko suddenly appeared from the corner. It waved at Naoki from a distance. Chafu. Gecko, where are everyone? Naoki asked hurriedly. However, the gecko did not answer, but turned around and motioned Naoki to follow it. Chafu. Seeing this scene, Naoki knew that everyone was fine. He breathed a sigh of relief and followed. The wood gecko turned and went into a small path, entering a secluded forest. The golden sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves above, and the morning mist that had not yet dissipated filled the entire forest with a hazy beauty, as if he had come to the world of an oil painting. Before Naoki could appreciate it, the wood gecko turned a corner and went out of the forest. In the blink of an eye, Naoki arrived at a beautiful secret place that looked like a fairyland. The open space was covered with green grass and beautiful flowers. A stream meandered through the valley, and the sound of gurgling water continued. Looking out, there was a golden field in the distance. That was where the Pokemon on the World Tree cultivated crops. A tall windmill stood by the river, and the huge windmill blades on the mill were slowly turning with the wind. All this was not the most shocking thing for Naoki. What shocked him was that there was a 2-story house full of pastoral style in the open space in front of him. Looking at this picturesque scene, Naoki couldn't help but murmured, What is going on? Chafu. Bashigon walked up and stood by the door, motioning Naoki to go in. Naoki did as he was told. He wanted to knock on the door, but when he put his hand on it, he found that the door was not closed, but just ajar. He gently exerted force, and the door opened. And then, a large group of various Pokemon appeared in front of Naoki. Meow. Awoo. Lucky. Lucky. Chucky, Milliron, Oliva, Milotic, Charizard, Venusaur, Mutuo, and even a few construction workers that Naoki had never seen before, who must have been invited by the Pokemon from other worlds. At this moment, all the Pokemon on the World Tree gathered here, looking at Naoki excitedly. Naoki was slightly stunned. This is... The Millirons jumped happily. Meow. This is the house we built for Naoki. The second Millilong continued. Me. In this way, Naoki can move directly to the World Tree and live here with us in the future. The third Millilong finally said, Me. Yes, that's it. Hearing this, Naoki instantly understood what they meant. This house was built for him by these Pokemon together, specifically for him to live in the World Tree when he gets old. After a short moment of shock, Naoki was deeply moved. He asked softly, Why did you suddenly think of building a house for me here? Chafu, because Naoki has done a lot for us. We want to be with Naoki forever, so we have a house, so that Naoki can live here with us in the future. I see. A warm feeling surged in Naoki's heart. I see, thank you very much. I like this gift very much, and when the time comes, I will definitely come here to live with you. Maybe decades, maybe even longer. One day, he will move here with Pokemon and his beloved, and live here forever without caring about worldly affairs. Agassi. Listening to Naoki's words, Golden recalled his past experiences. When he was still a motor lizard, he seemed to have not seen the day when Naoki and everyone moved to the World Tree to live. I don't know if I can see that day this time. Agassi. After the past is changed, Everything in the future will change accordingly. Golden understood this truth deeply. If the motorcycle lizard had not fallen into the time machine, it would not exist, and if it told Naoki about this, then Naoki would definitely stop it from happening. The motorcycle lizard would not fall into the time machine, and then it would disappear, right? But it still wanted to accompany Naoki for a while longer, and stay with Naoki for a while longer. It also wanted to see the little master grow up and move to the world tree with Naoki to live. Golden suddenly felt very sad. But it can't let the little motorcycle lizard experience that again. At this moment, Golden made up his mind. When everything is over, he will tell Naoki everything. At that time, even if it is gone, there will be the past itself to accompany Naoki, and will always accompany Naoki and his little master. When he returned to the ranch from the World Tree, it was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon. While preparing lunch for the Pokemon in the ranch, Naoki asked the Rotom phone to read out the major events that happened recently around the world. Frontline reporter reports to you that a giant over 3 meters tall has appeared in Osaka City in the Kalos region. He is suspected to be an ancient human ancestor of humans. Experts say that he may be an ancient human frozen in the Great Frozen Age, and has just been unfrozen in modern times. Unfortunately, the target has disappeared. Naoki, next. Rotom continued to look at the next news. Big event in Sinnoh. The evil elements finally fell into the law. Recently, an extremely bad incident occurred in Sinnoh. An organization called Team Galactic actually cooperated with the Pokemon Hunter organization to try to control the legendary Pokemon Dialga and Palkia to destroy the world. Fortunately, they were stopped by a hero who does not want to reveal his name. Team Galaxy has been disbanded, the leaders have been arrested, and the Pokemon Hunter organization has been cracked by Miss June Shaw. What awaits these people will be imprisonment at sea for hundreds of years. Naoki was slightly stunned when he heard the news. I almost forgot that there is also the matter of Team Galaxy. He has been busy with the wedding for the past month. Has the incident of Team Galaxy ended? Has Chiri also been arrested? Naoki quickly asked Rotom about the news about the leader of Team Galactic. Report to Rotom. According to some gossips, the boss of Team Galactic fell into a space-time rift when he tried to control Dialga and Palkia and disappeared. Red Sun fell into a space-time rift? Naoki recalled the plot in the anime. Even in the anime, when it came to Pokemon Journey, there was still no news about Red Sun. Now it seems that it is probably a bad omen. Space-time rifts are not good places. If you fall into them, you will either be swallowed by the turbulence of space and time, or you will be mistakenly transported to another world. What about the Pokemon Hunter organization? Naoki asked again. Rotom, all the Pokemon Hunter organizations have been arrested. Hunter J crashed into the lake with his spaceship when he tried to capture the legendary Pokemon of the lake and lost his life. The rest of the Pokemon Hunters were also busted by Interpol and Miss June Shaw. Currently, there are no evil organizations in the Sinnoh region. Rotom. Is that so? Naoki nodded thoughtfully. That's good. In this way, the Dragonite route in the Sinnoh region can be unlocked. Chapter 561. Naoki Ranch. Dear guests, from today on, our store will officially start the delivery service in Sinnoh. Everyone in Sinnoh can place an order from our store. It only takes 1 hour for Dragonite to deliver your products to your doorstep, ensuring the freshness of the ingredients. After learning that Team Galactic and the Pokemon Hunters were all destroyed, Naoki posted this message on the official account of the Pokemon shopping app and the Pokemon forum that afternoon. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a stir among the many netizens who followed Naoki Ranch. What? Naoki Ranch has opened a delivery service in the Sinnoh region? This is really great. Netizens living in the Sinnoh region were overjoyed and immediately logged into the Pokemon shopping app and entered Naoki's store to start buying a lot. What about Life Goat Milk, Moo Moo Cow's Milk, high-quality rock salt, and Padilla Big Apples? More of them. It's not that there are no such things in the Sinnoh region, but mainly because Dragonite Express is so new. They have never seen a Pokemon like Dragonite before. As long as they buy some things from the store, they can see the rare and mysterious dragon Pokemon Dragonite. Why not? Well, there really is no Life Goat Milk and delicious rock salt produced by the Saltstone Giant in the Sinnoh region. In just half an hour, the orders from the Sinnoh region surged wildly. Less than an hour after placing the order, some netizens in the Sinnoh region received the goods delivered by the Dragonite. They took out their mobile phones and took photos with the Deliverman Dragonite, and then posted them online, and began to show them off to netizens in other regions. Netizens in the Hoenn and Padia regions have long been accustomed to this. Some netizens even said, look at them, they look like they have never seen the world. However, netizens in Unova Kanto, Johto, Kalos and other places are jealous to the point of madness. Why do they have the right and sin? No. Some netizens who are unwilling to accept this and also want to enjoy the Dragonite Express service have started to study it, trying to find the rules for Naoki Ranch to open a certain area of delivery service. After a day and a night of searching, he really found some relevant clues. So that morning, a post titled Exploring the Rules for Opening the Delivery Service of Naoki Ranch Store was posted on the internet. I believe that everyone has long wanted to know why Naoki Ranch Store unlocks the delivery service of a certain area during a specific period. This is not without any rules. On the contrary, from the previous Hoenn to today's Sinnoh, there is a terrible connection. After my unremitting efforts, I finally found the reason. If you also want to unlock the Dragonite delivery service in your area as soon as possible, then click in and take a look. The lifting of the ban on the Hoenn Alliance was in the summer of last year. Does anyone know what happened in the Hoenn region at that time? I believe that many people have guessed it. That's right. That summer, under the influence of Team Magma and Team Aqua, Groudon, the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the god of the ocean, awakened and started a great battle. After that, Groudon and Kyogre disappeared, and Team Magma and Team Aqua were completely disbanded. Speaking of this, I believe that many people have guessed that, just like Team Galactic and the Pokemon hunters in the Sinnoh region, the opportunity to unlock the Dragonite delivery service lies here. Only when the evil organization in a region disappears, the Dragonite route will be unlocked. So do those regions that have not been unlocked mean that there are still evil organizations that capture Pokemon? As soon as this conclusion came out, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. What? Is it because of this? Netizens in the Alola region said, but we don't have any evil organizations here. Netizens in the Galar region agreed, we don't have any here either. Kalos region. Add one netizens in the Kanto and Johto regions commented. Which trainer living in the Kanto region has not heard of the name of Team Rocket? Yes, anyone who has been to the Kanto region will have heard of the rumors about Team Rocket to some extent. That damn evil organization, specializing in snatching and stealing other people's Pokemon, especially in the past few years, it was the most rampant. In recent years, the phenomenon has decreased a little, but Team Rocket has not disappeared. Therefore, many people are speculating whether they have begun to transform. Netizens in the Unova region also said that they have not found any traces of evil organizations there. However, you can often see an organization that claims to protect Pokemon and liberate Pokemon from Pokeballs. Occasionally, you can see them organizing speeches in the squares of major cities. Netizens on the internet were discussing it, and the topic eventually led to is there an evil organization in the area where we live? These netizens even began to actively look for traces of suspicious people, and even set up a forum to exchange their findings. When Naoki found out that these netizens had launched so many things just because his store unlocked the delivery area, he almost spit out a mouthful of water in his mouth. He looked through the comments of netizens on the forum with great interest. It was only a few days before netizens in the Unova region discovered the Plasma Group, an organization hidden in the dark of the Unova region. This organization is promoting the liberation of Pokemon everywhere, but they are using Pokeballs to capture Pokemon, which looks really suspicious. Some netizens said that they would secretly follow those speakers. Seeing this, netizens from other regions also joined in, turning into Pokemon detectives to help netizens in the Unova region find the evil organization. If this continues, it seems that it won't be long before the underwear of those villain organizations will be exposed. In the internet age, there is really no privacy. Naoki couldn't help but sigh. If Quixote knew about this, he would be furious. Of course, these ordinary people may not be able to affect the plan of Team Plasma, but the big trainers behind the Unova region should be considered. For example, champions like ADK. However, what interests Naoki most is the comments of netizens about Team Rocket. Has the number of times Team Rocket snatched Pokemon from passers-by trainers decreased in recent years? As we all know, Team Rocket is a black and white team. Sakaki not only secretly ordered his subordinates to do those illegal activities of snatching Pokemon, but on the surface, he is the boss of a group and has connections with celebrities and decent people everywhere. Sakaki. Is this the beginning of a transformation? Or does Sakaki think that this behavior of snatching passers-by's Pokemon at will is too low class, so he restrained those Rocket team members? Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Until the roar of Dragonite outside the door woke him up. Forget it, all this has nothing to do with him. Naoki stood up and walked out the door. Today is the molting ceremony of the mini Dragonites in Dragon Country. Early in the morning, he received an invitation from the Dragonites and prepared to go to Dragon Country to watch the collective evolution ceremony of the mini Dragonites. But then again, the shiny mini dragon he hatched should be about to evolve now, right? In order to let the little guy grow better and learn the lifestyle of the Dragonites, Naoki sent it back to Dragonite Island to live with the mini dragons there. It just so happens that I will go to visit it today. However, before leaving, he still has to make some preparations. Naoki called his sister AI Guancher and asked her to help bring the Baofeng and energy cubes from home and put them into the package. The moment he picked up the package, Naoki couldn't help but think of a group of cute mini dragons and harpies on Dragonite Island surrounding him and asking for Baofeng. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Let's go! Bringing the snacks prepared for the mini dragons, Naoki came to the Dragonite and Gul'ten, who were waiting at the door, and said to them. The two Pokemon shouted happily, and then one person and two dragons passed through the reverse world and took the World Tree elevator to the area where Dragonite Island was located. The World Tree absorbs sunlight from the outside world, transforms that light into perfect light, and shines it inside the World Tree. Coupled with the internal automatically adjusted ecology, this is simply the most perfect ecological park for the world's people. It was morning, and the golden sunlight was all over the blue sea. The waves were sparkling, and wave after wave gently hit the reefs around the Dragonite Island, leaving a large piece of white foam on the sofa. In the center of the island was a circular lake, surrounded by lush trees. The Dragonites on the island were gathering next to the reefs on the seashore. Next to them, 7 or 8 mini dragons were rubbing against the rocks. Naoki landed next to them with Gul'ten and Dragonite. Seeing him coming, the mini dragons immediately shifted their attention to Naoki. Among them, the heterochromatic mini dragon that Naoki had hatched himself flew over with surprise and jumped into Naoki's arms. Woo! Long time no see, mini dragon. Are you also participating in the molting ceremony today? Naoki smiled and touched the mini dragon's head, and then found that the skin on its body was a little wet. A crack appeared on one part. This is a sign of molting, Naoki said quickly. Go and molt. I be waiting for you here. I brought a lot of food this time. Come and eat after you molt. Hearing this, the mini dragon was full of surprise, and the other mini dragons were also very excited. The surrounding Dragonites, who were originally accompanying the mini dragon to molt, could not help but cast their eyes on the package carried by Naoki when they heard this. Their sensitive noses have helped them locate the delicious food. It smells so good. They want to eat it. Gudong! The Dragonites couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The giant Dragonite and the old Dragonite standing by, awah! The old Dragonite made a series of old cries. The Dragonites reluctantly looked away. On Dragonite Island, this old Dragonite is equivalent to a dragon elder. The mini Dragonites' molting ceremony continued. They faced the reef and rubbed against it vigorously. Naoki looked at this scene with interest and couldn't help but take out his Rotom phone to record this scene that is rarely seen in daily life. The evolution process of Pokemon like Dratini is very special. They are not like other Pokemon that will evolve immediately when they reach a certain strength. Before evolving, they have to go through several moltings until all the skins of the larval stage are shed, and then they will begin to evolve into Haxorus. The way the mini dragons shed their skins was also very simple and rough. That is, they rubbed their bodies against hard objects such as stones until all the dragon skins were shed. It seemed that because of Naoki's arrival, and because they wanted to eat those delicious Baofeng quickly, all the mini dragons tacitly accelerated the speed of rubbing against the reefs. Soon, a white light shone on one of the mini dragons, and the light was like the light of evolution, but it was not as dazzling as the light of evolution. In the light, a crack appeared on the skin of the mini dragon's head. Then, as if they were taking off a one-piece suit, they slowly shed the skin from the head to the tail. The mini dragon, which had shed its skin, happily jumped out of the clothes and immediately rushed towards Naoki. Woo! Naoki quickly reached out to catch it. The mini dragon, which had just shed its skin, was extremely soft and felt like the softest silk in the world. Okay. Naoki took off his backpack, took out a piece of Baofeng from it, and fed it to the mini dragon. The rest of the mini dragons saw this, and sped up their pace. After a while, more mini dragons were lit up with a strong white light. The second, the third, the fourth. 5 minutes later, all the mini dragons had completed their molting. At the moment of molting, they all flew towards Naoki, excitedly surrounding him, and making mooing sounds. Naoki, The elder Dragonite looked at this scene with satisfaction. Yes, these kids have grown up again. Naoki spread the picnic blanket on the ground, and then poured all the Baofeng and energy cubes he brought on top, making a small hill for the mini dragons to eat. Eating the delicious Baofeng and energy cubes, The mini dragons just felt that their dragon life was so happy. I really want to evolve into Dragonite as soon as possible. If so, they can become awesome delivery men like everyone else. Not only can they travel around the world, but they can also eat Pofin every day. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Several Dragonites left behind on Dragonite Island couldn't help drooling at the sight. Naoki went to the reef and picked up a mini dragon skin. The skin that had just been shed felt wet and slippery, and was very complete. Naoki remembered that mini dragon skins were very precious among humans. Because their shed skins could be used as precious materials for high-end goods, they were very expensive. Even if they were not made into goods, the price of this mini dragon skin was very exaggerated. Good stuff. Naoki couldn't help but pick up the 8 dragon skins next to the reef. In the process, he used his ability to check the information of these mini dragon skins. Mini dragon skin, precious items, can be used to make crafts, very valuable, can also be used to make dishes. The dishes made with it will have the special effect of dragon's outer garment. Seeing this description, Naoki was slightly stunned. What? Mini dragon skin can also be used to make dishes? Why does this sound a bit scary? However, if you think about it carefully, the effect of this thing should be similar to the snake skin sold in the Chinese medicine store in his previous life, right? Similarly, the skin shed by the mini dragon can also be used as medicine. If you think about it this way, Naoki can accept it more. I wonder what effect the dragon's outer coat will have. Chapter 562. The mini dragons feasting over there noticed that Naoki was picking up their shed skins next to the reef. Some of the little mini dragons looked over with their big wet eyes. Woo! What is Naoki doing? Soon, several full mini dragons flew to Naoki, hiding behind the reef and observing his movements. Naoki, I see you! The mini dragons then flew out, and they looked at the shed skin of the mini dragon in Naoki's hand, and couldn't help but make puzzled noises. Woo! Naoki saw what the little dragonites meant, and answered, that's because they are very precious. For humans, the skins you don't want are very tough, and can be made into high-end crafts, which can be sold for a lot of money. Money. The dragonites originally had no concept of human money, but since the dragonites on the island started working outside, they also began to be exposed to this aspect. Although it was not much, the dragonites knew that money was a good thing, and it could be exchanged for many delicious snacks. A picture instantly emerged in the minds of the mini dragons. They exchanged their shed skins for money, and used the money to exchange for many snacks from humans. All kinds of snacks filled the entire Dragon Island. Cakes and snacks were everywhere, and the entire Dragon Island became an edible dream snack island. Woo! So happy. However, soon, one of the mini dragons thought of something that made the dragons sad. Because all the skins they shed before were thrown away casually. Their dream snack island plan is going to fail. Woo woo woo. Naoki heard what the mini dragons meant. Okay, don't be sad. Just collect the skins next time you shed. Besides, isn't it just a snack island? It's easy. I help you build it, he said. As expected, the mini dragons' eyes lit up with excitement when they heard this. At this moment, in their eyes, Naoki was like a god. Woo! Great. Then I take these skins back first? Naoki asked. The mini dragons nodded casually. It was useless for them to have it anyway. Naoki was so kind to them that they would be happy even if all the skins were given to him. Then I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow. Naoki waved goodbye to the mini dragons and prepared to go back to study the effect of the dragon coat. The mini dragons also said goodbye to him happily. Naoki then rode Golden back to the ranch. However, he was not in a hurry to make these dragon skins into dishes immediately, because the leather in this state did not seem suitable for making dishes. Therefore, Naoki planned to dry it first, then grind it into powder, and then make it. Now it was already noon without him noticing. After preparing lunch for everyone in the ranch, Naoki started the processing. First, use the oven to dry the dragon sloughs until they are completely dehydrated, and finally put them into the stone scoop and repeatedly hammer them until they are all turned into powder. At this time, the dragon sloughs of the mini dragons are so white that they are almost transparent. Naoki looked at it carefully, and the detailed information of these white powders emerged from his mind. Mini dragon slough powder, a special item. The material obtained after processing can no longer be used to make crafts, but it can be used for other purposes. The dishes made with it will have the effect of dragon's outer garment. Done. The next step is to make it into dishes. He took out the glutinous rice flour used to make glutinous rice balls from the cupboard, and then mixed it with the dragon slough powder to make a thin dough. Then, put strawberry jam, sesame paste, tree jam and other fillings in it, and finally, knead it into balls, and put it in the pot to steam. Naoki set an alarm, and then started to browse Rotom phone and watch videos. It was already October, and the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference was held at this time. Since the internet era, major leagues have broadcast live to the world when they hold competitions. One is to increase the popularity of the league competition, and the other is to show the strength of their trainers to people in other regions and attract more people to challenge. The Sinnoh League is no exception. However, it was still night in Sinnoh, and there was a time difference of nearly 12 hours between the two places. Naoki could not watch the live broadcast, but could only watch the replay. Just like in the anime, Xiaoji also participated in this game, and the legendary Beastman Darko, who defeated Xiaoji with Darkrai, was also among them. Darko swept all the way with only one Darkrai and entered the semifinals. The last game was Xiaoji vs Shinji, and he defeated Shinji, and qualified for the next round. This means that the plot in the anime will be staged again tomorrow. Xiaoji lost to Darko, and was eliminated. TSK, what a pity, this is really a strong enemy sent from heaven. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Xiaoji. This is probably the only way to become a Pokemon Master. Perhaps it was because of so many trials that Xiaoji was able to defeat Dante in the final of the 8 Masters, win the championship, become a true Pokemon Master, and fulfill his original dream. On the screen, Darkrai of Darko defeated the opponent's Pokemon with just one move. After a few glances, Naoki lost interest because he had seen the following plots before. At this moment, the alarm rang, and Naoki quickly turned off the Rotom phone and got up to check the steamer. The moment the lid of the pot was opened, a sweet and soft smell came with the steam. In the misty mist, round and plump dumplings were lying there quietly. The moment Naoki's eyes met with them, the information about those dumplings emerged from his mind. Dragon shedding balls, balls made from the skin shed by the mini dragon and glutinous rice flour, with various jams added inside to make them more flavorful. Cooking effect, Dragon's Coat. After using it on a Pokemon, the Pokemon will gain the effect. Dragon's Coat, which greatly increases the toughness of the skin and scales, and reduces the damage received when attacked to a certain extent. This effect is only effective for Pokemon with dragon attributes, and each Pokemon can only be used once. Comment: give it to your dragon-type Pokemon. Greatly increase the toughness of the skin and scales, and reduce the damage taken? The moment he saw these descriptions, a characteristic emerged in Naoki's mind: Dragonite's multiple scales. Multiple scales. When the health value is full, the damage taken will be reduced. And the effect of this dragon shedding pill, isn't it the permanent multiple scales characteristic? It's amazing. With Dragonite's current strength, if it eats a dragon shedding pill, coupled with its multiple scales characteristic, I'm afraid even the attacks of legendary Pokemon will not be able to cause it much damage. What's even more exaggerated is that it is not only effective for Dragonite, but also for other dragon Pokemon. Naoki immediately called Gultun, Motor Lizard and Dragonite, and fed them a dragon shedding pill. Although the 3 Pokemon didn't know what it was, they still swallowed the pill obediently. Dragonite ate the sweet jam inside, and immediately let out a happy cry. Oh woo. How do you feel? Naoki observed the status of the 3 Pokemon. Ah, gaw. Golden made a joyful cry. Gaw. Motor Lizard also showed a happy expression. It seems that this pill will gradually improve the physical condition of dragon Pokemon. Seeing that there was no obvious change on them, Naoki murmured in his heart. Slowly improve the toughness of their skin and the firmness of their scales as they grow, just like some Chinese medicine pills. Okay, it's okay, you guys continue to go out and play. After verifying the effect of the dragon shedding pill, Naoki planned to send the remaining dragon shedding pills to Giratina and the dragon Pokemon on the World Tree. But before that, he looked at the back of the motorcycle lizard running away, and suddenly felt that the little motorcycle lizard at home was about to become a buff monster. 2 months ago was the motorcycle lizard's birthday, and Naoki fed it a birthday cake to increase its racial value. So far, the motorcycle lizard has eaten birthday cakes 4 times, and it is unknown what the racial value has reached. In addition to some other strengthening dishes on weekdays, the real strength of the motorcycle lizard is probably far from being as harmless and mediocre as it usually appears. I have to find an opportunity to test it, Naoki thought. He originally thought that this opportunity would take a long time to come, but he didn't expect that when he went to the town to buy food that afternoon, he saw a research institute that specializes in testing the physical fitness and strength level of Pokemon. Huh? A research institute that tests the physical fitness of Pokemon? Naoki raised his eyebrows, very curious about this research. He couldn't help but ask the people around him about the news of this research institute. Soon, Naoki learned about the information about this research institute from the enthusiastic townspeople. The owner of the institute is Dr. Kuroki. It is said that he moved from the Kanto region. He moved the institute to this town because he liked the local customs and culture of the Padia region and the culture of the Crown of Buds. Naoki thought that Dr. Kuroki would have white hair like Dr. Oki. But when he entered the institute to visit, he found that Dr. Kuroki was very young and seemed to have just graduated from college not long ago. He looked at most 25 or 26 years old. Ah, hello. Welcome to my research institute. Seeing Naoki suddenly come in, Dr. Kuroki smiled and greeted him, and cast his eyes on Gillerton beside Naoki. Wow, such a strong dragon breath. Hello, Dr. Kuroki, I am Naoki. I want to bring my Pokemon to your place to check the physical fitness. Naoki said. Of course I welcome it. Dr. Kuroki grinned. He stood up and began to introduce his research institute to Naoki. On the way, Naoki saw the graduation certificate of Yuheng University, and some gold medals in the research field on the wall. This means that this Dr. Kuroki is a top student. This is my laboratory. Don't look at it as a mess, but it actually has a full range of functions. As he said, Dr. Kuroki pointed to the machines in the laboratory and said, this is a device for detecting strength, that is a device for detecting speed, and the innermost is a device for detecting the ability to withstand blows. I specialize in studying the differences between different individuals of the same species of Pokemon. There are doctors who study this? It seems that it has not appeared in the anime? I have never heard of this kind of machine before. Naoki said truthfully. Oh, of course. Dr. Kuroki grinned embarrassedly. To be honest, these devices are all developed by myself. Why don't you just come and see it instead of saying more? Dr. Kuroki blew a whistle, and soon, a group of Pikachu from the Kanto region ran over from outside. Everyone, come and help, said Dr. Kuroki. The next second, Naoki saw those Pikachus run to a machine and start using electric moves. The electric shocks they released were supplied to the various machines in the laboratory through pipes. In the blink of an eye, the start-up lights on those machines lit up. Because the power required for the operation of the machine is too huge, if the power in the town is used, it will cause the power system of Jichin town to be paralyzed. So I can only let my Pikachus help generate electricity. Professor Kuroki explained. Naoki, scientists in the Pokemon world can really make high-tech. Come out, my partner. Professor Kuroki took out a Pokeball from his waist. With a flash of white light, a giant Beedrill appeared in the research institute. Beedrill, I trouble you to enter the machine here, Professor Kuroki said. The giant Beedrill flapped its wings, nodded calmly, and flew into the device that detected strength. The next second, the device started automatically, and beams of red light began to carefully scan Beedrill's body. A moment later, the scan was completed, and the data was uploaded to the computer. Beedrill then went to the speed detection device. After repeating this several times, Beedrill's body data appeared completely on the computer. Dr. Kuroki sat in front of the computer, pointed at the progress bars on the screen and said, See, according to the different abilities of Pokemon, I divided their abilities into 6 categories. They are physical strength, physical attack, physical defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. I have done a lot of research before, collecting data on nearly 100 Pokemon of the same species, and taking an average value as the standard, which is this line. Professor Kuroki pointed to the line in the middle of the progress bar on the screen. If it does not reach this line, it means that the Pokemon has poor physical fitness and malnutrition. If it exceeds that line, it means that the Pokemon has been well cultivated. Of course, even if a Pokemon is born malnourished, it can become a very good Pokemon if it is professionally nurtured later. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. Isn't this the individual value in the game? Look, my Beedrill has reached the standard line, which means it is a very healthy Beedrill, Dr. Kuroki said. Naoki nodded, then glanced at Golden and asked, Can I check this Pokemon of mine? However, Dr. Kuroki said in a very embarrassed tone, I'm sorry, I don't know this Pokemon, and I haven't collected its data, so I can't make a comparison. Naoki was not surprised by this. He thought for a while and asked again, What about Motorcycle? Motorcycle? A famous means of transportation Pokemon in the Padilla region? Dr. Kuroki nodded and said, What a coincidence, I just collected the standard data of Motorcycle the day before yesterday. That's good, I would like to trouble you to help my Motorcycle check the physical condition, Naoki said. Of course. Dr. Kuroki grinned. Naoki took out the Pokeball of the Motorcycle lizard, and with a flash of white light, the motorcycle lizard appeared in the laboratory. It looked around in confusion, then looked at Naoki. Naoki signaled it not to worry. He wanted to help it check its physical condition. "It's okay, little motorcycle lizard, come here," Dr. Kuroki guided. At Naoki's nod, the motorcycle lizard entered the machines. 5 minutes later, the body data of the motorcycle lizard appeared on the computer screen. "Come, let me take a look," Dr. Kuroki said, but when he saw the data of the motorcycle lizard on the screen, his eyes widened instantly. On the screen, the data representing the strength column far exceeded the average data of Pokemon such as the motorcycle lizard. Not only the strength, but also the physical strength, speed, and physical defense have all reached a very exaggerated level, and are even about to explode. What's going on?" Dr. Kuroki said in shock. What did this do to him? Is this motorcycle lizard still a motorcycle lizard? Chapter 563. What on earth is going on? Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Dr. Kuroki couldn't help but murmur. Is the machine broken? Thinking of this, Dr. Kuroki quickly began to check the status of the machine. His hands quickly tapped the keyboard. 5 minutes later, the computer showed that the machine was normal. This means, this motor lizard has been cultivated to perfection beyond imagination, even surpassing the limits of Pokemon like Motor Lizard. Professor Kuroki turned his head and stared at the cute motorcycle lizard. This is incredible. Even if you look at the whole world, there are very few people who can cultivate Pokemon to this level. You are a very good trainer. Dr. Kuroki looked at the young man in front of him and couldn't help but exclaimed. And Naoki was paying attention to the data of the motorcycle lizard on the computer screen. There, the strength and speed were the most obvious. Did the birthday cake increase the racial value of the motorcycle lizard's strength and speed? As for physical defense and special defense, Naoki guessed that it might be affected by the dragon's outer cloth. And the exaggerated physical strength is probably due to long-term drinking of life goat milk. The life goat milk, which is comparable to holy ash, is full of the breath of the world tree. Long-term drinking can greatly improve the physical fitness of Pokemon, making them healthier and stronger. To express it in the terms of the game, the HP limit of Motor Lizard has been greatly increased. Hearing what Professor Kuroki said, Naoki smiled slightly, but did not say much. And Motor Lizard's own efforts, he said. After all, Motor Lizard used to fight with Gulton every day in order to become stronger, and Gulton has been guiding it wholeheartedly. For Motor Lizard, Gulton is both a teacher and a friend. Although Gulton occasionally gets jealous of Motor Lizard because of some trivial things in life, it's not a big problem. In general, Gulton is still a sensible Pokemon, and will not exclude or bully Motor Lizard because of such things. Gulton is very smart, so smart that sometimes Naoki has an illusion that it is not a paradoxical Pokemon from ancient times, but a modern Pokemon with rich life experience. However, Gulton is a legendary Pokemon after all. Even if it is an ancient Pokemon, its IQ and status are at the top of the ecosystem. It seems I have to update the data of Motor Lizard. After saying that, Dr. Kuroki planned to adjust the data of Motor Lizard, but soon he realized something. That is, not all Motor Lizards will have this situation. Maybe this Motor Lizard is special. There are too few cases to become experimental data. It can only be regarded as a rare special individual. Thinking of this, Dr. Kuroki stopped his actions. After confirming the physical condition of the Motor Lizard, Naoki no longer needed to stay in this research institute. He was ready to say goodbye to Dr. Kuroki, leave the town of Jichin, and return to the ranch. But just as he was about to leave with the Motor Lizard and Gulden, the door of the research institute was suddenly pushed open. Then, a little boy about 10 years old ran in excitedly. The boy was sweating from running, but even so, it did not affect his mood and excited tone at all. Doctor, I am Xiaosong. Today I finally turned 10 years old, so I came to you to get my initial Pokemon and set off on a journey with it. Is it Xiaosong? Professor Kuroki stood up and took out 3 Pokeballs from another room. I have prepared your Pokemon. Come and choose one from the 3 of them. Seeing this scene, Naoki stopped with interest. Professor Kuroki threw out 3 Pokeballs. With flashes of white light, a crocodile, a new leaf cat, and a duckling appeared in the research institute. The boy fell in love with Crocodile at first sight, and he had made up his mind before coming here. I choose Crocodile. Crocodile, from now on, this little guy will be left to you to take care of. Professor Kuroki smiled and handed Crocodile to the boy, and gave him 5 Pokeballs. After listening to Dr. Kuroki's instructions, the boy excitedly picked up Charizard and went out for adventure. Ah, so energetic, Dr. Kuroki said with a smile. Naoki was a little surprised. He asked, "Do all the children in the town come to you to get Pokemon?" Dr. Kuroki nodded. "When I first came here, the Padilla Alliance found me and asked me to help the children in this town distribute the initial Pokemon," he said. Naoki nodded. This is indeed what Yessie would do. But this is normal. It's the same in both the Padilla region and the Kanto region, Dr. Kuroki said with a smile. Children who are 10 years old in various places will be registered in the population system. When they are 10 years old, the major alliances will prepare the initial Pokemon for the children and hand them over to the research institutes located in major towns to distribute to those children. I have just arrived in the Padilla region and have been entrusted with such an important task. It really makes me feel overwhelmed. Professor Kuroki touched his head and said in distress. Naoki, Poor professor, he was remembered by Yessie as soon as he moved to the Padilla region. He could only say that he was worthy of being Yessie. Speaking of Yessie, when Naoki was chatting with Chishu in the evening, he heard Chishu mention another thing. That is, the champion challenge system in the Padilla region seems to be reformed. The chief envied the excitement of the league competitions in other regions. She felt that it would not only attract more trainers to our Padilla, but also show the strong strength of Padilla to other regions. So, the chief has decided to hold the league tournament in Padilla next year, just like other places. Chishu said. It really needs to be changed. Naoki agreed with Yessie's approach. Because it will definitely attract more trainers to travel to Padilla, collect gym badges and challenge the league tournament. This process will bring great development to the economy of Padilla, and not only that. It can also promote the prosperity of tourism and other industries. Fortunately, I stuck to my original intention and declined the invitation from the chief. Otherwise, I would have become a worker in the Padilla Alliance, just like Aoki. Naoki couldn't help but sigh. Chishu burst out laughing. Aoki is really pitiful. Not only does he have to accept the gym challenge, but he also has to help other departments. The chief often sends him on business trips. Naoki was very puzzled by this. With Aoki's status and superstar level strength, it is impossible for him to be short of money. Why is he still such a social animal? Maybe it's enjoying it. However, Naoki feels that it's more of a responsibility. Aoki is a person with a strong sense of responsibility. Everyone has their own way of living. For him, the most favorite life is to run a ranch with everyone. Autumn goes to winter, the season of yellow leaves falling quietly leaves, and in the blink of an eye, white snow falls from the sky. Snowflakes fall on the roof, on the ground, on the farmland, and on the ranch of the woolly sheep. In December of the year 201 of the Alliance calendar, the Padilla region welcomed the first snow of this winter as expected. Then came the new year of 201. In the cold winter, the fields became unsuitable for growing crops. Farmers who usually went out early and came back late stayed at home, sitting in front of the warm fireplace with their families and Pokemon, chatting in the heavy snow. In their cellars, there were a lot of food for the winter, including sausages, cheese, cured fish, barley bread, wine, bacon, and dried wild mushrooms. Naoki Ranch was one of them. In order to prevent the heavy snow from blocking the road, he stored a lot of food in the cellar early. There was everything to eat and drink. Even Flutter, who was always worried about not having enough food and whether he would be hungry, would smile at ease when he saw this scene. This morning, Chishu came to the ranch. Since today was New Year's Eve, Naoki started to get busy early in the morning. Prepare New Year gifts for the Pokemon, prepare the ingredients needed for tonight's New Year's Eve dinner, and the fireworks to be set off tonight. When Chishu came over, Chishu was writing a couplet. He didn't feel anything in the past few years, but this year, he suddenly got inspiration and wanted to write a couplet to post on the door of his house. In the 12th lunar month, there are plenty of fish and shrimps, and in the year of harvest, chickens and ducks are fat. Chishu murmured the words above, and she asked in surprise, "What does this mean?" It means that in the 12th lunar month, there are plenty of fish and shrimps, and in the new year, chickens and ducks are fat, and people living on the earth will prepare extremely rich food to celebrate the harvest. As Chishu said this, he used the prepared paste to paste the couplet on the door. Although he had never heard of this sentence, Chishu still magically got the meaning of Chishu's words. It really sounds like a happy feeling, she said. Chishu smiled and turned around and said, "There are still some things at home that have not been sorted out. Can you help?" Okay. Chishu smiled, and then released his Pokemon from the Pokeball. "Everyone, come out." With flashes of white light, the electric frog and the dream demon appeared in the living room one after another. Chishu's Pokemon sat around the fireplace with Gulton, Motor Lizard, and Babu Tubo, looking at the blazing lava worms inside, and chatted in whispers. Naoki and Chishu began to unpack the goods in the living room, most of which were bought by Naoki using the online shopping app, like fireworks and some specialties from other regions. The two unpacked and sorted the goods here, while the Pokemons warmed themselves around the fireplace over there. Naoki and Chishu looked at the scene, and suddenly they had a strange feeling in their hearts. They were parents who were buying New Year's goods during the Chinese New Year, and the Pokemon were a group of children who were celebrating the arrival of the New Year and playing with each other. Just like home. Chishu supported his chin with his hand and looked at the scene with a touching look. Naoki turned his head and looked at her. Huh? I didn't expect that I would get married soon, Chishu said softly, to form a new family with others. I have never thought of this before, and in 3 months, I will also have my own family. I hadn't thought about it before I met you, Naoki said with a smile. Chishu looked at him. At that time, I often thought that it would be nice to live with Pokemon forever, run this ranch together, and live a simple and happy life. But later, when I saw other ranchers and their families taking care of Pokemon and running the ranch together, I couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if I had a family like that. Naoki said. What about now? Chishu asked. Now? Naoki laughed. I am looking forward to life in 3 months. It is really amazing that he and Chishu are two completely different people, but they are about to get married. One is a rancher in the countryside, and the other is a gym leader living in a big city. One is in the westernmost part of Padia, and the other is in the easternmost part of Padia. In fact, at the beginning, Naoki was a little worried that he would ignore the Pokemon at home when he was with Chishu. But later he found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Because no matter what they did, they would take the Pokemon with them. Chishu would always say, I can't leave the Pokemon alone, and neither can you, so let's take them with us. Then it would turn into a situation where the two of them would take care of the Pokemon together. The AI Guancher brother and sister looked at the scene of the two people sorting things from a distance. The sister AI Guancher couldn't help but say, AI. They look so happy. The elder brother AI Guancher nodded calmly. AI. Both the younger sister AI Guancher and the elder brother AI Guancher were sincerely happy for Naoki at this moment. Especially the younger sister AI Guancher, because this way it can use its best skill of taking care of the baby. It took it a long time to learn this. Thinking of this, the younger sister AI Guancher looked at the elder brother and said to it, AI. When the time comes, I will take care of the baby, and you will help wash the baby's diapers. AI? The elder brother AI Guancher was shocked. He thought carefully and said calmly, AI. There are no diapers now. Their parents have trained them, including how to use diapers and disposable diapers. Because not all families in the world use baby diapers, there are still some families using old-fashioned diapers. And based on his understanding of Naoki, there is a 99% chance that Naoki will choose the convenient and quick disposable diapers. Hearing this, the younger sister AI Guancher also realized this. He was about to say something else, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Naoki and Chishu in the living room raised their heads. The older brother AI Guancher didn't want to hear his sister say anything more about asking him to help the baby deal with poop, so he hurried over to open the door for the guests. However, when the door opened, it was not humans who appeared in front of it, but two small Pokemon. Imo. Meow. AI? The elder brother AI Guancher was slightly startled, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. Because Menghuan and Bao Xiong, who were traveling, are back, all the members of Naoki Ranch are here now. No one is missing, everyone is together to celebrate the new year, eat the New Year's Eve dinner made by Naoki, stay up together around the fireplace, and watch the fireworks. After greeting his elder brother AI Guancher, Bao Xiong ran straight to Naoki. Me. Meow. Menghuan covered her mouth and laughed, and then raised her long pink tail, and floated towards Naoki. Chapter 564. Who are these two Pokemon? Chishu looked at the flying bear cub and Mew, his face full of surprise. Seeing that there was one more person here with Naoki, Bear Cub and Mew also looked at Chishu curiously. One? Meow? Naoki smiled and introduced them to each other. This is Chishu, my girlfriend. After we get married, Chishu will move to the ranch to live with us. This is Mew and Bear Cub, they are. At this point, Naoki slapped his head, and suddenly remembered that he had not told Chishu something. Since their relationship has come to this point, there is no need to hide the world tree. Realizing this, Naoki put down the goods in his hand, took Chishu's hand, and said to her, Come with me, I will take you to a place. Chishu was stunned, and seeing the expression on Naoki's face, she couldn't help but be curious about that place. Baby Bear, Dreamy, You guys come too. Compared to the last time you left, the guild has changed a lot, Naoki said to Mew and Bear Baby. Mew and Bear Baby had heard about this from Mutuo, but they had not seen with their own eyes how everyone in the Expedition Team Guild entered the maze to explore in an orderly manner. Now after hearing what Naoki said, the hearts of the two Pokemon were immediately seduced to the World Tree. I meow. Meow. Naoki asked the Pokemon to continue playing at home, and he and Chishu went out for a while. A group of Pokemon happily agreed. Seeing this, Naoki took Chishu, followed by Baby Bear and Mew, and walked out of the door towards the entrance of the reverse world. Actually, I have been thinking about how to tell you this recently, Naoki said. Chishu blinked her eyes. She had just heard the conversation between Naoki and the two Pokemon, the World Tree, the Expedition Guild. It sounded amazing, and at this moment, Naoki suddenly stopped in front of a lake. Come on, jump in. Chishu immediately opened his eyes wide. Huh? Naoki smiled and shook his head. It's not what you think. This is the entrance to the reverse world. Jump in, and you can reach another dimension. The reverse world, isn't that Giratina's territory? At this moment, Chishu suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Naoki is? Sure enough, when she jumped into the lake behind Naoki, everything she saw instantly verified her guess. The broken sky island, the deep void, the latitude full of destruction, and the Pokemon lying on a sky island full of flowers. Is that Giratina? Even though she had expected it, when it really came, Chishu was still shocked and stood there, staring blankly at everything in front of her. Then, she showed an excited expression on her face. Since Giratina is here, then Naoki, you must be. Naoki put his finger in front of his lips and made a gesture of silence. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Chishu was so shocked that she had never thought that the true identity of her marriage partner would be so shocking. Do the chiefs know? Chishu murmured. Naoki shook his head. No, you are the only one in the Padilla Alliance who knows, but I'm not going to show you this place, follow me. After that, Naoki flew forward, Chishu followed him, and Baby Bear and Minghuan flew in front. After rising for a distance, a hole with light suddenly appeared in front. The group passed through the cave entrance, and the next second, the surrounding scene changed drastically. When Chishu saw everything clearly in front of him, he was stunned again. The huge tree canopy blocked out the sun, and the golden sunlight fell on the grass through the gaps. In front of him, there were one after another strangely shaped buildings. And in the center of the building, there was a huge door floating. Near the door, all kinds of Pokemon came in an endless stream. Some waved goodbye to their companions and entered the door, and some came out of the door with large and small bags. As soon as Mew and Baby Bear appeared, they attracted Mutuo's attention. Mutuo took the initiative to show up, looked at Naoki, and then took them to visit the new Expedition Team Guild. Naoki stood beside Chishu and said to her, "This is the place I want to take you to see. I call it the World's Beginning Tree, or the World Tree for short." World Tree. Chishu murmured, "Doesn't that mean that they are now on a huge tree? This is where only Pokemon live. It's a paradise that I and Bud Crown created for Pokemon." Naoki took Kishu's hand and said to her, "Follow me." The two began to visit the Expedition Guild and the surrounding area. As you can see, these buildings in front of us are the Great Warrior Expedition Guild composed of Pokemon, and Bear Baby and Mew are the original members. When they travel outside, they will invite friends they make back to join the expedition team. The purpose of the expedition team is to help humans and Pokemon in need. Perhaps this matter is too extraordinary to attract the attention of Arceus, the god of creation. Not long ago, he recruited everyone in the Expedition Team Guild and opened a time and space gate connecting to other worlds. On weekdays, Pokemon will enter it to explore and rescue Pokemon in other worlds. This is too incredible, Chishu muttered. Chishu grinned. Really, in fact, sometimes I also find it incredible, but it has been my dream from the beginning to build a paradise for Pokemon without violence, oppression, and disturbance. It's a great dream. Chishu's eyes sparkled. Naoki took Chishu to the house that Pokemon built for him and said to Chishu, "These are the houses that Pokemon built for me to thank me. After a few decades, I can move them to the World Tree with Pokemon and live forever." After Naoki said this, Chishu looked at the hut in front of her, and a picture emerged in her mind. Decades later, she and Naoki became old men and women with white hair, and lived a peaceful life here with Pokemon. Chishu's heart was as sweet as eating sweets. We will be old by then. At this moment, Chishu made a decision in her heart. From now on, she will protect the World Tree with Naoki and the Pokemon on the World Tree. Don't worry about getting old, As long as you want to be with me, even death will not separate us, Naoki said. Hearing this, Chishu was slightly stunned. Huh? Naoki asked. Have you heard of the spirit world? The spirit world? Chishu shook his head truthfully. As far as I know, when all things in this world die, the soul will leave the body and go to the spirit world. As long as there is no reincarnation, the soul will exist forever, Naoki said. Hearing this, Chishu immediately understood what Naoki meant. In this way, we can always accompany the electric belly frog in Gulton, Naoki said. So many things happened this year that disrupted many of Naoki's plans. He had wanted to take his Pokemon to the ranch in the Alola region to spend the winter this year, but for various reasons, he ended up staying in the Padilla region. But it's not a big problem. As long as Golden and the others are there, and Chishu is there, no matter where he is, it's his home. After returning from the World Tree, Naoki began to rush to prepare today's New Year's Eve dinner. Because there were too many Pokemon, Naoki and Chishu were busy until the afternoon before they finally finished. In the evening, heavy snow began to fall outside. In the heavy snow, Naoki received New Year's greetings from everyone in the town and the nearby ranch. After learning that he was getting married, Mrs. Dante specially sewed a new dress for him. Naoki sat on the sofa and read the letters sent by the townspeople surrounded by Pokemon. Chishu, who was standing next to him, was also looking at those New Year's greetings. She couldn't help but say, "Everyone in the town is doing well." Naoki smiled and nodded, "Yes." At this time, there was a knock on the door. Naoki got up to open the door, and saw a little boy wearing a furry hat and thick clothes, like a tundra bear, standing outside his door with a basket. A motorcycle lizard followed the boy. When he saw the door open, he happily handed over the basket in his hand. "Mr. Naoki, Happy New Year. This is something my grandfather asked me to give you." Naoki recognized the boy as the grandson of Mayor Thomas. He quickly took the basket and invited him. "It's warm in the house, come in." However, the boy shook his head and said expectantly, No, my mother is making delicious snacks for me. I'm going back to eat snacks. Goodbye, Mr. Naoki." After that, the boy rode on the motorcycle lizard, waved goodbye to Naoki, and left the ranch. Naoki carried the basket in his hand helplessly. There was a long way to go between the ranch and the town. In winter, the road was covered with ice and snow, especially now it was snowing heavily. Although most Pokemon would stay at home to rest in this season, some Pokemon would attack passers-by because they were hungry because they couldn't find food. He was a little worried about the child going back alone, so he asked Babu Tubo to secretly follow and send the child home. Bammo! Babu Tubo patted his chest, promised that he would definitely send the child home safely, and then quickly followed. "Whose child?" Chishu asked. Chishu closed the door and replied, "Mayor Thomas's grandson, come to deliver something." When he opened the basket, Chishu saw some hot snacks and some snacks that motorcycle lizard liked to eat. "That child is so cute." Chishu couldn't help but say, "We will have one in the future," Naoki said with a smile. Chishu didn't know what he was thinking about, and his face suddenly turned red, but he didn't deny it. "Child. Is she going to be a mother too? When the time comes, I will let him inherit my ranch, and we will take Pokemon to the World Tree to live in old age," Naoki said while sitting on the sofa. Chishu said tactfully, "Nowadays, few young people will stay in the countryside to be ranchers. How could that be possible? This is the ranch he has worked hard to run for his whole life. If he is not here, and the children are unwilling to inherit it, then won't it be abandoned again?" Chishu felt very sad when he thought that the ranch he and Pokemon had worked so hard to develop would be reduced to a place overgrown with weeds. "Don't worry," Chishu said with a smile. "Who knows in the future? It's too early to think about that now." Chishu, Never mind, let's talk about it later. After opening the letter, it was already night. The sky outside the window was getting darker, the wind was howling, but the house was very warm. The heat from the lava worms blew along the heating pipes to every corner of the house. The EVs were chasing and playing around in the house. Frosty was in the kitchen providing delicious fresh cream for Naoki. Frog and Babu were exchanging electricity with each other, and Motor Lizard was lying in front of the fireplace, enjoying the time before dinner. The martial arts bear master sat on the sofa, and Gillerton sat opposite him, squinting his eyes and looking at this Pokemon, wondering what Naoki liked about this Pokemon. Wudo Bear Master felt uncomfortable being looked at by Golden, but fortunately Naoki came over with dinner. "Let's eat." Wudo Bear Master was relieved and quickly stood up to help Naoki serve the dishes. Golden, who refused to admit defeat, didn't want to fall behind Bear, so he immediately rushed forward to do the work. Naoki just put the New Year's Eve dinner on the table and turned around to see the scene. After so many years, Golden is still the same. At the beginning, he was jealous of Motorcycle Lizard, and now he is jealous of Woodell Bear Master. Okay, stop playing, it's time to eat. After dinner, let's go out and set off fireworks. When they heard about setting off fireworks, a group of Pokemon were immediately attracted. Can they set them off by themselves? Naoki nodded. Of course, if you know fire-type moves, you can light the fireworks by using sparks on the fuse, and then you can see the fireworks explode in the sky. Bammo. Hearing this, Babutubo was very embarrassed because it could not use sparks or other fire-type moves. Since you can't do it yourself, you can ask a Pokemon that can use fire attribute moves for help, Naoki said. Bammo. Babutubo suddenly had an idea and thought of his good friend Lava Worm. Flareon nodded proudly, indicating that it was the Pokemon that Naoki mentioned that could use fire attribute moves. Pokemon that want to set off fireworks can ask it for help. Jirachi, who came to play in the ranch, immediately thought of Ho-Oh, which is also a Pokemon with fire attributes, and it can definitely help light the fireworks. But if we go to find Ho-Oh now, will it be too late? What if they haven't come back yet and Naoki has finished setting off all the fireworks? Thinking of this, Jirachi worriedly told Naoki, Naoki, you have to wait for me to come back before setting off the fireworks. Naoki was a little surprised. Huh? Where are you going? Jirachi replied, Ho-Oh is a fire attribute Pokemon. Jirachi is going to the World Tree to invite Ho-Oh to come over. Hearing this, Naoki was shocked. What? Isn't it a bit of a waste to let Ho-Oh use the sacred fire to light the fireworks? Chishu beside him was also very surprised. Ho-Oh, isn't that the legendary Pokemon believed by the people in the Johto region? However, Jirachi happily shook his head and said, It's okay. Ho-Oh told Jirachi before that he also likes to watch fireworks, so Ho-Oh will definitely be happy. Chapter 565. Naoki had never thought of letting Ho-Oh use the sacred fire to set off fireworks, and what he didn't expect was that Ho-Oh actually came down from the World Tree with Jirachi. Naoki stood on the snow with a large group of Pokemon, looking at the Ho-Oh that fell from the sky in shock. But Ho-Oh is too showy, isn't it? It even left a rainbow on the way it flew in the middle of the night. Jirachi invited Ho-Oh down. Jirachi happily flew around in the night sky. Naoki, He sighed helplessly, looked at the long-awaited Pokemon around him, and then said, Okay, I declare that the first fireworks festival of Naoki Ranch has officially begun. Accompanied by Naoki's order, the Pokemon around him cheered, and then swarmed to the fireworks placed on the snow. In order to let every Pokemon experience the feeling of setting off fireworks, Naoki bought a lot of fireworks, divided them into several pieces, and placed them in different locations on the open space. At this moment, there were groups of Pokemon around each firework. EVs surrounded a firework, and many EVs turned their eyes to Flareon, with an expression of it's up to you. Flareon, who had taken on such a heavy responsibility, had a sense of mission all over his body. He nodded his furry head vigorously, and took a deep breath. The next second, a beam of hot flames gushed out, melting the snow on the ground and igniting the fuse of the firework. The fuse burned out quickly, accompanied by a sound of whoosh. With a sound, a ball of light rose from the fireworks into the night sky, and when it reached the highest point, it exploded, turning into a sky full of dazzling fireworks, brilliant but short-lived. Frost Milk Fairy sat on the head of a Saltstone Giant, and 5 Saltstone Giants, 3 Diglets, 3 Bees, Butterfree and Babu Groundhog surrounded Gulton. Gulton could not use fire attribute moves to light fireworks when he was a Motor Lizard, but now that he has become Gulton, he is very happy to light them. Looking at the fireworks lit by himself blooming in the sky, Gulton couldn't help but think, so this is what it feels like to set off fireworks? Motor Lizard, Urukyo, Saifuga, and Chishu's electric frog surrounded Dragonite. Dragonite waved its fist, and used a flaming fist on the fuse. The next second, the fuse was ignited and fireworks bloomed in the night sky. Motor Lizard was envious of Dragonite, and Golden, who could light fireworks. Jirachi floated beside Ho-Oh, and pestered it to help him light the fireworks. Ho-Oh loved this small and cute Pokemon with a pitiful life. It readily agreed to Jirachi's request, and spit out a small flame on the fuse. Soon, another beautiful firework bloomed in the night sky. The Bud Crown King did not participate in it. He stood beside with his 2 beloved horses, looking up and admiring this rare beauty. It's so lively. But Crown King sighed softly. When he was in the Crown Snowfield before, he had never seen such a scene, and there had never been so many Pokemon around him. The Spirit Horse and the Snow Horse gently swung their tails and snorted, as if to echo the words of the Bud Crown King. The fuses were lit, and bunches of fireworks lit up the night sky of Naoki Ranch. This beautiful scene was reflected in the eyes of the Pokemon. Even the ancient Flutterwing could not help but be moved by this scene. The Ho-Oh was also admiring the scene, but soon, it turned its eyes to Naoki standing on the snow not far away. This person was the human it had set its sights on. Now was the time. It was time for the Pokemon of the Ho-Oh guard to meet Naoki, the Ho-Oh thought. It's so beautiful. Naoki and Kishu stood behind the Pokemon, watching the Pokemon in front of them playing in the snow like children, and both of them smiled. Sometimes I have a feeling, Naoki said. Kishu turned his head and looked at Naoki's profile. Raising these Pokemon is like raising children. Naoki suddenly felt that even if they had their own children in the future, he would raise them as Pokemon. Treating Pokemon as children and children as Pokemon, this is probably the only one in the world, right? Chishu quite agrees with Naoki's words. She recalled her experience of raising Light Tadpole and Dream Demon into Electric Belly Frog and Dream Demon, and burst out laughing, saying, "They are children." At this time, Naoki saw that all the fireworks had been set off, so he shouted to the Pokemon, "Here are some small fireworks that can be held in your hands." Hearing this, Golden and the others were immediately attracted. "Hold it. After lighting it, don't point it at other Pokemon, be careful." Naoki distributed fireworks such as fairy sticks to the Pokemon and reminded them. "Ah, gah." The sensible Pokemon responded one after another, and then ran away with the fireworks. At this time, the Arceus that Naoki put in his pocket rang. Naoki was slightly stunned, then took out his mobile phone, and then received a reminder. Your Pokemon Mew and Bear Baby entered the mysterious dungeon and started exploring. Mew and Bear Baby entered the world of Mysterious Dungeon Rescue Team DX. What's wrong? Chishu, who was standing by, saw Naoki stunned and asked. Naoki shook his head. Meow and Baby Bear entered the time and space gate to explore other worlds. Will those worlds be dangerous? Chishu was a little worried. Yes, there will be. But with the power of Meow and Baby Bear, those dangers are nothing to them, Naoki said. With Meow's superpowers, plus Baby Bear's super luck and ability to escape, no Pokemon can stop them. But the two Pokemon were too impatient and didn't even come to tell him. They were just like children, playful. Ah, but Mew and Bear Baby must have heard that there were Pokemon that needed to be rescued, so they couldn't wait to set out on the adventure, right? I just don't know when they will come back. Looking at the message that Arceus's phone stopped updating, Naoki sighed helplessly. Before that, he could only wait. The Pokemon played for a long time, and in the end, all the Pokemon's faces were full of happy fatigue. Some Pokemon acted coquettishly towards Naoki, wanting him to carry them home. Naoki gently carried them back, and put them in the nest. However, after seeing this, some big Pokemon also imitated the small Pokemon and acted coquettishly towards Naoki. Naoki, After a lot of effort, he and Chishu finally sent the tired Pokemon back to their nest. These Pokemon lay in the warm and soft nest, looking at Naoki in front of them, closed their eyes at ease, and fell asleep. After everything was done, a melodious bell sounded from the town of Skin. With the sound of the midnight bell, time finally came from the year 201 to the year 202 in the Alliance calendar. This year is the 5th year since Naoki came to this world, and the 5th year since he met everyone. After the new year, the ice and snow melted, and everything on the earth began to revive. In this spring season, the wedding of Naoki and Chishu was held as scheduled. The wedding was held on the beach of Skin Town. Naoki changed into a white suit, and the whole person looked straight and handsome. Chishu also wore a white wedding dress. Her face was reflected in the blue sea, and the whole person was beautiful beyond words. Gyulerton and Chishu's electric frog stayed beside the two, playing the role of flower girls. Other Pokemon also gathered on the beach, looking at the blue sea while eating delicious food. Eruption ran and jumped happily on the beach. Butterfree and Tribeca enjoyed delicious desserts, and a large group of deliverymen Dragonite stood by the sea and chatted loudly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the wedding was about to be held, and guests from all over the world rushed to the town of Jichin. Naoki went to receive them personally, and the first one to arrive was the champion of the United League, ADK. Today, ADK also changed into a suit and combed his hair meticulously, looking very formal. His fiery red hair shone in the sun. Since the injury of the Vulcan moth was healed, ADK seemed to have a second spring. Congratulations. The man congratulated Naoki seriously and generously. The two smiled at each other. Without saying anything more, Naoki gently patted ADK's shoulder and invited, "Sit down first." ADK nodded, and then formally took a seat. Yi Xi and Xianli were the second to arrive. In this wedding, she played the role of witness. How happy! Yi Xi said with a smile. Congratulations, Naoki. From now on, you don't have to be alone. Naoki, I always felt that Yi Xi's eyes were a bit malicious. But Naoki couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't think about anything and said, Chief, go sit over there for a while. I ask you for help in a while. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Yi Xi promised. Naoki nodded, and then looked at Xianli beside him. Xianli nodded slightly to him, and gave her blessing in a concise way. Happy wedding. Thank you. Naoki thanked him. Then see you later. After that, Yi Xi and Xianli left. The third person to arrive was Daigo, who represented the Hoenn Alliance. Seeing the man who saved the Hoenn region again, Daigo felt very respectful for a while. Because after that, he heard about the story of this man fighting a great battle with the god who created the world. Although others don't know the identity of the masked man, Daigo knows it very well. Undoubtedly, this is a great man. Happy wedding. Daigo said. Thank you very much. Please come in. Naoki smiled and led him to ADK's side, letting the two champions sit together. Professor Oak was the fourth to arrive. He took off his white coat, changed into ordinary clothes, and laughed. Originally, Xiaoji and Xiaomao wanted to come with me when they heard that you were getting married, but they had to continue their journey, so only I came. Naoki, congratulations. Naoki smiled and invited. Glad that you are here. Please take a seat. Then I won't disturb you from entertaining the guests. Professor Oak said, sitting next to DK and chatting with him. Nemo was the fifth to arrive. Her butler drove a black stretched luxury car to the wedding scene. As soon as she got out of the car, Nemo said with high spirits, Mr. Naoki, come and have a Pokemon battle with me. Naoki, Nemo's butler stood beside her with an embarrassed look on his face. A big lady. This is someone else's wedding. However, Naoki couldn't help laughing. This behavior is really Nemo. Of course, but can we have another battle after the wedding as the end? Naoki asked. Nemo nodded repeatedly. Yeah, then it's settled. Go over there and take a rest. Naoki said. Nemo nodded, and then ran over there to observe Naoki's Pokemon. Seeing Nemo's behavior, Naoki was very helpless. As soon as he turned around, he saw Dr. Olin and Papa coming to the ranch. Seeing the newcomers, Naoki hurriedly went to greet them. Dr. Olin, Papa, hello. Hello, Mr. Naoki. Papa said a little embarrassedly. Dr. Olin smiled and touched his son's head with his hand. Voda stayed at the institute and was busy with work, so I'm the only one here. It's okay. It's good that people can come. Papa, are you hungry? There are a lot of food I prepared over there. You and the doctor can go and eat some to fill your stomach. Naoki said. Dr. Olin smiled slightly. Then we won't bother you. See you later. After that, she took Papa to the seat. Looking at the backs of the two, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although Papa, who was next to her mother, still had a sour face, her actions were very honest. Not only did she help Dr. Olin get food, but she also sat next to the doctor to accompany her. Papa is really awkward. Naoki's eyes swept the scene. Chishu's parents, guests from all over the place, gym masters such as Gulusha, and everyone in Shichin Town, Mayor Thomas, Mrs. Dantes, Mr. Leaf, Arrow, Claire, Ivan and others have all arrived early. Everyone should be here, right? However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Hey Naoki, are we not late? Naoki turned around and saw Dante with a bright smile, and a girl in a tweed coat walking side by side. The girl waved enthusiastically at Naoki. Hello Naoki, I'm Sonia. I heard Dante talk about you. Sonia? Naoki was slightly stunned. But Dante grinned and said, in order to prevent getting lost and missing your wedding, I asked Sonia to come with me. I can't miss such an important occasion. I'm not used to you not getting lost. Naoki said deliberately. Sonia on the side burst out laughing. That's right, Dante, even going to the competition site will get lost. How could that be? Dante scratched his head embarrassedly. Naoki said with a smile. Come in and sit down, the wedding is about to start. Yeah. Dante and Sonia also sat down. All the guests were present, and the wedding officially began. Chishu's father took his daughter's arm, and walked from the other end of the red carpet, handing his daughter to Chishu with red eyes. Seeing the man's look, Chishu assured him, I will take good care of her. The man nodded gently, then turned and retreated behind the crowd, quietly wiping away tears. Chishu took Chishu's hand and walked in front of Yessie, who was the witness. Yessie looked at the two with a smile, and then began his speech. Good afternoon, guests, relatives, and friends. On this day filled with joy and love, I am very honored to stand here as the witness of this beautiful wedding and express my sincere blessings to everyone. I feel extremely relieved to see this pair of lovers finally get married. Perhaps there will be many storms in the long journey of life. Naoki looked into Chishu's eyes, and at this moment, he could not hear any sound. His heart was filled with joy and excitement. From now on, he was also a family man. They would take care of Pokemon together, grow old together, and accompany each other forever. In the guest seats, the woman looked at the scene on the stage and tears fell uncontrollably. Their daughter has grown up, and from now on, her daughter will leave them and live with her husband. But children always have to grow up. Even if there are thousands of reluctances in my heart, I still wish them happiness. Finally, I wish you love forever, stay together forever, and be happy. I also wish all the guests good health and all the best. Thank you all. Paw paw paw. A round of warm applause broke out from the guest seats. The blue sea rippled with golden waves, and in the gentle sea breeze, people sincerely wished the newlyweds to grow old together and stay together for the rest of their lives. In the crowd, Piper secretly looked at Dr. Olin, who was clapping with a smile on his face. At this moment, there were no ancient Pokemon, no various experiments and research, and no natural barrier of the Padia pit between them. They were just like an ordinary mother and son who came to attend a friend's wedding. Just now, his mother was even talking to him about how happy she would be when he got married. Noticing Papa's gaze, Dr. Olin turned his head and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Papa?" "Nothing." Papa shook her head quickly. "Then enjoy this wedding. The food at Naoki's house tastes really good." Dr. Olin laughed softly. Papa stared at his mother in a daze, and then nodded vigorously. At this moment, Papa felt that he was surrounded by happiness. "It's great. I really hope time can stay at this moment forever," Papa thought. Chapter 566. There are two weddings, one for humans and one for Pokemon only. The human wedding was held on the beach in the town of Jichin, while the Pokemon-only wedding was held on the World Tree. Because Bud Crown, Mutuo, and Giratina also wanted to attend Naoki's wedding, but Naoki was worried that their appearance would cause a big uproar and expose his true identity. So he decided to hold a wedding on the World Tree, a wedding attended by only Pokemon. In this way, everyone can participate. The human wedding lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Naoki and Nemo had a wonderful Pokemon battle, the guests from all over the world began to leave here one after another. There is no airport in Zichuang town, so Naoki called a part-time Dragonite and asked them to give the guests a ride. "Wow, this is my first time riding a Dragonite flying taxi." Dr. Oak was full of surprise. He reached out and touched the part-time Dragonite in front of him and greeted it with a kind smile. "I trouble you next." Dragonite nodded happily. Professor Oak rode on it, and then waved goodbye to Naoki. "Goodbye, Naoki, I wish you a happy wedding." "Goodbye, Dr. Oak." Naoki also waved to Dr. Oak. After Dr. Oak, Sirona, Daigo, ADK, and others also left one after another. When it was Nemo's turn, Nemo set her sights on Naoki's Dragonite. "Miss, we should go back." The butler opened the car door and called out. However, Nemo looked eager to try. "Mr. Naoki, I also want to try the Dragonite taxi." "Of course." Naoki smiled and nodded, calling a Dragonite to Nemo. "Great." Nemo rode on it and flew into the sky with the Dragonite. She waved to the butler from a distance and said, "Mr. Ramos, I'm going back first. Dragonite, let's go." Dragonite disappeared with Nemo in a flash. Dr. Olin came over with Papa. Just as Naoki was arranging Dragonite for them, Papa summoned up the courage to ask, "Mr. Naoki, can you give me a copy of the wedding documentary later?" Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. He looked at Papa's hopeful eyes and quickly understood Papa's idea. "Of course, I will send it to you directly using the Value app later." Naoki nodded slightly. "Thank you." Dr. Olin said goodbye to Naoki and Chishu with a smile on his face. "See you next time, Naoki. I wish you happiness." "Thank you very much." Naoki thanked Dr. Olin and watched her leave with Papa. Yessie and Sheilin stood not far away with a smile. She clasped her hands, looking forward to it. "Ah, it looks so good." Sheilin, Dante and Sonia originally planned to ask Naoki about Wuji Taina and the King of Sword and Shield, but today was their big day. The two looked at each other and decided to visit next time. The townspeople and Chishu's relatives also left one after another. In the end, only Chishu and her parents were left at the wedding. The couple's eyes were red, probably because they had just cried. Chishu saw her parents like this, and suddenly wanted to cry, so she threw herself into their arms and said, "Mom and Dad, I will always be your daughter. When we have time, we will go back to Nyanwang City to see you." The woman patted her daughter's back gently, with a gentle smile on her face. "We are relieved to see that you are happy. You should be more stable in the future, and don't jump up and down and yell like a hot monkey all day long." "Chishu, how could I have that? And those live broadcasts, life is your own, not for others to see." The woman nags. Okay, I get it," Chishu quickly assures. "Don't worry, my daughter has grown up." Seeing this, the man and the woman nodded gently, and then turned their eyes to their son-in-law. The man slowly exhaled, and then said softly, "If you have nothing to do in the future, you can often come to Nyanwang City to sit. Since you two are married, we will be your family from now on. If you need any help in the future, you can always find us." Hearing this, Naoki felt warm in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will." The man and the woman nodded slightly, and then looked at the time. "We won't bother you anymore. It's getting late. You must be tired after a busy day, right? Go back to the ranch and rest early." "Yes." Naoki called 2 Dragonites to send his mother-in-law and father-in-law home. Soon, their figures disappeared into the horizon. Naoki and Chishu stood on the beach and looked at the scene until they could no longer see it. Then they looked away. "Let's go home too." Naoki looked at Chishu and said softly. "Yeah." Chishu was a little reluctant at first, but more of it was the expectation of a new life. When the two returned to the ranch, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The gifts sent by Professor Oak, Sirona, Daigo, and Yeji filled the living room. Naoki didn't have time to open the gifts before he received a call from the Pokemon on the World Tree. They called Naoki through Mutuo's Rotom phone and said they wanted to attend Naoki's wedding. Seeing this, Naoki replied helplessly, "I know, let's pack up and go there." At 7 o'clock in the evening, the wedding was held on the World Tree as scheduled. Bud Crown, Mutuo, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Giratina, Moltres, Articuno, Zapdos, Jirachi and other Pokemon arrived. The square with a huge time and space gate was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Those were the rich food that Naoki brought from outside. Compared to the wedding of humans, this wedding with only Pokemon attending was much simpler. Naoki and Chishu didn't need to receive the guests. They sat around the bonfire with a large group of Pokemon, just like they were attending a bonfire party. At this time, many Pokemon brought the gifts they had prepared for them. Some brought precious fruits, some brought small stones, some brought crowns from unknown eras, and some brought large golden beads found in other worlds. Seeing this scene, Chishu was surprised. "Wow, is this the gift you prepared for us?" Naoki smiled and nodded, "Yes." At this time, Jirachi flew over from above, opened his palm, and revealed a star fragment shining with beautiful light. Jirachi said happily, "This is what Jirachi picked up where the meteor fell. This star is for you." Chishu stretched out his hand and took it. "So cute." Jirachi. "Thank you, Jirachi. We like your gift very much." Naoki nodded and thanked Jirachi. Jirachi was very happy. As long as Naoki likes it, Jirachi is very happy. After that, the star-like Pokemon happily circled in the air. Mutuo's gift was behind Jirachi. It walked forward with a calm face and used its mind to control a light pink, diamond-like gem to send over. "This is a superpower gem that I condense with my superpower," Mutuo said. Superpower condensed into substance? Naoki looked at the huge gem in front of him, and an item immediately popped up in his mind. Psychic Gem. This gem can enhance the power of Pokemon's moves, and the energy inside can also be absorbed by Pokemon of the same attribute, which is of great benefit to them. So this attribute gem is condensed from pure energy? Naoki thought. This gift from Mutuo is also very valuable. He hurriedly thanked Mutuo. Mutuo looked at it quietly, and then said, "This sentence should be said by me to you." After saying that, Mutuo turned around and made way. Naoki grinned. Of course, he understood what Mutuo meant. At this time, Bud Crown slowly floated over. "Naoki, I once had nothing, and I have nothing to give you. This is the wreath I made. It contains my power, and it will never wither." Before today, Bud Crown had specially checked the information through Rotom's mobile phone. Giving this kind of gift symbolizes that the newlyweds can be together for a long time, and their love will last forever. This is his most sincere blessing to the little believer. "Thank you very much, Bud Crown King." Naoki didn't know what to say. He had said too many thanks today, but facing this kind of scene, what could be more suitable than this? Bud Crown King nodded slightly with a loving face, and then went to the side. Accompanied by a sharp cry, The next to arrive was the King of Phoenix. The King of Phoenix flew across the sky, and suddenly, a gorgeous rainbow was left above everyone's head. There is a rumor in the Johto region that those who see the King of Ho and the rainbow will be happy. Naoki immediately understood that the King of Ho's blessing was the wedding gift from the King of Ho to him and Kishu. "Thank you, King of Ho," Naoki said loudly. "Thank you, King of Ho." Kishu also thanked him. Compared to the King of Ho, Rayquaza's gift was much simpler and cruder. It took out a bunch of moon stones from somewhere and gave them to Naoki. These stones were encountered by Rayquaza by chance when he was eating meteorites in the universe. At that time, a group of Pokemon from an alien planet drove a spaceship and wanted to enter its territory. As the god of the sky, Rayquaza always kept a close eye on this alien species. Therefore, it not only beat the group of Pokemon that could only call Pip 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 away, but also looted the stones with energy inside that they placed on the spaceship. When Naoki saw so many moonstones, he was shocked. Oh my god, could it be that Rayquaza looted all the inventory on a Pippi spaceship? But whether Pippi is a Pokemon from space or not still needs to be verified. "Thank you, Rayquaza." Naoki still thanked Rayquaza. Rayquaza was very open and didn't care. The remaining Groudon and Kyogre were stunned by the scene. What? Prepare gifts for the wedding? Why didn't anyone inform them? Giratina, who was secretly observing everything, almost laughed out loud when he saw the scene. Humph, the gift these guys gave are so weak. Get out of the way. Look at what kind of gift it is prepared for Naoki and his wife. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Giratina made a brilliant appearance. The passage to the reverse world opened with a bang, and then a huge diamond that could blind a dog's eyes fell down with a bang. The diamond was the size of an adult, and Naoki felt a clear shock when it fell to the ground. Looking at the huge diamond, Naoki, Chishu and all the Pokemon were stunned. Giratina showed pride on his face. This was the wedding gift he prepared for Naoki with the money he earned as a big internet celebrity. Are there really diamonds that big in this world? Naoki couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. Could Giratina have been deceived? Kiki also said in a trembling tone, I have never seen one before. But looking at Giratina's proud expression, Naoki decided not to verify the authenticity of this super large diamond. Thank you, Giratina, Groudon and Kyogre. The gifts don't matter. As long as you can come to our wedding, we will be very happy, Naoki said. Hearing this, the two Hoenn idiots instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But in their hearts, they were secretly thinking about how to make up for it in the future. After the gift-giving session, Naoki took a deep breath and said, I prepared a lot of food for everyone, all made by me. Please enjoy it. Bony! In the flickering firelight, the Pokemon began to enjoy the food. And some Pokemon stayed with Naoki. They looked at Naoki curiously and asked, Dafu? Are humans like Pokemon? If they like each other, they can lay eggs? Chishu, who had eaten the translation melon seed crisps, understood this sentence, and her face immediately turned red. Naoki, ahem, it depends on fate, he said. The Pokemon looked puzzled. Naoki was afraid that the Pokemon would ask some lewd questions again, so he quickly said, in short, there is no difference between humans and Pokemon. Pokemon who love each other will become parents, and humans will also become parents. Now the Pokemon understood. One of the Dragonites jumped happily, meow. Then I will help Naoki take care of Naoki's eggs. Chafu. The Woodgeckos also nodded happily, indicating that they also wanted to help. The little sister AI Butler was afraid that her job would be taken away, so she quickly said, AIE. Naoki, He even saw that Mutuo began to become eager to try. In response, Naoki chose to lie down. The party on the World Tree lasted until the early hours of the morning, and in the end, many Pokemon were so sleepy that they fell asleep. Seeing this, Chishu began to say goodbye to them, ended the dinner, and returned to the ranch with Golden and Chishu. It was late, and after settling the motor lizards, Chishu did not go to bed immediately, but took Chishu's hand and took her to the entrance of the ranch. It's so late, is there anything else to do? Chishu asked curiously. Chishu did not answer, but stood on tiptoe and took down the sign with the 4 big characters Chishu Ranch and replaced it with a brand new sign. In the dim moonlight, Chishu whispered the 3 words, Tree House. Yes, this is our home. Naoki nodded. As he spoke, Naoki looked at the girl beside him. He knew that Chishu had made a lot of changes for himself. If Chishu's original personality was followed, she would probably broadcast live to her fans at the wedding. But today she didn't do that, just because he wanted to hold a low-key wedding. As the saying goes, if you love someone, you will compromise for the other person. Naoki felt that he should make some changes. He should also support Chishu's career, support her hobbies, and live broadcast his life. When the time comes, some young people may be attracted to farm in the countryside after seeing their warm life on the ranch. At this time, Chishu noticed Naoki's gaze, and moved his eyes away from the sign, with the 3 big characters treehouse, and looked at Naoki beside him. What's wrong? Naoki came back to his senses, shook his head, and then stepped forward to hug the girl in his arms. It's okay, I just have something to say. What? I love you. Chapter 567. The spring of the 202nd year of the Alliance calendar was warmer than in previous years. The melted snow in winter turned into nutrients that soaked the earth, and the flowers, plants and trees on the field grew vigorously. The fruit trees were full of heavy fruits. The greedy chinchilla, who had been hiding in the cave for a winter, rubbed his eyes, and pushed away the stone blocking the cave. The bright and warm sunlight poured on him. The greedy chinchilla felt the wind and stretched comfortably. He was hungry, and it was time to go out for food. Bathed in the warm sunshine, the greedy squirrel soon found a fruit tree. It nimbly jumped onto the tree. Seeing such plump fruits, its eyes were immediately filled with desire. The greedy squirrel stretched out its little claws to touch it, but at this moment, a gust of wind blew it off the branch. The greedy squirrel fell on the grass and stood up awkwardly, cursing at the sky. The rocket sparrow passing by at low altitude did not slow down its speed at all. It flew and flew, flying over the grassland below, over the forest, over the river, and finally arrived at a prosperous ranch. Rocket Sparrow was going to take a break here. As soon as it landed on the roof, it heard a human voice coming from below. I'm going to work. Chishu walked out of the house, tiptoed and kissed Chishu on the face behind him, then rode on Dragonite with a smile, waved goodbye to Chishu with full energy. See you later, and you, Grave Dog. Chishu picked up Grave Dog and touched his head with it. Suddenly, Grave Dog's tail shook more violently. Go! Naoki stood under the eaves, and watched Chishu's figure gradually go away with the Grave Dog. He did not look away until he could no longer see him. Looking at the pasture shrouded in golden sunlight, Naoki took a deep breath and headed towards the field. A new day has begun. The farmland covered with ice and snow for a whole winter should also be planted with a new round of crops. Naoki had already bought the seeds in advance, and he started to work with Pokemon such as Gulton and Diglett. Turning the land, sowing seeds, watering. Looking at the wet soil in the field, Naoki felt that his married life seemed to be the same as before. This fairy Eevee ran over and asked excitedly, Boy? Naoki, what are your plans today? Naoki knew what fairy Eevee was thinking, but he couldn't help but try to figure out this cute Pokemon. Plans? Next, I have to repair the fence, which was destroyed by wild Pokemon. Sylvian asked again, Bye? What happens after that? Naoki thought for a moment and said, Go to the orchard to pick fruits, pack the extra fruits into boxes, and send them to the shops in the town. Some dessert shops and Pokemon snack shops in the town of Jichin are ordering fruits from him. Bye. Naoki has a lot to do. Sylvian continued to ask, Bye? What happens after picking fruits? It's time to prepare food for everyone for lunch, Naoki said. Hearing this, Fairy Eevee suddenly became anxious. Naoki had promised it. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help laughing and said, Okay, don't worry, I haven't forgotten that thing. After lunch, I will find a way to help you train and become stronger, okay? Hearing this, Fairy Eevee suddenly turned from worry to joy, and shouted excitedly and expectantly, Booey! Great! After the seeds were planted, Naoki took the tools, and went to repair the fence around the pasture. The goats, who were originally lying leisurely on the grass and basking in the sun, saw Naoki leaving, so they stood up, and walked to the side of the farmland. The next second, a terrifying grass attribute energy surged out of their bodies. Wherever that energy passed, the crop seeds originally buried in the soil immediately began to grow rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, crops with heavy fruits grew in the farmland. Me? The Mount Goats were very satisfied with their masterpiece. Naoki would definitely be very happy if he saw it, right? The Mount Goats retired after their success, hiding their merits and fame. There are more wild Pokemon recently. Maybe it's because winter is over and the Pokemon that have been hungry for a whole winter are going out to look for food. Looking at the damaged fences around him, Naoki frowned slightly. He has always been laissez-faire towards those wild Pokemon, because there is no shortage of food in the ranch and there are many fruits. So when the wild Pokemon nearby sneak into the orchard to steal fruits, Naoki pretends not to see it. Aw gah. Golden noticed the damaged fence and asked. If Naoki needs it, He can come over to guard the orchard at any time to prevent wild Pokemon from invading. Seeing Golden's high spirits and promise, Naoki laughed and shook his head. Forget it. I don't think that Pokemon wants to destroy the fence on purpose. Uh-huh? Golden looked over in confusion. Naoki pointed to the damaged area and said, Look, the damaged area of the fence is very large, which means that the Pokemon is very large and can't fly. It can't cross the fence, so it can only break the fence to get in. Ah, gah. It's okay. We install a small door here to make it easier for those Pokemon that can't fly to get in and out, Naoki said. There's a 90% chance that this happened this time because it's hard to find food in the wild in winter, and those Pokemon have been starving for a whole winter. This situation will disappear after a while. By then, fruits will grow in the forest, and those Pokemon won't come to the ranch. We are all living on this land, so we should help if we can. Ah, gah. After repairing the fence, Naoki picked up his tools and prepared to go home. But when he passed by the farmland and saw a large area of ripe crops, he was completely stunned. Wait, who did this? It ripens as soon as it is planted, and it must be picked when it is ripe. If it is not picked, the crops will fall to the ground and rot after a long time because they are overripe. He will be exhausted to death if he repeats this over and over again. There are several Pokemon that can ripen crops in the ranch now, but when Naoki casts his eyes on the crops in the field, he immediately knows who is helping. The tomatoes cultivated by the Mount Goat have absorbed a lot of grass power and are ripe. Naoki, He remembered that he told the Mount Goat last time that every time you cultivate crops, don't use all your strength. Just use a little bit of grass power to help the crops grow healthily. They are not the tireless NPCs in the game who pick crops as soon as they are ripe and have no time to rest all day long. Thinking of this, Naoki found the goats and told them about it. After listening, the goats were very confused. What? Wouldn't it be good if they helped the crops grow instantly? Then Naoki could harvest the crops and sell them for money? Because that kind of life is too hurried. Naoki explained, Imagine that I planted the seeds in the morning, you let them grow, and then I harvested them in the afternoon, and then waited until the next morning to repeat the process. Day after day, year after year. The goats immediately had a picture of Naoki working hard in the fields for 360 days a year without any rest. Mia. How scary. So life should be enjoyed slowly, and our family is not short of money. Naoki smiled and touched the goats' heads. Me? The goats nodded obediently, indicating that they understood. Good boy, go play. Naoki turned around and wanted to check the crops in the field, but the Arceus phone on his way suddenly rang. Naoki's mind moved, and there was new news about Mew and Bear Baby. Since the last time they entered the mysterious labyrinth during the Chinese New Year, the two Pokemon have not returned, and Naoki can only occasionally see their experiences and news on the Arceus phone. He turned on the Arceus phone, and then the experience of the Great Hero Expedition team popped up on it. Your Pokemon Mew and Bear Baby discovered the Phantom Cave. Mew and Bear Baby entered the Phantom Cave, and after some exploration, they found a large number of resurrection seeds. Because they remembered that you like to plant seeds to cultivate crops, Mew and Bear Baby decided to take these resurrection seeds back as a gift to you. Mew and Bear Baby accidentally got lost when they left, and because of getting lost, they took a fork in the road. Mew and Bear Baby found a hidden place, a large number of seeds of happiness and seeds of misfortune were found here. Dream and Baby Bear picked up all the seeds of happiness. Dream and Baby Bear encountered a powerful Steelix. Dream and Baby Bear defeated Steelix, and found the golden land guarded by Steelix, and found the treasure. Golden seeds. The message above stopped jumping temporarily, and Dream and Baby Bear seemed to have stopped. Naoki was slightly stunned when he looked at the message above. Resurrection seeds, happiness seeds, gold seeds. These seem to be the specialties of the rescue team world, right? Fortunately, Arceus' mobile phone has the function of viewing props. To confirm, Naoki quickly clicked on those seeds. The next second, the information of the seeds jumped on the screen. Resurrection seeds. After eating, it will restore all the physical strength and energy of a Pokemon. After planting, it will grow a special crop. Resurrection grass. Happiness seeds. Seeds full of magical power. The level of Pokemon will increase by 1 level after eating, and cannot be planted. Unfortunate seeds. Seeds containing unfortunate power. The level of Pokemon will decrease by 1 level after eating, and cannot be planted. Golden seeds. A treasure in the world like gold, Pokemon can greatly improve their strength after eating, and the level will increase by 5 levels, and cannot be planted. It is indeed a special product of the rescue team world. Looking at the amazing effects of these seeds, Naoki couldn't help but murmur. If there are 100 seeds of happiness, wouldn't it be possible to feed a level 100 Pokemon directly? Level. The world he currently lives in does not have the concept of level, but it is not difficult to understand. Level is the strength of Pokemon, and to improve the level in this world is to hone Pokemon through battles, special training, and exercise. When Pokemon improves, it is equivalent to improving the level. And that kind of seeds, for Pokemon, are probably the same as those natural treasures in fantasy novels that can improve their strength. Naoki was suddenly a little excited, because he saw that Mew and Bear Baby picked up those seeds because he liked to cultivate crops, and prepared to bring them back for him. It's a pity that the latter few seeds cannot be planted, otherwise he could plant a lot of happy seeds and golden seeds, and directly feed all the Pokemon in the ranch to level 100. But now it is already very good. Just one golden seed can bring a great improvement to a Pokemon in the ranch. In this way, it is not without benefits for them to work for Arceus. Maybe I can let everyone in the Expedition Team Guild enter the world where Mew and Bear Baby are currently, and enter the maze to search for seeds. Naoki thought for a while, and then analyzed calmly. The ranch is peaceful and stable, and they don't usually fight Pokemon. In the end, it doesn't matter whether they have these seeds or not. But it was different for the Pokemon on the World Tree. Because those Pokemon can eat themselves, and the seeds of happiness can greatly improve their strength, so that they can go to more difficult worlds for adventure. Dozens or hundreds of LV-100 Pokemon together, let alone Team Rocket, even Team Rainbow Rocket would be beaten to a pulp. After the excitement, Naoki quickly calmed down. Because even if he told the Pokemon on the World Tree now, they probably wouldn't understand. Everything had to wait until Mew and Baby Bear came back, and then they would show the seeds to them, so that everyone in the expedition team could collect the seeds during the expedition. Naoki put away Arceus's phone, and went to the farm to check the crops. Well, although it's ripe, it's still a while before it's fully ripe. Forget it, let's harvest it tomorrow. Naoki decided to be lazy. After lunch, Chishu continued to work at the gym, while Naoki stayed at home and began to train Sylveon. As for the Pokemon in the ranch, Fairy Eevee, who dreams of defeating the dragon, is very suitable for using the seeds of happiness. However, its current strength is too weak, and it is a bit of a waste to use the seeds so early. After all, the later a Pokemon grows, the slower it grows. In the terms of the game, the higher the level, the more experience is required to upgrade. Before we officially start, I want to ask you one last question. The dragon you mentioned is very powerful. If you want to defeat it, you must go through countless special training, and the special training process is very hard. Not only will it get hurt, but it will also get dirty. Naoki looked at Sylveon and asked, "Are you sure you want to start?" Sylveon did not hesitate at all. "Boy. That's right. No matter how many hardships it has experienced, it will not give up, because it also wants to be a powerful Pokemon like Gulton and Babutu, defeat the dragon, and become a hero. Sylveon is full of fighting spirit." Naoki cast his eyes on the Eevees watching nearby. "What about you?" The three brothers, Water, Fire, and Thunder, are lazy. In their opinion, fighting is very hard and they will get hurt. Compared with that, they prefer to play with everyone. Leafleet and Solee don't like fighting. One of them likes to take care of crops quietly, and the other likes to bask in the sun. Glacian and Moonlight are two big Eevees, and they are already past the age of Sylveon. They just want to live a good life. As for Partner Eevee thinks that it is enough for him to have an ultimate move 9-color sublimation gathering at the top. If Sylveon becomes stronger, it can also borrow more power from it. Rounding off, Sylveon becomes stronger, which is equivalent to it becoming stronger, Partner Ibrahimovic thinks. You? So, do your best, Sylveon. At this moment, Partner Ibrahimovic even wants other Ibrahimovic to work hard, and it only needs to lie down to become stronger. Chapter 568. Pokemon training is something that Naoki is already very familiar with. Exercise the body, temper the spirit, and gain practical experience through Pokemon battles. With the help of life goat milk and some food, even the poorest Pokemon can be corrected. It's a pity that no food has been developed to help Sylveon become stronger. Naoki felt a little regretful. After an afternoon of special training, Sylveon was exhausted and collapsed on the grass, panting with her pink little tongue sticking out. Naoki handed it a bottle of life goat milk and asked, "Can you hold on?" Fairy Eevee drank the life goat milk and felt the rapid recovery of strength and energy. It stood up again with high morale. "Eevee." Naoki smiled. "Very good, let's stop here today." Just then, a boy wearing the uniform of Padilla Academy came to the ranch. Naoki turned around when he heard the voice, and saw the man standing at the entrance of his ranch. He looked up at the sign above and muttered the words on it. Tree House, huh? Did Mr. Naoki's ranch change its name? The boy asked. Yes, because the previous name was randomly chosen, so it was changed to this now. Naoki nodded. Not only this place, but also the name of the online store has been changed to this. The boy took out the rotary phone again, opened the small store of Naoki Ranch, and said in surprise. Naoki smiled slightly. The boy put away the phone, and then took out a poke ball from his waist. Mr. Naoki, I'm here to challenge again. You are most welcome. Naoki still remembered this boy. He had come to his ranch before to challenge Babu Tubo's lightning test, but he always failed. But this boy is very perseverant. After failing, he would summarize his experience and come back to challenge again after 10 days or half a month. Let me see if you have made any progress in these days, Naoki said. Go to Dine Haiyan, let Mr. Naoki see how powerful we are. The boy threw his poke ball with high morale. 5 minutes later, the great lightning petrel was knocked to the ground by Babu Tubo's hammer, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The sister AI Guancher blew the whistle in her hand. Swish! The great lightning petrel lost its ability to fight, and Babu Tubo won the battle. Huh, it seems you have failed again. Naoki moved his body and looked at the boy opposite with a smile. The boy took out the poke ball and took the great lightning petrel back. He carefully recalled the battle just now, summed up his shortcomings, and then said, We will definitely come again. Seeing the boy turning around and about to leave, Naoki suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called him. Wait a minute. Huh? What's wrong, Mr. Naoki? The boy turned around and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Recently, there is a trial more suitable for novice trainers in the ranch. This trial does not require gym badges, and even novice trainers can participate. Can you help me convey this message to those trainers who are not qualified to challenge the lightning trial? Naoki asked with a smile. Sylvian wants to become stronger, but lacks practical experience. Isn't this a good opportunity? New trial? Hearing this, the boy immediately became interested. Yes, I will call it the hero trial, Naoki said. Since Sylvian wants to become a hero who defeats the dragon, then name this trial hero. Moreover, most heroes are very weak at the beginning. Only after they have experienced countless trials will they become strong, and have the power to defeat the demon kings. The hero trial is very suitable for Fairy EV. The boy wanted to try it immediately, but Naoki looked at the time and shook his head, saying, Forget it today. It's too late. I have to pick up my wife from get off work. Let's wait until next time when we have time. Mr. Naoki's wife. Isn't that the owner of the Nyangwang Gym, Chishu? But the distance between Zichin Town and Nyangwang City is so far. In the surprised eyes of the boy, Naoki said goodbye to him, and then rode on the back of Golden, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Good, what a fast speed. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Naoki picked up Chishu from the Nyangwang Gym on time. This was also the first time Naoki knew that the gym leader in the Padilla area got off work so early. Chishu ran over happily with 2 packages. When she ran to him, Naoki took the 2 packages and asked curiously, What is this? My mother sent it to the gym today, and asked me to bring you some famous snacks in Nyangwang City. Chishu giggled and said, My mother really likes you. There should be no one who doesn't like a son-in-law like me, right? Naoki said with a smile. Humph. Chishu gently hit his shoulder. Okay, let's talk about it when we get home. Galton, did you eat well today? Ah, God, Galton answered happily. The two rode on Galton's back and began to return to the ranch. Naoki asked, Are your parents okay? I saw them crying so sadly at the wedding before. They must still be a little reluctant to leave me, Chishu said. Chishu remembered it silently in his heart, then find some time to go visit them with some gifts. Chishu grinned and answered happily, Okay. The two returned to the ranch. Chishu went to prepare dinner, and Chishu went to help him feed the Pokemon in the ranch. In a short time, the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, the Pokemon played in the living room, and the two began to open the gifts given by the guests on the wedding day. The customs in the Pokemon world are different from those in Naoki's previous life. Here, people don't need to pay for wedding gifts, but they will bring carefully prepared gifts to the newlyweds. Daigo gave a pair of fine gem bracelets, which were expensive but not tacky, showing the style of a wealthy family. Professor Oak gave 2 unique handmade poke balls, which were printed with flowers representing joy and blessings, which was very suitable for Professor Oak's age. ADK gave some toys and gifts for children, with a note attached. The note read, For your future baby, Naoki, Chishu couldn't help but be very curious. You know a lot of champions. It's not bad, actually. Naoki recalled his experience of meeting these champions and explained, I helped ADK save his Vulcan moth before, and since then, we have become friends. Hirona came to me to learn about those myths and legends because of Giratina and Arceus. Daigo. I think you should be able to guess this. Naoki looked at Kishu. Kishu instantly understood what Naoki meant. You helped the Hoenn region stop the fight between Groudon and Kyogre. Daigo is very grateful to you. Yeah. Naoki nodded. Actually, I know a lot of people. Students from the Padilla region, trainers traveling from other regions, passing tourists, and musicians who love to perform, they have all visited the ranch. Over the years, he has met many people and many things have happened. Chishu listened quietly, with a smile on his face from time to time. Motor Lizard and Babu Dude were also attracted to listen to Naoki's story about his past. In the end, Naoki did not open the remaining gifts. He took Chishu and the Pokemon to sit on the sofa, turned off the lights, and started watching a horror movie starring ghost Pokemon. The movie tells the story of the owner of an ancient castle, and a group of ghost Pokemon living in the ghost castle. Later, the owner died, but the Pokemon did not leave, and kept guarding the place where the owner used to live. Until decades later, a group of young people who love adventure broke into this dusty castle and began to explore. The ghost Pokemon on the screen are cute, and several Jengar and Haunter living in the castle make faces to scare the humans who come to explore the castle. The Pokemon are trembling with fear and rush to Naoki, but Naoki doesn't think it's scary at all. Those big purple fat guys are obviously cute. His attention moved from the movie to reality. Looking at Chishu and Gildan beside him, his favorite Pokemon and people were right beside him. At this moment, Naoki felt as if he was immersed in a sea of happiness. At the same time, in the distant Johto region, on the top of the Tianqing mountain, Entei, Reiku, and Suicune were standing on the cliff, looking at the distant sky. The fierce north wind on the top of the mountain blew their manes, and the three sacred beasts looked at each other with doubts and solemnity, and their expressions revealed solemnity and confusion. After a moment, the majestic Entei couldn't help but speak. What on earth is going on here that Lord Ho-Oh has summoned us to? The gentle Suicune shook his head gently. I don't know. Nothing unusual seems to have happened recently. Thunder God stared at the pebbles on the ground and fell into deep thought. He said solemnly, could it be that something big happened in the human world? As soon as he said this, Entei and Suicune on the side immediately turned their eyes to him. At this moment, the minds of the three sacred beasts all recalled the war that broke out in the human world hundreds of years ago, and the fire that burned down the bell tower where Lord Ho lived. If that's the case, the world will be devastated, countless Pokemon will be hurt and lose their homes. Emperor frowned, his expression more solemn than ever. Suicune's expression was no longer gentle, it seemed to be the incarnation of the bitter north wind, with a cold face, but it didn't speak. Ryong said, humans are untrustworthy creatures. In the shadows, Machado, the fourth member of the Phoenix Guard, stepped on the shadows and looked at the three Pokemon in front of him. Entei noticed it, turned around and asked, what do you think? Suicune and Reiku turned around and looked at Machado. Machado remained silent and did not respond. He just felt that the three big guys were thinking too much, because according to what he sensed, Lord Ho-Oh was not angry in his heart. So, Machado sank into the shadows and decided not to participate in their discussion. Three sacred beasts, And at this moment, a crisp cry came from the distant horizon. Lord Ho-Oh has arrived. The three holy beasts shuddered when they heard the voice, and turned their heads to look in the direction where the voice came from. There, a gorgeous rainbow spanned the entire sky. At the end of the rainbow, a sacred and beautiful Pokemon was flying towards the top of the mountain. Lord Ho-Oh, the three holy beasts quickly adjusted their postures, and respectfully welcomed the arrival of Lord Ho-Oh. When Ho-Oh landed, the three holy beasts looked up at Ho-Oh, who was standing on a large rock. The Phoenix King looked at them with satisfaction. Among them, the Entei asked respectfully, Lord Phoenix King, why did you summon us here this time? Suicune and Reiku also looked at the Phoenix King, waiting for its answer. The Phoenix King spoke. I called you here this time because I want you to meet a human. It said. Human? Hearing this, both the Entei and the Suicune and Reiku were stunned. What does it mean? What kind of human? Didn't Lord Ho-Oh summon them this time because something big happened in the human world? Who is it? Suicune asked curiously. It wanted to know what kind of human was worthy of Lord Ho-Oh's behavior. Ho-Oh, his name is Naoki, and he is the most suitable human to be the rainbow hero that I have met in all these years of walking in the human world. No, Naoki is simply the most perfect rainbow hero, Ho-Oh thought. However, hearing what Lord Ho-Oh said, the three sacred beasts were stunned again. Naoki? Who is that person? How could he make Lord Ho-Oh so emotional? But now they finally understood the purpose of Lord Ho-Oh summoning them here. It's not that something big happened in the human world, but he wanted them to test the chosen person, right? And guide him to Tianqing Mountain to complete the trial. Just like they tested the human named Xiaoji a few years ago. I know. Yin Di said in a majestic tone. Follow Lord Ho-Oh's order, we will test that person and guide him to come here to participate in the trial. Suicune and Reiku also bowed slightly and saluted the Phoenix King, and then prepared to leave to complete their mission. But they never thought that they were all called down by the Phoenix King. Wait a minute. The three sacred beasts stopped and looked back in confusion. The Phoenix King said speechlessly, when did I ask you to guide him here? The three sacred beasts were slightly stunned. The Phoenix King continued, that man is my rainbow warrior. I summoned you here just to let you meet him and get to know him. Nti, Suicune, and Reiku, ? Hearing this, a big exclamation mark appeared on the heads of the three sacred beasts. What's going on? Listen to what Lord Ho said. That person has become the rainbow warrior, but they haven't tested him yet. What shocked them even more was that Lord Ho asked them to recognize him. Who is that human? Him? He is a very good person. The Ho instructed, you should go to the Padia region, a place called Naoki Ranch. After saying that, the Phoenix King flew away, leaving the three holy beasts looking at each other in bewilderment. The Padia region. What is that place? It sounds like it's not on the same continent. Suicune was still thinking. As the incarnation of the North Wind, it could easily gallop on the water. Even the sea was no problem for it. Reiku could also fly by controlling thunderclouds, so it was not difficult for it to go to another continent. Thinking of this, the two Pokémon looked at each other, and then said to each other, I have to go first to complete the task assigned by the Phoenix King. Suicune and Reiku left, they flew in different directions, and soon disappeared in the mountains and forests. Only Nti was left standing on the top of Tianqing Mountain, lost in thought, thinking about how he could reach another continent. Chapter 569. Late at night, in the Johto region, on the rooftop of Silver Corporation, Sakaki sat on the sofa, quietly thinking about what had happened recently. Unova region. Meowth and Kojiro had gone to the Unova region not long ago, secretly carrying out the storm plan. The ultimate goal of that plan was the three legendary Pokémon in the Unova region, Tornado, Thundercloud and Landcloud. As long as they could control them, Team Rocket could use the power of the three of them to conquer the Unova region. But all this is premised on the success of the plan. Sakaki gently stroked the sleek fur on the cat boss with his rough hands, and casually lay on the sofa of the chairman of Silver Company. A year ago, Sakaki bought most of the company's shares through secret operations and became the company's largest shareholder. Now Silver Company can be said to be mostly under the control of the Rocket team. During this period, Sakaki has been restraining his subordinates' behavior, because he is keenly aware that the times have changed, and the past behaviors of arbitrarily robbing and stealing trainers' Pokémon are no longer suitable for the current Rocket team. Now, Sakaki is facing a problem. Whether Team Rocket will start to transform, and what is the future of Team Rocket? Knock knock knock. There was a regular knock on the door. Come in, Sakaki said without looking up, sitting on the sofa motionlessly. The door was pushed open, and Manitorai walked in from outside. Report. The matter you sent me to investigate last time has a result. Hearing this, Sakaki suddenly became interested. Oh? Manitorai walked forward and put a stack of information on the table in front of Sakaki. 2 years ago, Giratina appeared in the Sinnoh region. I intercepted the surveillance video on the street at that time and found traces of a man in it, Makoto said as he inserted the videotape into the machine. Then, a man's figure appeared in a blurry picture. Although it was blurry, Sakaki felt that the other party was somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. I went to the Padia region some time ago and investigated the Bud Crown in the town of Jichin, where the Bud Crown culture is prevalent. I learned that the Pokémon was originally brought by a rancher named Naoki. There must be a connection between him and the Bud Crown, Manori said. Naoki? Hearing this name, a figure immediately emerged in Sakaki's mind. At the dinner in the Unova region 2 years ago, a trainer named Naoki challenged the champion Yulongdu and defeated him. Was it him? Go on, Sakaki said. Yes. Manori continued to report his discovery. 2 years ago, Groudon and Kyogre left the Hoenn region and reached the sea near the Padia region. After that, they disappeared. This incident attracted a lot of attention at the time. Plus, Motor Lizard is a Pokemon that is unique to the Padia region, so there is a high probability that the person is from Padia. And there happens to be a person there who is related to the above events. Matwari said, it is speculated that the probability that the rancher named Naoki is Motor Mask is 87%. It turns out to be him. Sakaki felt a little complicated for a while. What should we do? Matwari observed the boss's expression and couldn't help asking. Sakaki thought for a moment, and then instructed, don't disturb the other party, and don't make enemies with the other party. If possible, try to make friends with the other party. Matwari was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, yes. After Matwari left, Sakaki sat on the sofa and pondered. It is still necessary to make friends with such talents. He used the Rotom phone to search the names of Naoki and Naoki Ranch on the internet, and a store link called Treehouse quickly popped up on the webpage. Sakaki clicked into the store. He originally just wanted to find out the other person's personality, but when he saw the things sold in the store, he was stunned. Life Goat Milk can restore the physical strength and energy of Pokemon in an instant. As long as the Pokemon does not lose consciousness, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. Looking at the description above, Sakaki frowned. As far as he knew, even the best medicine on the market did not have this effect. And looking at the comments of those buyers, this unscientific thing is actually effective? Is it that magical? If it is really that magical, then its importance is incredible. If Team Rocket has this thing, it will definitely be of great help to them in conquering the Unova region. Thinking of this, Sakaki immediately clicked to place an order, but the next second, he received a prompt. Your region does not support delivery service. Sakaki was slightly stunned. After a careful review, he finally understood what was going on. Treehouse currently only unlocks delivery services in the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions. As for other regions, it is because there are still evil organizations and Pokemon hunters there. The evil organizations in Kanto and Johto are referring to Team Rocket, right? Sakaki was silent. He imagined the scene of the deliveryman Dragonite flying to Kanto and Johto to deliver goods. At that time, the men of Team Rocket would pretend to be customers to place orders, and then take the opportunity to capture Dragonite and give those rare Dragonites to him. Sakaki, And at this moment, Sakaki suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he thought of an opportunity to make friends with them. His current identity is not only the boss of Team Rocket, but also a well-known young entrepreneur. Yes, he can approach the other party as a young entrepreneur and discuss with the other party about the opening of Dragonite Express in Kanto and Johto. And secretly, he can guarantee that Dragonite will not be harmed or kidnapped in the Kanto and Johto regions as the boss of Team Rocket. Not only that, he can also take this opportunity to make friends with the other party. Thinking of this, Sakaki immediately contacted his secretary Manatori. Book me a flight to the Padilla area. The next morning, just as Naoki expected, the students of Padilla Academy came over one after another after hearing that Naoki Ranch had added a new trial suitable for newcomers. Mr. Naoki, I'm here to challenge the trial. I came first. I want to challenge first. It's obviously me. Looking at the huge group of new trainers in front of him, Naoki seemed to see a huge wave of experience coming in. A friendly smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said to everyone, don't worry, line up and come one by one. The name of this trial is the Brave Trial. The content of the trial is to fight with my fairy EV. If you win the battle, you can get my special pass badge and a tree fruit gift pack. Naoki said with a smile. Naoki Ranch's pass badge. Hearing this, the trainers in front of them suddenly became excited. This kind of thing, even those powerful seniors have never obtained it. If they pass the hero trial and get the badge of Naoki Ranch, they will definitely receive a lot of envious looks when they return to the academy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Hero trial? Does it mean that you can become a hero by defeating this Sylveon? The trainers cast their eyes on the Sylveon next to Naoki. However, Naoki did not answer directly, but just smiled and said something meaningful. The so-called hero is not limited to strength and name. Even if the current strength is very weak, one day, the hero will grow up and become a truly powerful existence. The eyes of the teenage boys and girls lit up when they heard this. Is Mr. Naoki hinting at them? Yes, it must be so. Although they are weak now, one day, they will become powerful champion trainers. The boys were immediately excited. It seems that the rumors about him in the academy are true. It is said that Mr. Naoki is a retired champion trainer. In order to help passing trainers improve their strength and temper their will, he opened a trial in his ranch to train those excellent trainers. Mr. Naoki is such a good man, a great senior. Then I will take the first challenge. Mr. Naoki, we are coming. A boy stepped forward and threw his pokeball with high morale. A white light flashed, and a long-winged gull appeared on the battlefield. Naoki's eyes were cast on the long-winged gull, which looked very immature, as if it had just been captured not long ago. It is indeed a true rookie trainer. The battle officially began, and the long-winged gull used a water gun on Sylvian, but Sylvian dodged it nimbly. Although Sylvian, which grew up drinking life goat milk, eating energy cubes, and bathing in natural energy, has not received much special training, its excellent physical fitness is not something that these novice Pokemon can resist. Under Naoki's command, Sylvian used the combination of fairy wind and sand to create a sandstorm, blocking the view of Longwing Gull. Then, a high-speed star made Longwing Gull lose its combat ability. Then, it was the second trainer, the third trainer, the fourth trainer. By the time all the trainers were received, it was already noon. In total, they lost 2 games and won 8 games. Although the blessing of the life goat milk can timely consume the energy and physical strength of Sylvian, the long-term continuous battles make it feel very tired. I'm very sorry, my Pokemon is a little tired. Let's stop here today. Looking at the trainer in front of him, Naoki looked apologetic. Seeing this, the boys and girls waved their hands. It's okay, Mr. Naoki, take Sylvian to rest. Mr. Naoki is really a good man. He and Sylvian trained with him for a whole morning despite being tired. It was so touching. When they become powerful trainers, they should guide the younger generation like Naoki and help them with their training. The challengers went back one after another. Naoki smiled and looked at Sylvian beside him and asked, "How do you feel?" "Bui." Sylvian felt that it was making rapid progress. After a morning of actual combat, it realized a lot of things. Although mentally exhausted, the body is full. This feeling is that it is getting stronger. That's no problem. Play 10 games a day, 100 games in 10 days, and 3,650 games a year. Combined with my special dishes, you will definitely become a powerful Pokemon. Naoki said. Dragonite also used this method to practice at that time. Hearing this, Fairy Eevee was immediately full of fighting spirit. Eevee. Not far away, his partner Eevee, who was leisurely enjoying the sunshine and the flowers, yawned lazily. Get stronger quickly, so that it can borrow stronger power. At noon, Chishu returned to the ranch, had lunch and rested at home for a while before going back to work. After seeing Chishu off, Chishu took Gulton and Motor Lizard to the farmland, preparing to pick the crops that the Mount Goat had ripened yesterday. During the process, Chishu told Gulton and Motor Lizard to tell him immediately if they found anything wrong or crops that looked different from other crops of the same type, because those are likely to be mutant crops. As a result, Motor Lizard actually found a particularly large potato. Gaw! Motor Lizard quickly notified Naoki. Naoki ran over and took a look, and the information about the special crop emerged in his mind. Potato mine. A special crop, when stimulated, it will produce a powerful explosion. The effect is comparable to the general type of big explosion, cannot be used to make food. And Gulton, who heard the movement, also ran over. After seeing the appearance of the potato clearly, it was immediately shocked and shouted, "Ah gah! Motor Lizard, get out of there, don't touch that thing!" Naoki shouted. Motor Lizard was confused, "Gah!" But the next second, the potato mine in front of it burst into a dazzling white light. Boom! Naoki only felt a strong thrust that pushed him out. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that Motor Lizard and Golden were blown black. Naoki, Fortunately, they are all super newcomers. Golden looked at Motor Lizard angrily. Ah gah! Motor Lizard said he felt wrong, gah! Gulton's mind turned, and he suddenly remembered that he had done such a stupid thing before, so it was okay. Okay, it's not a big deal, let me see if you are injured. Naoki went forward to check the condition of the 2 Pokemon, and found that neither of them was seriously injured, so he was relieved. Motor Lizard only had some scratches on its body, and Naoki touched its head. Just drink a bottle of life goat milk. Motorcycle Lizard replied obediently, Geo. It trotted back to the living room, not only took a bottle of life goat milk for itself, but also took a bottle of life goat milk for Naoki, because Naoki was also blown up. As for Golden, Motorcycle Lizard felt wronged when he thought of Golden's loud scolding just now, so he decided not to give it to him. Golden, who witnessed everything, it rolled its eyes and didn't care. After all, these little actions were all done by it before. Naoki drank the life goat milk while sitting on the grass and interacting with Motorcycle Lizard. At this moment, a man in a suit, with a buzz cut and an elite look walked into the ranch. Naoki's eyes accidentally met the other person, and the next second, he was stunned. Sakaki looked at the other person and felt extremely surprised. If he hadn't known it in advance, who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary rancher would be such a powerful trainer? Bud Crown, Giratina, Groudon, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh-Kyogre. With so many legendary Pokemon, even he couldn't help but say that it was so terrifying. As expected, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Team Rocket must not make enemies with the other party, because with the other party's strength, one person can sweep the entire Rocket team. Thinking of this, Sakaki pulled the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face, and he greeted the other party. Hello, is this Naoki Ranch? I am Sakaki from Silver Company, and I want to come here to discuss with you the opening of Dragonite delivery service in Kanto and Johto. Chapter 570. Sakaki? When Naoki saw the newcomer, his first reaction was that the other party had discovered Mutuo and wanted to recapture it. But when Naoki heard what Sakaki said, he was slightly startled. Sakaki looked at this side with his eagle-like eyes. It seems that you still remember me, he said. It seems that Sakaki is not here for Mutuo, Naoki thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, he calmed down and said politely, Hello, Mr. Sakaki, you just said that you want to discuss the matter of opening a Dragonite delivery service in the Kanto area? Sakaki nodded slightly. Yes, Dragonite is very fast, and is very suitable for delivery men. It has unlimited prospects. I am willing to represent Silver Company, and take out 50 million Alliance coins to apply for Dragonite Express in Kanto and Johto. Sakaki looked sincere. However, Naoki always felt that something was wrong, and he was a little confused. With Sakaki's identity and status, Dragonite Express was probably nothing to him, right? And at this moment, he actually came to the ranch in person, wanting Dragonite to unlock Kanto and Johto. Strange, too strange. I wonder if Mr. Sakaki knows why I haven't unlocked the delivery service in Kanto and Johto yet, Naoki asked back. Sakaki nodded. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, you are afraid that the evil organizations and Pokemon hunters in those two regions will hurt Dragonite, right? Naoki did not comment. Even in the Padia region, I have heard of the name of Team Rocket. I heard that the organization specializes in robbing trainers' Pokemon, and even goes to the Pokemon Center to steal Pokemon that are being treated. Sakaki, He was silent for a moment, then said, Don't worry, I can guarantee that Dragonite is safe. Naoki raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Do you know Team Rocket? Of course not. Sakaki's expression remained unchanged. I am familiar with the local Alliance police officers. I can ask them to look after Dragonite to ensure that Dragonite is safe. Naoki, And he's pretending. This is even more wrong. Why is Sakaki so obsessed with his Dragonite Express to open a delivery service in the Johto area? If he didn't know Sakaki's true identity and Team Rocket's infiltration into those two regions, he might have agreed. But the problem is that even though Sakaki is a very charming and ambitious villain, Naoki still doesn't like him because he hates the behavior of snatching Pokemon. More importantly, Mutuo doesn't like Sakaki and hates Team Rocket. If Mutuo knew that he was working with someone like Sakaki, he would be very disappointed, right? Thinking of this, Naoki directly rejected Sakaki's request for cooperation. It's better to be safe than sorry. I heard that Team Rocket's influence is all over Kanto and Johto. Before their leader is arrested and the team is disbanded, I will not consider opening delivery services in those two areas. Sakaki, So, please go back, Naoki said. Sakaki looked regretful. I understand. This is my mobile number. If you need it in the future, you can contact me at any time. Sakaki handed over a business card. He was still maintaining his persona as a young entrepreneur. Naoki took it and prepared to throw it away once Sakaki left. At this moment, he heard Sakaki ask another question. By the way, I heard you have a kind of goat milk that can instantly heal Pokemon's injuries. Can I take some back? Goat milk? You mean life goat milk? Naoki nodded. Of course, but each person can only buy one bottle a day. Limited quantity. Sakaki frowned slightly. What if I offer a higher price? He asked. No. Naoki still shook his head. Even if the champion comes to me, it is limited to purchase. Just kidding. You see, I had taken a fancy to his family's life goat milk a long time ago, and he didn't agree to order a large amount. Not to mention Sakaki. Sakaki, It's understandable that a trainer of this level has his own temper and rules. In that case, I won't bother you. Sakaki returned to his elite look. He turned and left the ranch. On the way back to Kanto on a private plane, his secretary Manori called him via video. What's going on, boss? As soon as he got on the plane, Sakaki became a completely different person. His temperament instantly changed from that of a young entrepreneur to a black-bellied gangster boss. Half of his face was covered by a shadow, and the corners of his mouth were flat, making it impossible to tell his mood. What a pity. From the conversation just now, Sakaki saw clearly what the other person was like. The traitor named Naoki is the same kind of person as what Ari. He hates evil, he is kind and just. It is impossible for such a person to join Team Rocket. If the other party is willing, he would not mind letting him become the second in command of Team Rocket, a position above everyone else, and conquer the world together with him. Boss? Seeing that Sakaki did not respond for a long time, Manori asked in a puzzled tone. Yeah. Sakaki said concisely. That person refused to cooperate with me. Hearing this, Manori frowned. How dare that person make their boss lose face? Who is it? How dare he reject you? A male voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Apollo, why are you there? Sakaki looked up. I came to the headquarters to report the situation in the Seven Islands area. Apollo then said, Boss, tell me who that person is. Let me teach him a lesson for you. Sakaki, His cute subordinates want him dead. Don't provoke him. Sakaki warned. According to his observation just now, Naoki obviously has more than just those legendary Pokemon, and it is very likely that there are many legendary Pokemon that have not yet appeared. For example, the Scarlet Dragon Pokemon just beside him. The breath and energy emanating from that Pokemon clearly show that it is not an ordinary Pokemon. Seeing Sakaki like this, Apollo was a little surprised, but he still put away his thoughts. Yes. Mana asked, what should we do next? Sakaki tapped the table with the back of his fingers for a while before speaking. Take a group of people to the Sinnoh region or the Hoenn region, log into the Pokemon shopping app there, go to the store called Tree House to buy a kind of goat milk called Life Goat Milk, and then send them all to the headquarters. Mana, Apollo, ? Also, give orders that no one is allowed to capture those delivering Dragonite. If anyone dares to disobey, they will be expelled from Team Rocket immediately. Sakaki ordered. Yes. Minato and Apollo didn't dare to ask any more questions, and quickly agreed. Okay, let's go on the mission. After the communication ended, Sakaki rubbed his temples. Naoki. It would be great if such a talent could join Team Rocket, but unfortunately. At the same time, a large number of Team Rocket members, who were in various parts of Kanto, were simultaneously given a new mission. But when they saw the content of the mission clearly, they were all confused. Although they didn't know what the situation was, this was an order issued by the boss, so he must have his intentions. So, a large group of Team Rocket members began to buy plane tickets and boat tickets, and rushed into the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions. Without taking a break, these people immediately stood in the airport and the port, opened their Rotom phones, logged into the shopping app, searched for relevant stores, and clicked on the Life Goat Milk to prepare to buy it. This was a task issued by Boss Sakaki himself. If they could complete it first, they would definitely be appreciated by Boss Sakaki, and get a promotion and salary increase. However, the next second, they saw the word sold out displayed on the goat milk. What's going on? After a brief understanding of the situation, the Rockets found that the store was only open for 8 hours a day, and the most popular product, Life Goat Milk, would be sold out as soon as it was put on the shelves at 7 a.m. every day. If you are slow, you can't get it at all. So, the Rockets waited and waited, from day to night, and from night to day. Early the next morning, they were woken up by the alarm clock, and immediately turned on their phones to start buying goat milk frantically. But as soon as their mobile phone screens jumped to the store interface, everyone saw that the remaining amount of goat milk was decreasing rapidly. It's too late, hurry up and grab it. In just 5 minutes, 500 bottles of goat milk were sold out. Everyone in Team Rocket was stunned. I got it! The one who got it cried with joy. Damn it, the network is stuck. The one who didn't get it was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. We have to give it to the boss quickly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, more than a dozen bottles of goat milk were delivered to Sakaki from the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions. Looking at the goat milk, Sakaki was completely silent. So many people, but they only managed to grab these dozen bottles? Boss, what should we do? Manori asked. Forget it, give a bonus to the person who grabbed it, and also, take these 2 bottles to the laboratory, and give them to the researchers to study them carefully. Sakaki said. Understood. Manori responded, took 2 bottles of Life Goat Milk, and was about to leave. One more thing. Sakaki said. Manori stopped, turned around and looked over respectfully, waiting for the boss's instructions. Let them continue tomorrow. Yes. Naoki told Mutuo about Sakaki's arrival at the ranch that night. Mutuo, What is he doing here? Wing King. He probably wants the milk of life, but I refused. Mutuo no longer has any feelings for Sakaki. After so many years of traveling, it knows that there are many people in this world, people like Sakaki, and people like Naoki and Satoshi. As long as the other party does not disturb their peaceful lives, it will be fine. Mutuo, I know, I won't feel confused anymore. Seeing Mutuo's reply, Naoki replied with an okay emoticon. Since Mutuo doesn't care anymore, why does he care so much? Naoki put the matter behind him. Today is March 27th, 202 in the Lee calendar. Spring has come to an end before we know it. Everything is normal in the ranch. The 3 bees are working hard to collect honey, Butterfree is flying among the flowers, Babu is guarding the chicken shed, Frostmilk is playing with the salt stones, and Eruption is holding a tea party in the garden with Zephyr and Budcrest. Kiki's Magnemite also stayed in the ranch. She adopted the meritocracy. With Magnemite, there are only 7 Pokemon in total. The other 6 were taken to the gym by Chishu, leaving only one Magneto next to the TV in the living room to absorb the current. The lawn in the ranch was a bit messy, so Naoki simply pushed the lawnmower out of the utility room and started mowing the lawn. Guillerton and Motor Lizard lay lazily not far away, enjoying the pleasant afternoon time. Seeing Naoki pushing the lawnmower, Aramite in the garden immediately waved and greeted Naoki. Bony! You guys play, I mow these lawns, Naoki said to Eruption with a smile. At this moment, he suddenly saw Ancient Sword Leopard, Ancient Dinglu, Ancient Jade Fish and Ancient Jian Snail all gathered not far from the Bud Crown King. They looked as if they regarded the Bud Crown King as the king. What's going on? The Bud Crown King saw Naoki's eyes moving between himself and the Ancient Dinglu. He saw what the little believer was thinking, so he said through telepathy, My charm conquered the Ancient Dinglu and the others, and these 4 Pokemon voluntarily belong to me. Not long ago, when he was helping Naoki take care of the flowers in the pasture, the ancient deer felt his power, and willingly submitted to him, and formed a bond with him. Just like he and his 2 beloved horses 1,000 years ago. Naoki was slightly stunned when he heard what the Bud Crown said. From the god Pokemon. Is it the same relationship as the Phoenix King and the 3 holy beasts, Lugia and the 3 divine birds? But then again, the power of the Ancient Sword Leopard and the Ancient Jade Fish is very similar to that of the Bud Crown after being reversed. Maybe it is because of this reason that they feel close to the Bud Crown? Naoki could not help but nod his head as he recalled the past experiences of the Treasure of Disaster. He said, That's good. Perhaps the legend of the Bud Crown King and his fertility guard will spread around the world in the future. The Bud Crown King showed a kind smile. Seeing that the black tea had been finished by the Bud Crown King, the Buzu quickly floated up and poured new black tea into the Libe tea on the table. The Uruguay and Sai Fuhao on the opposite side also raised their cups in front of them with joy, enjoying this spring tea party with the Bud Crown King. Bony! At the same time, above the vast ocean, the calm sea surface reflected the blue sky, and white clouds slowly floated in the mirror like sea water. For a moment, it was difficult to distinguish the sea from the sky. A few long-winged gulls stayed on a coconut tree on a small island. They cast their eyes to the sea not far away, where a huge creature was half exposed, and slowly moving forward on the sea. That was the king of the roaring whales, the largest Pokemon in the ocean. On the back of the Whale King, there stood a Pokemon with orange-red hair. The Pokemon's limbs were very strong and powerful, with iron rings on them, a red 6-pointed star-shaped structure on its cheeks, and a golden hair shell like a clover on its forehead. The mane like white smoke fluttered slowly in the sea breeze, looking very elegant. This was the Inti who set out from Johto and headed to another continent in accordance with the order of the Phoenix King. At this moment, the expression on the face of the Inti was unprecedentedly majestic. It looked at the endless sea with a solemn expression. 2 days had passed since it set out from Tianqing Mountain. Thanks to this Pokemon named Whale King, it was able to cross the sea. But, when will it arrive? Suijun and Reiku have reached another land now, right? And it is still here, slowly moving forward under the scorching sun and waves. At this moment, an idea came to Yendi's mind. It's great to be able to fly.